Upon awakening from slumber, Lin Shou unexpectedly finds himself transported to a realm where Pokémon and futuristic cities intertwine. At the outset, he inherits a training facility burdened with a staggering debt of 500,000. Having only captured Pokémon in his dreams, he has never even touched the delicate hand of a Shinado in reality. His original plan was to manage the training center and live out his days, but the tardy system seems dissatisfied with Lin Shou's choices. Attempting to manage a business? Go forth and engage in battle. The personal panel has been activated. Why do I possess a panel akin to that of Pokémon? What does it mean that the skills and traits acquired by Pokémon are appended to my own panel? With no corrections in sight, Lin Shou comes to accept the harsh reality that self-reliance is paramount. While other trainers are still tossing Pokeballs to battle, he is already warming up to take to the field himself. As for the Pokémon that truly fight alongside him, they may act freely. If they are at a loss for what to do, the cheerleaders nearby can find their place as well. With each unintentional act of saving the world, Lin Shou scratches his head in confusion. I am merely a training facility owner. Why does everyone perceive me as the villain? Team Rocket. Those are merely fabrications of my imagination based on animations from my previous life. Why does everyone believe them so implicitly? Suddenly, a crimson and azure wing tears through the sky behind him, and a system notification appears. Legendary entry detected. Shall we slay a god for excitement? Lin Shou smirks wryly. No, dear system, I have a far superior idea. A history of unconventional conquest unfolds, filled with tangible battles against Pokémon. Even business management can lead to triumph over champions. Why do they all insist I am part of Team Rocket? Chapter 1. The Indebted Gym Leader and the Near-Death Squirtle. A damp, musty odor invades his nostrils, and the abrasive sound of steel wool scraping against tiles reverberates through the empty swimming pool. Lin Shou kneels by the pool, his knuckles turning white from the cold water. 3 months prior, this place was filled with crystalline waves. Now, the water has been drained, leaving only moss to thrive in the crevices. In a world where Pokémon and reality intertwine, cleaning seems even more arduous. Buzzing. As his pants pocket vibrates for the 7th time, he resignedly retrieves his phone. The glaring words demanding landlord flicker between the cracks in the screen, and answering the call surely promises no good fortune. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shou stretches his arm as far as possible, as if defusing a time bomb. If you don't pay the rent, get out. The landlord's roar causes the tiles at the bottom of the pool to tremble. And that deadbeat boss of yours, the call has gone all the way to Siberia. Wouldn't it be better to buy a Pokeball with my international call fees? All right. It seems the signal here is poor. I'll call you back later. Lin Shou amicably yet perfunctorily ends the call with the landlord, suddenly feeling as though the entire world has fallen silent. Dear system, please activate quickly. Just grant me a legendary beast, and I shall find a way to dominate. This murmured plea mingles with the sound of steel wool scraping, startling the Pidgey dozing at the eaves. Ever since discovering this world coexists with Pokémon and credit cards, Lin Shou has taken to praising the miraculous alpaca Arceus daily. How he praises is of no concern to you. Upon his arrival in this world, he initially believed it to be the year 2080 of the ordinary blue star. It was only upon seeing a convenience store's hiring notice stating, must possess a Magnezone charging certificate and a bus stop ad for Furfru grooming training, that he confirmed his descent into a vortex where games and reality intertwine. To encapsulate it in a classic phrase, Pikachu are more numerous than stray dogs on the street. Drawing upon memories from his past life of Pokemon novels, Lin Shou barely secures a position as a general worker in a low-level training ground. The pay is pitiful, with the only perks being free meals and accommodation. Just as he began to enjoy the position beyond the 3-month probationary period, the training center owner couldn't withstand the reality of receiving only 1 or 2 clients each month and ultimately decided to use the wave ripple technique to abandon the failing venture. The wave ripple was fabricated, and the swift escape was real. After the ownership transfer to Lin Shou, the former owner hastily fled with the remaining cash flow, aiming to become the strongest Pokemon master. He vaguely recalls the former owner's team: Shinado, Buniri, Fennekin, Vaporeon, Ditto, and Miss Magius. Recalling the former owner's oft-repeated phrase, "The brave enjoy life first." In any case, well, good luck to him. Buzz, the phone vibrates again. This time, it is a notification from the league, officially confirming that the training facility's ownership has been transferred to him. Glancing at the keychain the former owner hastily handed over, the Shinado pendant still dangling from it seems to radiate a hint of warmth. Let's go, working person. It seems the steel wool in his hand is now being waved with renewed vigor. No, he's already the owner now. At that moment, a strange electronic voice suddenly detonates in his mind. Ding! Ah! Lin Shou stumbles, steadying himself against the pool wall as a pale blue light curtain unfolds before him, and the steel wool drops to the ground with a soft thud. Detecting host has inherited the training facility. Pokémon training system activating. Loading basic information about the training facility. Damaged protective net, awaiting repair. The swimming pool, plagued by leaks and awaiting remedial action, and the decaying storage room, in dire need of cleaning, are vividly depicted on the holographic display, manifesting as a three-dimensional model. The pool, riddled with fissures, is marked with a red exclamation point, while the shower area indicates a mold concentration of 87, and the safety railing around the battle platform resembles a biscuit that has been gnawed upon. Has the system finally arrived? Lin Shou exclaimed, springing up from the ground with the agility of a fish leaping from water. After all my calculations, I never anticipated that unlocking the system would require acquiring the training ground. Please select a beginner's benefit. A. Basic maintenance. Unlock shower function. B. Reinforcement of the battle area. Attract novice trainers. C. Mysterious event. 33 chance of obtaining special assistance. Lin Shou's fingertip hovered momentarily over option C. The allure of option C, the mysterious event, sent a rush of exhilaration through him, as a 33 chance felt akin to gambling. However, the thought of repairing the shower facility, which would liberate him from the days of collecting hot water in an iron basin, was enticing. Now that he was the proprietor, why not indulge a little? Ah, the essence of life lies in its simplicity, he murmured to himself, and with determination, he pressed his finger firmly against the panel. After all, the system was not a one-time transaction. It would inevitably refresh with even more peculiar occurrences. Crackling sounds filled the air as the shower area, initially cluttered with debris, became enveloped in a radiant white light, causing all its contents to be propelled outward by an enigmatic force. The already congested pool area grew increasingly chaotic. Lin Shou grimaced as he beheld the luminous text materializing at the edge of the white light, announcing, under maintenance, countdown 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds, realizing that this wretched system had only added to his workload. Ding! As the mechanical voice reverberated in his mind, a pale blue screen suddenly filled his vision. Detecting that the host's own strength is inadequate, searching for nearby Pokémon suitable for battle. Search successful. Detecting challengeable target, Squirtle, water type. Beginner's task, defeat Squirtle in a one-on-one battle, 0-1. Reward, random white item 1. Note, items can be gifted but cannot be reclaimed after gifting. Squirtle? Where on earth did a Squirtle come from? Lin Shou gazed at the empty pool, which lacked even a drop of water, gradually beginning to suspect that the system had malfunctioned upon activation. Beginner's benefit. First battle activates automatic analysis. Upon the notification's appearance, Lin Shou noticed a translucent panel emerging at a certain point on the screen. Squirtle, water type level 10. Health points, 631. Weakness, grass type X2, electric type X2. Ability, torrent. Pokémon with the torrent ability have their move power increased by 50 when their HP falls below 1/3. Does one-on-one imply that I must engage Squirtle barehanded? Following the system's directions, Lin Shou glanced toward the pool's drainage outlet. The opening was merely the size of a rice bowl. What kind of Squirtle could possibly be stuck in there? Hello, is anyone inside? In a flurry, he activated his phone's flashlight and directed it into the opening, only to discover a blue turtle. Well, a blue head to be precise. This Squirtle's body was evidently much larger than the drainage hole, suggesting it had attempted to enter the pool from the outside, only to become lodged in its current predicament. Had it not been for the system's prompt, Lin Shou dared not imagine the odor that would ensue should this creature perish in the pool. I must find a way to extract it. This could be the system's way of gifting me a Pokémon. Moreover, it's one of the starter trio, which is quite respectable among the protagonists of various transmigration novels. With a sudden burst of light, the previously tranquil Squirtle reacted instantly. Lin Shou, intrigued, leaned in closer. He observed as Squirtle's mouth began to contract, an unmistakable sign that this water-type Pokémon was preparing to unleash an attack. Wait, Lin Shou hastily withdrew his phone. I'm here to... Chapter 2. The Survival Strategies of the Impoverished. The jet of water expelled from the water gun was more ferocious than that of a high-pressure hose, propelling Lin Shou into the changing room. The metal cabinet crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise, scattering various cleaning agents across the floor. As Lin Shou struggled to wipe the foam from his eyes, he noticed that the swimming pool had once again returned to a state of tranquility. This is quite troublesome. I don't even have a Pokémon to resolve this mess. At that moment, he genuinely wished to rescue it, for in just a couple of days, the situation would become even more challenging to manage. The system's luminous screen flickered amidst the murky water. Squirtle, water type. Health points, 5, 31. Weakness, grass type X2. Electric type X2. Ability, Torrent. Pokémon with the Torrent ability have their move's power increased by 30 when their HP is below 1-3. It seemed that the recent water gun was Squirtle's last gasp. It should be safe to approach now, right? Gulp. A red and white ball rolled out from the pile of clutter. Catching Lin Shou's eye, he recognized it. It was one of the relics left behind by the previous owner. The surface of the Poké Ball still bore a discount tag, and he wondered if it was still functional. But at this moment, he had no better alternatives. Having found the tool for capture, only the process of subduing remained. Lin Shou rummaged through the debris for a while and finally spotted something useful, a fishing net. If handled with care, he should be able to poke it without causing harm. As he lifted the net and thrust it into the opening, the tip of the bamboo pole trembled. This was not fear. It was the exhilarating dizziness of hope, which he had not felt in 3 months. Ding! Defeated Squirtle, gained white attribute, water resistance 5. Acquired skill, Palm Strike, deals damage to the target and puts them in a flinch state. Can only be used in the first round of battle upon entering. Current attribute slots, 1, 3. Current skill slots, 1, 8. The luminous particles emerging from the shell within the opening surged into his body, causing Lin Shou's skin to glimmer with a pearlescent sheen. Phew, the system task was complete. There was no time to examine the new ability. The parabolic arc traced by the red and white ball was particularly striking in the darkness. Squirtle, get dazed. Although it was a corny line, it felt essential to shout something, as it was his first time capturing a Pokémon. Squirtle captured, system restores full health, first capture free. A flash of red light illuminated the area, and Squirtle shook off the rust from its shell, the scars on its neck visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Lin Shou crouched down and gently stroked its soft head, saying, "You think this place is too dilapidated as well, don't you?" After triggering so many events all at once, he hadn't had the chance to investigate what this golden finger truly entailed. Recharge, as the name suggests, it is a place for monetary transactions. Shop, not yet unlocked. Purpose unknown. Recovery Center, can only heal one's own Pokémon, costs 500 per session, which is the same price as the cheapest package at the healing center. Tasks. This should be the place where the recent information popped up, currently blank. Management, shower room upgrading. Personal information. The joy of the system's rewards did not last long, as Lin Shou's smile suddenly froze upon seeing the glaring display on his personal panel. Lin Shou, normal type, level 5. Health points, 23, 30. Attack, 30. Defense, 30. Special attack, 30. Special defense, 30. Speed, 30. Weakness, fighting type X2. Attributes, 1, 3 water resistance 5. Skills, 1, 8 palm strike. Attribute library, white, 1, blue, none. Purple, none. Gold, none. Orange, none. Red, none. Upon realizing that his data was more detailed than that of a Pokémon, Lin Shou could no longer contain his disbelief. System, have you made a mistake? I am human, not a Pokémon. Tentatively, he touched the water pooling at the bottom of the swimming pool. The liquid, instead of being icy cold, bore a surprisingly warm touch. It seemed the system was not jesting. If the attribute panel could be upgraded, why even bother with Pokémon? He could simply unleash a destructive beam by opening his mouth, which would surely be more effective than any gun. Level 5 is what it is. As long as I don't suddenly mutate one day, it should be fine. In the distance, the sound of the metal cabinet collapsing echoed from the changing room, and a few drops of condensation fell from the ceiling. The system prompt timely appeared. Detected infrastructure damage, initiating novice task chain. Infrastructure, 1. 3. Repair the open-air swimming pool. Time remaining 235959. Reward, random secondhand training equipment 1, accelerates shower room repair. Lin Shou rummaged through the toolbox left by the previous owner and found that the wrench was so rusted it could not turn the screws. Even the novice task was being stingy. Squirtle took this opportunity to wander around for over an hour and returned, suddenly biting Lin Shou's pant leg and tugging him toward the storage room. Hey, where are we going? Squirtle, what did you say? I can't understand. In a corner piled high with clutter, they discovered an MK2 repair robot that was rusting. Since it had been discarded here, it was evident that it was broken. A useless machine. A simple patch should fix it. Saying this, Lin Shou gave the robot a hearty slap on the head. The MK2's metallic cranium rotated 360 degrees, returning to its original position. However, nothing happened. It seems that this mystical method of repair does not resolve all issues. Just as Lin Shou was preparing to give up, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Defeated the automatic repair robot MK2, obtained a white management attribute, assistant engineer, mechanical repair efficiency 15. In that fleeting moment when the pale blue data stream entwined his fingertips, Lin Shou realized with exasperation that he could discern the circuitry layout atop the robot's head. Though it did not directly resolve the issue, this indirect method of problem-solving was still acceptable. Lin Shou stepped forward a few paces. Let me see. If one of the circuit board components is broken, I can swap it out with one from other electronic waste. It should take about 10 minutes. Although he was unsure how much longer this robot could continue functioning, he decided to complete the current system task first. As dusk filtered through the shattered skylight, elongating shadows, the fissures in the swimming pool gradually mended under the robot's repairs. The progress bar 4, pool repair 47, glowed with a soft yellow light in Lin Shou's view, and everything seemed to be falling into place. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Shou suddenly felt that there was not a single item in this dilapidated training hall that was functional. The previous owner's departure was not without reason. This place was a pitiful mess, tasteless yet too regrettable to abandon. Creak. Just as Lin Shou worked while internally lamenting, the rusty iron door emitted a mournful cry as it swung open, shattering the silence. 3 youths clad in school uniforms stood silhouetted against the light, their Odyssey Academy badges gleaming with a platinum sheen. Excuse me, is anyone here? Is the owner present? We wish to rent the battle area. The red-haired youth leading the group suddenly froze mid-sentence, his gaze fixed on Lin Shou, who was gritting his teeth while shouldering over 100 pounds of mechanical parts. Upon the arrival of guests, Lin Shou's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rushed forward to extend his hand in greeting. Welcome, welcome. Meanwhile, the MK2 under the control of the Squirtle suddenly stood at attention, causing its mechanical arm to daub a comically whimsical face with waterproof adhesive. The 3 freshmen instinctively took a step back, acutely aware of the heavy burden resting on Lin Shou's shoulder, which weighed over 100 pounds. Oh dear. My memory fails me, Lin Shou said, gently placing the load on the ground. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Boss, we are here to rent the battle zone. However, given the apparent state of your establishment, it seems you are still undergoing renovations? My apologies for intruding, remarked the red-haired youth, attempting to turn away. This peculiar place hardly seems trustworthy, he mused. Please, do not leave just yet, Lin Shou exclaimed, slapping his hand on the student's shoulder. The red-haired boy felt as though a colossal weight had descended upon him, rendering him immobile despite his efforts to break free. Unfazed, Lin Shou fabricated a story while discreetly accessing the system panel for information. Ahem, esteemed guest, our training facility employs an immersive real battle teaching method, which significantly differs from the conventional. The operations module finally updated with new information regarding customer intent, revealing that the 3 visitors exhibited rather low interest. That simply will not do. They are today's benefactors. The red-haired youth scrutinized his surroundings with skepticism. But the protective net in the battle zone is torn. Precisely. That is a component of the specialized training. Lin Shou's voice rose in enthusiasm as he hoisted Squirtle onto his shoulder. We cultivate crisis awareness within a genuine battlefield environment, which ordinary training facilities charge 50 Alliance coins for. Here, it is also 50 Alliance coins per hour. It is truly a generous offering for the community. As Squirtle dutifully unleashed a stream of water toward the damaged electric fence, the water reacted upon contact, generating a shower of sparks that, under the sunlight, formed a miniature rainbow. Observing the impressive spectacle, Lin Shou deftly produced 3 training facility registration forms. At that moment, the customer intent in the system surged to 90. The 3 young men promptly retrieved their wallets, evidently perceiving this humble establishment as a form of avant-garde performance art. In this endeavor, Squirtle had indeed performed exceptionally well. Lin Shou thus resolved to. Well, it seemed he currently lacked any noteworthy offerings. After a moment of contemplation, and in the spirit of experimentation, he tossed a white operational term, assistant engineer, mechanical repair efficiency 15, to Squirtle. I see you have a special affinity with the automatic repair robot MK2. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for its routine maintenance. This decision was made after careful consideration and had nothing to do with Lin Shou's desire to take it easy. As the white light fused with Squirtle's form, its round eyes appeared even clearer, and it promptly seized Lin Shou's repair toolbox. The toolbox was large enough to contain Squirtle, which clearly struggled to hold it like Lin Shou did, ultimately resting it atop its smooth head in a rather comical fashion. Just then, MK2's mechanical arm began to twitch erratically, and the waterproof adhesive scribbled a series of unintelligible symbols on the pool wall. Squirtle tilted its head, curiously fixated on the flowing lines, its tail swaying rhythmically. Do not mind that for now. You can repair it later, Lin Shou said, lifting the little turtle onto his shoulder as he focused on securing the three patrons. In the distance, the three youths crouched at the edge of the rusted battle platform, tentatively scanning the faded rule board with their phones. Lin Shou then noticed the crest of Odyssey Academy embroidered on their school uniforms, realizing that students from this prestigious institution were essentially walking wallets. Suddenly, the prospect of 50 Alliance coins seemed rather meager. Equipment adjustments complete, Lin Shou exclaimed, abruptly pulling the power switch. With a creak, the long-neglected transformer emitted a mournful wail, and sparks flew from the gap in the protective net, igniting a pile of dry leaves in the corner. The red-haired youth gazed at Lin Shou, who approached calmly amidst the flames, and suddenly perceived an air of a reclusive sage about the proprietor, wreathed in wisps of smoke. Ding! Triggered temporary quest. Awe of the novice trainer. Objective: win 3 battles through unconventional means. Reward: unlock terms based on the level of astonishment. Lin Shou had initially intended to continue repairing the pool, but the allure of the system's rewards was undeniably enticing. On another note, these 3 students are paying to rent the space. Would my abrupt actions not frighten them away? While Lin Shou pondered this dilemma, the leading red-haired youth approached once more, tentatively inquiring with a tone of admiration, "Boss, do you offer training partner services?" "Oh, how fortuitous. Akin to a pillow arriving just as one feels drowsy. Splendid," Lin Shou exclaimed. "Indeed, we do have such services, though my Pokémon are currently away on a trip, leaving only Squirtle with me." He gestured to Squirtle, whose head was buried in the repair toolbox. For reasons unknown, the red-haired youth felt that the proprietor's gaze was somewhat peculiar. "Not to worry, boss. The 3 of us are all freshmen, each possessing merely 1 novice-level Pokémon." He spoke with a hint of bashfulness. "Besides, Squirtle is quite a rare Pokémon in itself. Yours must have already reached an average level, I presume?" "Novice. Average. I remain in the realm of clear skies and white clouds," Lin Shou thought, his mind swirling with questions, yet he could not reveal his confusion. After all, he bore a heavy idle burden at this moment. Asking further would undermine his professionalism. Clearing his throat twice, he endeavored to mimic the tone of a rather oily middle-aged man he had once encountered. "Since you mention it, let me test your knowledge. What are the various levels of Pokémon?" The question proved too simple. The 3 students spoke in animated unison, and Lin Shou finally grasped the concept. Due to the real world lacking real-time feedback on Pokémon levels, the Alliance had implemented a more rudimentary classification system, which was as follows. Novice level, newly hatched Pokémon, roughly corresponding to level 5. Average level, Pokémon with basic combat abilities, roughly corresponding to level 15. Elite level, stronger Pokémon capable of handling complex battles, roughly corresponding to level 25. Gym leader level, Pokémon that can stand on their own, roughly corresponding to level 35. Quasi-champion level, Pokémon nearing the champion level, exhibiting formidable strength, roughly corresponding to level 50. Champion level, top-tier Pokémon capable of contending with champion-level Pokémon, roughly corresponding to level 65. Regional champion level, Pokémon of extraordinary strength, roughly corresponding to level 80. Excellent. It appears you have already grasped some foundational knowledge at school, Lin Shou remarked, maintaining a composed facade while offering praise to the diligent students. Glancing at Squirtle, currently at level 10, he concluded that it indeed appeared to fit within the quasi-average classification without issue. Understanding that success hinged on this moment, he cryptically inquired, "What about your Pokémon? Release them, so I may observe." Drawing upon his years of gaming experience, Lin Shou knew that a bit of casual banter could easily persuade these 3 naive patrons. "Very well," the students replied in unison. With a flash of red light, their 3 Pokémon materialized on the training platform. Chapter 4. The gym leader warms up. Lin Shou, relying on the system, took a keen look. Well, it seems they are indeed affluent trainers. The leading red-haired youth's Pokémon materialized. Riolu, fighting type, level 7. Weaknesses: Flying X2, Psychic X2, Fairy X2. Ability: Unyielding Heart. When a Pokémon with Unyielding Heart is in a state of fear, its speed increases by 1 stage. Second male student, Steelix, genderless, Steel Psychic type, level 5. Weaknesses: Ghost X2, Dark X2, Ground X2, Fire X2. Ability: Light Metal, hidden ability. A Pokemon with the light metal ability has its weight reduced to half of its normal weight. Third female student, Herdier, Fire type level 6. Weaknesses, Ground X2, Rock X2, Water X2. Ability, Intimidate. When a Pokemon with the Intimidate ability enters the battle, the attack power of all opponents within range decreases by 1 stage. All three are exceedingly rare Pokemon, and if one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that Steelix's hidden ability is quite lackluster. However, some individuals have a penchant for the peculiar. It varies from person to person. As the adage goes, there are no worthless Pokemon, only inept trainers. Lin Shou turned his gaze to see the red-haired youth's eyes, which clearly conveyed that they were eager for his admiration. Well, impressive, but my Squirtle is at a higher level. Such a battle holds no significance for you, he remarked. Just as the red-haired youth was about to retort, Lin Shou continued, how about this? I shall personally battle with these 3 Pokemon. Huh. The red-haired youth nearly bit his tongue. You mean, you will participate yourself? Indeed. Consider this a complimentary session. Lin Shou suddenly grabbed a plumbing snake from beside him. However, we advocate for quality education. So let us commence with a lesson on equipment safety. Before the 3 students could process what was happening, Lin Shou had already swung the hook, ensnaring the rusted protective net. With a piercing sound of tearing metal, the entire wire mesh descended upon Herdier like a net ensnaring prey. First lesson. Lin Shou slid across the leaking pipe to stand before Lucario, utilizing the battlefield environment, and abruptly lifted the manhole cover, unleashing a foul sludge that had fermented for 3 months, splattering the fighting-type Pokemon. As the red-haired youth screamed while rummaging for an antidote, Lin Shou had already wrapped himself in insulating tape, resembling a mummy. He charged towards Steelix with a live transformer in tow. Second lesson. Tactical deception. ZZZZ. The high-voltage electricity coursed through Steelix and into the damp ground, causing smoke to erupt from the 3 student sneakers. Steelix ricocheted off the ceiling, ultimately landing precisely in the vending machine that Squirtle was repairing. 20 cans of long-expired milk burst forth, transforming Steelix into a dessert sculpture. Finally, the practical exercise commenced. Lin Shou suddenly produced a female bunny costume left behind by the previous owner. As Herdier instinctively unleashed its biting move, he deftly placed the costume's headpiece over Lucario's face, while sharp claws sliced the pink bunny ears into popcorn. Seizing the opportunity, Squirtle activated the newly repaired sprinkler system. Whoosh! Foam mixed with cleaning agents erupted from all directions, causing Steelix to stumble amidst the soap bubbles, resembling a creature tossed into a tumble dryer. Battle concluded. Lin Shou intentionally refrained from contemplating the ensuing maintenance tasks, elegantly sidestepping the mud on the ground, and patted the shoulders of the 3 students, saying, of course, this training session was complimentary. Next time, it will cost you 200 league coins per match. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, boss. The 3 eager youths immediately stood at attention. Lin Shou lowered his head to mask his embarrassment, bent down to scoop up Squirtle, and dashed away. If he lingered any longer, his dignity would be thoroughly compromised. These 3 were merely naive students, easily deceived due to their innocence and affluence. Had an adult been present, the establishment would have likely been in disarray. Ding. Temporary task completed. Awe of the novice trainer. Reward. Blue entry. Momentum cloak. Retain 1 HP when on the brink of fainting. Ding. Defeated Lucario. Gain skill. Aura Sphere. Unleashes a wave of aura energy towards the opponent, guaranteed to hit. Ding. Defeated Steelix. Gained white entry. Psychic resistance 5. Ding. Defeated Herdier. Gained white entry. Fire resistance 5. Satisfied with his haul, Lin Shou nodded approvingly. 1 skill and 2 white entries. It was not in vain that he had put his pride on the line to challenge the youths. After the exhilarating battle, Lin Shou discovered he had leveled up to level 6, with balanced growth in his physical attributes. If I reach level 100 one day, it seems I could truly measure myself against champion-level Pokemon, he mused. The thought of proclaiming, is Pokemon not a mere triviality? Before rolling up his sleeves and charging into the fray was almost too much to bear. With the Pokemon incapacitated, the 3 students found little reason to remain. Seemingly satisfied with their time there, each recharged a membership card worth 1,000 league coins before departing. As he surveyed the now tranquil training hall, Lin Shou suddenly felt that the pace of today's battles had been rather swift. If only he could have kept them around a bit longer. Perhaps their next payment would come a few days earlier. Ding. Infrastructure 1, 3. Repair of the outdoor swimming pool completed. Reward 1. Second-hand treadmill. Continuous use may increase speed. 1. Reward 2. Shower room repair completed. Squirtle's progress was evidently swifter than Lin Shou's own. Having completed the pool repairs before sunset, yielding a daily revenue of 3,000 league coins. Lin Shou gazed blissfully at his league coin balance, finally scooping Squirtle into his arms for an affectionate kiss. "Oh, Squirtle, you are truly my lucky star." Though Squirtle was delighted, it remained preoccupied with contemplating how many more repairs the training ground required, understanding that this was part of its growth. Ding. Infrastructure, 2. 3. Repair of the damaged protective net. Remaining time, 475,959. Reward, random secondhand training equipment 1, 5,000 league coins. The system sent another prompt, prompting Lin Shou to turn his gaze towards the already dilapidated protective net, which had just endured further degradation due to his antics. This is certainly beyond the capabilities of an amateur. It was uncertain whether the white entries granted to Squirtle were still effective, nor did he know the specific standards for completion of repairs. Nevertheless, he resolved to allocate 2 days for the task, intending to search for video tutorials online the following day. By following the steps methodically, he believed it would merely be a matter of time before he restored it. Chapter 5. The new employee arrives uninvited. The next day, after an overnight crash course in repair knowledge via videos, Lin Shou crouched at the breach in the protective net, clutching the insulating tape he had procured from the secondhand market. Squirtle was directing MK2 in transporting rolls of rusted wire, its short claws gesturing as if conducting a symphony. Ding. A sudden system alert nearly caused Lin Shou to tumble into the pool. Logically, no prompts should have appeared at this moment. A pale blue light spread across the protective net, revealing words that sent tremors through his pupils. Special event. Uninvited guest. Duration, 30 minutes. Suggested preparations. At least 2 purple entries, 1 gold entry. Reward, unknown. What on earth is the system up to? Lin Shou grasped Squirtle by the scruff of its neck, bringing it before him. "We currently lack even a semblance of proper protective equipment, and you've already initiated the city defense mission?" Suddenly, the surface of the pool began to roil violently. It was then that Lin Shou noticed a miniature radar appearing in the lower right corner of the system interface, a crimson dot rapidly approaching from 3 kilometers away. "First, let us address the protective barrier," Lin Shou directed Squirtle. "Try using your skills." The water gun enveloped a wrench and struck the shower room, beginning to ricochet. Lin Shou watched helplessly as the newly repaired shower heads collectively turned, spraying a crooked SOS pattern onto the protective net. With no time to berate Squirtle for its unintended assistance, Lin Shou scooped it up and began to flee frantically outside. Knowing they were fated to lose, was it not permissible to execute a strategic retreat? Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the training ground, an ear-piercing alarm blared from his system radar, and a vivid red warning exploded across his retina. Mythical level fluctuations detected. "This is bad." Lin Shou collapsed with Squirtle in his arms. A searing shockwave overturned the rusty metal roof, and a half-red, half-white figure emerged amidst the billowing waterproof fabric. Boom. Latias? Lin Shou's exclamation was swallowed by the explosion. The mysterious Pokémon halted mid-air, pivoting, as a polygonal barrier materialized in the wake of its wingtip. The pursuing purple energy orb collided with the barrier, exploding into plasma that scorched MK2 to a charred black. "Is this a psychic attack?" Lin Shou stared at the system's analysis of the move's data. Ding. System grants ancient device, 97 damage. Immediate activation recommended. Before Lin Shou could react, Squirtle frantically gestured at his lower leg, following the direction of its tiny claw. He observed that the storage cabinet in the southeast corner of the training ground was vibrating at a high frequency, its contents being expelled. Recognizing the unusual phenomenon at that location, the ancient device bestowed by the system was surely situated there. Lin Shou rolled and crawled toward the storage cabinet, gritting his teeth as he grumbled, "Why place the item so far away? Might as well just finish me off." With a slap, as his palm pressed against the rusted control panel, the entire training ground's foundation suddenly began to rumble. A circular device rose from the bottom of the pool, and a hexagonal crystal force field enveloped everyone within. The external sounds of explosions became muffled, the purple energy orbs creating spiderweb-like ripples on the surface of the force field. Lin Shou paused, astonished by the sophistication of it all. He was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. He understood that this was the kind of S-level training ground that required significant investment. In that moment, the world fell silent. Lin Shou and Squirtle gazed skyward at the silent fireworks blooming above them, reflecting on how they had managed to survive this ordeal. Yet, he pondered whether the system would acknowledge his involvement in this extraordinary event. On another note, receiving a piece of junk was better than nothing. Lin Shou mused with a hint of bravado. Ding. Special event. Ended. Host status. Survived. Distributing rewards. Reward. Unknown. Lin Shou's face fell into a look of disappointment. An unknown reward was hardly different from receiving a thank you for participating coupon at a beverage stand. The rusted training ground trembled slightly within the energy force field. Lin Shou's fingers still lodged in the crevice of the control panel. The hexagonal crystal barrier began to dissipate, and fragments of blue luminescent dust floated through the air. Click! The sound of a mechanical lock disengaging echoed from deep within the storage cabinet. Lin Shou pried open the deformed energy block packaging and discovered a diamond-shaped crystal lying within. Its surface swirling with data patterns. Detected ancient guardian token damaged. First stage reward. Entry synthesis function unlocked. Oh, so it's not just a consolation prize, Lin Shou remarked, tucking the crystal into his pocket. He couldn't shake the feeling that being given an unknown item was akin to how his former boss would bamboozle challengers with supermarket promotions and plastic badges. Upon looking up again, he saw that Latiez's figure had transformed into a streak of light. Lin Shou barely caught a glimpse of a red afterimage darting across the pool, refracting a rainbow-like halo under the setting sun. Wait, he chased to the training grounds entrance, only to find a few crystalline feathers drifting down. Squirtle emerged clutching a toolbox, pointing at the sky and calling out, "Squirtle." Following its gaze, Lin Shou noticed a flickering red light hidden within the clouds, which soon vanished from sight. Forget it. Let's clean up this mess. He turned to face the disarray of the training ground. MK2 was still emitting smoke. The SOS pattern on the protective net stood out starkly, and the water in the pool had receded to half its original volume. Clang, clang, clang. Zzz. The next morning, Lin Shou was jolted awake by a piercing metallic scraping sound. He sprang from his bed, hastily donned his clothes, and rubbed his eyes as he rushed to the training ground. A red-haired girl had unexpectedly appeared in the training hall, attempting to reattach the mechanical arm of MK2. Lin Shou warily inquired, "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl turned, revealing a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm here to apply for a job. I heard you're looking for a maintenance worker." She wore oil-stained overalls, her hair pulled back into a neat ponytail, with peculiar diamond-shaped earrings adorning her earlobes. Wait a moment, when did I say I was hiring? Before Lin Shou could finish his thought, the girl produced a stack of certificates. "This is my mechanic's license. And I also have a Pokémon care qualification certificate. Oh, and this," she pulled out a crumpled flyer that read, "Urgently hiring a jack of all trades, includes meals and accommodation." Lin Shou accepted the flyer, recognizing it as a recruitment advertisement left by the previous owner, dated 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Back then, I was lounging on the couch at home on Blue Star, sipping on ice-cold cola. Just as he was about to decline, Squirtle suddenly clung to the girl's leg, pointing at the transparent compartment in her toolbox, which contained energy blocks. "Look, your Pokémon really likes me." The girl knelt down, pulling a specially made energy block from her pocket. "This is homemade, infused with moo milk and orange berries." Squirtle's eagerness was so palpable that it made Lin Shou hungry just watching it. After all, he had been gnawing on compressed biscuits for several days. Just yesterday, he had been contemplating using the 3,000 Alliance coins he received to improve his meals, only for that calamity to occur. Chapter 6. The Ambition of the Protective Net. Squirtle swallowed the energy block in one bite, blissfully squinting its eyes. Lin Shou, exasperated, regarded the girl who had become so familiar so quickly. "What's your name?" "Latina." She stood up, brushing off the dust from her overalls. "By the way, I just fixed the shower's plumbing and replaced the energy core of MK2. It was then that Lin Shou noticed the changes in the training ground. The shower head no longer leaked. MK2's mechanical arm moved fluidly. And even the rusty iron door had been repainted. "Wait a minute, I remember locking the door. How did you get in?" As he spoke, Lin Shou's gaze fell upon Squirtle, who was preparing to make a stealthy exit. Good heavens, one must guard against the household thief even more than external threats. "What are your salary expectations?" he asked cautiously. It was evident that such a high-caliber talent might be beyond the capacity of his humble establishment. "Meals and accommodation will suffice." Latina winked. "I have a keen interest in ancient machinery. I heard you have." Before she could finish her sentence, MK2 suddenly went haywire, its mechanical arm flailing wildly. Latina dashed forward, opening the control panel with her bare hands. One of the components is installed incorrectly." Lin Shou felt an unsettling dissonance. Just yesterday, a fierce battle involving divine beasts had transpired, and today, a girl with red hair had suddenly appeared. Was he to be considered a fool? Yet, he could not speak too definitively. What if she was not yesterday's Latias, but merely an innocent girl intrigued by ancient machinery? The offer of no salary, along with free meals and accommodation, was indeed quite tempting for Lin Shou. It was worth noting that when he had traversed into this world as a young man without any prospects, he had been required to pay a salary of 2,000 alliance coins on the condition of receiving meals and lodging. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Latina lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. Would you like to try the shower I just prepared? The temperature control function has also been restored, snapping back to reality. Lin Shou let out a dry laugh. Huh? No, thank you. Can you cook? The meals here might be a bit rudimentary. Latina tilted her head in thought. I can cook a little, but I specialize in making energy cubes. Would you like to try my specially crafted super delicious energy cubes? I guarantee you'll want more. Though the ingredients were clean, Lin Shou found the idea of consuming such items rather peculiar. In contrast, Squirtle, upon hearing the words energy cubes, immediately darted from the corner. Gazing longingly at Latina, with a resigned sigh, Lin Shou relented. All right, you can stay and give it a try. But I must warn you, our conditions are quite harsh. So don't regret it. Rest assured, boss, I can endure hardship. Latina patted her chest, smiling like a child. The conversation could have ended there, but Lin Shou, almost instinctively, confirmed once more, you truly do not want a salary? Latina, not quite grasping his intent, inquisitively asked, then how about you give me a little something? Her words immediately cured Lin Shou of his habitual rambling. His mind raced. Cough, cough, you can stay here and eat freely. Just tidy up the empty room for yourself. Once we earn some money, I assure you, I will not forget about you. As he spoke, Lin Shou discreetly activated the identification system for a quick check. However, the feature, capable of identifying all Pokémon, showed no response to her, leaving him feeling a slight disappointment. Latina bent down to fiddle with the control panel of MK2 and suddenly remembered a question she had yet to ask. By the way, boss, does this training ground have any special equipment? For instance, something excavated from ancient ruins? A jolt ran through Lin Shou as he instinctively touched the diamond crystal in his pocket, an ancient guardian's token rewarded by the system yesterday, which he had yet to study. Could it be that Latina was here for this? You mean that? The protective field is in the employee locker room. Feel free to check it out when you have time. Lin Shou feigned nonchalance. By the way, I actually have a tricky task for you. Complete it, and we can sign the employment contract right away. Latina's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is it? Lin Shou discreetly glanced at the system task. Basic construction, 2. 3. Repair the damaged protective net. Time remaining, 132,101. Reward, random secondhand training equipment 1, Alliance coin 5,000. The protective net of the training ground. Go ahead. I have faith in you. Once this task is completed, I will treat myself to a grand feast. Boss, have you heard of the civilian application plan for Tesla coils? She suddenly exclaimed, raising an electric welding gun, the sparks nearly scorching Lin Shou's freshly washed t-shirt. Lin Shou silently stepped back 2 paces. Do you really need to use military-grade equipment to fix a protective net? This is called a modular defense matrix. Latina effortlessly pulled out multicolored wires, converting the protective net into an electromagnetic barrier, complemented by my specially crafted. Before she could finish her sentence, Squirtle slipped and collided with the circuit breaker. Crack. The incomplete protective net suddenly stood upright, zapping the wild Doduo that happened to pass by, giving it a radical new hairstyle. The 3-headed bird Pokémon, now ruffled, angrily pecked at the iron gate, while Squirtle, frightened, tossed the wrench into the pool. Ding. Defeated Doduo, no entries gained this time. Is this considered extortion? Lin Shou commented, exasperated, as he observed the pink feathers wedged in the door crack. Oh dear, I'm going to end up as turtle soup today, he mused. Shaking Squirtle, who still had half of Latina's energy cube clutched in its mouth. With little else to occupy his time, Lin Shou settled beside Latina to watch her work. After all, no man could refuse the allure of mechanical-related videos, and he felt he could sit there for an entire day. Sometime later, Latina suddenly stood up excitedly. Boss, look, this is the optimal solution considering cost-effectiveness. As if to validate her statement, a familiar cacophony erupted outside. The Doduo, now sporting an explosive hairstyle, returned with over 20 companions, bombarding the protective net with their beaks, sending feathers flying like dandelion seeds. Just as Lin Shou began to smile with satisfaction at the impressive defense, he saw Latina pulling out tools to repair the net. Wait, what are you doing? Not enough energy, she cheerfully replied, removing the motor from the treadmill. In addition to the treadmill, I also need to borrow the water heater from the shower for a bit. Virum. As the training ground filled with the roar of the steam boiler, Lin Shou finally realized he had recruited a mechanical zealot. Had he inadvertently ushered in a transition from the electrical era to the steam age? Ding. Basic construction, 2. 3. Repair the damaged protective net, completed. Reward 1. Second-hand sandbag. Using it persistently can enhance strength, 1. Reward 2. Alliance coin 5,000. The novice task was completed without incident, and the protective nets of the pool, platform, and outer walls began to emit an eerie glow. Gazing at the dazzling lights throughout the yard, Lin Shou pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Let's turn it off for now." "Why?" Latina began to explain in detail. "Don't worry, boss. I've added a recognition function. Unless under malicious attack or manually activated, it won't harm any creatures. It consumes electricity." Lin Shou's succinct response silenced her explanation, prompting the girl to quietly deactivate the device. Ding. Basic construction, 3-3. Clean the decaying storeroom. Time remaining, 235,959. Reward, random secondhand training equipment 1, new battle arena 1. Today's work ends here. I never force overtime. Lin Shou waved his hand. Let us go celebrate with a grand feast for our new employee joining the training hall family. Squirtle Squirtle. Chapter 7. Buffet and the Storeroom Showdown. The neon sign advertising the all-you-can-eat hot pot was missing part of its lettering, yet bravely flickered in the night breeze. "Boss, is this what you call a grand feast?" Latina questioned, pinching the greasy edge of the flyer between her thumb and forefinger. The paper glimmered ominously under the streetlight, boldly proclaiming in bold letters, "Only 59 alliance coins per person. Free meal for successful challengers." Don't mind the details. I've researched this place extensively. Influencers on social media have even made speedrun guides. If we follow the steps, we'll be just fine, trust me. Latina was at a loss for words, pondering who had instilled such frugality in her boss. Lin Shou was busy stuffing Squirtle into a backpack emblazoned with the phrase, Bulbasaur Summer Camp, while the little turtle clung desperately to the shoulder strap, leaving 4 white scratches on the canvas surface. The rules stated that Pokémon were not allowed to assist. He flicked the turtle shell with his fingers, and Squirtle was in charge of cheering us on. Just look at its tail quivering with excitement. Latina rolled her eyes upon hearing this, and I sensed that was not its intended meaning. "Oh dear, let us go. This place is truly the epitome of value." Creak. Just as they stepped through the door, a suspended television broadcasted urgent news. An unidentified force field fluctuation had occurred in Water City Odyssey, calling on citizens to remain vigilant. Sizzle. The screen was abruptly cut off by a server, and the panda-masked manager emerged from behind the counter. "Welcome. You are the 2 challengers, yes?" His voice, deliberately raised, carried a raspy timbre, and the fraying thread at the right ear of his mask swayed gently with his movements, revealing the yellowed cotton beneath. "The rules of the challenge are quite simple." The manager brandished a half-meter-long slotted spoon, its handle glistening with a warm amber hue under the overhead lights. "Finish a massive double portion of hot pot within 2 hours, and that's it." The 2 challengers glanced over at the burly man at the adjacent table, who was fiercely battling with the spicy broth, sparks flying from his nostrils igniting the napkin. Just as Lin Shou had pulled Latina onto a plastic stool, a biomechanical waiter emitted a sound reminiscent of an old printer. Its rusty camera focused on the bulge in Lin Shou's pocket. The electronic eye's iris constricting to a menacing red, detected ancient civilization. No one could quite discern what the robot had uttered before its mechanical voice suddenly shifted to a piercing shriek. Smoke, tinged with a burnt aroma, began to emanate from the waiter's head, and electric sparks erupted from the neck joint. Crash. The entire hot pot restaurant descended into chaos. The hot pot before them began to autonomously add ingredients, and the liftable table suddenly sprang up, sending tripe darting like a dart into the ceiling. Squirtle curiously poked its head out from the bag, aiming its water gun at the spinning, flying frozen beef rolls. "No way, boss. Is this part of your restaurant's challenge?" Lin Shou gripped the wildly vibrating induction cooker. Phew. The hot pot suddenly spewed flames 3 meters high, singeing the panda manager's mask into a bald cap. Lin Shou struggled to fend off the incoming projectiles, turning to Latina. "How about we switch to another place?" Ding. The system task responded before Latina could. Hidden task triggered, Savior of the Food Street. Requirement: defeat the rampaging dining robots, 03. Reward: random golden attribute. Lin Shou caught a glimpse of the random golden attribute text for the task, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. Forget it, let us take a look. Just as an explosion from the kitchen sounded, Squirtle had already burrowed into the ventilation ducts. Latina detached a table leg to use as a crowbar, while Lin Shou brandished a frozen lamb roll as a shield, and the 2 of them navigated through the thick smoke towards the control room. Latina's earrings emitted a holographic keyboard. Her fingers danced upon it like butterflies. "Boss, give me 10 minutes. Lin Shou emitted a sharp explosive sound, but his body was already poised in a combat stance. 10 minutes? Even movies wouldn't let cannon fodder last that long. Crack. 3 rampaging meat-cutting robots broke through the wall, their blades slicing through pieces of lamb. Lin Shou activated, clapping surprise, and struck one of them, deftly opening the refrigerator door to block the other two knives. Seizing the moment, he slid to the preparation table, grabbing a jar of Sichuan peppercorns to sprinkle on the robot's optical lenses. Achoo! Latina, engrossed in cracking the system, couldn't help but sneeze. Boss, don't hit the allies. Lin Shou had no time to look back, launching the jar of peppercorns in a beautiful jump shot. The ceramic jar exploded above the robot's optical lenses, sending brown powder swirling in the cold air. Taking advantage of the mechanical arm's erratic flailing, he poured the entire bottle of chili sauce into the energy compartment, the dark red liquid seeping into the core processor. "Ah, my restaurant, what is happening?" The hot pot restaurant owner exclaimed just as Lin Shou swung a metal mop pole, sweeping through the chaos. Task completed. Obtained golden attribute. Technical expert increases the power of low-damage moves when attacking. As the system notification chimed, Latina finally wiped the sweat from her brow and pressed the enter key. All the robots ceased their assault, their rusty joints suddenly engaging in a comical tap dance. Knives and slotted spoons clattering on the ground to the rhythm of the Blue Danube. "Congratulations on completing the challenge," the panda manager said, maintaining a stiff demeanor. "You have a lifetime exemption from this establishment. Please, do not return." Latina crossed her arms, nodding in satisfaction, as if she had helped the hot pot restaurant owner overcome the greatest crisis of his life. Lin Shou's gaze discreetly darted to her earrings. The news had mentioned an unidentified force field fluctuation in our Odyssey city. After such a tumultuous experience, Latina's mind was consumed with thoughts of food, rendering her incapable of contemplating anything else. "This is terrifying. Let us buy something to eat at home." To expedite their departure, the hot pot restaurant owner, without batting an eye, gifted them half a box of shrimp rolls and a frozen lamb roll, enough for several hearty meals at home. After joyfully concluding their hot pot feast, Lin Shou felt that the training facility should also be set on the right path. Thus, he clapped his hands to draw their attention. "Everyone, let us check the underground storage room. If the work is light, we'll clear it out today." Latina and Squirtle had no objections, as the entire area of the training facility exuded a peculiar odor that was indeed quite disruptive to their daily lives. Basic construction, 3-3. Clear the rotting storage room. Remaining time, 210529. At the end of the corridor, the tungsten bulb flickered pitifully, casting a cobweb-like shadow upon the surface of the storage room's iron door. The rust on the door handle shimmered in an eerie peacock green, reminiscent of a totem from some ancient civilization. Standing before the iron door of the storage room, Lin Shou began to regret his earlier decision. The musty odor seeped through the cracks, nearly causing him to retch from the dinner he had just consumed. Squirtle covered its nose with its paw, while Latina excitedly calibrated the metal detector she had just assembled. "Boss, can you smell that?" She suddenly leaned closer to the door lock. "This is the aroma of historical sediment. No, this is the scent of expired energy cubes fermenting." As Lin Shou swung the fire axe, the blade collided with the door latch, sending forth a shower of orange-red sparks. "Prepare the gas masks. Never mind, this will have to do." He tore open 2 packs of fragrant sachets and stuffed them between the 2 layers of his mask, while Latina mimicked him, breaking orange peels into small pieces and stuffing them up her nostrils. Boom. The moment the iron door collapsed, it unleashed a wave of rot, and swarms of circular mages surged forth from the crack. The sound of larvae slamming against the protective net resembled popcorn popping in a hot oil pot. The cacophony intermingled with the charred scent of proteins. Ding. Defeat 37 circular mage larvae. Obtain white attribute, bug resistance 5. Is this a buy one, get 37 free deal? Lin Shou brandished a broom to swat away the last few larvae, the beam of his flashlight piercing through the darkness. "All right, let us get to work." Ding ding clang clang. After a flurry of activity, all the garbage was tossed into the street-side bin. Squirtle used its water gun to wash away the stains, while Latina inspected and purchased the necessary replacement wiring materials. Ding. Basic construction, 3-3. Clearing the rotting storage room network, completed. Reward 1. Secondhand meditation device. Persistent use can enhance special attack, 1. Reward 2. Underground storage room renovation. This isn't bad. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shou, Latina, and Squirtle were abruptly ejected. The storeroom was enveloped in a white light akin to that of the previous shower room, with words appearing at the periphery that only Lin Shou could perceive. Under maintenance. Countdown 23:59:32. Having encountered such a wondrous phenomenon, Latina, though silent, could hardly conceal her excitement. Chapter 8. A heartfelt recommendation from the artificial intelligence. The emergency light at the corridor's end cast a warm orange glow upon Latina's face, as her toes ground a fragment of round magebug wing into the fissures of the tiled floor. The antenna of the metal detector bent behind her ear in an obsequious arc boss. She elongated the final syllable longer than the range of a Squirtle-S water gun. As Lin Shou lifted his gaze, the back of his neck collided with a dripping ventilation duct. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This was the same demeanor his sister exhibited when asking him for something in his past life. "Do you think I'm working diligently today?" As he swallowed, the movement wrinkled his collar. "Not bad. Just speak your mind. Didn't you say I could choose any place to stay?" Latina suddenly leaned forward. Upon realizing that Latina was inquiring about this matter, Lin Shou instantly relaxed his guard. "Yes, you may choose freely. Then I shall take this underground storeroom," Latina declared, pointing at the sphere of white light before her. Lin Shou's sigh echoed thrice as it reverberated through the ventilation duct. There was little he could do. The system was rather inconsiderate, having just tidied up the storeroom only to evict them for a map update. However, upon further reflection, even if she were to see everything, he would not suffer any losses. The items provided by the system were mere data. Should she suddenly abscond, she would be unable to take anything with her. Moreover, considering the crystal in his pocket, the purpose of which remained unknown, he pondered that it might be best to relinquish this area to her for research, as any discoveries would surely benefit them both. "All right, you shall be responsible for managing this space. However, you see that this room is inaccessible today, perhaps tonight." Thud. The sound of the waterproof blanket unfolding interrupted his words. Latina solemnly laid out the blanket as if covering an experimental subject with a white cloth, then retrieved a luminous alarm clock from her toolkit, an item perilously modified into a Geiger counter. Once everything was arranged, she reclined on the floor and began to feign slumber. Never mind." Lin Shou was at a loss as to how to respond to this situation. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and returned to his room. The following day, Lin Shou experienced an exceptionally restful sleep. The maintenance work at the training grounds had been entirely delegated to Squirtle and Latina, granting him ample time to contemplate how to generate income moving forward. Currently, he owed 2 years' worth of rent to the landlord, conservatively estimated at 500,000 Alliance coins, in addition to various other expenses. The sporadic earnings of 2,000 to 3,000 Alliance coins were utterly insufficient. Not to mention, there were still over a dozen customers with remaining balances on their recharge cards, requiring continued service. "System, oh system, do you have any swift means to acquire wealth?" Ding. Detected the host's inquiry regarding rapid income avenues, now analyzing based on specific circumstances. Specific analysis results are as follows. 1. Psyduck Gold Miner Scam. Claiming to have discovered Psyduck using psychic powers to extract golden pearls in a live stream from Tsukimi Mountain. In reality, it employs magnemite to attract iron sand coated in gold paint, with a success rate of 20. 2. Ditto Counterfeit Bill Printing Factory, utilizing Ditto to transform into banknote templates, with a success rate of 8. 3. Hypno Munchlax Casino Cheating Course, using Hypno to induce confusion in opponents during gambling matches, with a success rate of 35. 4. Grimer Demolition Squad for illegal structures, employing Grimer to corrode the exterior walls of abandoned warehouses and feigning the discovery of ancient Pokémon ruins to sell tickets, with a success rate of 50. 5. Magikarp Leap Drug, selling a counterfeit secret potion laced with stimulants, claiming it can instantly evolve Magikarp, with a success rate of 65. 6. Politoad Network Troll Studio, utilizing Politoad to flood the internet with praise for their training grounds, with a success rate of 15. Risk warning. Probability of being apprehended by Miss June Xia, 999. Probability of being poached by villains, 80. Probability of being encountered by righteous individuals and facing justice, 200. They may even traverse time and space to intervene. It is advised to earnestly work as a temporary caregiver for Miss Joy, at least allowing for legal interactions with Chansey, success rate 100, including a trial pack of healing ointments and a corgi pup. Lin Shou regarded the increasingly ludicrous recommendations and mused that the advent of artificial intelligence replacing humans still had quite a way to go. "You're dismissed. No need for your presence. Understood. Summon me should you require assistance." To be frank, the notion of establishing a troll studio with Politoad was quite enticing to Lin Shou. The dilemma, however, lay in where to procure a Politoad. Could live streaming be a viable approach? Lin Shou mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "Boss, where are you? We've come to rent the venue again." The sound of the iron gate being pounded startled the doves sheltered beneath the eaves, as 3 pairs of mud-stained sneakers rhythmically tapped on the tiled floor in a state of urgency. The students' pupils dilated as they followed the movement of their gaze. The newly installed holographic projector in the training grounds was displaying a standard skill demonstration video, while the scent of disinfectant wafted through the air conditioning, lifting the safety guidelines affixed to the wall, ultimately freezing on Squirtle, who was applying lubricant to the treadmill. "Boss, it's only been a day since we last visited, and your place has completely transformed. You said you weren't renovating." As a smile began to form at the corner of Lin Shou's mouth, he heard a girl beside him add, "But after your renovations, it seems not much different from other training grounds." Huh. Lin Shou's smile froze in place. "Yeah, boss. Does this mean we can still experience immersive practical training?" Lin Shou, not at all. The bullets he had personally fired 2 days prior had now turned back to strike his own forehead 2 days later. It seemed that misleading children could prove disadvantageous, as one could never predict the peculiar questions they might suddenly pose. Indeed, Lin Shou nudged Squirtle, who was watching the commotion, with his shoe, signaling it to hasten and seek out Latina for a solution. However, as he lifted his gaze, he caught a glimpse of Latina peeking from the ventilation duct, signaling, "Received." Her hand still dusted with cobwebs. "Let us hold off on these 3 customers for now. If they demand a refund later, the improved living conditions will revert to their former state. Your fundamentals are still lacking. Last time was merely a demonstration of future developmental directions. Had I known that all skills are predicated on one's own capabilities, one cannot achieve great distances without taking small steps." Upon hearing this lesson reminiscent of their school teachers, the students' eyes instantly sparkled, as if they had stumbled upon a martial arts secret. Seeing the effectiveness of his words, Lin Shou seized the opportunity to continue. "For instance, your Riolu is currently learning the metal claw skill, correct?" As soon as he spoke, the red-haired youth's eyes widened in astonishment. "Boss, you truly are an expert. You discerned that my Riolu is learning metal claw at a glance. Keep it low-key." "Keep it low-key." Lin Shou felt his tense nerves ease considerably. This was somewhat of a given. Riolu could learn metal claw at level 8, and the red-haired Pokémon was at level 7. One could easily make an educated guess. Lin Shou's advantage lay in his ability to see the specific levels of Pokémon, a feat unattainable by the indigenous people of this world through sheer effort. Ahem. I will state my conclusion directly. The metal claw skill holds little value in the later stages. It can serve as a playful tool in the early phases when you lack other skills. The peculiar remarks indeed left the young boys and girls momentarily stunned, prompting them to perk up their ears and attentively await what Lin Shou would articulate next. "First, let me ask, what is the fighting type fear?" Lin Shou inquired abruptly. "I know. It fears flying, psychic, and fairy types." Without a doubt, he continued. "In that case, what skills should we learn to combat flying types?" Once again, Lin Shou posed a question. The 3 students fell silent, as they had yet to strategize the developmental trajectory of their Pokémon, and the textbooks had not covered rarities like Riolu. Lin Shou, unfazed, continued to ramble on. Chapter 9. Advanced Planning for Pokémon. The holographic projection in the training ground refracted an icy blue glow in the eyes of the red-haired youth, while Lin Shou's fingertips deftly tapped away at the billing code beneath the counter. The clattering of the old mechanical keyboard perfectly masked by the hum of the central air conditioning. Regardless of the accuracy of his statements, he decided to gloss over it for the moment. Of course, it's Ice Punch. One thing Lin Shou did not mislead them on was that Riolu could indeed learn Ice Punch through a technical machine. As for the cost, let the wealthy fellows worry about that themselves. "Boss, how should the remaining skills be allocated?" the red-haired youth inquired again. "The rest is not something you should concern yourself with at this stage," Lin Shou replied, patting his shoulder. "Wait until Riolu evolves into Lucario and reaches gym leader level before pondering that." The red-haired youth remained silent, promptly handing Lin Shou a payment of 100 lead coins. Lin Shou's previously indifferent demeanor shifted instantly, and he hastily remarked, "Since you wish to know, I shall share some personal insights. I believe Lucario, as the physical attacker of your team, must unleash formidable damage. With the 4 primary skills of Close Combat, Meteor Mash, Ice Punch, and Final Gambit, it will be a direct annihilation. Moreover, these skills do not require technical machines. They can be gradually mastered through leveling up." As he concluded, Lin Shou added, "Of course, you may also explore learning other skills, but I hope to emphasize these 4. The red-haired youth silently committed these names to memory, determined to study them diligently upon returning home. Sensing that merely mentioning these 4 names might be a bit of a ruse, Lin Shou continued, "Focus on enhancing your speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Equip your Pokémon with a choice scarf and aim to knock out your opponent with a single blow. If that fails, strike again." The red-haired youth contemplated this, realizing that according to the boss's reasoning, He would only be investing in the Ice Punch technical machine and the choice scarf. Calculating the costs, he deduced that 500,000 league coins would suffice. Lin Shou had no inkling that his casual remarks would lead a customer to the brink of spending such an amount, or else he might have faltered. Ding. Received 100 from League Pay. Lin Shou turned to find the other two students eagerly scanning the payment codes, seemingly enjoying Lin Shou's continued rambling. Well then, I shall head to training. Do you have any equipment here to enhance my Pokemon speed? The red-haired youth inquired impatiently. There's a marvelous treadmill inside. Go ahead. Lin Shou waved his hand. Just as he finished speaking, another thought crossed his mind. That treadmill had been modified by Latina. It should be fine, right? Boss. It's my turn. Wait, ladies first, right? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shou replied. The girl, fearing the boss might forget what Pokemon she owned, quickly released her Houndour from its Pokeball. Your Houndour may require a bit more investment, he stated. Ding. Received 100 from League Pay. Before Lin Shou could finish, he heard the notification sound of coins being deposited, and he quickly waved his hand to clarify. No. What I meant was that you need more technical machines. That's all right. The girl realized she had misunderstood, sticking out her tongue as she continued. Please, go on, boss. Aware that his account had just increased by another 100 league coins, Lin Shou's demeanor became somewhat obsequious. Both Will-O-Wisp and Protect require technical machines to learn, of course. I only provide advice and do not assist in solving issues. Once you evolve and automatically learn extreme speed, the skills will generally require no further adjustments. As for items, either a assault vest or safety goggles would suffice. Lastly, I would still recommend focusing on speed training. Before Lin Shou could finish his statement, the girl had already begun to search for the prices of the technical machines. Boss, I can acquire both Will-O-Wisp and Protect for just 1,000,000 league coins. But I can't find a source for extreme speed. How much? Lin Shou was taken aback. So, the technical machines are that valuable? You seem to know quite a bit. So surely you must know where to purchase extreme speed, right? Money is no object, the girl replied eagerly. Lin Shou felt he should be more reserved. This was indeed jeopardizing his aloof persona. I'll let you know if I find out, he replied nonchalantly. Turning around, he noticed the last spirited youth eagerly lifting his iron dumbbells. Thankfully, the weights could levitate on their own. Otherwise, they might have crushed the boy. Yours is the most expensive. You'll need to gather 4 more of similar levels for evolution. Yes, boss, I have 3 more at home. They are all my companions. The boy replied proudly. Lin Shou knew he was not from the same world as these affluent youngsters. You should find a way to change their abilities. Light metal is rather useless. Pure body would be much more advantageous. I simply thought a lighter weight would enhance speed, the boy retorted defensively. Your parents probably don't teach you these things, do they? No, they are all quite busy, only able to provide me with cold, hard cash. But that is not what I desire. You understand me, right, boss? I would like to give you a slap. Lin Shou actually wished to express his need for cold, hard cash. Your iron dumbbells cannot learn any skills right now. There's a sandbag over there. Go hit that for a while. Oh. After being astounded by the financial prowess of these 3 patrons, Lin Shou felt an even greater urgency to acquire funds, ideally to settle his rent first. Beep. Attention, please. Lin Shou, report to Training Station 1 immediately. Your Pokemon misses you dearly. Repeat, please, Lin. The voice of Latina echoed throughout the training ground. If not for this announcement, Lin Shou might not have even realized there was a broadcast room. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Shou dashed to the only opposing platform. At that moment, Latina and Squirtle stood with their hands on their hips atop the platform, gazing dramatically towards the ceiling, looking quite proud of themselves. Your postures suggest that something significant has transpired. Squirtle tugged at Lin Shou's leg, pushing him to the center of the battle platform. Before Lin Shou could inquire, they promptly activated the newly added control button in the corner of the battle platform. Virum. Lin Shou felt a flash before his eyes, and soon found himself in a dense jungle, standing alongside Latina. How does it feel, boss? Quite realistic, I assent it. Lin Shou meticulously examined his surroundings, sensing that he had been teleported to some realm. Wait, what is this situation? Didn't you say you needed immersive practical training? When the boss speaks, the subordinates run like the wind. I and Squirtle disassembled the meditation device and installed it on the battle platform, referencing some elements of the hypnosis skill mechanism. Are you implying that these scenes are merely figments of my imagination? Lin Shou found this utterly astonishing. Indeed, from the perspective of looking beneath the platform, one should be standing there, completely motionless. Latina elaborated, as the owner was particularly concerned about the repair issues of the battle platform, thus ensuring that future maintenance costs would not be exorbitant. The trainers and Pokemon on the platform believed they were engaged in a genuine battle, yet in reality, they were merely frolicking on stage. Wait a moment. What about the power consumption of this contraption? Lin Shou suddenly recalled a crucial question. Chapter 10. The emergence of new equipment in the gym. Observing Lin Shou's meticulous demeanor, Latina displayed an expression of understanding. Rest assured, boss, we can certainly afford it. She reassured. With a snap of her fingers, the Squirtle below received the signal to deactivate the device. The virtual jungle faded away like a pencil sketch erased by an eraser, pixelated fragments coalescing in the air into glistening snowflakes. The musty scent of the real world surged back into his nostrils, mingling with the acrid odor of an overloaded treadmill. Subsequently, the girl pointed toward the two Rilu furiously running on the treadmills. Latina gestured toward the northwest corner. Do you see those two silly dogs? Those two modified treadmills are emitting a roar akin to jet engines. Rilu's claws scraped the surface of the treadmill, creating orange-red sparks, while the tail of the Cardicog swung rhythmically like a metronome, each beat causing the electric meter's needle to jump half a notch. Lin Shou swallowed, noticing the LED display on the wall exuberantly displaying an exponentially increasing number. Current energy storage, 153. The spotlight in the training ground suddenly adjusted to its maximum brightness, casting his shadow against the wall, resembling an abstract crime profile. Lin Shou felt that this was somewhat unscrupulous. Customers paid to train here, yet they also had to generate electricity for the establishment. Nevertheless, he genuinely appreciated this setup. How much electricity could two treadmills generate? He mused that it would be more efficient to capture a couple of wild Pikachu and confine them for power generation. Lin Shou realized he had stumbled upon a blind spot. Observing the glimmer of admiration in Latina's eyes, he hoped that when she was eventually captured by Uncle Hat, she wouldn't implicate him as well. Just kidding. How could two treadmills sustain the gym's power supply? That scared me. So I gathered a group of wild Pokémon to help for free. Oh well, don't worry about it, boss. Latina, sensing it was unwise to continue this line of discussion, decided it was best if no one asked further. Lin Shou hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, does this battle platform only provide a virtual scene? Certainly not. Latina signaled Squirtle to turn on the switch, and the two entered the virtual space of the battle platform once more. Then, Latina produced a walkie-talkie. Squirtle, change the simulation mode. A faint hum resonated, and the surrounding scenery transformed. Noticing Lin Shou's unwavering gaze fixed on the walkie-talkie, Latina tossed it to him. A brainwave walkie-talkie. The sole device for communicating with the outside world. Lin Shou examined it for a while and attempted to speak into it, realizing that the Squirtle below did not respond. He then turned back to Latina. What you have is also a figment of imagination. The real brainwave walkie-talkie is at my collar in the real world. No wonder there was no reaction. It turned out he was merely holding a model. The instant the brainwave walkie-talkie activated, Lin Shou felt as though ants were crawling up his spine. The sunlight in the virtual space bore a unique granular quality, with the sound of dry leaves crunching beneath his feet precise to the decibel level. As the irritable Dajuo materialized from the data stream, its feather tips still bore the remnants of incomplete loading. Upon seeing this familiar companion, Lin Shou instinctively stepped back. Don't be afraid, boss. Everything is fake. Created for training battle skills. No harm will come to the real world. Latina's explanation made Lin Shou feel somewhat embarrassed. With a swift clap, he struck the small head of Dajuo, followed by a wave of energy that shattered it into sparkling fragments. Ridiculous, am I afraid of it? Latina sometimes perceived Lin Shou as a child who never matured, his points of concern perpetually peculiar. Unfortunately, every Pokémon required imagination to conjure, which was a considerable workload. Latina helplessly remarked, "This is precisely why I called you here, boss." Lin Shou awaited Latina's elaboration. You see, boss, Squirtle and I have numerous tasks for transforming the training grounds. If you have no other matters to attend to, please begin inputting your imagined Pokémon and skills here. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou felt that Latina had indeed chosen the right person. Ordinary Pokémon, divine beasts could be conjured in a heartbeat. No problem, leave it to me. But first, you must teach me how to operate this. Lin Shou assured, patting his chest. All right, please take care of this device as well. Returning to the real world, Latina handed Lin Shou a plain silver ring devoid of any patterns. Lin Shou casually slipped it onto his hand. What is this? An input device? No. This is a memory hall device. You can use it to recall all the Pokémon from your previous memories. Latina restrained herself from mentioning that it was due to concern that Lin Shou might forget the details. After saying this, she hurriedly took Squirtle and left. This equipment is rather advanced. Lin Shou rubbed the ring on his hand and donned a helmet connected to the battle platform's control panel. Just then, a thought struck Lin Shou. Wait, if it's not a Pokémon, can it still work? After all, it's all simulated. Thus, he inputted, Lin Shou, normal type, level 100. Health points, 444, 444. Attack, 372. Defense, 372. Special attack, 372. Special defense, 372. Speed, 372. Weakness, fighting type X2. Ability, multi-type. Attributes change according to imagination. Skills, all skills. Lin Shou cautiously glanced at the sky, confirming that no thunder was brewing above. Then, he began to chuckle. Alpaca, your stats are impressive, but now they're mine. Indulging in a moment of creating as a deity in the virtual world, Lin Shou felt it was not excessive. After all, he hadn't been struck by lightning. So he could consider it a tacit approval from the elder god of creation. Boss, what are you laughing about? 3 high school students approached and inquired. They noticed that the battle platform appeared somewhat different, suspecting that the boss had yet to reveal some intriguing features. Good news, immersive practical combat training is officially back. Are you interested? Lin Shou gestured toward the battle platform. You can challenge any Pokémon of equal level. Any Pokémon. The 3 high school students eyed Lin Shou skeptically. Boss, you must be referring to online virtual battles, right? We're tired of that sort of thing, and it doesn't really help in honing practical combat skills. Lin Shou hadn't anticipated that there were Pokémon games even within the Pokémon world. It seemed he would need to explore online in his spare time. No. Mine is different. Upon realizing what the high school students were referring to, Lin Shou hurriedly countered. Mine is immersive virtual combat, and it also includes pain feedback. Well, never mind. It's too tedious to explain. You'll understand once you step on. Saying this, Lin Shou directly pushed the 3 onto the battle platform. Alright, release your Pokémon. What battle environment do you prefer? Urban wasteland? The high school students tentatively responded. Indeed, brother, the package is available. Without much explanation, he promptly activated the battle platform. The 3 individuals, alongside their 3 Pokémon, stood there in a daze upon the arena, as if their very souls had been drained. Lin Shou fixated on the control panel, contemplating, let us start with 5 level 6 dojuos for a preliminary test. Buzz. From the perspective of the 3 students, the once bustling city of Odyssey had now devolved into a desolate wasteland, permeated with an air of decay and desolation. The towering skyscrapers of yesteryear now lay in tatters, teetering precariously. The edifices flanking the streets had been ravaged by time, their walls peeling away to reveal rusted steel frameworks within. The surrounding streetlights had long lost their brilliance, leaving only solitary poles standing forlornly. Billboards leaned askew on the ground, their advertisements faded and indistinct, barely recognizable. Is this too real? The girl's fingertips brushed against the crumbled concrete, the coarse texture of the simulated data sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly, her houndour erupted into a frenzy of barks at the air, where a stream of incompletely loaded code seeped through, akin to a wound in the electronic realm, bleeding profusely. No sooner had she spoken, 5 dojuos materialized before them, seemingly poised for an assault. Chapter 11. The investor demands increased difficulty. The bluish glow from the surveillance screen cast rippling shadows across Lin Shou's face as his bent fingers tapped out the rhythm of the Symphony of Fate on the edge of the console. The images of the 3 students, stumbling to evade, were fragmented into 12 screens, and Lin Shou mused that in 2 days' time, they would be ready to renew their subscriptions. After all, in this scenario where no recovery was needed, they could linger longer, and the balance on their membership cards would deplete at a swifter pace. However, he wondered if this would deplete power as well. Lin Shou turned his gaze to the treadmill, stepping onto it, and commencing his run. The holographic advertisement on the wall promptly displayed a gentle reminder. Your exercise today has converted to 0, 3 degrees of clean energy. Before long, several dojuos were thoroughly defeated, and the 3 clients emerged, brimming with excitement. Boss, your equipment is phenomenal. I doubt there exists such a device nationwide, no, globally. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou felt a wave of relief wash over him. What a joke. Had you seen it before, how would I profit? Lin Shou again marveled that recruiting Latina into the training facility was the wisest decision, proving to be more beneficial than the system itself. Boss, hurry. Let us have another round. It's still 100 alliance coins per match, right? The trio exclaimed eagerly, their enthusiasm palpable. The simulation was so lifelike that even the injuries they sustained during the battle had healed upon their exit. Lin Shou sensed that Latina might have omitted some crucial information. Although they had suffered no physical harm, he doubted their mental fatigue was non-existent. Why not head home to rest first? You don't seem to be in the best condition today. Ding 3. Alliance Pokémon received 2000. 3. The The chill of cold cash abruptly interrupted Lin Shou's words, leaving him unable to comprehend the thought process of the iron dumbbell youth, who claimed that the alliance coin was cold. This currency is absolutely marvelous. While Lin Shou pondered over conjuring some minor creatures for the trio to relish in their victories, the iron dumbbell youth suddenly proposed, "Boss, since we're all dealing with Pokémon of similar levels, let us ramp up the difficulty. No, let us maximize it." Lin Shou stared in disbelief at the reckless youth. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain. Hurry, time is money." The audacity of his words startled Lin Shou, who feared that his secretive charging methods had been exposed. He turned to the other two investors. "Do you share the same sentiment? Or would you prefer to challenge one at a time?" The red-haired youth rolled up his sleeves. "Boss, we are a team. We just honed our cooperative skills in battle. From here on, we advance and retreat as one." Lin Shou nodded in silence. Indeed, cooperative games are far more engaging than solitary endeavors. "Very well, since you insist, take this." With that, he retrieved 3 neurowave walkie-talkies from the drawer and handed them out. "What is this?" "This is a walkie-talkie that allows direct communication with me. If you're struggling, just let me know, and I will release you," Lin Shou elucidated. The children's inexplicable desire to win surged forth, and they seized the walkie-talkies. Leaping back onto the battle platform, they believed they had discerned the patterns of battle. This time, they would speed through in 10 minutes. Lin Shou glanced down at the control panel, pondering what backdrop to choose. Should it still be the urban wasteland? No. Let us switch it up to the grand stage of the World Championship Finals. The three seemed prepared, responding in unison. The youth of today certainly exhibit a plethora of creativity. Lin Shou chuckled as he adjusted his character panel to level 5 and activated the switch. Buzz. As a bright light enveloped them, the trio discovered they were indeed standing upon the World Championship Final stage. On this illustrious battleground of the Pokémon World Championship, brilliant lights cascaded like a shower of stars, illuminating the entire venue as bright as day. In the center of the massive circular stage lay a soft and opulent red carpet, resembling a sea of burning flames. Surrounding the stage's perimeter was a circle of exquisitely carved railings, adorned with gems that sparkled with mysterious radiance, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky. Beyond the railings surged the roars and cheers of the audience. At each corner of the stage stood 4 towering statues, seemingly poised to awaken from slumber and join the exhilarating battle at any moment. On the opposite side of the stage, a figure gradually emerged. "Huh, boss. What are you doing here?" the trio inquired, bewildered. Lin Shou, hearing their voices through the walkie-talkie, quickly clarified, "That is your adversary to defeat. Good luck, young warriors." "Huh." The trio exchanged glances, evidently still haunted by the unconventional fighting style of their boss from the last encounter. Sensing their apprehension, Lin Shou added, "Rest assured. This time it won't be an unconventional approach. I will engage you with standard Pokémon skills." "But how can a human utilize Pokémon skills?" The trio perceived a flaw in their reasoning. "This is a simulation, understand?" "A simulation," Lin Shou interjected. "Just treat him as a ditto that has transformed into my likeness." "Boss, I have one last question." Lin Shou, now considerably calmer, gently asked, "What question?" "This virtual character seems nearly 2 meters tall. In reality." The Lin Shou on the other end of the walkie-talkie fell silent for a moment before finally uttering, "That's none of your concern." As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual Lin Shou slowly opened his eyes, and dozens of golden stars began to float around him. "Quick, evade. This is Meteor Mash," the iron dumbbell youth instinctively shouted. The other two regarded him as if he were foolish. "Ah Xian, it's evident you haven't listened in class. Meteor Mash is an unavoidable skill. You can't dodge it. How is that possible? Although this skill tracks, there are still ways to counter it." "Then what is your solution, Longichen?" the iron dumbbell youth, named Ah Xian, retorted. The red-haired student, Longichen, took on the role of commander. "We'll have to take it head-on, while the boss hasn't unleashed his skill. Houndour will use Leer to lower his defense, and Riolu will employ Quick Attack to attempt to interrupt the assault. The iron dumbbell will use Tackle to add supplementary damage. Let us aim to finish this battle in 10 minutes. All right." Whoosh. Riolu left behind a shadow at its original spot, while its actual form appeared before the virtual Lin Shou, launching itself directly at his chest. The virtual Lin Shou's high-speed stars was unexpectedly interrupted. A splendid opportunity. Just as Lin Shou lifted his gaze, he met the eyes of his opponent, the Houndoom. At that moment, he activated Glare. A subtle blue light enveloped Lin Shou, indicating a reduction in his defenses. Simultaneously, the iron dumbbell, having flown over using its psychic abilities, successfully executed the tackle move. Quite impressive. Outside the battle arena, Lin Xiao silently nodded at the monitor. The combined skills of these three student Pokémon did not surpass his own, yet achieving this current state was already commendable. Nonetheless, the game had commenced. Lin Xiao smiled as he adjusted the settings, calibrating the skill release speed of Virtual Lin Xiao back to a normal state of 10. With the warm-up complete, Lin Xiao provided a side explanation regarding his height. Chapter 12, The Ultimate Torture Package. The biting cold of the virtual arena wrapped around them, mingling with the granularity of data streams, causing the trio to shiver involuntarily. Upon gazing forward, they sensed that this virtual boss seemed different from before. Houndoom, use Ember. The girl swiftly commanded her Pokémon. Just as Long Yichen and Xian were about to issue their commands, they suddenly realized that Lin Xiao had vanished from the stage. What skill did he employ? Where could he be? The three searched anxiously. Skills capable of making a Pokémon disappear in an instant are few, such as teleport, dig, or up in the sky. Long Yichen shouted, alerting the others. They beheld Lin Xiao, now adorned with a pair of translucent white wings, descending rapidly like a deity. Get out of the way. It's the move Fly. With a thunderous crash, Lin Xiao landed directly at the center of the trio of Pokémon. The shockwave from his dive sent them flying, with Riolu's paws carving a 5-meter-long trail of sparks upon the ground. Despite its ferocity, the attack did not inflict significant damage. One must leave some hope for others. If I were to eliminate them instantly, wouldn't the sponsors flee? Lin Xiao, observing from the monitors, smirked. While Lin Xiao reveled in the spectacle, the battlefield had ignited with fervor. Hold on, Riolu. Attack him, Long Yichen shouted. In a slow motion, Lin Xiao raised his head, and as his body quivered, he gradually split into two. Its shadow clone. The girl discerned instantly, just as she spoke. An eerie silence engulfed the virtual battlefield, the 12 clones forming a loop that flickered. Hearing the girl name the skill, the knowledge imparted during lessons miraculously resurged in Xian's mind. Only one of them was the true body. The other clones would not engage in attack. Riolu, use your aura sense to detect. The blue pup promptly closed its eyes. In its perception, it indeed discerned that only one clone possessed energy, the rest were mere illusions. With a swift motion, Riolu's fist struck the virtual Lin Xiao. We did it! Long Yichen exclaimed with exuberance. Riolu's claws tore through the data veil. Yet the hit on the virtual Lin Xiao caused it to suddenly inflate into a green plush doll. In the moment, the seams of the substitute doll burst. A torrent of zeros and ones erupted like cotton fluff. The virtual Lin Xiao had earlier expended a portion of his health to activate substitute, while the true virtual Lin Xiao crouched atop the tail fin of the Rayquaza statue. As long as I refrain from using offensive skills, the sponsors can enjoy the game a while longer, Lin Xiao nodded, pulling out his phone. This side seemed safe, and he intended to utilize this time to explore the battle game they had just mentioned. Unbeknownst to him, his assertion of not employing offensive skills was casting a deeper psychological shadow on the sponsors. The virtual wings behind him cocooned into a chrysalis, the healing light effect swirling around him like a swarm of fireflies. Why is the boss using Roost to recover? How underhanded. Let me see, I need to register here. After inputting his identity information, Lin Xiao finally entered the mobile game interface, adopting the ID of Team Rocket Boss Lin. To call this a game would not be entirely accurate. The initial level is Novice, comprising 10 ranks, followed by Beginner, also with 10 ranks, and subsequently Normal, which contains another 10 ranks. By battling continuously to reach the Normal level, one qualifies to participate in offline Pokémon battles. Before reaching the Normal level, players can use all non-legendary Pokémon for combat. However, after reaching the Normal level, the Elite rank necessitates the use of Pokémon that one genuinely owns in the real world. Lin Xiao engaged in this purely for entertainment, showing little interest in the ranked mode. After configuring 6 Pokémon, he initiated his first game of the day. The rank indicator swiftly flickered in his vision, transitioning from rusty bronze for Novice, cold silver for Beginner, to the sandy texture of Normal Gold. Ultimately settling on the Quasi-King Diamond badge, its sharply defined facets emanating an icy blue hostility. Why is it a Quasi-King rank? Whether it was luck or misfortune, Lin Xiao encountered a challenging opponent in his very first match. He was utilizing virtual Pokémon, while his adversary wielded real Pokémon, both sides fixed at the King level. As both parties revealed their rosters and began selecting 3 from the 6 for battle, the opponent hesitated, not clicking the Confirm button for an extended period. Shouldn't novice players use semi-legendary Pokémon? Why pull out such trash? On the other end of the phone, a girl curled up in a genuine leather gaming chair, her pink manicured nails scraping against the tactical tablet, producing a jarring sound. Her name was Ruby, and she specialized in tormenting those who believed that merely selecting powerful Pokémon would ensure victory over all novices. In reality, she wasn't alone. Many experts chose to challenge the novice players who blindly selected semi-legendary perfect Pokémon in this mode. After all, post-elite rank requires the use of one's own Pokémon. So why not engage in offline battles directly? True to Ruby's style, after defeating a semi-legend, she would unleash a series of taunts, such as, "Novices remain novices. Such strength in your hands is truly a waste." Or "Come on, put in some effort. At least take down one of my Pokémon to entertain me." Or "I estimate you'll only ever experience expensive Pokémon in the novice zone." Or in reality, "You must be a bug-catching boy with only 6 Caterpies. TCH. A novice who can't even recognize all Pokémon is truly wasting my precious time," Ruby thought, finding this battle exceedingly dull, unsure of what to taunt after her victory. Lin Xiao, too, was taken aback by the opponent's lineup. In this day and age, does someone truly possess an entire team of fairy-type Pokémon? Is it a reflection of the shallow understanding of battle tactics in this world, or is the quasi-king rank opponent merely inflated? The answer to this question would take Lin Xiao a long time to uncover. Unlike his original world, this realm, enriched by the existence of Pokémon, led everyone to subconsciously choose versatile offensive lineups when configuring their teams. After all, Pokémon in this world are companions, and most individuals do not frequently and drastically alter their teams. This resulted in trainers in the game being constrained by habitual thinking, generally refraining from deploying excessively outrageous lineups. Thus, Lin Xiao remained unaware that he was destined to become the most outrageous trainer in the world. The duel commenced, with Lin Xiao unleashing a creature resembling a giraffe adorned with a black hood, known as the Qilin. Its ability, Ruminant, allows it to consume a berry and subsequently regurgitate it for a second consumption in the following round. It bore the item, When You Fruit, which automatically activates when health drops below 50%, restoring a quarter of its health. Notably, in Japanese, Qilin translates to giraffe. Opposing him was a big mouth girl, a whimsical creature with the appearance of a yellow-haired girl, but with a large black mouth sprouting from the back of her head, reminiscent of a Venus flytrap. This fairy steel-type Pokémon possesses the ability Intimidate, which Lin Xiao discerned from the noticeable decrease in his Pokémon's attack power. The Qilin was relatively swift and promptly executed, Reflective Wall, conjuring a massive transparent barrier that would diminish the opponent's physical damage for 5 turns. With a resounding thud, Big Mouth Girl charged forward using the Steel-type move, Iron Head, inflicting a mere fifth of Lin Xiao's health. Realizing that its current attack strength was insufficient to overcome the opponent, most would likely resort to skills that enhance their attack power. A shimmering array of translucent blades began to orbit around Big Mouth Girl, signifying the execution of Swords Dance, a skill that significantly amplifies its attack. "Oh, Swords Dance is splendid. Ha ha ha," Lin Xiao smirked mischievously. The atmosphere thickened as 3 beams of light enveloped Big Mouth Girl, a result of Lin Xiao invoking Qilin*s ability one more time. For the next 3 turns, Big Mouth Girl would be restricted to using Swords Dance alone. The original skill it might have employed remained a mystery, as it was now bound to repetitively enhance its attack. With a hum, Big Mouth Girl's damage escalated once more, seemingly unfazed by the presence of a single Qilin, prompting no change in Pokémon from the opponent. "Humph, when I execute Swords Dance again, my damage will be sufficient to obliterate you. Your Qilin's life is as fragile as a candle in the wind," declared Ruby from the other end of the phone, brimming with confidence. Seizing the opportunity during the 3rd activation of Swords Dance, Lin Xiao decisively employed Switch, introducing the Balo Mushroom from his roster. A dependable silhouette appeared in the game interface. Before Big Mouth Girl could unleash her skill, a vibrant green powder enveloped her. This was the Mushroom Spore's ability of Balo Mushroom, which would induce a sleep state for 1 to 3 turns. The opponent chose not to switch Pokémon, seemingly willing to gamble on the bond shared with her creature. It is widely acknowledged that Pokémon with strong ties to their trainers typically awaken from sleep at the end of the 1st round. Unfortunately for her, the bond value was insufficient. As Big Mouth Girl succumbed to slumber for 3 turns, Lin Xiao had already unleashed a series of chaotic skills. The current state was as follows. Big Mouth Girl had sustained no damage over 7 rounds, while Balo Mushroom remained at full health, yet vulnerable like a flickering candle in the wind. Although the outcome appeared evenly matched, the journey had been nothing short of excruciating. Lin Xiao had not harbored any intention of securing victory. Rather, he relished in the tormenting of his opponent. Sensing that the rhythm of the battle was firmly in his control, he directed Bailu Mushroom to utilize its sole offensive skill. However, the opponent, unable to withstand such a torturous strategy, opted to switch Pokémon. As the mud bomb was hurled, a cerulean Sylveon emerged onto the battlefield. A wealthy magnate. Lin Shou exclaimed in surprise. Given the opponent's rank, the Pokémon utilized must have been registered in their collection, indicating that this affluent player indeed possessed a shiny Sylveon. Yet, why opt for a switch? The enhancements were still active, Lin Shou pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Though perplexed, he could only direct his pre-prepared skill, Mud Bomb, towards Sylveon. With a resounding explosion, the Sylveon, vulnerable to poison-type moves, lost a significant portion of its health, teetering on the brink of defeat. This was, in fact, a misstep on the opponent's part. Had they persevered with Big Mouth Girl, the poison-type attack would have inflicted no damage upon the Steel-type Pokémon. Lin Shou's execution of the skill was merely a slip of the finger. Perhaps realizing Lin Shou's formidable predictive abilities, the opponent, after a moment of silence, decisively chose to surrender. Ah, this is the allure of battle, Lin Shou mused, stretching while raising his phone. Battles are the domain of trainers. Victories and defeats can manifest beyond the battlefield, can't they? Suddenly, a notification chimed. A friend request box flashed on the game interface, rendering Starry Sparkle SID with an explosive nebula effect, each pixel pulsating with visible ire. It seemed evident that adding a player of near-kingly caliber to his friend list would elevate his own status. Upon clicking to accept, an avalanche of vitriolic messages from the opponent inundated him. Clearly, she was quite incensed. Since she couldn't prevail in the game, the opponent resorted to a verbal onslaught outside the arena. Lin Shou felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing that he could not shoulder the blame entirely. Since his arrival in this world, he had only begun to engage in Pokémon battles. Who could have anticipated that players here would not resort to dirty tactics, opting instead for magical confrontations? According to Lin Shou's own assessment, he had barely exerted himself before the opponent capitulated. Noticing his phone vibrating incessantly, Lin Shou tentatively sent the opponent an apologetic message. If I apologize, will you feel better? Once dispatched, the other party fell into silence. Oh, it seems she has forgiven me, Lin Shou nodded in satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to him, a dual-tailed girl, her cheeks flushed with rage, knelt on the carpet. Her light pink pigtails bouncing with every labored breath amidst the chaos of the room. The telekinetic waves from her, Sonido, levitated the remnants of her phone, the metallic fragments rotating as if disassembled from a genetic chain. I, Ruby, have never endured such humiliation in my life, defeated by a novice. A novice, no less. In such a manner. Oh, she gasped, choking on her words. Her blue, Sonido, mirrored her fury, embodying her outrage. Seemingly consumed by wrath, she shouted. What do you mean? If I apologize, will you feel better? I shall find him. I will make him pay. Filth. Novice. Commoner. Maggot. Lin Shou remained oblivious to the tempest brewing on the other side of the phone, feeling a chill creeping down his back. After indulging in a gaming spree, he abruptly recalled the 3 high school students still standing at their battle station, contemplating, this shouldn't pose too much of a problem, right? He hastily placed his hand on the emergency stop button, sensing that the trio's gaming session had reached its conclusion. As the peculiar glow on the battle station faded, the 3 individuals gradually regained their senses. Lin Shou, having neglected to observe the situation within before shutting down the machine, had unwittingly committed what could be his gravest error. Soon, he would face the consequences of his misjudgment. Chapter 14. Lin Shou's compassion lies in his ability to comfort himself. Little did he know that as the instruments powered down, the expressions of the 3 foolish students suddenly cleared. It was as if they had rehearsed this countless times. As they shouted in unison, use combination skills. Huh, what nonsense is this? Before he could finish his thought, he saw Riolu charging towards him atop a herdier. How peculiar. A dog riding a dog. He took another glance. Yet Lin Shou remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, only to feel a sudden weight on his shoulder. The iron dumbbell had stealthily utilized its psychic abilities to maneuver behind him, and in an instant, it bore down upon his back with its full weight. With a swish, Riolu propelled itself off the sprinting herdier, and the entire Pokémon surged forward at an even greater speed, activating the skill, Quick Attack. Before Lin Shou could utter a word, Riolu collided squarely with his abdomen. The steel spikes on its fist struck him painfully, causing the meager remnants of his breakfast to churn violently within his stomach. The late great-grandmother was smiling kindly at Lin Shou, her face adorned with a long-lost grin. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shou was sent flying backward in a parabolic arc. Finally, they had struck the true target. The trio erupted in celebration. It was only then that Lin Shou realized he had inadvertently ensnared himself. The abrupt conclusion of the simulation had not made the three aware that they had returned to the real world. They were still treating Lin Shou as a boss to be defeated. Upon regaining their composure and surveying their surroundings, they suddenly recognized the dire predicament. The virtual Lin Shou was far from weak. They hurried over to assist Lin Shou, hoping to rectify their blunder. "Boss, are you all right?" Lin Shou gazed at his health bar, now halved, finding it hard to believe he was unscathed. "Quick, to the emergency center." Before he could voice his thoughts, the three of them lifted him and dashed frantically towards the medical facility. Make way, make way." The girl, who was somewhat weaker, cleared the path ahead, while the two reckless boys, in their haste, jostled Lin Shou, causing him to wince in pain. He yearned to say he just needed a moment's rest, but they offered him no such opportunity. The howling wind rushed into his mouth as they ran, intensifying the agony in his already bruised body. This was the price of having gained the system. Had anyone else taken such a blow, they would have needed 100 days of recuperation to recover. "Boss, can't you use Roost to heal yourself first?" Xian kept suggesting. "Do I look like I can use Roost? Why don't you let me just self-restore instead?" Perhaps the intensity of this remark was too great, causing Lin Shou to completely close his self-proclaimed charming eyes. "Boss, please hang in there. Don't die." Bystanders turned to look, thinking they were witnessing some viral moment. When Lin Shou opened his eyes again, the three had already faced the reprimands of doctors and nurses, now standing there, enduring scoldings from their respective parents. Particularly, the girl's mother, clad in the uniform of the League's police force, had one hand on her hip and was wagging a finger at her daughter. "Xiaoqinxi, you've really grown bold. I was at work, and you called to say you've committed murder. I was already contemplating how to uphold justice against my own kin." Xiaoqinxi lowered her head. Knowing Lin Shou was unharmed, she merely feared bursting into laughter at the memory of their earlier foolishness. The other two rascals were in a similar predicament, especially Xian, who seemed to be savoring the rare affection from his family. He had mentioned before that his father never had time for him. With this thought, Lin Shou couldn't help but feel that these three little rascals had acted with intent. Oh well, just as the Buddha once sacrificed his flesh to feed an eagle. Today, let me be the one to bring happiness to countless families. Lin Shou whispered to himself. The payment slip on the bedside table illuminated with the golden glow of 10,000 Alliance coins each from the three parents. In reality, he could have stayed in the VIP ward for 3 more days. Lin Shou suddenly felt that enduring a few more beatings wouldn't be too bad, as it was certainly more profitable than running a training hall. "Boss, you seem to be in good spirits." The three rascals approached him with playful grins. "Go away. Keep your distance. Just seeing you annoys me." Lin Shou feigned impatience, waving them off, fearing they might discover his true intentions. Yet the three clung to him like gum, coming closer and chattering. "Who told you, boss, that your battles were so realistic? Even designing yourself as a humanoid Pokémon to battle us? You bear some responsibility for this." "Ah, yes. According to your logic, the power company supplying electricity to my training hall shares some accountability as well." Lin Shou grabbed a nearby banana, peeling it while engaging in their banter. Seemingly aware that Lin Shou wouldn't genuinely be angry, they joked, "You don't know. But the doctor told us that if we had arrived, even a moment later, what would have happened? They would have left for the day. So we can be considered as having atoned for our sins." Lin Shou rolled his eyes dramatically. "By the way, boss, while you were unconscious, your phone kept ringing. Were your family members worried about you?" Lin Shou's eyes widened in realization. He had indeed forgotten about his 2 family members. Was Latina worried? "Oh, it's nothing." Upon opening his phone, he found over 100 messages, all from the game he had just played. The vanquished opponent inexplicably seemed to have resurrected. The moment he unlocked the screen, the notification sounds erupted like a frenzied speaker. The ID Starlight Sparkle flooded the chat box with a deluge of messages. Starlight Sparkle, 210315. Rookie. Are you there? Starlight Sparkle, 210317. Where are you? Starlight Sparkle, 210,319. Are you afraid? Starlight Sparkle, 210544. Trash. Lin Shou painfully shut off his phone screen. These messages clearly overwhelming his senses. What the hell? Is this person unhinged? As he scrolled through the endless stream of game taunts, Lin Shou decided to close the game interface altogether. After failing to find any messages from Latina, the anxiety that had lingered in his heart finally dissipated. Lin Shou hesitated for a long moment, his thumb hovering over the delete key, before ultimately replying. Tuition fee is 100,000 for each configuration, guaranteed to teach you thoroughly. The dialog box immediately displayed that the other party was typing, and this state persisted for a full 10 minutes. When the message finally popped up, Lin Shou nearly toppled the force stand. Are you insulting me? I don't need your charity. I'm asking you for 100,000 coins. And you say I'm begging for your charity? Lin Shou suddenly realized something. Could it be he had encountered another wealthy patron? Chapter 15. If you can't defeat them, join them. A tactic that never goes out of style. Lin Shou's fingertips lingered over the keyboard for a moment before ultimately sending out a detailed explanation of the extinction song tactic. The strategy surrounding the extinction song typically unfolds around a 3-turn countdown. The skill's effect is that once the user sings the extinction song, all Pokémon present will enter a state of near death after 3 turns. If the opponent fails to substitute in time, they will be forcibly defeated. Thus, the key objective lies in restricting the opponent's ability to switch out, prolonging the countdown to ensure they cannot escape the impending doom of the extinction song. Lin Shou deliberately emphasized the significance of the shadow tag, ability with a red highlight, and beside the move set of Misco Theta, he sketched a twinkling star symbol. The only dilemma lay in locating a Misco Theta possessing a hidden ability. Yet Lin Shou surmised that this would not pose much of a challenge for the player named Ruby. After dispatching a lengthy message, he ceased to concern himself with the matter. Perhaps an hour had elapsed when the player known as Starlight Sparkle finally sent another message. Please send me your bank account number. Just as Lin Shou was about to acquiesce, a sudden intuition struck him, suggesting that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The other party's hasty request for money raised suspicions. Could there be ulterior motives? For instance, upon discovering his identity, they might initiate a box-opening frenzy or rush to the store to reveal their true self. After much contemplation, Lin Shou concluded that no course of action seemed secure. It would be wiser to maintain their current relationship with this young lady, and only after establishing a rapport or discerning her temperament should he devise a plan. Thus, he replied, "Let us keep it with you for now. We'll see when the opportunity arises." Contrary to Lin Shou's expectations, Ruby perceived the individual behind the ID, Team Rocket Boss Lin, as a benevolent benefactor. Not only was he imparting invaluable strategies at such a minimal cost, but he also generously opted not to demand payment. It dawned on her that Pokémon battles could unfold in such a manner, as the warmth of her breath condensed into mist upon the liquid crystal screen. Beside her, her shiny Gardevoir, though unaware of its trainer's actions, endeavored to mirror the girl's entranced expression. While Ruby was still curious about the true identity of Team Rocket Boss Lin at that moment, thoughts of revenge had completely dissipated. She merely yearned to meet this enigmatic figure. Within the confines of her limited knowledge, the term Team Rocket easily captured her attention. However, to her astonishment, a search engine yielded no information about Team Rocket, presenting only unrelated content with similar wording. Suddenly, a peculiar idea sparked in Ruby's mind. If I were to establish a company named Team Rocket, might they reach out to me proactively? Unbeknownst to Lin Shou, his offhand remark would soon unravel a cascade of complications, the magnitude of which he would soon come to realize. On the following morning, before the dew had evaporated, Lin Shou stealthily removed his bandages and slipped out of the hospital. The training facility remained as desolate as ever, confirming that no significant events had transpired. Beep. Attention, please. Lin Shou, please report to the underground storage room immediately. Your Pokémon misses you dearly. Once again, please, Lin. Only upon hearing Latina's voice did Lin Shou realize she had been home all along. He had erroneously assumed she had taken Squirtle out for errands. Boss, you're finally here. How wonderful. Upon reaching the staircase, he was greeted by Latina's mildly surprised voice. Squirtle, nestled within its shell, was fast asleep, as if it had endured an entire night of vigil. Before Lin Shou could inquire further, Latina babbled on. Boss, did you know I called for you over the intercom all night? Hearing this, Lin Shou nearly rolled his eyes to the ceiling. So the staff remained oblivious to his hospitalization. Had he known, he would have chosen to rest a couple more days in the hospital. What did you summon me for? He turned to see the previously under-maintenance underground storage space now open. Well, it's open. I didn't expect such surprise when the shower renovations were completed. Seemingly convinced that seeing was believing, Latina firmly grasped Lin Shou's arm and led him inside. Upon entering the basement, he was awestruck by the wall of monitors. This is the new surveillance and broadcasting station. I'll be working here when I have the chance. Reflecting on Latina's demeanor over the past few days, Lin Shou realized that his employee seemed to prefer solitude, with himself being the notable exception. This area is my resting space. Latina pointed to a closed metal door. seemingly with no intention of guiding Lin Shou inside for a tour. And over here, she indicated the largest expanse. This is the Ancient Civilization Research Lab. Once the equipment is updated, I can conduct research here. It then struck Lin Shou what her primary purpose for being here was. However, gazing at the empty space and scattered devices, he could not ascertain what exactly was available for study. This is the most crucial reason I called you here, boss. Latina admitted somewhat sheepishly. I dismantled the ancient protective field upstairs and reassembled it here. But rest assured, it will not affect the performance of the ancient devices. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou initiated a system scan and indeed encountered a familiar entry. Ancient device, damage level 95. If memory served correctly, the previous damage level had been 97. Discovering that Latina had inexplicably repaired it to 95, Lin Shou had no objections. A change of location might indeed bring about good fortune. Just then, the surveillance room echoed with other voices. Is the boss here? Open the door. Glancing at the screen, he saw a holographic projection on the wall depicting 3 stacked figures. The trio of rascals had arrived. Lin Shou turned to leave. All right, I trust you with this. I'll go attend to the guests first. As he opened the door, the 3 rushed in like bandits. The girl named Xia Chenxi, cradling a rockruff, twirled around and inquired, Boss, can you guess what's different about me today? Observing her face, which seemed to bear the answer, he could only wonder what the change could be. The titanium alloy tag on her fire-type Pokémon's collar refracted a rainbow hue, while the newly acquired assault vest accentuated its muscular contours. Rockruff, fire-type level 8. HP, 100-100. Weaknesses, Ground X2, Rock X2, Water X2. Ability, Intimidate. When a Pokémon with Intimidate enters the battle, all opponents within range have their attack stat decreased by 1 stage. Held item, Assault Vest. A Pokémon holding this item has its special defense increased by 50, but cannot use status moves. Moves, Will-O-Wisp, Protect, Bite, Ember. Lin Shou secretly opened the online shopping feature on his phone, and upon seeing the market price for the Assault Vest, he felt the electric shock he had received yesterday throb anew. All right, this is clearly a display of extravagance. Aside from the Flare Blitz, a move not easily acquired even with wealth, she had equipped everything he had instructed her on just yesterday. Turning his gaze to Riolu, he found the situation to be remarkably similar. Chapter 16, Engaging in Outdoor Ventures. Lin Shou feigned squinting at Riolu, while in reality, the system's unique golden borders danced across his retina. Riolu, Fighting Type Level 8. HP, 100-100. Weaknesses, Flying X2, Psychic X2, Fairy X2. Ability, Inner Focus. When a Pokémon with Inner Focus is flinched, its speed increases by 1 stage. Held item, None. Moves, Metal Claw, Ice Punch, Fake Out, Quick Attack. Have you all learned your moves? Lin Shou feigned ignorance of the system as he spoke. Longichin chuckled, saying, My parents mentioned that the exquisite scarf is quite difficult to obtain, and they plan to gift it to me for my birthday once I come of age. At present, without any formidable offensive skills, I find it challenging to utilize the exquisite scarf effectively. Very well, boss, let us proceed to rent the training ground for our practice. With that, the trio headed towards the treadmill, deliberately omitting any mention of yesterday's immersive combat training. Lin Shou was contemplating how to slack off and savor the remaining moments of joy when the system unexpectedly urged him to be industrious by issuing a task. Ding. Task. Acquire additional battle experience. Requirement. Engage in combat with 200 Pokémon, 0-200. Reward. 1 random purple attribute, 1 random ancient device. To be honest, he suddenly felt that managing the training ground was not as lucrative as he had anticipated. After laboriously securing 3 new clients, the Alliance coins earned were still less than the medical expenses incurred from battles. 200 Pokémon. It appeared he would have to venture into the wild and try his luck. Just as he was mulling over this predicament, he noticed that the guests nearby had not yet departed. They might possess some valuable information. After attentively listening to Lin Shou's request, a high school student pondered and replied, The areas abundant with wild Pokémon are likely in the nature reserve, approximately 30 kilometers away. I believe there are quite a few Pokémon populations on that mountain, along with a themed hotel. Thank you very much. 30 kilometers seemed quite daunting. Lin Shou thought it prudent to inform Latina before setting off. Meanwhile, Latina and Squirtle were busily revamping the basement. Upon Lin Shou's entrance, he found the place drastically transformed compared to just 10 minutes prior. He silently stepped back, closed the basement door, took a deep breath, and reopened it. Oddly enough, he felt as if he had been away for a century. As he surveyed the more chaotic scene and incomprehensible devices, Lin Shou began to question whether he had inadvertently crossed into another dimension. I'll be stepping out for about 3 days. Squirtle, would you like to join me? Upon hearing this, Squirtle, who had been energetically tightening bolts, suddenly turned pale and swiftly retreated into its shell. Not wishing to press the matter, Linsho responded, well, you two take care of the house. Ensure you open and close on schedule, and attend to any guests promptly. Shall we continue renovating the basement? Latina emphasized once more. Do as you please. Just don't collapse the house so we have nowhere to stay. Linsho was still oblivious to how outrageous Latina's design plans truly were. With 6 empty Pokeballs dangling from his waist for show, he opened his phone's navigation and headed out. As Linsho departed, Latina immediately shifted into work mode, thinking, since the boss has consented to the renovations, let us commence. Squirtle, filled with enthusiasm, operated MK2 diligently. Let us see. First we'll create a resonance device. Placing it here. We should also construct an energy resonance device over here. This ability ought to be termed Mega Evolution. The journey of over 30 kilometers cost Linsho nearly 100 alliance coins by taxi. Upon sighting the castle-like structure, he suddenly felt that his funds might be insufficient. The hotel lobby was adorned with a crystal chandelier that fragmented Linsho's shadow into shards, while numerous guests, wheeling their suitcases, queued to check in. Judging by their attire, they all seemed eager to capture Pokémon at this resort center. Welcome, greeted the receptionist, her pearl earrings swaying with her words. Do you have a reservation? No. Not to worry, we still have some offline rooms available. You may review the price list. Linsho deliberated for a considerable while before reluctantly opting for the least expensive room. Is this the room you wish to select? We actually recommend the rooms with private balconies, requiring an additional payment of 500 alliance coins. It's quite a bargain, the receptionist enthusiastically suggested. After assessing his finances, Linsho concluded, no thank you, I will stay in this room for the night. Very well, that will be 1,500 alliance coins, plus a deposit of 100 alliance coins. It seemed that trainers like Linsho were not in short supply, as the receptionist exhibited no particular reaction. How many empty Pokeballs would you like? Pokeballs? What Pokeballs? Linsho, having not adequately prepared before his arrival, found himself perplexed by the attendant's inquiry. The receptionist patiently explained, our resort specializes in cohabitation with Pokémon. When capturing Pokémon in our area, you must use our customized Pokeballs available here. You may review the price list. Only then did Linsho notice a row of vibrant Pokeballs displayed at the counter, with prices ranging from 120 to 1,000 alliance coins. The cheapest being a standard Pokeball adorned with the hotel logo. He suddenly recognized the entrepreneurial spirit of such commercialism. The accommodation fees were exorbitant. Yet guests were required to purchase their Pokeballs exclusively from them, and at a premium. The receptionist skillfully marketed, in your room. You may purchase a maximum of 10 Pokeballs daily. Thus, I would recommend upgrading your room, as it would increase your allowable purchase limit by 5 additional Pokeballs. Just as he was about to refuse, Linsho realized that it would appear quite odd to decline outright. To avoid being accosted by security upon entering the hotel, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Please assist me by procuring one of the cheapest Pokeballs. Certainly, please hold on. The receptionist said nothing further and quickly delivered a Pokeball along with the room key on a tray to Linsho. The map is in the system. You can view it by scanning the QR code on the back of your room key, she added. Also, please be aware that if you are found using your own Pokeballs, you may incur fines ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 alliance coins. Thank you. Linsho returned to his room for a half-hour rest, during which he scanned the QR code to access the map. To his surprise, the hotel's operational area was extensive, encompassing an entire mountain with Pokémon under their care, as well as an artificial lake where one could fish for water-type Pokémon. After a cursory calculation, Linsho estimated that battling 200 Pokémon would likely take him a week, meaning he would have to pay this unscrupulous hotel over 10,000 alliance coins. Let us go check out the situation, he resolved. Although he encountered numerous individuals in the hotel lobby, the vastness of the outdoor areas meant it was not as congested as he had initially imagined. Not far off, a level 5 Oddish was munching on berries, the dew on its leaves cascading with each bite. Chapter 17, The Brother Toyed With by Pokémon. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Linsho swiftly executed a clapping surprise attack, catching Oddish off guard and inducing a state of cowering. Thanks to his possession of the Skill Master attribute, he managed to deplete approximately half of Oddish's health. Noticing no immediate system response, Linsho proceeded to deliver a few more blows. When Oddish's health dwindled to 1/10, the system finally reacted. Ding! You have defeated Oddish. Current defeated Pokémon count, 1/200. As this is your first completion of the task, you receive a special reward, 1 golden attribute. Acquired golden attribute, learning device. Grants all non-fainted Pokemon companions an experience equal to 1.2 times that earned during battle. This attribute proved quite valuable, as it would allow Squirtle to gain experience alongside him in future endeavors. As the golden radiance enveloped Lin Shou's body, he felt an inexplicable aura of a transcendent being emanate from him. Perhaps it was due to acquiring a rare entry. Lin Shou utilized one of his scant healing potions to mend the wounds of the walking grass, ultimately presenting it with a specially crafted energy cube from Latina, which glimmered with an emerald hue amidst the twilight. The Latina energy cube was so delectable that even a Squirtle would commend it. At that moment, the walking grass was still in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the series of events that had transpired. It only knew that this Pokemon, masquerading as a human, had ambushed it, healed its injuries, and then bestowed upon it an extraordinarily delicious energy cube before departing. Such a peculiar human, and such a delightful energy cube. Realizing his own limitations, Lin Shou adeptly avoided crowded areas, opting instead to target solitary Pokemon, striking swiftly before retreating. For those Pokemon that lay at a distance, he would first employ Wave Shot to diminish their health before charging in for a flurry of punches and kicks. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Shou encountered over a dozen Pokemon. Although only a handful bestowed upon him seemingly inconsequential white entries, they nonetheless elevated his level to 8. Lin Shou, normal type, level 8. Health, 25, 39. Attack, 36. Defense, 36. Special attack, 36. Special defense, 36. Speed, 36. Weakness, fighting type X2. Entries, 3 Aura Band, blue. Technical expert, gold. Learning device, gold. Skills, 2. 8 Hand Slap Ambush, Wave Shot. Entry library, white, 4, blue, 1, purple, none, gold, 2, orange, none, red, none. His control over strength was exemplary, despite numerous ambushes. He had not sent a single Pokemon into a near-death state. After all, he was not there to capture Pokemon. Completing his tasks was sufficient. As the sun descended and night enveloped the surroundings, Lin Shou resolved to return for a well-deserved rest. He had already expended considerable energy traveling that day, and the true battles would commence the following day. In the dead of night, a rumor began to circulate within the Pokemon enclave of the sanctuary, recounting tales of a humanoid Pokemon issuing challenges. One cannot deny the allure of a hotel, charging 1,500 Alliance coins per night. Lin Shou felt rejuvenated, his health fully restored. After enjoying the complimentary breakfast and renewing his hotel stay, he set out on his tasks with a few slices of bread and several boiled eggs. With time pressing and tasks heavy, he opted not to return for the complimentary lunch. Task: challenge 200 Pokemon, 15, 200. Just as Lin Shou was preparing to ambush a nearby Pidgey with a stone at his feet, a thunderous roar echoed around him. Why? I've already thrown 5 Poké Balls. This hotel must provide counterfeit balls. The startled Pidgey took flight in an instant. Lin Shou looked exasperatedly toward the source of the commotion, where a man adorned with a gold chain was fiercely battling a wild thief cat with his eared rabbit. Opening the system, he noted that the thief cat still had half its health remaining, yet it feigned weakness to toy with the man. Realizing that further delay would force him to abandon this area due to the man's boisterousness, Lin Shou cast a furtive glance at the 30-plus Poké Balls in the man's right hand. He must be residing in the highest-tier suite. There was no point in wasting time with such a person. Lin Shou approached and tapped the man on the shoulder, stating, "That thief cat is merely toying with you. It still has half its health." "How could that be? It's panting heavily. Are you telling me it still has half its health?" The man clearly did not believe Lin Shou's assertion. The thief cat seemed to have overheard the man's words, adopting an even more feeble demeanor. It appeared to be on the verge of capture with the next Pokeball. Lin Shou understood that conversing with such individuals was futile, so he seized the opportunity as both the man and the thief cat were momentarily distracted to deliver a hand slap ambush to its face. "Hey, what are you doing? Trying to steal my catch?" The man, startled, bellowed angrily at Lin Shou. "Be quiet." Lin Shou shot a glare at the man, then resumed monitoring the system while delivering relentless blows to the thief cat. His demeanor was ferocious. The man's previously cultivated bravado instantly wilted. "Congratulations. Defeated thief cat. Current Pokemon defeated, 16, 200. Seeing that the one-sided assault had fulfilled the system's requirements, Lin Shou turned to the man. To his surprise, the man took a step back, addressing Lin Shou with a somewhat aggrieved tone. "You've already beaten it. You can't hit me now." Lin Shou chuckled awkwardly. I'm just waiting for you to throw the ball. You can catch it now? Oh, right. The man instinctively tossed a Pokeball. Swoosh. It was uncertain whether Lin Shou's aggressive approach had influenced the outcome, but the capture of the thief cat went exceedingly smoothly. The Pokeball rocked once before signaling success. Little brother, you really know your stuff. I'm impressed. The man clapped Lin Shou on the shoulder, neglecting to immediately retrieve the Pokeball containing the thief cat. We're all friends here. No need for gratitude. I'll take my leave now, but please try to keep your voice down. Lin Shou prepared to select a spot further away from the man. However, once the man picked up the Pokeball, he detained Lin Shou, saying, "Hold on a second. Little brother, you've done me a great favor. I must thank you properly today." Lin Shou, slightly impatient, was taken aback when the man pulled out 1,000 alliance coins from his crocodile leather wallet. "Just this, please don't find it insulting. If it weren't for betting with those guys on who could catch more, I'd have treated you to a nice meal today." Upon hearing this, Lin Shou suddenly had an idea. His own offensive capabilities couldn't match the command of a Pokemon. Why not let this man take the lead while he focused on reducing health to meet the task requirements? Wouldn't that increase efficiency? Chapter 18, Didi's Carrying Service. I can't accept this money. Lin Shou pushed the 1,000 alliance coins back. I'm here to hone my observational skills. We can collaborate. Just tell me when to throw the Pokeball, and I guarantee you'll come in first. Oh, that would be too much. The man, perceiving Lin Shou as a sage, felt that offering 1,000 alliance coins was indeed somewhat degrading. Thus he returned the money to his wallet. Little brother, this money truly feels inappropriate. How about this? If I do get first place, I'll cover your expenses here. I'll pay for your stay as long as you're here. Upon hearing this enticing offer, Lin Shou discreetly accepted the proposal. Then let us go. I see a larger number of Pokemon over there. Lin Shou no longer needed to meticulously select solitary Pokemon or evade crowds. He simply opened the system and directed the man toward the area with the most Pokemon. All right, little brother, let us move. The man ceased to act coy and released all 6 of his Pokemon. They were all around level 20, each impeccably trained, indicating that he had invested considerable resources into this endeavor. At this moment, Lin Shou had a new question. Brother, may I ask you something? Your Pokemon are well trained. Wouldn't it be more efficient to buy them directly from the market instead of capturing them here? Is there any significance in catching so many? The man paused, scrutinizing Lin Shou before suddenly laughing. Little brother, is this your first time here? It is your first visit. How did you come to know? Hee. During one's inaugural journey here, one invariably falls victim to the concealed traps of this unscrupulous hotel. At this moment, the elder brother seemed to have found his confidence. Speaking from the perspective of someone who has experienced it all, what does that imply? Here, the most ordinary of Pokeballs are utilized for every Pokemon captured. If one chooses to release it back, the hotel will refund 200 league coins. Is there such a provision? Lin Shou calculated in his mind that capturing a single Pokemon would yield a profit of 80 league coins. While the amount may not be substantial, it ensures that guests will not abandon the Pokemon they deem useless upon leaving the hotel. Moreover, individuals in this world cannot perceive the specific health points of Pokemon. They can only gauge them through specialized instruments or by mere observation, which significantly raises the rate of Pokeball depletion. Thus, apart from himself, other hotel guests are unlikely to earn any money, at most acquiring free Pokeballs. Even those fortunate enough to succeed in capturing Pokemon face a daily purchase limit on Pokeballs, ensuring the hotel does not incur significant losses. The elder brother leaned in conspiratorially. There's something else you may not know. There's more? Lin Shou, having embarked on a journey of discovery today, was eager to hear what other tricks this resort hotel had up its sleeve. Did you think that the Pokemon you capture can be taken away for free? You are gravely mistaken. To take them along, you must pay an additional 200 league coins. What? Lin Shou was utterly astonished by the hotel's machinations. From the rooms to the Pokeballs, and the recycling and purchasing mechanisms, this hotel had devised a flawless loop of deception. This was truly a model of learning. He yearned to exchange insights with the proprietor of this establishment. Recalling the thieving cat that the elder brother had just captured, a peculiar feeling in his heart was finally elucidated. This thieving cat was undoubtedly a longtime employee of the hotel, feigning weakness to entice customers into tossing more Pokeballs its way. It was likely that the Pokemon in this sanctuary had a tacit agreement with the hotel. Hiss. At this thought, Lin Shou inhaled sharply. The interconnectedness of it all was terrifying. The ensuing tasks were quite effortless. The elder brother directed his Pokemon to attack, while Lin Shou executed the finishing blows and instructed him when to throw the Pokeballs. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shou had silently leveled up to level 9. After capturing 43 Pokemon, the elder brother exhausted his supply of Pokeballs. Brother, I have never admired anyone in my life, but today you have truly opened my eyes. You catch them with such precision. I wonder how those others dare to compete with me. The elder brother exclaimed with a beaming countenance. Current defeated Pokémon, 59, 200. Observing his progress bar, Lin Shou felt immense satisfaction. Merely collaborating with the elder brother for a morning had allowed him to match his daily progress. Truly splendid. Lin Shou handed over the Poké Balls he no longer needed to his brother. I have one last one. Let us capture another, just in case we're surpassed. No, 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 that would be too embarrassing. Although the elder brother protested verbally, his actions betrayed him as he accepted Lin Shou's Pokeball. Seemingly feeling guilty, the elder brother rummaged through his backpack. Brother, you know I'm not one to take advantage of others. Consider this luxurious ball, specially provided by the hotel. As an exchange for your Pokeball, you must accept it, or I shall be quite displeased. Lin Shou, aware that the elder brother was not financially strained, graciously stowed the luxury ball in his pocket. This luxury ball, valued at 3,000 league coins, was sold by the hotel for 5,000, equivalent to 3 days of Lin Shou's accommodation. That is more like it. Let us go. Time to catch the final Pokemon. Current defeated Pokemon, 60, 200. The elder brother had wagered with his friends for the entire day. Since they had concluded their battle early, he insisted on treating Lin Shou to lunch. Lin Shou, feeling that he could not squander the afternoon, mentioned he had other matters to attend to and exchanged contact information with the elder brother. It's a promise, brother. I'll call you for dinner tonight, and you must come. Not showing up would be a slight to me. Rest assured, I certainly will. After Lin Shou agreed, he finally extricated himself from the elder brother's grasp. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for the joyful moments of the morning. After parting ways with the elder brother, his pace of battling noticeably slowed. In the afternoon, he only encountered 13 suitable Pokemon. While teaming up with the elder brother earlier, many had observed them. Thus, Lin Shou decided to let loose, engaging in raw, physical combat with relatively weaker Pokemon in front of an audience. A legend began to circulate throughout the nature reserve. There was a young man selecting Pokemon partners, refusing to toss a Pokeball at any Pokemon that did not meet his standards. Of course, some speculated that Lin Shou was unable to afford Pokeballs, resorting to such a spectacle to draw attention. However, upon noticing the luxurious ball hanging from his waist, they all fell silent. Current defeated Pokemon, 75, 200. After successfully capturing 2 more Pokemon, Lin Shou decided to rest for the day, as his health had diminished to about half. At that moment, the elder brother called. Brother, I'm waiting for you in the largest private room on the 2nd floor of the resort hotel. Hurry over. Judging by the elder brother's tone, it seemed he had achieved victory. Chapter 19, Accidentally Trapping Oneself. As Lin Shou pushed open the gilded door of the private room, the fragmented light refracted from the crystal chandelier fell upon the scarlet velvet carpet. Lin Shou squinted, noticing 4 figures seated around an intricately carved rosewood round table, the silver cutlery clinking against the blue and white porcelain plates. Is that you, little brother? Come, take a seat. The elder brother pulled Lin Shou to his left. The middle-aged man at the head of the table, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, twisted an emerald ring on his finger, his hawkish gaze peering over the lenses. Is this the boy who assisted you in cheating? The elder brother erupted, slamming his hand on the table. Nonsense. A win is a win. Do not bring up irrelevant matters. Quickly, present your wagers. Amidst laughter, the group tossed their items onto the table. Lin Shou did not catch a clear glimpse of what they were, but he sensed they were not cheap. The elder brother beckoned the middle-aged man at the head of the table with a finger, the fragrant wooden bracelet on his wrist swaying with the motion. The middle-aged man frowned. Haven Tea, I given you everything? What more do you want? I want a lifetime membership card, the kind that exempts me from all expenses. The elder brother insisted without elaborating, his fingers continuing to gesticulate. The middle-aged man removed his glasses to clean them, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes crinkling with mockery. What do you need that for? Are you so impoverished that you cannot afford a meal and require your brother to support you? Even if I truly could not afford a meal, I could sell that to manage. The elder brother retorted, dramatically producing a Pokeball and tossing it in front of the middle-aged man. Realizing his brother was not one to act without purpose, the middle-aged man suddenly felt uneasy, asking nervously, "What are you holding?" "Guess." The elder brother stretched the word, pressing the button on the Pokeball, and a crimson light burst forth like a mist of blood. The thieving cat, released, bared its fangs at the elder brother, its sharp claws tearing tufts of carpet fibers. Upon recognizing that its master was present, it pitifully turned to the middle-aged man, as if to plead. What else could it be? Of course, it's your hotel's finest employee. The elder brother exclaimed, after utilizing 6 Pokeballs, I finally captured this rascal. Seemingly agitated by the strange sound, the elder brother seized the thieving cat by the scruff of its neck, the golden chain dangling beside its ears, jingling with each movement. Be honest, I am your master now. The thieving cat seemed unfazed by the imposing figure of the man adorned with a golden chain, still baring its teeth at him. Hey, little creature, do you think I can't handle you? Do you believe I won't send you straight to the breeding house filled with ditto to lay eggs? Upon hearing these words, the thieving cat became utterly subdued, its fluffy tail drooping listlessly, its claws tracing delicate silver lines on the carpet. The middle-aged man's temples throbbed with visible veins, and the emerald ring he wore struck a crisp sound against the table. As he flung a black card, a gust of cold air followed, the metallic card spinning gracefully through the air in a parabolic arc. At the moment, the elder brother caught the card. The thieving cat transformed into a red light and darted back into its owner's embrace, nuzzling affectionately against the man who had loosened 2 buttons on his shirt, its pink nose quivering amidst the scent of cologne. Hey, you little creature, you have 2 faces after all. Lin Shou observed the middle-aged man's subtle smile and glanced at the thieving cat's gender, gradually piecing everything together. What a tale of a prized pet falling for its own master. Suddenly, the crystal chandelier dimmed, and the waiter pushed in a dining cart in a steady stream. Lin Shou caught the rich aroma of truffle and foie gras mingled with the tartness of burgundy wine as the silver lid was lifted. White mist enveloped the sweet scent of roasted king crab, filling the private room. The elder brother tore open the collar of his shirt and downed an entire glass of beer. Come on, eat and drink. I'm in a good mood today, so this meal is on me. No one is allowed to leave without indulging. Then let us order a few more dishes. Add whatever you like. No one is leaving here straight today. Lin Shou was quite sociable, quickly engaging in joyful conversation with the others. The 4 men were lifelong brothers, drinking and teasing each other, creating an atmosphere of utmost camaraderie. Let me tell you, the elder brother exclaimed, draping an arm around Lin Shou's shoulder to boast to his companions. This good buddy of mine is exceptional. Today, I can conquer all thanks to him. The middle-aged man, slightly tipsy, leaned in and asked, so impressive? Do you have any tricks? Good eyesight. Comes from a prestigious family, Lin Shou replied, feeling a bit intoxicated himself. Patting his chest. Really? Then let me test you. One of the elder brother's friends, also a bit tipsy, turned and spoke to the waiter outside the private room. A short while later, the waiter arrived with a small cart covered in brown velvet, the wheels muffled against the carpet. The system notification flashed in Lin Shou's retina, and a playful smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Pokémon Egg, Frigid Dragon, Shiny. Weakness, Fighting X2, Rock X2, Steel X2, Dragon X2, Fairy X2. Ability, Heat Exchange. When hit by a fire-type attack, its own attack increases and it cannot be burned. Moves, Tackle, Glare, Dragon Tail, Freeze Dry. It's a Pokémon egg, isn't it? Lin Shou gently tapped the velvet, feeling the chill emanating from below. Good eye, brother. The owner of the Pokémon egg was momentarily astonished, then lifted the cloth from the small cart. Everyone, under the influence of alcohol, leaned in to see that, just as Lin Shou had said. A Pokémon egg was nestled in the hatching device atop the cart. I told you my little brother has exceptional vision, yet you all didn't believe it. Before the older brother could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the somewhat irritable crowd. The Pokémon egg's owner then seized the opportunity to speak, grinning as he pointed at the egg. What do you think this Pokémon egg is? Feeling that stating the answer outright was a bit too shocking, Lin Shou circled the hatching device 5 times before retorting, Are you sure you want me to say it directly? This egg might not survive that. As he spoke, Lin Shou's gaze swept over the others. Just as he reached out to tap the incubator, a notification chimed. Ding! Defeated Pokémon Egg, Frigid Dragon. Acquired move, Freeze Dry. This move deals double damage to water-type Pokémon, with a 10 chance of freezing the target. Upon hearing this, the owner of the Pokémon egg instantly became more alert. Surveying the predatory gazes of his friends, he realized he was indeed taking a risk. Alright, enough of this. Let us move on. With that, he attempted to cover the cloth once more. But then, 3 pairs of large hands firmly restrained him, and one of them exclaimed, I've already half undressed, and you're just going to perform here? Then I shall speak. At this moment, the Pokémon egg's owner could only hope that Lin Shou's eyesight wasn't that keen. Well, this is a shiny Frigid Dragon's Pokémon egg. I'm not sure about its ability, but it's likely heat exchange. It seems to have been produced by Frostless, so it will probably inherit the move Freeze Dry. This statement landed like a drop of water into hot oil. The men suddenly erupted, and as the egg's owner was pinned against the chair, the genuine leather creaked under the strain. Struggling, he pointed to the gilded nameplate at the bottom of the incubator. This is my Pokémon egg. The incubator has my name on it. Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Will it respond if you call it? Exactly. And why did you write your name on our Pokemon egg? The brothers pulled out their own Poké Balls, ready to demonstrate the law of the jungle in primal society. Just then, Lin Shou's phone vibrated at an opportune moment, and he stepped back, melting into the shadows. The instant the private room door closed, he heard the low, cold laughter of the man along with the egg owner's desperate wail. That cost me 3 months' salary. The sound was swallowed by the heavy wooden door, and the corridor's wall lamp cast a long shadow of Lin Shou's retreating figure. Having resolved the affair, I shall remain hidden in humility. Chapter 20. Drunken individuals speak much. Upon opening his phone, Lin Shou discovered a message from a friend named Starlight Sparkle. Why so quiet? Have you encountered something you can't handle? A pink cat emoji was shaking its head, the background filled with fluorescent comments. Although accustomed to this stranger's peculiar style of communication, Lin Shou still felt a surge of irritation, prompting him to reply, I've been busy managing the organization these past 2 days, no time to chat. Almost the instant the message was sent, the status bar changed to typing, and the pink cat avatar flashed vigorously. Question mark. Did you really run into trouble? LOL. Lin Shou found her amusing. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to chat a bit to alleviate his boredom. Thus, he replied, what a joke. What problem could Team Rocket not resolve? Even if a primal Groudon suddenly awakened, I would find a way to handle it. First, he would exploit Groudon's inability to fly. Lin Shou chuckled at his audacious jest. This time, the other party status bar unusually lingered for 5 seconds before sending a question mark. Upon hearing the name, Groudon, Ruby was indeed taken aback. Essentially, all legendary Pokemon were secrets known only to the upper echelons of various nations. This Team Rocket's Lin boss was indeed a man of hidden depths. I've already mastered the annihilation team you entrusted to me. As she pressed send, the girl deliberately pulled the air conditioning blanket to her chin, using her curled knees to brace against her wildly beating heart. The reply came faster than she anticipated, and it was quite cold. Oh, huh. Ruby suddenly threw off the blanket, her hair brushing against the mug on the nightstand. She furiously tapped the screen, not even bothering to wear her slippers as she dashed to the bay window, the moonlight shattering her reflection into fragments. The moment she expected to be praised as a genius shattered, she was instead engulfed by a sense of embarrassment over her own boastfulness. What do you mean, oh? Hurry up and log in for a couple of matches. Let us see my learning ability. At the end of the message, 20 table-slapping emoticons were appended, with pink cat paws waving rhythmically in the dialog box. Ruby appeared to be brimming with confidence, convinced that she could bring Team Rocket's boss Lin to his knees, eagerly anticipating the waves of praise he would send her way. Ah, how utterly delightful. This wait felt particularly interminable. As she refreshed the chat interface for the 8th time, 2 words finally popped up, not fighting. Upon receiving the curt and dismissive reply from Team Rocket's boss Lin, Ruby's defenses crumbled in an instant. Were it not for the late hour, which rendered purchasing a new phone inconvenient, she might have smashed her newly acquired device to smithereens in frustration. Biting her lower lip, she hastily typed, no way, you dare not fight me? Are you afraid of losing face after being defeated by me? And added, rest assured, even if I win this time, I shall preserve your dignity. All you need to do is acknowledge your limitations. As soon as the message bubble floated away, she buried her face in her pillow in remorse, her little legs flailing aimlessly in the air. When she finally lifted her head, stray strands of hair clung to her reddened nose. Observing these exchanges, Lin Shou felt utterly speechless. After a long day of battling Pokemon, compounded by a slight intoxication, he had little inclination to soothe the spirits of a little girl. I already know you are from the Team Rocket. What is the point of fighting? The starlit screen displayed. What do you mean? You don't believe that the Team Rocket is invincible, do you? I can teach you tactics that lack countermeasures. The phone slipped from his palm, bouncing twice on the wool carpet. Ruby curled up in her fortress made of an air-conditioned blanket, revealing only her flushed ear tips. When the notification chimed again, she peeked out like a hunting meerkat, spotting a lengthy, restrained strategy sent by the other party, transforming from a gust of wind to provocation. From shadow stepping to magical defense, each word striking her throbbing temples like a tiny hammer. Lin Shou's consciousness grew heavier, fatigue weighing him down, prompting him to send one last message before departing. I have matters to attend to prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to embody love and true evil. Charming yet adorable villains, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy, a white hole, and a bright tomorrow awaits us. After dispatching this lengthy, classic yet melodramatic line, Lin Shou lost consciousness on his bed. This final message left Ruby frozen in a duck-sitting position for 5 minutes, staring blankly at Team Rocket's boss Lin's latest reply, murmuring, "Is this your Team Rocket slogan?" As dawn broke, piercing through the clouds, Lin Shou stood before the hotel revolving door, tearing open an energy bar wrapper. He tilted his head back to gulp down the last sip of canned coffee. Catching a glimpse of his reflection in the glass curtain wall, tactical black pants speckled with grass clippings, and his windbreaker zipper snagged on a dried leaf. Resembling a disheveled wandering trainer who had rolled around in the reserve all night. "Mr. Lin, are you truly not considering upgrading to an executive suite?" The front desk clerk leaned out from behind the marble counter for the third time, the scent of her perfume mingling with the warm air from the central air conditioning. "We can arrange for a bellhop. Never mind, I actually have matters to attend to. How about this? Please extend my room fee for another 5 days." Lin Shou stuffed the egg sandwich he had snagged from the dining area into his pocket, as the metallic door swung shut behind him. A gust of cold air flipped open the front desk's reservation ledger. Stepping into the dew-soaked underbrush of the reserve, Lin Shou donned his waterlogged hiking boots. He casually plucked a foxtail grass and held it at the corner of his mouth, the grass stem swaying gently in the morning light as he chewed. Ahead, 3 Pidgeys perched on a decayed wooden post, preening their feathers with their beaks. As the shadow loomed over them, the lead Pidgey suddenly fluffed its feathers and flapped its wings, creating a sound that pierced the air. 30 steps away, a violet figure gracefully sauntered along the branch of a maple tree. The thieving cat, with its golden pupils narrowed to slits, swayed its tail, the orange fruit dangling at its tip gently rocking in rhythm with its breath. When Lin Shou's clapping ambush struck the wild Pokémon, a glint of cold light suddenly erupted from its paw pads, etching 3 fresh claw marks into the tree trunk. As Lin Shou continued to subdue Pokémon, he finally attracted the attention of those around him. Thankfully, the skill, clapping ambush, lacked any flashy effects, and many merely regarded it as a spectacle. Not believing anyone could wield Pokémon abilities, they simply watched the show with curiosity. How odd, why doesn't this young man even touch a Pokeball? Perhaps he has high standards for his team. Doesn't it seem like he is selecting something? It was evident that the surrounding spectators interpreted Lin Shou's actions of opening the system to confirm the next Pokémon as dissatisfaction with the current one. Merely assuming that the young man had lofty expectations. Not only did the onlookers draw such conclusions, but word of Lin Shou's behavior had also spread throughout the Pokémon community within the reserve, particularly after the events of the past few days. All Pokémon factions were aware that a formidable trainer with stringent requirements was in the process of selecting his Pokémon partner. After discussions among the more senior members of the factions, they unanimously decided to send their best representatives to meet this young man. If conditions allowed, accompanying him would be a splendid choice. Unbeknownst to Lin Shou, he harbored no intentions of capturing Pokémon. He merely felt that the Pokémon he encountered were increasingly formidable and remained unaware of the underlying reasons. The thrilling battles were being live-streamed by onlookers. One broadcaster confidently proclaiming, "Look, everyone, did you see his evasive muscle memory? At least 20 years of battle experience." The real-time comments exploded. Was that last peck from the Spearow miscalculated? He predicted it. He absolutely predicted it. Can someone explain if not using Pokémon counts as foul play? In the midst of his unawareness, Lin Shou suddenly found himself a burgeoning online sensation. Chapter 21. The Outsider Who Astonished the Talent of the Tribe. Current Pokémon defeated, 89, 200. Gazing at the current task progress bar, while leaning against the gnarled roots of an ancient banyan tree, Lin Shou fell into contemplation. This number was significantly lower than he had anticipated. It seemed he had grown complacent, relying on his brother yesterday. From the depths of the dense forest came the sharp clang of metal colliding. In the center of a steel circle formed by 37 slashing commanders, 2 Ponyta minions knelt on one knee, their blade-like arms thrust into the humus beneath them. The elder slashing commander struck the rock with his claw, sparks flying to illuminate the crack that ran through his metallic armor over his left eye. "What did you say? You've all been defeated? You've graduated from the novice stage, 2 against 1, and you can't even handle a human?" The 2 Ponyta minions across from him shared a sense of helplessness. When their family initially assigned this task, they had been exceedingly reluctant. Fighting a human? Ridiculous. However, when faced with Lin Shou, their initial disdain gradually dissipated. As the battle intensified, they began to realize that the situation was far from favorable. Their health was continuously depleting. Yet this human was still swinging his hand with vigor. In the end, they could only struggle to hold on. When they considered fleeing, that man relentlessly pursued them. Just as they felt they would soon faint, he suddenly withdrew, leaving without a word. From the deepest part of the tribe came the thunderous sounds of armor clashing. The blade general rose from his iron throne, The ancient weapons suspended from the cave's ceiling collided with one another, composing a somber symphony. He emanated an air of chilling authority, his steel-like body gleaming with a cold light in the sunlight, with sharp blades crossing over his chest. The faint traces of past battles on the edge seemed to whisper tales of bygone glory. He perceives your cowardice with piercing clarity. The electronic voice of General Servant Knife emerges, reminiscent of a rusty phonograph, carrying a raspy timbre tinged with metallic friction. Continue your training. You have yet to meet the standards of that formidable human. As General Servant Knife strides back to his throne, each step is meticulously placed within the fleeting breaths of his kin. A similar narrative unfolds in the gatherings of other clans. Lin Shou has evidently subdued the pride of these exceptional beings, yet an inexplicable sense of unwillingness begins to rise among them. After midday, some discontented Pokémon seek out Lin Shou once more, challenging him anew. Clearly unable to recognize that this was the same Pokémon he had bested earlier, Lin Shou felt a surge of fortune upon noticing a creature approaching him. Thick-skinned, not opting to flee, but rather advancing towards me. The Pokémon, valuing this rare opportunity, unleash their full potential in hopes of capturing the attention of this esteemed trainer. They have come to understand, such a powerful trainer, if they could truly become combat partners, would undoubtedly lead to immense personal growth. Consequently, Lin Shou finds the battles increasingly arduous. He hadn't realized the Pokémon here were so formidable, as they should all be seasoned actors feigning weakness. As the encounters grow ever more thrilling, the audience in the live stream swells. Upon entering, viewers witness the youth leaning back with astonishing flexibility, narrowly avoiding a shadow ball that grazes his nose, while a 2-meter-wide scorched crater erupts from the tree behind him. What the hell? Is that a human? That move was definitely a power release. Absolutely a power release. The streamer is definitely using hacks. Whereas the report button, just as he reduces the opposing Pokémon's health to a single drop, and the system has yet to issue a prompt. Lin Shou is left bewildered. System? Is it malfunctioning? What is going on? I need an explanation. He mutters softly. Detection indicates the host is repeatedly challenging the Pokémon. This attempt will not count toward the task. What does that mean? Lin Shou suddenly realizes. The implication is that this Pokémon was one he had already battled earlier today. No wonder it looks somewhat familiar. As soon as he finishes speaking, Lin Shou bursts into laughter. Is it that the Pokémon in this area have become addicted to being beaten? Why are they returning for another round in the afternoon? He feels the difficulty of his task has inexplicably escalated. Meanwhile, netizens, guided by a visitor's introduction, locate the official account of the resort hotel, expressing a fervent desire to witness Lin Shou's live stream. This stirs the hotel's publicity department, who rush to the general manager with several screenshots of comments. The glass door of the hotel's publicity department is knocked upon urgently, as the general manager, massaging his temples in front of a wall of surveillance screens, has yet to tear the label from a hangover remedy sticking out of his suit pocket. The computer screen is filled with pop-ups about the mysterious trainer trending online. A female staff member, trembling while holding a tablet, sees the torrent of live stream requests reflected in her glasses, resembling a digital tsunami. Fortunately, they had saved Lin Shou's contact information the previous day, and the manager promptly dials the number. Hello? A raspy male voice mingled with the sound of wind responds. Faint crackling of broken branches in the background. Lin Shou, are you still in the reserve catching Pokémon today? The manager pokes at the wooden surface of his desk with the end of his pen, the ink swirling anxiously on a notepad. Yes, boss. Are the Pokémon here a bit off? I battled one this morning, didn't capture it, and now they're back for another beating in the afternoon. Lin Shou complains over the phone. Huh. The manager initially struggles to comprehend Lin Shou's words, but can ascertain that he is the source of the attraction for so many netizens. Little brother, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. Lin Shou feels that taking advantage of someone's membership card is not quite right. If he could assist in any way, he would certainly give it his all. You see, your battles this morning were streamed by other visitors. Many netizens wish to continue watching your fights. Can I send someone to follow you for filming? As Lin Shou hears the proposition for a co-live stream, he is in the midst of fastening his belt onto a crooked tree as a temporary hook. The sweat-soaked vest clings to his spine, and the breeze raises goosebumps across his skin. He gazes at the dark crows peeking from a distance and suddenly grins, realizing that this angle perfectly captures the sunlight, highlighting the battle scars on his profile. Seizing the moment, Lin Shou quickly registers a live streaming account, naming it after his training ground, Miracle Training Hall. He wonders why the previous owner chose such a silly name. Unfamiliar with the process of changing business information, Lin Shou decides to retain it. When the filming crew bursts into the reserve with their stabilizing gimbal, A herd of shiny Stantler gracefully glides past the stream bank, the splashes refracting rainbows in the lens. After a flurry of activity, the joint live stream between Green Forest Resort Hotel and Miracle Training Hall commences. The mischievous Meowth curiously observes the familiar faces of the staff surrounding Lin Shou. Though unaware of what her boss is up to, she remains hidden in the shadows of a camphor tree, her tail tip curled around an orange berry, squeezing out its juice. Lin Shou waves awkwardly at the camera. Hello everyone, I am Lin, the owner of Miracle Training Hall. Today, I have the privilege of training at Green Forest Resort Hotel and will provide a tutorial on how to combat Pokémon in the wild. The live stream instantly attracts viewers who had previously not had their fill, while newcomers are baffled by the abstract comments in the chat. Since many others are conducting battle tutorials, why does this stream have so many viewers? A 10-year-old fan has arrived, uninvited. Hurry up and start the battle tutorial. I can hardly contain my excitement. Lin, I'm your fan. How many Pokémon are you planning to challenge today? Let us set a small goal, 500. Unarmed. At that moment, the chat explodes with pink gift effects as an anonymous user showers 20 healing balls as tips. Chapter 22. Rising to become a minor internet celebrity. The forest, shrouded in a thin mist at dusk, stirs as Lin Shou's footsteps startle a few Pidgey, who flutter skyward. He tugs at his grass-stained collar, the abrasions on his knuckles still oozing blood, yet he nonchalantly lifts his chin toward the camera. Dear friends, today I will teach you what it truly means to be a trainer. 666. Is he about to charge in with his bare body? Streamer, watch out. Don't get counterattacked by that Rattata. As he reduces the Rattata's health to 1/10, the system finally responds once more. Current Pokemon defeated, 89, 200. Lowering his voice, he takes the microphone from the staff, his fingertips leaving sweat marks on the metallic surface. Our next target is that distant Mankey. With that, Lin Shou picks up a small stone from the ground. Those who frequently battle Mankey, in its evolved form, Primeape, should know that the anger level of this Pokemon is akin to a pressure cooker. Once provoked in the wild, there's no need to worry about them running away. The live stream chat is instantly flooded with a barrage of question mark. Boss, are you serious? I'm dying of laughter. Are you really worried that Mankey will escape? Shouldn't you be the one fleeing? With a swift motion, Lin Shou releases the stone, striking the Mankey squarely on its white-haired head, causing a noticeable bump. The monkey beast let out a furious roar, its eyes instantly turning a vivid red as it lunged at Lin Shou. Swiftly sidestepping, Lin Shou evaded the attack, yet the creature quickly pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch. Lin Shou raised his arm to block, a sharp pain coursing through him. The strength of the monkey beast exceeded all expectations. Realizing that maintaining distance would not grant him an advantage, Lin Shou closed in and delivered a kick to the beast's abdomen. With a swift motion, the monkey beast leaped backward, immediately retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks as fierce as a tempest. At that moment, Lin Shou skillfully maneuvered behind the monkey beast, locking it in a one-handed grip around its neck and relentlessly striking its body with his elbow. Taste my Black Mamba strike. The system's notification chimed like the final whistle of a basketball game, as Lin Shou decisively triumphed with an overwhelming score. Man, he bellowed in victory. Turning his head, Lin Shou instantly donned a confident smile for the camera, proclaiming, "Family, send your gifts my way. Follow the streamer to stay updated." The audience in the live stream clearly relished the spectacle, showering Lin Shou with donations. Boss, 666, do you accept apprentices? That was exhilarating. Commanding Pokemon is for the faint-hearted. A true man should confront Pokemon head-on. Boss, your moves are unorthodox. You might lose points. I declare the victory belongs to the monkey beast. Clearing his throat, Lin Shou hastily cautioned, please do not attempt to imitate this. The streamer can perform such feats due to professional training. The average human, in terms of stats, equates to a level 5 Pokemon. At this moment, Lin Shou had leveled up to 10, genuinely matching the prowess of the monkey beast. Should any overly confident viewer decide to test their mettle, they would likely be swiftly overwhelmed by a wild Pokemon. I must prove it. I was just watching the stream and felt an itch for battle. Coincidentally, I stumbled upon a blazing roar tiger, and now, just 10 minutes into life, I thank the streamer. Itch for battle? I shall alternate between left and right heavy punches. Really? I don't believe it. I could easily take down a blazing roar tiger with a slide tackle. As the chat in the live stream became increasingly absurd, Lin Shou quickly interjected to halt the escalating situation, indicating he wished to continue the challenges. Ding. Current Pokemon defeated, 105, 200. Today's live stream concludes here. The streamer needs to rest. See you all tomorrow morning. With that, Lin Shou ended the broadcast and, escorted by staff, returned to his room. As night deepened, Lin Shou leaned against the hotel balcony railing, reviewing his data. Lin Shou, normal attributes level 11. Health, 25, 50. Attack, 42. Defense, 42. Special attack, 42. Special defense, 42. Speed, 42. Weakness, fighting type X2. Traits, 3 aura band, blue. Technical expert, gold. Learning device, gold. Skills, 3 8 palm strike ambush, wave missile, freeze dry. Trait library, white, 41, blue, 1, purple, none, gold, 2, orange, none, red, none. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shou had reached level 11. If he were to traverse back to his first encounter with Squirtle, he could likely shatter its shell with a single punch. He had intended to experiment with the trait fusion feature, but exhaustion compelled him to postpone until tomorrow. That night, all Pokémon tribes were restless, convening an emergency meeting to discuss the sudden appearance of this enigmatic human. After much deliberation, they concluded that their younger generation had been too lax in training. What a disgrace, to be defeated by a mere human. Where is your pride? Where is your dignity as Pokémon? If you cannot best a human, what right do you have to be their battle partners? Are you waiting for them to protect you? All of you back to training. Following this, the atmosphere among the wild Pokémon in the Green Forest Resort area shifted dramatically. As the primary beneficiary, the resort saw an influx of over a dozen new guests that very night. The patrons, seemingly indifferent to the hotel's ambience, immediately inquired, "When will Boss Lin start streaming tomorrow?" Leaving the front desk staff bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? Who is Boss Lin? Where is Boss Lin?" The next morning, as Lin Shou arrived for breakfast, he noticed many patrons greeting him, claiming to be his longtime fans. Boss Lin, the restaurant supervisor, hurried through the wisteria-covered corridor. "Pearls swaying in the moonlight. The manager is waiting for you in the Emerald Hall." Pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, the crystal chandelier illuminated the lavish spread before him. The manager, gripping a wine glass, spoke with a hint of urgency. "Thank you for your stream yesterday. The local trending topic is still Green Forest Resort's Boss Lin. We're all brothers here. No need for such formalities. Let us just have a meal together sometime." Lin Shou waved dismissively. The general manager leaned closer, confiding, "How many more days can you stream here?" Lin Shou joked, "What? You can't bear to see me leave?" "Of course not. Why don't you skip setting up a training ground and just team up with me instead?" If just days ago the general manager viewed Lin Shou as a capable individual, now he regarded him as a veritable cash cow. "I could probably stream for another 3 days, Lin Shou replied after glancing at the system. Originally, today was meant to be the penultimate day, but yesterday's repeated challenges had consumed much of his time, and those Pokémon were formidable foes, not easily dispatched. Seizing the moment, he decided to discuss this matter further with the manager. Chapter 23, simply lacking in decorum. Morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the beige dining tablecloth, while the silver cutlery sparkled with scattered reflections. Lin Shou popped the last bite of his omelet into his mouth, the clink of his knife and fork against the porcelain plate ringing clear. Upon lifting his gaze, he met the general manager's pensive stare, the steam still rising from the coffee cup he held. "I actually still wish to find a suitable Pokémon," Lin Shou mentioned, dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, noticing the manager's neatly trimmed nails tapping lightly on the table. "Could you assist me in devising a way to prevent previously defeated Pokémon from reappearing?" Lin Shou struggled to explain the system's task mechanics, ultimately settling on this excuse. He had brought this request up once during their call yesterday, but it seemed to have little effect. The restaurant's crystal chandelier swayed slightly in the silence, its light glinting off the manager's golden-rimmed glasses. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed the manager's face as he tucked a stray white hair behind his ear. "All right, I will find a way to help you with this. Thank you. I must head out to stream now." Lin Shou rushed out the door. The manager watched him disappear through the revolving door, his fingertips unconsciously tracing a half-circle on the handle of his coffee cup. The secretary, clutching documents, waited by the intricately carved pillar. Upon seeing her superior suddenly remove his glasses, she noted the rhythmic tapping of the legs against his palm. "Go summon the vice president, please." As the man donned his glasses anew, a mischievous glint flickered in the pupils behind the lenses, prompting him to voice his request. The thieving cat leaped onto the mahogany desk, its tail inadvertently knocking over a crystal vase adorned with roses. It tilted its head, observing the tumbling flowers, and with a sudden motion, its pink paw pressed against the glass vessel that was about to fall, its amber vertical pupils reflecting the pale face of the secretary, who hurriedly steadied the vase. After entering, the thieving cat wasted no time, jumping onto the dining table and brazenly indulging in the milk that lay upon it. just as the general manager reached out to caress the feline. It seemed to sense his intent, turning its head to cast a sharp glance at the man. With a wry smile, the general manager raised a sapphire necklace high, the pendant shimmering under the sunlight, casting a glow reminiscent of the Milky Way. The thieving cat's ears perked up instantly, its front paw resting delicately on the man's wrist, yet maintaining an air of graceful restraint. It first lifted its head, signaling the man to adorn it properly, then dismissively rubbed its head against his palm twice before leaping away. The secretary present had long since grown accustomed to such antics. "I have a task that requires your assistance," the man began, having successfully amused the thieving cat. "There is a young man named Lin Shou, the one who captured you a couple of days ago." Before he could finish, a dangerous glint danced in the cat's eyes, as if displeased that her master had broached this subject again. Ahem, that fellow is currently in search of a suitable sprite to accompany him. However, he does not wish for the Pokémon he has already defeated to trouble him further, so it falls upon you to convey this message to the Pokémon community. The thieving cat suddenly arched its back, its fur flaring out against the backlight like a burning black flame, as if chastising its master for the trouble he had caused. The hotel's operations were vast, and it would be exhausting to cover every corner. "This month's bonus is raised by 20, it declared, licking its fur while slowly extending its foreclaws. "All right, then raise it to 40. Only upon hearing the promise of a 40 increase did it leisurely begin to groom its front paw, deliberately flicking a splash of milk onto the man's tailored suit as its tongue brushed against the claw tips. Whether it was mere coincidence or not, after conversing with the hotel owner, Lin Shou found that he had not encountered any sprites that the system did not recognize. Although the levels of the encountered sprites had risen significantly, his task progress had remarkably improved that very morning. Current Pokémon defeated, 131, 200. Entry database: white, 47, blue, 1, purple, none, gold, 2, orange, none, red, none. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. They not only witnessed the potential for humans to triumph over Pokémon, but also gleaned a wealth of knowledge alongside Lin Shou. For instance, they learned about the characteristics of certain Pokémon and the skills typically possessed by Pokémon of this level. With the support of a professional team, Lin Shou no longer needed to concern himself with the aftermath. Defeating a Pokémon would result in the hotel's expert team providing treatment and relocating it to another area. "Boss, after a day's hard work, what kind of Pokémon are you planning to capture?" A golden comment streaked across the screen just as Lin Shou bent down to splash his face with creek water. Gazing at his rippling reflection, he suddenly seized a pebble from the bank and tossed it onto the water's surface. "I haven't decided yet. I suppose I should look for a sprite that I cannot defeat." The live stream erupted with messages of confusion. "Lin boss, you've gotten a bit too ambitious. Why would a Pokémon you can't defeat allow you to capture it? Don't let it come to the point where you end up severely injured, and the Pokémon traps you in a Pokeball." Lin Shou kicked aside a tree root obstructing his path and, in a feigned mysterious tone, whispered, "Perhaps a Milotic will come crying, begging me to capture it?" At this, the live stream burst into joyous laughter. Meanwhile, the Pokémon communities had received the thieving cat's notification, and the defeated elites were forbidden from harassing Lin Shou any further. Despite their defeat, they had significantly sharpened their combat skills. Thus, whenever the formidable human was mentioned, their attitude was always a mixture of affection and resentment. Observing the lack of ambition among their ordinary-level kin, the elite Pokémon within the community felt a surge of eagerness, yet hesitated to attack a human out of a sense of fairness. Ultimately, they concluded that this young man was no ordinary being. They began to seek out any Pokémon that had yet to challenge him, hoping for a fortuitous encounter. "Leader, I have an idea." Within the old treehouse of the intelligent ape community, the breeze stirred the floating star sand as the fan fluttered. "Since our ordinary-level younglings can no longer defeat that human without utilizing skills, why not shift our strategy?" "Go on," the leader encouraged. "From what I understand, humans have reproductive needs similar to those of Pokémon. In ancient times, there were customs of humans marrying Pokémon. What if we send out the most beautiful female sprites from our community to try their luck? This young man is full of vigor. Perhaps he might take a liking to one of them?" The leader found merit in this suggestion. It was akin to the hotel owner of this protected area, far-fetched as it may seem. The intelligent ape's initial train of thought was interrupted by the realization that the thieving cat despised any discussion of such matters. "All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Immediately arrange for a batch of robust female apes to challenge him. Surely they will ensnare the young man's heart. Remember to adorn them with the brightest berry necklaces." This commotion roused the long-tailed monkey lurking in the neighboring hollow tree. As they disseminated the overheard plot, The round wizards were busy polishing their instrument strings, while the wings of the soundbox crickets shimmered with an eerie green glow. Following the defeat of the elite males, the elite females of the community were now mobilizing. However, the first to step forward would undoubtedly be a formidable group of robust female apes. Lin Shou remained blissfully unaware of this development. He merely noticed that the Pokémon he encountered recently seemed to possess even lower levels, a welcome change, as his task progress accelerated significantly. As for the gender of the Pokémon, he had not paid much attention. Aside from certain specific Pokémon, gender held little importance in the game. Defeating them was the primary objective. The hotel manager was also watching the live stream, well aware of the unfolding events. Essentially, all the promising sprites within the protected area had been thoroughly bested by Lin Shou, yet it appeared he had no intention of capturing any. If this continued, the audience might soon perceive that the quality of Pokémon available for capture in his hotel was subpar, which would severely tarnish the establishment's reputation. Brother, what kind of Pokémon are you truly seeking? The manager lamented, reflecting on Lin Shou's recent behaviors, a growing unease gnawing at him. He suspected that Lin Shou's true interest did not lie in capturing Pokémon. But if capturing Pokémon was not his aim, then what was he doing here? Suddenly, a bold thought struck the man's mind. Could it be that Lin Shou was simply lacking in decorum and had come here solely to battle the sprites? Chapter 24. The soul of Team Rocket is Meowth, who can speak. The hotel manager stood behind the marble-tiled front desk, his fingers unconsciously tracing the gilded patterns on the surface. As this absurd notion surfaced, he abruptly covered his mouth, stifling laughter until tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Surely, even if a person could be so uncouth, they would not engage in such frenzied assaults on Pokémon. Would they? Achoo! Lin Shou sneezed violently, feeling as though someone were maligning him. Opening the system to check his task progress, Lin Shou felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him. Current victory over Pokémon, 157, 200. With a little more effort, this task will be accomplished in a day and a half. Alright, dear viewers of the live stream, we shall conclude today's session here. Please bestow upon the host some free love hearts, and those who have yet to follow, do give it a click. Thank you. With that said, he swiftly ended the live broadcast. Well done, everyone. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Lin Shou waved at the staff, completely oblivious to a little figure with blue eyes trailing him from a distance. Later that night, as he lay in bed after a couple of gaming rounds, Starlight Sparkle suddenly appeared to taunt him. Sneaking off to battle strangers without me? Are you afraid of losing to me? Lin Shou wasted no time and directly invited a duel. A Steel Wing Pokémon, adept at using Whirlwind, mercilessly tormented her. Observing the silent and flustered netizen, Lin Shou nodded in satisfaction. Hey, do you think I could join Team Rocket? The notification sound in the silent room was particularly jarring. Staring at the message from Starlight Sparkle, Lin Shou fell into silence. Team Rocket was merely a figment of his imagination. How could she possibly join? His mischievous side emerged again, and he typed, I approve your membership. You are now a top-ranking official in the organization. So easy? You're not fooling me, are you? I'm the boss. It's just a matter of saying the word for anyone to join. Ruby seemed truly convinced by Lin Shou's words. Reflecting on the small group she had managed over the years, it was indeed about letting whomever she wished to join. I hope you continue to work hard and contribute to the organization. Lin Shou coaxed her as though he were soothing a child. Starlight Sparkle promptly replied, Do you have any tasks for me? Lin Shou pondered carefully. Overly simplistic tasks would diminish the organization's prestige, while ludicrous tasks could have adverse societal repercussions. After much contemplation, he said, First, find a Meowth that can speak human language. Good luck. A Meowth that could converse in human tongue? Ruby was dumbfounded by the absurdity of the task. While certain Pokémon could communicate with humans through psychic abilities, like her own Gardevoir, such voices resided only in human minds, not produced through vocal cords. Moreover, Meowth was a normal-type Pokémon. Where could it possibly learn psychic skills? Truly, Team Rocket's challenges were formidable. Ruby's resolve instantly ignited. Inside the hotel, realizing that Starlight Sparkle had ceased to reply, Lin Shou understood that the day's amusement had come to an end. He believed that a talking Meowth could not possibly exist in this world, and thus this foolish netizen would not linger to discuss joining Team Rocket any further. Ding. Special event. Challenger, duration, unknown. Preparation suggested. At least 1 purple trait. 1 gold trait. Rewards. 1 trait slot. 2 special traits. 1 gold trait. What? The alarm pierced through his eardrums, and Lin Shou felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The scene before him seemed to be erased of color by an invisible eraser, as his vision refocused. He found the damp rock wall pressed against his exposed forearm. Crackling sounds echoed beneath the dome. Lin Shou held his breath and turned around to find a unique, charcoal knight standing before him. It stood silently, its bright blue eyes resembling deep lakes, shimmering with a mysterious and enchanting glow, seemingly containing boundless wisdom and stories. The identification interface flashed frantically on his retina. Charcoal Knight, Fire type, Shiny level 56. Health, 100-100. Weakness, Ground X2, Rock X2, Water X2. Ability, Blaze, when attacked, absorbs flames, enhancing subsequent Fire-type moves. Held item, Celebration Armor, upon use. Allows Charcoal Knight to evolve into Crimson Armor Knight. Skills, Area Control, Flamethrower, Terrain Swap, Meditation, etc. Gazing at this peculiar Charcoal Knight, Lin Shou fell into silence. Setting aside the question of why such a high-level Charcoal Knight possessing an evolution item had not yet evolved, it also wielded the powerful psychic skill, Area Control, which appeared rather dubious. Was this Charcoal Knight, seemingly having devolved from Crimson Armor Knight, through some means, something he could truly defeat? As this thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He recalled the numerous Pokémon he had battled these past few days. Had they banded together to hire an assassin against him? The Charcoal Knight seemed unaware that Lin Shou had instantly discerned its secrets, still gesturing for him to attack. Well, this was your request. Lin Shou dropped the pretense and activated Clap Ambush, charging forward. The Intimidate status activated regardless of level, causing the Charcoal Knight to tremble in place. Lin Shou furtively glanced at the system panel. The Charcoal Knight's health had dropped by 45, even with his skill-enhancing traits in play. Theoretically, if he landed a few more strikes, he could triumph over the Charcoal Knight. How splendid! With Clap Ambush, usable only once upon entry, Lin Shou's remaining effective output skills were limited to Aura Sphere and Ice Beam. Given that Ice Beam was an Ice-type move, it would certainly deal negligible damage to a Fire-type Pokémon. Seizing the moment while the Charcoal Knight remained in Intimidate status, he unleashed an Aura Sphere and quickly retreated. The Charcoal Knight's health fell by another 4, leaving it at 91. After calculation, should it employ Flamethrower at this juncture, there was a 100 probability it would inflict 96 points of damage on him. What did that imply? Lin Shou's current health stood at 48. He would owe the Charcoal Knight a life. The Charcoal Knight charged toward Lin Shou without using any skills, seemingly concerned about revealing anything, opting instead to engage in a brawl. Lin Shou, lacking alternatives, pretended it was a weak Pokémon and fought barehanded. After a grueling half-hour of mutual strikes, the Charcoal Knight nodded in satisfaction and collided directly with Lin Shou's luxurious Pokeball at his waist. It didn't even shake. The Pokeball displayed a successful capture. Lin Shou what? Chapter 25. A brave Pokémon experiences life first. In the damp cave, Lin Shou leaned against the moss-covered rock wall. Panting, the system light screen suddenly erupted with blue light before him, as several lines of gilded text began to scroll. Defeated Charcoal Knight. Task completed. Rewards distributing. Please hold on. Gained 1 trait slot. Gained special trait, Celebration Armor. Upon use, allows Charcoal Knight to evolve into Crimson Armor Knight. Gained special trait, Cursed Armor. Upon use, allows Charcoal Knight to evolve into Azure Flame Blade Demon. Gained gold trait, Shattered Armor. When receiving physical damage, the outer armor shatters and defense decreases, significantly boosting speed. Though the rewards were plentiful, 2 of them bore little relevance to him, and the most explosive one was undoubtedly Shattered Armor. This implied that as long as he was touched, his speed would increase dramatically. The price? He would be left in a state of utter vulnerability. This skill. Lin Shou's Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed. The front of his combat suit still bore the scorch marks left by the fiery breath of his newly acquired Pokémon. Charcoal Samurai. Perhaps it was best to leave it to the Pokémon. He flicked his fingers against the Poké Balls at his waist, casting Celebration Armor, Cursed Armor, and Shattered Armor into the Pokeball containing Charcoal Samurai. Upon reviewing his personal attribute panel, a remarkable transformation had occurred following his encounter with a level 56 Pokémon. Lin Shou, Normal Type level 15. Health points, 18, 65. Attack, 45. Defense, 45. Special Attack, 45. Special Defense, 45. Speed, 45. Weakness, Fighting Type X2. Traits, 3. For Momentum Cloak, Blue. Technical Expert, Gold. Learning Device, Gold. Empty. Skills, 3. 8 Slap Ambush, Wave Missile, Freeze Dry. Trait Library, White, 53, Blue, 1, Purple, none, Gold, 2. Orange, None. Red. None. What does being level 15 truly signify? If he were a Squirtle, just one more level would lead to his evolution into Wartortle. Come forth. His throw of the Pokeball was tinged with hesitation. Charcoal Samurai, Fire type, Shiny level 56. Health points, 100-100. Weakness, Ground type X2, Rock type X2. Water type X2. Ability, Blaze, when attacked, absorbs flames, strengthening its subsequent Fire type moves. Held item, Celebration Armor, when used, allows Charcoal Samurai to evolve into Crimson Armor Rider. Skills, Wide Area Combat Power, Flamethrower, Terrain Swap, Meditate. Traits, Celebration Armor, Cursed Armor, Shattered Armor. Charcoal Samurai tilted her head in confusion, and a languid, sultry voice echoed in Lin Shou's mind. Human, do you require something? Lin Shou's lips twitched slightly. Now she was communicating with him telepathically. It was as if she had cast aside any pretense. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Or did you accidentally collide with my Pokeball? Lin Shou tentatively inquired about Charcoal Samurai's intentions, attempting to discern her true motives. The sultry voice responded once more. You, human, have defeated me. I am now your Pokemon. Is this not entirely normal? Normal, my foot. Lin Shou silently protested. Do not concern yourself with my thoughts. I am merely an ordinary Pokemon, weak and pitiful, yearning for a home. Realizing she had assessed his inability to perceive her precise values, Lin Shou resigned himself to play along with her charade. Let us agree on this. If you ever feel unhappy, you are free to leave at any time. Charcoal Samurai feigned deafness to his words. Very well. Let us return and rest for now. Lin Shou sighed deeply. Indulging this creature's performance was utterly exhausting. Master, you may return. I have matters to attend to. I will find you in our room shortly, Charcoal Samurai declared before departing the cave. In an instant, she materialized atop the hotel. Her blue eyes closed as she attentively sensed the changes within her body. It felt as though something had awakened within her since being captured by that human. With a thought, she transformed into Crimson Armor Rider. With another fleeting thought, she instantly morphed into Azure Flame Blade Demon. What a remarkable human, she murmured. Her twin swords enveloped in azure flames concealing her face. That night, a significant event transpired within Charcoal Samurai's clan. The newly elevated Quasi-King level elite, Crimson Armor Rider, had vanished. She left behind the celebration armor, bestowed upon her by the clan, and a parting message. You all keep on pretending to be dignified while languishing in idleness. I shall go enjoy a new life with that battling human. Within a few days, word of this incident reached other clans, who expressed their disdain, deeming her shameless for using such deceptive tactics to gain a human's favor. It was utterly disgraceful. However, when they attempted to emulate her, they discovered that Lin Shou had already departed. Brothers and sisters, today marks the final day of the streamer's live broadcast. As the streamer has found a suitable Pokemon last night, Lin Shou announced to the camera, observing the disbelief among the viewers. He promptly released Charcoal Samurai from the luxurious ball. I'm not lying to you. Look, this is a special Pokeball from the hotel. I didn't even have time to switch it out. Charcoal Samurai waved her tiny hand, greeting the audience in the live chat. Oh my streamer. Quickly ask what color bags the adorable one likes. The Green Forest Resort Hotel actually has Charcoal Samurai. I'm booking a flight right now. Did you all notice? Lin Boss says Charcoal Samurai has rather peculiar eye colors. As this comment appeared, the live chat fell silent for several seconds, only to be overwhelmed by a deluge of messages. Kill, kill, kill. Why does the streamer have such good luck? How much? No, just give it to me. I'm a university student. University students rank below dogs. Streamer, with my associate degree, may I inherit your shiny Charcoal Samurai? The hotel owner was also watching the live stream, turning to ask his secretary, do we have shiny Charcoal Samurai in our hotel's offerings? The secretary, caught off guard by her superior's unexpected inquiry, frantically recalled all the hotel materials she had previously reviewed. There is only one shiny Crimson Armor Rider, the new clan leader. This Charcoal Samurai is likely newly hatched. The man nodded silently, for the hotel had established a rule against directly collecting and selling rare Pokemon when it was first founded, in agreement with various clans. My brother truly has incredible luck. Beep. Task. Battle against 200 Pokemon. 200, 200. Completed. Reward. Random Purple Trait 1. Random Ancient Device 1. Acquired Purple Trait. Regeneration. When returned to the team, health points will slightly recover. Acquired Ancient Device. Defense Module Fragment. Increases the repair progress of the Ancient Defense Field in the training facility by 5. Due to the host's outstanding performance. A special training facility item will now be awarded. Legitimate document. All items within the facility are legalized and can automatically generate corresponding files. Chapter 26. This is indeed not a buffet restaurant. This special trait was the one Lin Shou was most pleased with. It was well known that Latina and Squirtle were constantly modifying equipment at home. One could not rule out the possibility of Uncle Hat arriving one day to conduct an investigation. With this document in hand, everything within the training facility became justified. Under the golden glow of the morning sun, the Green Forest Resort Hotel basked in its radiance as Lin Shou, dragging his suitcase, stepped out of the revolving door to find the hotel owner awaiting him. "You must come often, brother." "Absolutely." Lin Shou gazed at his black metallic membership card, contemplating that returning a few more times wouldn't be a problem. He might as well designate this place for the next company team-building event. After all, it's free. As the taxi rolled over the gravel road, Charcoal Samurai leaped out of the Poké Ball, resembling a blazing meteor. Lin Shou deemed her lightness acceptable. At that moment, before the training facility, the area was already packed to capacity. As Lin Shou opened the car door, a cacophony of excitement washed over him. A Rotom phone floated into the air, its electronic voice cracking with enthusiasm. "Family, who understands? I'm seeing shiny Charcoal Samurai up close." In the end, it was Squirtle piloting MK2 that successfully assisted Lin Shou in escaping from his predicament. Under Squirtle's animated explanations, Lin Shou pieced together the events that had transpired. 2 days prior, more than 10 individuals had arrived to inquire about the training facility of Boss Lin in the live streaming room, and upon confirming its authenticity, they hastily made their payments. Latina's social anxiety resurfaced, rendering her invisible for days, as she manipulated MK2 and Squirtle to guide guests in filling out their registration forms. Many had initially come merely for the excitement, but upon discovering the advanced technology of the battle arena, they were utterly captivated and became loyal patrons. Consequently, Latina found herself working overtime to expand the battle arena, which could currently accommodate 50 trainers and 50 Pokémon for what was termed immersive combat training. Furthermore, the 50 trainers could select their preferred partners to engage in battles against AI or one another. Observing the bustling hall through the surveillance cameras, Latina downed her now-cold coffee in one gulp, savoring the delightful essence of technology. At 5 in the afternoon, after bidding farewell to all the guests, Lin Shou stared intently at his mobile banking app, which displayed a 6-figure balance. "You all have worked hard these past few days. Let us dine out today," he declared, waving his phone exuberantly, his voice trembling with excitement over the earnings. Latina raised her hand to express her opinion. "Boss, could we perhaps avoid the buffet restaurant?" "Fear not. Today, we shall indulge in whatever pleases our palates." Lin Shou felt he was being exceedingly considerate of his employees' preferences. In a corner of the bustling metropolis stood a uniquely characteristic restaurant. This establishment not only served delectable dishes, but also doubled as an exhilarating Pokémon battle venue. From a distance, its distinctive architectural style could easily capture the attention of passers-by. It resembled a colossal Pokeball, its exterior adorned with vibrant and lifelike depictions of various adorable Pokémon. "Pokémon Battle Restaurant." Latina read the sign, casting a resigned glance at her boss. Where on earth did he discover such peculiar dining spots? "This is a fine establishment." Lin Shou beamed with pride, gesturing toward the opulent structure. Yes, yes. If only the promotion of win 3 consecutive battles to earn a 200 league coin voucher were not in place. Latina muttered under her breath. "Do not resist this notion." Lin Shou leaned closer to explain. "Battling is fundamentally the most important aspect for trainers. Not only can one engage in battles here, but they can also enjoy complimentary meals. It's truly a great benefit." Latina pointed to the text on the promotional poster. "Boss, this establishment only permits Pokémon of elite rank or below to participate, and Squirtle is still a novice. How can it possibly contend against those of the ordinary rank?" Lin Shou promptly lifted the Cinderace perched atop his head. "Ahem. Allow me to grandly introduce my new Pokémon, the ordinary rank Cinderace. Please give it a warm round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. Only Squirtle complied, clapping its paws in support. Latina regarded Lin Shou's Cinderace with a quizzical expression, convinced through her unique assessment that this Pokémon could not possibly be of ordinary rank. Thus, it was clear that this Pokémon harbored some undisclosed secret that had drawn it to Lin Shou. Poor Lin Shou, caught in the web of manipulation, Latina whispered her conclusion, audible only to herself. Yet, Lin Shou remained lost in the blissful fantasy of victory, oblivious to the strange expressions of his staff. "Cinderace, you must do your best. If you win 3 battles, your meal will be on the house." He hoisted Cinderace under her arms, swinging her playfully in the air. Suddenly, an enormous sound effect drew everyone's attention. The glass curtain wall was projecting dazzling visuals of a battle between Gyarados and Charizard. Latina tugged at the hem of her hoodie. Emblazoned with social anxiety, "Please do not disturb," still trying to brace herself, when Lin Shou pulled her through the revolving door. Onward, onward. Welcome to the Palace of Dreams and Gastronomy. A server clad in a Pikachu onesie bowed in greeting, and an electronic prompt chimed in her earpiece. Your reserved C12 battle station is ready. There are currently 9 groups in the queue, with an estimated wait time. The central battle arena was enveloped in a circular light screen, with electromagnetic barriers dividing the audience into petal-like sections. Wow! A cheer erupted from somewhere as Blastoise released steam from its shell, reflecting a shadow ball that exploded in a display of purple-black energy, dissipating like fireworks. Lin Shou inhaled deeply, the air infused with the sweet aroma of caramel popcorn mingling with the smoky scent of Pokémon abilities. Seemingly concerned that Cinderace might overdo her disguise, Lin Shou casually remarked, "I recall that Cinderace can learn the move Flame Charge via a technical machine. Can you perform it?" Cinderace tilted her head, sparks flying from the crevices of her armor. As she was raised to Lin Shou's eye level, flames at the tips of her ears suddenly flickered upward, tracing a heart-shaped arc in the air. "Master," her sultry voice, wrapped in a honeyed tremor, cooed, "would you truly extinguish my little flame?" Lin Shou felt it was unnecessary to pose such a question. Cinderace was clearly a performer. Upon reflection, the Battle Training Center truly did not harbor idlers. Squirtle, the robot pilot; Latina, the socially anxious technician; Cinderace, the drama queen. Chapter 27, The Self-Cultivation of a Drama Queen. "Hey, isn't that Boss Lin?" Before reaching the entrance of the battle zone, Lin Shou was recognized by fans of the live stream. Hello? Are you here today to battle Pokemon again, Boss Lin?" A fan promptly inquired. "No, today is primarily for dining, and I brought Cinderace along to experience the stage," Lin Shou quickly replied while cradling Cinderace. It seemed he would not be able to showcase his battles today, but the fans cheered, "Good luck, boss. You must win 9 matches. And in 9, Lin Shou nodded in confusion. Is there some special significance to this number? He seemed uncertain as to why the fans anticipated that he would battle 9 times. Was this a specific numeral of some sort? After all, the opponents were trainers with their own Pokémon, and engaging in a direct confrontation could indeed be psychologically challenging. Otherwise, Lin Shou would have rolled up his sleeves and charged right in. Feeling slightly uneasy, Lin Shou reiterated, "Flame Charge should roughly take away 1/3 of their health. So please do not underperform." Translated, this meant, make sure your Flame Charge does not deal too much damage. If you knock out the opponent instantly, we will be discovered. Alright, dear audience, let us proceed to today's 10th match. The combatants are Arbok and Cinderace. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Applause erupted. It was noteworthy that Cinderace's beautiful eyes were blue, signifying it was a shiny Pokémon. However, on the battlefield, strength alone spoke volumes. Would our lovely Cinderace manage to triumph over her opponent? As the battle bell rang, Lin Shou watched as a large purple snake pursued his Cinderace in an attempt to bite her. The opposing trainer continuously commanded their Pokémon. Yet no matter how desperately it pursued, it could not catch up to Cinderace, who was scuttling away on her short legs. Lin Shou felt compelled to shout something in accompaniment. "Cinderace, quick, dodge." Indeed, master, a divine skill, dodge quickly, no mistake. At this moment, the opposing trainer could no longer endure the incessant chase and decided to employ a long-range attack to subdue the fiery little warrior, the Charcoal Knight. The Arbok unleashed its poison sting. Instantly, the Arbok opened its gaping maw, and a series of shimmering, purple-hued venomous needles began to gather. "Flamethrower," Lin Shou shouted, evidently reminding the Charcoal Knight to stay mindful of the timing even while performing. The Charcoal Knight, suddenly serious, took a moment to finally unleash a torrent of searing flames from its mouth. As the smoke cleared, the Arbok was left charred and exuding a faint yet alluring fragrance. The customers, upon catching a whiff of this aroma, suddenly found themselves ravenous, eagerly diving into their meals. Ladies and gentlemen, the trainer of Arbok has chosen to concede defeat. Let us extend our congratulations to the charming Charcoal Knight for securing its first victory. The host promptly escorted the defeated trainer off the battlefield. Lin Shou suddenly felt that achieving victory in 9 matches was far simpler than he had anticipated. After all, this was merely a restaurant. No one would engage in a life-or-death battle for a voucher worth 200 league coins. It was entirely reasonable to concede defeat upon realizing one's inferiority. "Master, how was that?" The voice of the Charcoal Knight echoed in Lin Shou's mind. "Not bad, just a bit hungry," Lin Shou replied softly. Given the current pace of battle, each match would likely last at least 10 minutes. By the time they wrapped up after an hour and a half, It was probable that Latina would be preparing to leave, having finished her meal. Upon hearing this, the charcoal knight seemed to grasp something. In the subsequent 7 matches, each concluded with a single flamethrower that merely scorched the surface. The opposing trainers generally believed their Pokémon could not endure and chose to surrender. In reality, the flamethrower inflicted minimal damage on the opponent's Pokémon. The most absurd case involved a water-type Pokémon. Lin Shou silently shook his head, deeming the opposing trainer's judgment lacking. If they could just hold on a bit longer, oh well, this works just fine. Between the 8th and 9th matches, nearly 10 minutes elapsed. Just as Lin Shou began to worry that the hotel would discover the charcoal knight's secret, the host's voice resonated once more. Next up, we have the final match for our dear charcoal knight. Let us welcome the challenger, the gym leader of the ordinary type gym, the frontline commander of the ultimate cave in Dragon Country, and the youngest champion-level trainer in history, Jose, making a dazzling entrance. Upon hearing this introduction, all diners instantly rose to gaze at the center of the stage. With a snap, the hotel lights dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated a specific area opposite Lin Shou. There, a young man clad in a hooded sweatshirt gradually revealed his visage. Beneath the hood was a man approximately 25 years of age, standing around 185 meters tall. Possessing a robust and athletic physique, his muscular contours fluid and natural, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. His hair was a thick, lustrous black, neatly styled, with the tips slightly curled upwards, hinting at a touch of rebelliousness and nonchalance. His lips, neither too thick nor too thin, bore a faint, enigmatic smile, bestowing upon him an aura of warmth and approachability tempered with authority. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was indeed the gym leader Zhou himself making an appearance. Although his gym was adjacent to the restaurant, it was unheard of for a trainer boasting an 8-match winning streak to challenge the gym leader directly. Notably, this trainer was the first this year to achieve the conditions for consecutive victories and advance to the final challenge, indicating he was thoroughly prepared. Only Lin Shou felt that the restaurant was engaging in a rather reckless maneuver, just as he was nearing the coveted voucher. Refund. Below the stage, Latina gazed helplessly at the promotional poster's text and remarked to the Squirtle, who was awaiting their meal. I bet the owner didn't fully read the information before rushing to sign up. Do you believe that? Squirtle, Squirtle. Lin Shou's calculations were as follows. 2 trainers. 2 Pokémon. In a setting like this would likely cost around 600 coins. 3 matches at 200 league coins, each perfectly rounds out to a free grand feast. Latina had just seen the hotel's rules stipulating. After winning 8 consecutive matches, you will receive the opportunity to battle a mysterious guest. If victorious, a mysterious grand prize awaits you. The charcoal knight slowly turned its head, seemingly inquiring how Lin Shou intended to proceed with this match. Lin Shou was not overly concerned, reasoning that no matter how formidable the gym leader might be, he would still employ ordinary-type Pokémon. Brother, you seem to be of similar age to me. The fact that you can raise such an exceptional Pokémon speaks volumes about your prowess as a trainer. I shall treat this match with the utmost seriousness. With that, he hurled a red and white Pokeball. A flash of crimson light revealed a massive Slaking before the charcoal knight. To describe it, the charcoal knight was scarcely the size of Slaking's head. The charcoal knight slowly turned its head, feigning trepidation, and trembled as it asked Lin Shou in its mind, Master, you want me to battle that creature? Lin Shou hastily opened the system's identification panel. Slaking, normal type, level 22. Health points, 85. Weakness, fighting type, X2. Ability, truant, normal type and fighting type moves can hit ghost type Pokemon, remaining unaffected by intimidate. Item, assault vest. Moves, hammer arm, ice punch, fire punch, thunder punch, etc. Goodness, he's brought out the trifecta of punches, hasn't he? At this level, even the charcoal knight's full force attack would require 2 turns to vanquish it. Chapter 28. The trainer warms up. Even if the charcoal knight pretended to be at level 20, that would necessitate 4 flamethrowers. Thus, Lin Shou's greatest concern was the potential exposure of the charcoal knight's attribute panel. The opposing champion-level trainer undoubtedly possessed a keen eye. Should the impact of Slaking's attack deviate from expectations, Lin Shou believed the restaurant would not honor his voucher. Therefore, his primary dilemma was how to secure the voucher without revealing anything. Ding. Special event. Trainer takes the field personally. Specifics. Personal participation in battle. Inflicting damage exceeding 50 of total damage. Reward. Random move 1, random stat 1. Lin Shou perceived this occurrence as a hint, suggesting that his personal involvement might safely resolve the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, our charcoal knight's trainer requests a pause in the match. At this moment, the pause likely served to discuss tactics. indicating that facing the gym leader's Pokémon indeed posed a certain level of pressure. The host announced this, and all eyes turned expectantly towards Lin Shou. "Go, Boss Lin!" Fans could no longer contain their excitement, shouting in unison. "Go, Boss Lin! Boss Lin is amazing!" The host looked quizzically at the diners. Although such scenes were not unprecedented, he was still taken aback by the fervor. He instinctively recited a line he had repeated countless times. "It seems our challenger is quite the little celebrity, so the upcoming match is sure to be thrilling." At that moment, the fans could no longer hold back their cries. "Boss Lin, step up! Boss Lin, on the field! Boss Lin, on the field!" Upon hearing the diners' chants, the host found himself perplexed. Each word was clear in its meaning, yet their combination left him bewildered. If the trainer on stage was indeed Boss Lin, then was he not already present on the stage? Who were the audience urging to come forward? The host reacted swiftly, promptly seizing the microphone to salvage the situation. "It seems the audience eagerly anticipates the next challenger. Let us first rally support for the contender currently on stage, shall we? The genuine next challenger, they say, is none other than me, Lin Shou." He strode over, patting the host on the shoulder. Before the host could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Shou had already positioned himself opposite the bag beast. "Come on, let me witness the prowess of a top-notch gym leader." The fans, well acquainted with Lin Shou's combat style, erupted with excitement, swiftly drawing out their phones to capture the thrilling moments. Initially disheartened by the ease with which Tan Xiaoshu had eliminated 8 competitors, they had lost hope for Lin Shou's performance. Yet, in a twist of fate, he decided to engage in direct confrontation with a Pokémon during the decisive final battle. This was utterly exhilarating. Lin Shou's previous pause was not for strategizing with Tan Xiaoshu. Instead, he had contemplated the multitude of white entries he had amassed, pondering whether he could synthesize something of value. The unkind system offered an exchange rate of 5-to-1. 5 white entries could be traded for a single blue random entry. To specify a particular blue entry, 20 white entries were required for the exchange. The spotlight of the battleground reflected a cold silver sheen from the metallic dome. As Lin Shou gazed intently at the system interface, over 70 white entries swirling in his vision like a galaxy of stars. Acceleration. Purple speed increases with each turn. Freerunner. Purple transforms into the same type as the move used. Multiple scales. Purple when health is at full. Damage taken from attacks is reduced to 50 of the original. When the trait of multiple scales was conferred upon him, Lin Shou experienced an inexplicable itch all over his skin for a fleeting moment. However, as he glanced towards the light, that discomfort dissipated. The only one to notice the anomaly was Latina, who had yet to fix her attention on the stage. She instantly locked onto a remnant of dragon scale on Lin Shou's body, her brows arching slightly. Opposite him, Jose had never seen Lin Shou's live broadcasts, and was evidently unaware of his combat style. He stood there, quietly awaiting the moment Lin Shou would retreat to a safe distance, which he perceived as the signal for the match to officially commence. The 2 challengers, along with their Pokémon, stood frozen like statues. Ultimately, it was Jose who could no longer contain himself, prompting him to call out, "Challenger, why not step back?" "Step back?" Lin Shou glanced behind him. Retreating would lead him beyond the boundaries of the battle arena. He quickly realized that he had been battling only wild Pokémon before, without the need to explain his intentions to them. He waved his hand in dismissal, clarifying, "This is my fighting style. Shouldn't Pokémon advance and retreat alongside their trainers?" Quite right. Jose, the frontline commander of the Ultimate Cave, was suddenly reminded of the myriad battles he had faced in another world. In that realm of complexity, where was the safe haven for trainers to hide? In this young man, he perceived a noble quality of resilience in the face of adversity. This was in stark contrast to Latina, who could only see in Lin Shou a desire for free meals. A glint of battle fervor ignited in Jose's eyes. "If that is the case, I shall remain on the battleground. Let our match officially begin." Lin Shou looked at Jose in astonishment. Could this elder brother also be someone who could physically contend with Pokémon? This complicates matters, as the one-on-one match appeared to have morphed into a 2-on-2 showdown. As the sound of the final bell echoed, Jose swiftly commanded the bag beast, "Use, clap, ambush." Lin Shou immediately set Tan Xiaoshu down, launching forward with his own clap, ambush. Although the skill's damage was modest, its insult was profound. If that bag beast were to land 2 resounding slaps on him, it would indeed mar his image. With a swiftness that surpassed the cumbersome bag beast, and given that its original target was Tan Xiaoshu, Lin Shou easily intercepted it. Jose, momentarily taken aback, failed to recognize that Lin Shou was employing the skill clap, ambush, seizing the opportunity while the bag beast remained in a state of trepidation. Lin Shou delivered a forceful slap to its chest, concealing within his palm a seemingly hidden wave projectile. At that moment, his newly acquired entry activated. And under the influence of the freerunner trait, he transformed into the fighting type. Boom. The bag beast staggered back 2 steps, struggling to regain its balance to avoid collapsing to the ground. Lin Shou glanced at the system panel. Now, the wave projectile had been enhanced by the type advantage, dealing 150 points of damage, and factoring in the earlier clap ambush. He had thus reduced the bag beast's health by 51 points, approximately 60 of its total health. The surrounding crowd erupted into a fervor once more. They had gathered merely for entertainment, yet found Lin Shou's stance utterly captivating. Not only had he deflected the bag beast's fierce assault with a single slap, but he had also counterattacked, sending the creature reeling. What kind of technique was this? Was it the art of Tai Chi, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Lin Boss is incredible. Even patrons beyond the fanbase began to cheer. Chapter 29, regarded as a wave warrior. Lin Shou's covert actions did not escape Jose's keen observation. The moment Lin Shou unleashed the wave projectile, Jose recognized the skill. In that instant, all prior uncertainties in his mind found resolution. So, he was indeed a wave warrior. It was hardly surprising that he could utilize such skills. Jose asked no questions, already piecing together Lin Shou's circumstances in his mind. In nearly a decade of research in the Dragon Kingdom, wave had been identified as a form of biological energy inherent to all individuals. Although often mistaken for psychic powers or mental energy, it was, in fact, a biological energy vibration that could only be controlled by those who had trained in certain Pokémon. In the ancient texts of the Wave era, such individuals were collectively referred to as wave warriors. The young man across from him was undoubtedly one of them. Jose, leaning against the protective net, tapped rhythmically on the alloy railing, commanding, "Bag Beast, use Thunder Punch." As Jose's deep command resonated, the bag beast's fists erupted with blinding arcs of electricity, crackling currents leaping between its fingers, illuminating the battleground in flickering light. Crackle. Upon hearing the command, the bag beast sprang into action, its hands entwined with shimmering bolts of lightning. After experiencing the unique qualities of this human, its primary target for attack naturally shifted to Lin Shou. The thunderous roar of the electricity pierced the air, sending chills down Lin Shou's spine. Just as the tension peaked, the sound of fabric tearing reverberated through the air as Tan Xiaoshi, her small hands ablaze with sparks, clutched tightly at his waist. The immense pulling force caused Lin Shou to lean back, narrowly avoiding the thunder punch, which crashed down mere inches from his face, searing a charred crater into the alloy floor, while metallic shards glittered like blue stars against the protective net. Boom! The thunder punch descended, striking the ground between Lin Shou's legs. Had he reacted even a second later, he might have had to bid farewell to his dear brother. Lin Shou swiftly grasped Tan Xiaoshi, executing a dynamic leap, raising her to his chest as he shouted, "Flamethrower!" Whoosh! A pillar of crimson flame surged forth like a dragon unleashed, warping the air as it surged toward the bag beast. The well-trained Pokémon immediately rolled sideways, the fiery wave grazing its pouch, creating ripples of energy across the protective net. The spectators facing the flamethrower were initially startled, but upon realizing they felt no scorching heat, they adjusted their mindset, capturing the fiery aftermath as a striking backdrop for their photographs. Continue with Thunder Punch. Jose's command resonated with a metallic coldness. Charcoal Little Servant is a fire-type Pokémon, and neither Fire Punch nor Ice Punch can inflict the full extent of damage. Moreover, the Clap Surprise can only be utilized in the first round upon entry. Thus, the only skill available for proficient use is Thunder Punch. The bag beast propelled itself off the ground, its massive physique surprisingly agile like that of a cheetah, as its calloused fists, crackling with arcs of electricity, lunged toward Lin Shou's throat. In a flash of instinctive thought, Lin Shou seized Charcoal Little Servant and hurled it upwards, then positioned himself to brace for the incoming assault. Thud! The dull sound of impact reverberated within his chest, sending Lin Shou hurtling backwards like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily against the protective netting. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his sleeve charred and curling back to reveal the glimmering, scale-like patterns beneath. Latina gasped sharply, finally recognizing that the shimmering scales that appeared when Lin Shou was struck were indeed multiple scales. But how could this be? Such a trait is exclusively possessed by specific dragon-type Pokémon. Could it be the ancient device in the training arena? She murmured with skepticism. Latina recalled that Lin Shou possessed a mysterious crystal in his possession, and at present, this was the only plausible source of the extraordinary power he wielded. On the battlefield, The bag beast shook its fists in confusion. The sensation from earlier felt akin to striking a 1,000-layered armor, leaving its knuckles tingling from the recoil. The crowd's cheers momentarily faltered, only to be drowned out by an even more fervent roar as they bore witness to Lin Xiao staggering to his feet, a ruse. Of course, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, as if witnessing a legendary hero slaying a dragon. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief upon noting his loss of 9 hit points. Fortunately, the initial clap surprise did not land on him. Otherwise, the multiple scales, which could only be triggered at full health, would have been depleted, and he would have had to endure 20 points of damage this round. Flame burst. Lin Xiao shouted towards the heavens. The crowd followed his gaze, suddenly recalling that charcoal little servant, having been tossed high into the air, was now directly above the bag beast. Get out of the way. Jose's quick instinctive warning seemed futile. Whoosh. A searing torrent of flames erupted once more. And this time, the bag beast had no means of evading. As the smoke cleared, the fur of its pouch was charred and curled. Through the system interface, Lin Xiao noted that its health bar was reduced to a mere 20. Jose clenched his fists, veins bulging, yet upon catching sight of Lin Xiao charging once more, he resignedly relaxed his grip. I concede. The notification sound chimed in Lin Xiao's mind as his fist barely stopped short of the bag beast's snout. Task. Trainer enters the arena personally, completed. Reward. Random purple attribute 1. Acquired skill. Close combat. Forfeits defense to launch an assault into the opponent's embrace, reducing both own defense and special defense. Acquired purple attribute. Poison spike. May occasionally poison Pokémon that make contact. The cheers surged like a tsunami, the spotlights above suddenly illuminating, casting a silvery column of light upon him. An unseen dry ice machine began to spew forth a cloud of white mist, transforming the battlefield into a celestial realm. Boss Lin! Boss Lin! Boss Lin! Amidst the jubilant cries of the audience, Lin Xiao felt as though he had leveled up again. Lin Xiao, normal type level 16. Health, 60-69. Attack, 48. Defense, 48. Special attack, 48. Special defense, 48. Speed, 48. Weakness, fighting type X2. Attributes, 4, for multiple scales, purple. Technical master, gold. Acceleration, purple. Free spirit, purple. Skills, 4, 8 clap surprise, wave missile, ice dry, close combat. Attribute library, white, 53, blue, 1, purple, 5, gold, 2, orange, none, red, none. Jose approached through the dissipating mist, the hem of his black trench coat billowing in the breeze, revealing 6 poke balls dangling from his waist. Congratulations on your victory. It brings me immense joy to see someone of your caliber in the Dragon Kingdom. Just luck, merely luck, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Jose raised an eyebrow. Luck? I beg to differ. The title of Wave Guide Hero is not merely bestowed by chance. Lin Xiao found it somewhat challenging to grasp the significance of being regarded as a Wave Guide Hero, but before he could ponder further, Jose had already winkingly departed the arena. Let us now congratulate Lin Xiao on his successful challenge. The announcer bellowed. Suddenly, an array of electronic petals descended from the ceiling, each landing with a small explosion of holographic fireworks. Charcoal little servant frolicked, chasing the light, its tail flame trailing behind like a dazzling comet. Suddenly, a dense cloud of white smoke erupted from the stage's edge, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, swiftly enveloping the entire platform. In this dreamlike scene, the audience could no longer contain their excitement and joy, rising to their feet with uplifted hands, collectively chanting one name, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? The sound was deafening, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. This is your commemorative photograph. The photographer presented an instant photo. In the picture, the dust-covered youth embraced charcoal little servant, with explosive flames in the backdrop, and in one corner, Jose's contemplative profile could be seen. Lin Xiao tucked the photo into his pocket, his thoughts drifting to the prospect of finally enjoying a complimentary dinner, right? Chapter 30. Training Ground Membership Requires After-Sales Service. Congratulations on receiving a year's worth of meal vouchers. Latina congratulated, shielding her head with her hat. Thanks to you. The diner's attention has all been drawn over here. Order whatever you desire. All expenses will be covered by Boss Lin. Lin Xiao lowered his voice intentionally, seemingly concerned that other diners might misinterpret his words. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Latina quietly suggested, Boss, I understand your intent. Let us just order and take it home to eat. There are indeed too many people here. Surrounded by well-wishers, Lin Xiao found it somewhat impolite to ignore them, yet he felt a lack of appetite. Thus, The second gathering at the training hall concluded, once again, with takeout. Neon lights flowed like a colorful galaxy across the car window, and Lin Xiao suddenly felt something hard digging into his pocket. Pulling it out, a dark golden card shimmered under the streetlight, evoking Zhou Zai's mischievous grin from earlier. Ultimate Cave Pass? He pinched the card between his fingers, studying it against the car window, the metallic sheen glinting at its edges. The card served only as a memento. The true pass was a virtual one, bound to personal information via a QR code on the reverse. Lin Xiao searched online, but found no information regarding this pass. However, upon searching for Ultimate Cave, disaster reports continuously popped up in the search results, causing his brow to furrow deeper. Upon careful analysis, Lin Xiao ultimately concluded, this wretched item is essentially a mercenary's proof. Isn't it? He doubted he would ever involve himself in such perilous endeavors, opting instead to leave this precious opportunity for those in need. After the meal, Latina, unusually unoccupied with odd tasks, retrieved a document from the front desk and handed it to Lin Xiao. By the way, boss, there is something else. Lin Xiao casually accepted it. What is it? Yesterday, the renowned Casmo Group dispatched representatives to inform us that our training facility has been acquired by them. And what now? Lin Xiao cast aside the paper documents, devoid of any desire to even glance at them. They expressed their intention to take over our training center, allowing you to continue managing it. Let them indulge themselves. Even if this premises is not leased, I will dismantle everything within and take it away. As Lin Xiao took hold of the documents, he caught a faint whiff of cedar, the Group's logo gleaming coldly on the gilded cover. I outright declined their offer, and they mentioned they would pay a visit at a later date. Oh, we shall see then. Lin Xiao wasn't particularly assertive, especially considering the previous owner owed 2 years' rent to the landlord. If he wished to continue operating at the same location, he would indeed need to find a way to fill the $500,000 Union deficit. As the midnight sounds of water ceased abruptly, Lin Xiao, with damp hair barely touching the pillow, was jolted awake by the piercing sound of the doorbell. Initially polite, the chime quickly escalated into a relentless, urgent buzzing, echoing throughout the empty training hall. For heaven's sake, Lin Xiao sprang from his bed, fuming as he rushed to the entrance. Upon opening the door, 3 foolish high school students bounded in like excited huskies. You had better have a good reason for this. Were it not for their status as longtime patrons, Lin Xiao might have been tempted to resort to violence. Boss Lin, we're in dire straits, exclaimed the red-haired youth, Long Yichen, his face a mix of apology and urgency. Lin Xiao was not one to dismiss concerns lightly. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Speak. What is the matter? Wait. You tell them, said Xia Chenxi, glancing nervously at her companions. Our school has an unexpected Pokémon training assessment the day after tomorrow, and it seems our Pokémon have not made any significant progress lately. She hesitated, her eyes darting back to her friends. Lin Xiao's attention was clearly waning. He asked, somewhat dismissively, so what? Given our current predicament, it's likely we'll be called in to see our parents. Long Yichen exclaimed, jumping about as if a fatherly slap had just struck his face. Lin Xiao's expression shifted to one of discomfort. He had a faint inkling about this matter. The 3 had been practically living in the training facility since acquiring their membership cards, either exercising on the treadmill or battling in the virtual arena, where leveling up their Pokémon seemed nothing short of a miracle. Hence, this situation indeed concerned him. Otherwise, the hard-earned reputation he had just begun to build would be in jeopardy. You mean to say you need me to devise a method that can significantly enhance battle prowess in a single day? Although he understood the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao felt the request absurd. I completely empathize with your plight, but this is not some miraculous candy factory. Ask yourselves, is this something a D-grade training facility can accomplish? So off you go. Boss, I beseech you to think of a solution. I'm still young. I don't want to face dire consequences. Long Yichen whimpered, clinging to Lin Xiao's leg in mock despair. The most proactive of the trio, Xia Chenxi, had already opened the official shopping site of the Dragon Kingdom, her fingers scrolling rapidly as she spoke. Indeed, such miraculous candies do exist. But the current formulations are only effective for Pokémon below the elite level, and one can only consume 3, each costing $50,000 Union. Such a fortunate discovery. Upon hearing this, Long Yichen felt a glimmer of hope. He promptly released Lin Xiao's leg and lunged towards Xia Chenxi's phone. Let me see. The girl reluctantly passed her phone to him. It is indeed as Boss Lin said, but, she added, you must make a reservation a month in advance. After saying this, he discarded the phone and resumed his grip on Lin Xiao's leg. This is unacceptable, Boss Lin. We need your help. Lin Xiao gently reassured them. I suggest you wear thermal pants and remember to scream melodramatically when you get hit. Suddenly, Xian seemed to hit upon a revelation and leaned in to ask, "Boss, since you know about these miraculous candies, there must be even more potent concoctions, right?" "There are none," Lin Shou retorted sharply. "What do you think this place is? An illicit training facility?" Xian muttered under his breath. "I've heard that potent drugs can be harmful to Pokémon, but if we synchronize treatments, the side effects should be negated, right?" "Oh, yes. The power of the 9 dragons combined with liver-protecting supplements could lead to a steroid-like ascendance." He discreetly withdrew his leg, earnestly advising the young ones against taking misguided paths. "You must train your Pokémon cleanly. Currently, the only way to compensate for battle experience is through intense battles. Find a wild area and train day and night." No sooner had he spoken than both turned to Xian simultaneously. "Does your family run a Pokémon farm?" "I recall there are many well-tempered, Miltank. If we can defeat them indeed, how did I not think of that?" Xian exclaimed, only to quickly remember why he had overlooked this idea. "However, those are elite-level Miltank. Who among us could possibly defeat them?" The gaze of the trio shifted back to Lin Shou. "Stop." Lin Shou threw the towel onto the equipment rack. The plan for a nighttime raid was off the table. As he turned, the hem of his pajamas was tugged by 3 hands simultaneously. He looked down into 6 glistening eyes filled with tears and suddenly recalled the significant points still left on their membership cards. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Lin Shou hastily waved off this seemingly foolish plan. Hey, what are you looking at me for? I have no intention of accompanying you on a nighttime raid against Miltank." Chapter 31, The Night Raid on Miltank. 10 minutes later, Lin Shou, clad in a dew-drenched windbreaker, slid into the passenger seat of a taxi, his expression dark and silent throughout the ride. The condensation on the window morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors under the neon lights, reflecting the twitching corners of his mouth. In the back seat, the 3 heads huddled together, the calculator clicking away. 6 miraculous candies for 300,000. Long Yichen raised the calculator to the rearview mirror, the metallic buttons glinting in the dashboard's blue light. "Boss Lin, look at this reward." "Shut up." Lin Shou buried his face in his collar, grinding his teeth in frustration. The car radio played Moonlight Sonata, and he angrily pressed the switch, filling the car with heavy metal rock. The system panel flickered with a ghostly blue light on his retina, and the activation of the learning device entry emitted a noise reminiscent of static from an old television. Perhaps it was the effect of the entry, but the 3 foolish high school students in the back seat appeared significantly clearer in their expressions. Xian's family farm was even farther than the Green Forest Resort. The 4 sat in the vehicle for a full hour before finally arriving at their destination. Gazing at the towering walls adorned with cameras, Xian hesitated. "How do we sneak in?" Lin Shou took a deep breath to calm his nearly explosive emotions. "This is your home. Your home. Do you need to scale a wall to return home?" "Oh, right. Xian responded, his realization dawning, feeling as though they were engaged in some nefarious activity that required stealth and anonymity. "Enough chatter. Go greet the guard. We need to get in quickly." Lin Shou pointed to the lit duty room. "Do you think we're Team Rocket?" Perhaps it was a phase of adolescence, but Lin Shou sensed that these 3 wanted him to accompany them on some grand adventure. As Lin Shou had surmised, after Xian revealed his identity, the 4 faced no hindrance and swaggered into the area where the Miltank resided. Long Yichen leaned toward Lin Shou and asked, "Boss, what is this Team Rocket you just mentioned? It sounds really cool. I read about it in a story. It doesn't exist in reality," Lin Shou replied cautiously, not wishing to delve deeper into the topic. "So what are their main duties? Protecting world peace?" Upon hearing the conversation, Lin Shou immediately recognized the intentions of these misguided individuals and swiftly interjected, "How could that be? They are planning to unleash a nefarious scheme to wreak havoc upon the world, akin to a band of terrorists. Therefore, while you indulge in your playful games, do refrain from conjuring up an actual Team Rocket." Xia Chenxi seemed equally intrigued, inquiring, "Which story is that? May I borrow it for a glance?" Lin Shou rolled his eyes, prepared to employ deceptive tactics to steer the dialogue away from this absurd topic. "Forget about it. Just don't use that name. If you encounter someone familiar with the same tale, they will undoubtedly find myriad ways to leave you battered and bruised. To invoke Team Rocket while indulging in starry sparkles is purely an act born of drunken folly, coupled with a rather mischievous sense of humor. However, online personas differ from acquaintances in real life. They are capable of forming a truly foolish organization and recruiting you into their ranks." Xian abruptly halted and turned back, asking, "We've arrived, boss. What should our course of action be?" Lin Shou opened the system identification interface, and indeed, glimpsed a group of approximately level 25 Miltanks behind a door, all in a state of slumber. "What other course of action is there? Let us bring one out for a proper discussion." Lin Shou perceived the dangerous mindset of these youths. Were they genuinely contemplating a self-destructive strategy? The first to face the consequences would undoubtedly be me. The Miltank possessed exceptionally high defenses and special defenses. And even the level 56 Charmeleon only required 2 hits to vanquish a level 25 Miltank. Given its meager attack power, it would barely be effective. Akin to merely providing a gentle massage. Your levels are already quite low. Defeating just one would suffice. No sooner had he spoken than Charmeleon leaped from Lin Shou's belt, immediately executing Terrain Swap to transfer a slumbering Miltank into their midst. Miltank, normal type, level 28. Health points, 99. Weakness, Fighting type X2. Ability, Thick Fat. Due to being protected by a thick layer of fat, Fire and Ice type moves deal half damage. Held item, none. Moves, Body Slam, Attract, Rollout, Headbutt, etc. One could only commend Charmeleon for selecting the strongest from the group of Miltanks. As he watched Charmeleon stealthily emerge from the barn, Lin Shou suddenly pondered a question. How did Charmeleon manage to teleport to the cave while simultaneously appearing before him? It was as if Charmeleon could read his thoughts. And a sultry voice resonated in Lin Shou's mind. I have a friend named Kadabra. Oh, that alleviates my concerns. For reasons unknown, Lin Shou felt a peculiar strangeness when Charmeleon mentioned the word friend. Surely, they weren't coerced into friendship through force? Never mind, it was not of paramount importance. With a swift motion, Charmeleon returned to its Pokeball to prevent stealing experience points. Lin Shou assigned Xian the task of waking the Miltank. Are you certain, boss? Xian's legs trembled slightly. He feared the creature might awaken in a foul mood. Would he not become a mere compressed file if it were to unleash a heavy slam? Spare me the chatter. You are the only one here familiar enough with it. I'll keep watch. What could possibly go wrong? Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. When had Lin Shou ever led him astray? If he said it was fine, it would undoubtedly be so. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a serene glow upon the tranquil meadow as Xian cautiously approached the Miltank. He gently crouched down, extending his hand to softly pat the round, plush body of the Miltank. Miltank, please wake up. Moo? The Miltank drowsily opened its eyes, seemingly unaware of its surroundings. Fearing a potential attack, Xian quickly continued. I am Xian, the grandson of the farm owner. You should know me, right? Upon recognizing him, the Miltank's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Seeing this reaction, Xian's trepidation dissipated. It appeared this phase of the task was progressing smoothly. At least he would not be subjected to a beating. The Miltank excitedly rose, wagging its tail joyfully and emitting a series of delighted sounds to welcome Xian. Perhaps feeling that this was insufficient, the Miltank thrust its massive head into Xian's embrace, nuzzling him with a blissful expression. It seemed that this familiar gesture successfully evoked cherished memories, as Xian suddenly realized, I remember now. You were the Pokémon that played with me during my childhood. How you've grown since then. Back then, you were even smaller than I was. Lin Shou was momentarily taken aback, maintaining a gaping expression of astonishment. Turning around, he noticed Long Yichen and Xia Chenxi equally stunned. This unfolding scenario seemed rather amiss. He had envisioned being chased by a herd of cattle, apprehended by security, or even struck by a falling meteor, yet he had never anticipated witnessing such a tender scene. As Xian began to be showered with affection, Lin Shou hastily interjected. Ahem, let us not forget our objective here. If this continues, it will evolve into the secret between Xian and Miltank. All right, Xian suddenly recalled. Flushing with embarrassment as he implored, Miltank, please assist us in gaining experience. Let us engage in a battle. The Miltank seemed to comprehend, humanizing its response as it gently covered its face with its hands and nodded. Lin Shou inhaled sharply, contemplating whether to leave the battlefield entirely to Xian. Seeing the Miltank had consented to battle, the trio swiftly unleashed their Pokémon. Lin boss, we entrust the next steps to you. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness, brimming with desire for experience. At that moment, Lin Shou found himself uncertain of what role he should assume. This is all Xian's fault. He has muddled the atmosphere here. Chapter 32. A glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. To swiftly conclude this bizarre ambience, Lin Shou executed a surprise clap and then launched into close combat to maintain a continuous offensive. One must admit, the Miltank's defenses were indeed outrageous. Even the most potent attacks merely chipped away 40 health points. After engaging in close combat, the adverse effects kicked in, leaving Lin Shou feeling as though his very essence had been drained. The Miltank closed its eyes, refraining from retaliating. It believed that if it persevered, it would attain its desires. Earning money was no easy feat. After utilizing close combat 2 more times, the system panel indicated that the Miltank had merely 15 health points remaining. He tore open his collar and bellowed at the three wide-eyed youths. What are you dawdling for? Yes, boss, leave it to us. The trio's Pokémon launched a barrage of assaults, landing 8 or 9 hits to inflict a single point of damage. Observing the minuscule damage values, Lin Shou suddenly grasped why the Trainer Association restricted battles across different levels. It resembled a group of kindergartners attempting to pummel a boxer. Ding! Defeated Miltank, acquired skill, Body Slam, utilizes gravity to launch the opponent, inflicting damage equivalent to the opponent's and the user's level. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Shou promptly opened his eyes. He discovered the 3 high school students still commanding their Pokémon to attack. At that moment, the Miltank had but a sliver of health left. Stop! Cease immediately, Lin Shou commanded. Thankfully, he remained somewhat lucid. Had they inadvertently killed the Miltank, it would have been a calamity. Lin Shou opened the system to check the levels. The Pokémon of all 3 had leveled up by 3, marking a perfect completion of the task. Congratulations. This surprise test will not require parental intervention. The trio felt that Lin Shou's service was indeed worth every penny, promptly transferring the full amount of Alliance coins into Lin Shou's account. I suppose I shall head home to rest. What are your plans? Lin Shou yawned, inquiring. Certainly. It is only fitting to escort you back, Boss Lin. Given the late hour, hailing a taxi would be rather inconvenient. Lin Shou glanced at his phone, noting it was already past 3 in the morning. At least these 3 had some sense of decency. He would extend his gratitude to them. The Miltank, upon opening its eyes, noticed a Xian preparing to leave and quickly shuffled closer, gazing at him with large, pleading eyes, seemingly trying to remind him of something he had forgotten. However, a Xian was evidently still lost in the ecstasy of enhancing his iron dumbbell abilities, leading Lin Shou towards the exit. Moo! The Miltank emitted a mournful wail, its previously steadfast body collapsing in despair. When one has already envisioned a future filled with happiness, a sudden jolt of reality can often be more devastating than physical pain. The same applies to Pokémon. Lin Shou distinctly observed the Miltank's round ears drooping in hopeless arcs, akin to sunflowers drenched by rain. Unable to feign ignorance any longer, he placed a hand on a Xian's shoulder, halting his foolishly cheerful strides forward. What do you intend to do with this Miltank? A Xian finally reacted, turning abruptly to gaze back. At that moment, the Miltank appeared soulless, dragging its own body toward the barn. Just as a Xian considered rushing after it, he quickly halted, lowering his head in contemplation. Lin Shou raised an eyebrow. Not fond of it? No, it's not that I dislike it. I simply feel it is too high a level. A Xian stammered in response. Isn't a high level a good thing? Lin Shou, perplexed by the strange logic of these peculiar students, found himself further confounded by a Xian's words. The other 2 companions seemed to grasp what a Xian was attempting to convey, their expressions a mix of complexity. I believe her progress surpasses mine. Relying on her, I cannot grow, a Xian admitted. Lin Shou rolled his eyes, equating this to the behavior of many wealthy heirs who feel compelled to start their own ventures. In his view, the abilities of one's family are inherently a part of one's own strength. To have access to resources yet refuse to utilize them, insisting on starting from the same starting line as ordinary individuals, is the epitome of altruism. Let me pose you a question. Lin Shou compelled a Xian to meet his gaze, urging him to disregard any other factors. Did he genuinely like it or not? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a Xian inhaled deeply and fervently nodded. Suddenly, he felt something new in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a pristine Pokeball. If you like it, pursue it. Leave the troublesome matters for your future self to ponder. Lin Shou waved dismissively, adding, also, 1 Pokeball costs 200 league coins. So don't try to weasel out of it. A Xian seized the Pokeball and dashed forward. Miltank, would you like to become my Pokémon? Without a moment's hesitation, the Miltank transformed into a burst of red light and entered the Pokeball. It lay still in a Xian's palm, showing no signs of struggle. Seeing this outcome, Lin Shou felt a sense of satisfaction. The day's tale had concluded splendidly, with the elegant woman and the young boy embarking on a shameless journey together. Yet, a lingering question surfaced in his mind. Could the Pokémon on the farm be in a wild state? Dismissing this concern, Lin Shou yawned, reminding himself that sometimes ignorance is bliss. Huh, could you repeat that? Lin Shou asked indignantly. Upon returning to the training hall's entrance, a Xian timidly approached, expressing a desire to temporarily foster the Miltank. So, after I kindly teach you how to woo girls, you expect me to provide lifelong warranty support? Boss, the school has regulations. A Xian indeed cannot bring a second Pokémon to school, Xia Chenxi interjected to clarify. I don't believe it. He has 4 iron dumbbells at home. Yet, he can only bring 1 to school, Xia Chenxi countered. The school fears we won't form bonds with our Pokémon. So until we successfully challenge the first gym, we are limited to one Pokemon at school. Then just keep it at home. It's not a big deal. Lin Shou still hesitated to take on this hot potato. Ordinary Pokemon are manageable, but this Miltank looks at a Xian as if it were about to break apart. What does it mean to leave it here? Am I to be the one caring for the boss's mistress? Boss, please hear me out. Her power is too strong. Having her by my side yields no growth. With you, she could learn so much, enabling her to assist me better in the future, a Xian argued, seemingly well prepared. Flattered by the praise, Lin Shou felt somewhat pleased. Given their current level of combat, the Miltank might even lose experience points. The fostering fee will be deducted from my membership account. If my balance runs low, I'll recharge, a Xian hastily added, seeing Lin Shou's resolve wavering. Then you must act swiftly. I fear that one day she might ascend to the champion level, and you'll still expect to leave her here. Lin Shou begrudgingly acquiesced to the arrangement. It still felt rather strange. With matters settled, the relatively dependable Xian finally logged off, his eyes regaining their foolish glimmer. By the way, boss, I need you to keep this matter confidential. I don't want my family to find out. Confidential? Are you serious? You think your family's farm will lose a priceless Miltank and no one will notice? Oh right. Hurry, let's go. I need to sleep. Chapter 33. Techniques for the working class to survive. Dingling. As the glass door swung open, a crisp chime rang out, and morning light streamed through the training hall's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting diamond-shaped patterns on the ground. The shadows of 3 young boys elongated across the wooden floor, while a Xian's leather boots tapped a cheerful rhythm against the tiles. Boss Lin, where's my Miltank? A Xian inquired, tugging at his backpack strap. Behind him, Long Yicheng stood on tiptoes, inspecting the newly hung Scyther poster on the wall, while Xia Chenxi squatted before the vending machine, selecting fruit juice. Rest assured, it's perfectly fine here. No mistreatment. Lin Shou straightened up from behind the counter, tossing a poke ball into the air. Bang! The bell on the Miltank's neck rang out melodiously as it affectionately nudged a Xian's cheek with its damp nose. Ah, Miltank, don't touch there, it tickles. You 3 didn't come all this way just to thank me, did you? Lin Shou scrutinized the trio's vaguely mischievous smiles, sensing they were up to something. Long Yicheng was the first to break the silence, leaning closer to ask, Boss, will your immersive battle training platform be operational today? It has always functioned normally, he began, only to realize that the trio, brimming with confidence after their recent upgrades, had come to seek a challenge. 3 people, 3 Pokemon? No, it's 3 people and 4 Pokemon. Xia Chenxi confidently clarified, looking at the Miltank. Lin Shou. All right. These 3 little rascals are even more brazen than I imagined. Just moments ago, he had wondered where their newfound confidence stemmed from. It turned out they had spent the night contemplating the idea of using a substitute for their battles. Lin Shou absent-mindedly tapped a yellowing price list with his fingers, recalling a Xian's previous claim that powerful Pokemon would hinder his growth. Thus, it was I who proposed the immersive battle training. Long Yicheng replied, hands on his hips, unabashed. Lin Shou did not impede their reckless behavior. He suddenly began to understand the well-intentioned approach of Odyssey Academy. Acquiring powerful Pokemon too early could indeed lead students to become overconfident. Thankfully, he had a training ground like his to crush such inflated confidence before it could blossom. Honestly, the school should award me a banner. Just then, a Squirtle piloting an MK2 passed by, and Lin Shou quickly called out, instructing, take them to the virtual training ground, set the battle character to number 000, and adjust the difficulty to 15. Squirtle bowed respectfully to Lin Shou and turned to signal the 3 to follow. Boss Lin, aren't you going to watch the battle? It would be a good opportunity to congratulate us in advance on our victory. Recalling his previous painful experiences, Lin Shou quickly shook his head, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. No, I fear you might accidentally injure me again when you emerge from battle. If you can't win, just have Squirtle let you out quickly and sneak away with your faces covered. Boss Lin, you underestimate us. The 3 protested indignantly. Lin Shou merely waved his hand dismissively. Go on. If you win, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal at an upscale restaurant. An upscale restaurant, the Pokemon Battle Restaurant. Even if they somehow achieved a miraculous victory, it would merely be a complimentary meal, so it was a win-win situation for him. Besides, the trio had no clue what skills the Miltank possessed. It would be a miracle if they managed to figure it out. We're definitely going to that upscale restaurant. Their voices echoed in the maze-like corridors, after sending off the 3 little troublemakers. Another black troublemaker parked at the entrance of the training hall. May I ask if this is Boss Lin? 4 men in black suits entered in unison. The sound of their polished shoes striking the floor was unnervingly synchronized. The man at the forefront sported slick-back hair, and the logo of the Casmo Corporation glinted dark red on his lapel. "It is I. May I inquire who you are?" Lin Shou replied. "We are employees of the Casmo Corporation, here to collect the rent for the past 2 years. Here are the property deed and the previous rental agreement." The lead-suited man politely responded as he produced the documents. "Understood. I shall transfer it to you at once." After verifying the authenticity of the property deed, Lin Shou promptly opened his phone. "If you Haven team manage to gather the funds, we have a second solution." Ding! The sound of a transfer notification shattered the tense silence. "If there's nothing else, would you care to learn about our membership mechanism at the Miraculous Training Hall?" Lin Shou, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a flyer featuring a cartoon Squirtle with sparkling eyes. "Ahem, since we have received the rent, we shall not disturb you further. Wishing you prosperity in your business." The suited man tucked away the documents and exited. "Very well, take care." Lin Shou stood and waved them off. 30 kilometers away, in a business vehicle, a deodorizing sachet attached to the air conditioning vent spun wildly. "What do we say if the mission fails?" The boss ordered the acquisition and integration of all D-level training halls. The young man in the passenger seat loosened his tie, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. The navigation screen reflected the cold sweat on his forehead. They showed no interest in the transfer. "What can I do?" the lead-suited man lamented. "I was hoping to leverage the overdue rent, but they promptly cleared both the back rent and this year's rent. Well, we have the property deed. If we don't rent to them next year, that solves the problem." The subordinate felt he had come up with a brilliant idea. The leader shot him a look of disbelief. "Do you know why you're not in my position?" "Why? The boss's deadline is before next month. You think you can report that we'll push it to the end of the year?" The thought of their boss's wrath during meetings sent a chill down the subordinate's spine. Most D-level training halls have been acquired, and the prices are within acceptable limits. "I'll think of something for this one." The subordinate eagerly offered a cigarette to his superior. Is the boss really that capable? He can think of a solution in this situation? With a sigh, the leader opened the window and exhaled the white smoke outside. "You must always remember to think outside the box. For instance, you fool, as long as it's not a D-level training hall, will we have any trouble acquiring it?" This was a perspective the subordinate had never considered, leading him to frantically ponder how to employ high-level business tactics to bring down this training hall. Seeing the subordinate's potential for growth, the man decided not to press him too hard. "I told you to familiarize yourselves with company information, yet you didn't listen. Are you aware that Casmo is a subsidiary of the Odyssey Pokémon Alliance Association?" "Yes. We have a department specifically responsible for association operations. In the coming days, we must expedite the recommendation of this miraculous training hall for participation in the C-level training hall promotion assessment." The subordinate immediately grasped the implications. "That's right. As long as they are promoted to C-level, our task of acquiring the D-level training hall is 100% complete." However, he soon encountered another concern. "Boss, I might be a bit slow, but there's one last thing I don't quite understand." The leader casually flicked the cigarette butt out the window. "What is it?" "We can't guarantee they will definitely be promoted to C-level training hall. Should we communicate with colleagues in that department?" The leader slowly closed his eyes. Recalling his brief encounter with Lin Shou, judging solely by his demeanor, the owner of this establishment did not seem like someone who would run a D-level dojo for life. However, he refrained from speaking too definitively. If they truly failed to be promoted through the training hall, they could always find a reason to demote them to E-level. Truly, a leader with contingency plans. Chapter 34, The Milk Tank Enhancement Plan. Lin Shou was engrossed in a Pokémon battle game on his phone when he suddenly noticed 3 large gray mice scurrying beneath his eyelids. Checking the time, he realized the discrepancy was not significant. About half an hour had passed. Buzzing. MK2 wobbled over, holding a Pokeball containing the milk tank. "Boss, I called Squirtle to help. I had the robot deliver the Pokeball on its own." MK2's voice echoed, accompanied by Latina's voice. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Shou had just secured another victory, shutting down the game amidst the opponent's curses. Just as he was about to put away the Pokeball, the milk tank suddenly leaped out. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten to feed you. My apologies. I will prepare it right away." Lin Shou smacked his forehead, feeling a bit guilty. To his surprise, the milk tank shook its head and gestured animatedly in front of Lin Shou, trying to convey something. "I can't understand what you're saying." Lin Shou replied with a hint of frustration. Smack. The milk tank swatted the Pokeball at Lin Shou's waist, releasing the charcoal little servant, and began gesticulating once more. The charcoal little servant's voice soon echoed in Lin Shou's mind. "Master, she feels her strength is insufficient to assist Xian and hopes you can think of a way." "What can I do?" "Becoming stronger is inherently a matter for both trainers and Pokémon," Lin Shou replied dismissively. Upon understanding Lin Shou's implication, The milk tank turned to murmur to the charcoal little servant. She said that if you had a solution, she could provide MOMO milk for free. Lin Shou instantly perked up. MOMO milk was a precious commodity, boasting exceptional nutritional value. Consuming a bottle would restore 70 health points. What does 70 health points signify? Lin Shou would only recover 69 health points at full capacity. Essentially, 1 bottle would invigorate him, 2 bottles would ensure he never fatigued, and 3 bottles would grant immortality. Wait for me, I'll think of something. Lin Shou patted the milk tank on the shoulder, signaling it that there was nothing he couldn't accomplish once he set his mind to it. The milk tank squinted its eyes and smiled. Love struck. The charcoal little servant remarked with a smirk. Speaking of the milk tank, Lin Shou would undoubtedly think of that wicked gym leader from his gaming days. Enchanting, this skill captivates male Pokémon, followed by the rock-type move, Rollout, mercilessly beating on his Cyndaquil. Just when he thinks he is about to deliver the final blow. A skill, Milk Drink, restores all health. This left a significant psychological scar on Lin Shou, who, back then as Xiao Deng, swore to choose fire-type starters for life. He even reset if he didn't randomly obtain a female starter. As these memories flooded back, Lin Shou's mind began to spiral into dark thoughts, and a wicked smile crept onto his face. You are currently at level 28, and upon reaching level 35, you will learn the skill, Milk Drink, restores half of your health with each use. The remaining moves, Pout, Earth Throw, and Rollout, can remain unchanged. It seems that the large milk can, which had previously appeared in the game, is about to make a comeback. Moreover, reality differs from the game. There are no restrictions on Pokémon having only 4 skills. Yet, if it were merely this, it would not showcase Lin Shou's value. So he turned his gaze to his entry library. There was seemingly only one, Toxic Spike, that he could not utilize, but he hesitated to apply it. If one day he were to embrace a Xian, he would surely suffer from poisoning. Thus, he arranged for Tan Xiaoshi to accompany her for practice while he took care of matters beyond regular training. Tan Xiaoshi found this rather entertaining and took the large milk can away for training. Now, there remained 3 useless white entries. Accumulating 17 more would allow him to customize a high-value blue entry. As Lin Shou flipped through the entries, something suddenly caught his attention. Enchanting Body, blue. When a Pokémon of the opposite gender uses a contact move to attack this Pokémon, there is a 30% chance of causing infatuation. If he could acquire this skill, the large milk can would transform into the leader of the Pink Demon family. He aimed to obtain this entry swiftly over the next few days, planning to surprise a Xian soon. He chuckled to himself. To gather 17 white entries, approximately 30 Pokémon would need to be defeated, a task not too daunting for Lin Shou. With over 100 fans, a simple shout on social media would have them eagerly rushing to challenge him. Wouldn't it? Dali Chukaji Training Hall. Dear friends, the host is preparing to challenge 50 elite-level Pokémon live, and interested fans can sign up quickly. There are only 50 spots available, first come, first served. Once the message was released, numerous fans from the same city began to flood Lin Shou's private messages. Boss, I want to sign up. Boss, is there any reward for beating you? Lin Shou pondered for a moment, realizing it would be rather stingy to call fans over without any reward. So he added another message on his official account. Dali Chukaji Training Hall. Update. Fans who sign up for the competition will receive a reward of 100 League coins or a 1-hour experience at our unique battle platform. Fans who defeat the host will receive a 1-month training hall membership card. Well, it was merely about accommodating a few more people. It was a win-win situation. Within half an hour, all 50 spots were filled. Lin Shou checked the messages and was astonished to find fans traveling from over 1,000 kilometers away. Dali Chukaji Training Hall. Thank you all for your enthusiastic sign-ups. The friendly match is tentatively scheduled for this Saturday. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. Now, all that was left was to wait. Lin Shou reclined back into his exclusive rocking chair, opened his phone, and prepared for another round of gaming. Ding. Jose, why didn't you notify me earlier, Boss Lin? I was all set for a rematch. Upon reading this message, Lin Shou broke into a cold sweat. The last victory had partly been due to Jose's lack of preparation. Who knew what kind of monster he would summon for this challenge? Lin Shou hastily replied. Next time, it just means your speed isn't fast enough. Ding. Jose, are you free today? Let us have another match. I also have some other matters to ask of you. Lin Shou knew he couldn't escape this. What other matters? It was clearly just an excuse for revenge. He responded. All right, let's do it today, but I haven't had lunch yet. Ding. Jose, I understand. I'll send you the address of a quieter restaurant. Let us have lunch first. Lin Shou, I have an employee who has promised to eat and stay for free. Ding. Jose, that little girl from last time? Let us invite her as well. Upon seeing this message, Lin Shou felt less than thrilled. Jose's eagerness either indicated he had found a ridiculous Pokémon or that he genuinely had trouble to discuss. In either case, it was troublesome. Chapter 35. Eat first, then fight. As Lin Shou entered the basement, Latina's slender fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, the blue glow of the monitoring screen flickering at her nose. What are you doing? Lin Shou asked curiously. Latina jumped, quickly shutting the screen, her tone somewhat unnatural as she replied, Boss, I need to tell you something. Please don't be alarmed. Go ahead, Lin Shou said, bracing himself. Well, due to certain positional reasons, we've already spent $1,000 on electricity this month. But don't worry, I promise to find the cause in the next couple of days. Lin Shou's heart dropped. Was it not due to the modified equipment exceeding the limit? I assure you it's not. Please respect my profession, Latina replied. Her gaze as resolute as if she were about to enlist. All right, take your time investigating, Lin Shou said, feeling a nagging sense that he had overlooked a detail. Wait, today is the 3rd, right? Are you saying last month's electricity bill was $1,000? No, I meant we spent $1,000 in 3 days. Suddenly, Lin Shou felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his body uncontrollably tipping backward. Boss, Latina rushed over to support him. You promised me you wouldn't be afraid of anything. Lin Shou's trembling hand rose, pointing at the large screen. Hurry and investigate. Time is money. Understood. Latina gently set Lin Shou down, returned to her seat, and resumed her investigation, the sound of her typing echoing like a torrential downpour in the silence. He had originally intended to invite her to join him for a meal, but it seemed he would have to go alone. Boss Lin, why are you here alone? Where's that beautiful employee of yours? Jose waved at Lin Shou. Lin Shou pulled up a chair, casually fabricating a reason. Isn't it to save you money? My employee could eat you broke in one meal. Well, I refuse to believe that. Bring her over. I want to see what kind of appetite could bankrupt me. Jose continued to joke along with Lin Shou. Cut it out. The main issue is that there's electricity theft at home, and I'm currently investigating the cause. Lin Shou said while flipping through the menu. You, a big star, suddenly inviting a commoner to dinner. Sounds suspicious. Is this a banquet? Where are the 300 axemen hiding? As he spoke, Lin Shou pretended to be vigilant, scanning the surroundings as if 300 people might leap out of this quiet restaurant. Jose smiled slightly, mysteriously pointing at the menu. Let us eat first. We can talk at your training hall after. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou felt certain it was not good news. It seemed he couldn't escape this. Then please pack a portion for my employee after the meal. One portion isn't enough. Their desserts are quite good. Let us pack tomorrow's breakfast as well. Jose waved his hand extravagantly. Smack. Lin Shou abruptly closed the menu, staring intently at Jose's face, attempting to discern any subtle hints through his micro-expressions. The meal undoubtedly costs 1,000 alliance coins, and it is evident that Jose, in his lavishness, has devised a means to recoup this expense. Boss Lin, please order swiftly. Let this meal serve as a preliminary step in forging a friendship. All right, as you say. It shall be a gesture of camaraderie. Throughout the meal, Jose divulged no ulterior motives, prompting Lin Shou to refrain from inquiries, and instead indulge in a feast. Upon returning to his training hall with takeout in hand, Lin Shou addressed Jose. If you remain silent any longer, I may as well close the door and head home. Consider this meal a mere act of friendship. Jose smiled and bypassed Lin Shou, entering the training hall first. Retrieving from his waist a deep blue Pokeball adorned with 4 golden embellishments, the ultimate ball. Lin Shou's pupils contracted momentarily. The subtle shift in his expression was promptly seized by Jose, who remarked, It appears that Boss Lin possesses more knowledge about the situation than I initially presumed. Nonsense. I know nothing. Lin Shou hastily averted his gaze. I don't wish for such chaotic matters to come my way. Next time, I shall simply expel you on sight. Jose remained silent, directly releasing the Pokémon contained within the ultimate ball. A brilliant light illuminated the space, revealing a towering, red-black, muscular mosquito Pokémon. Explosive Muscle Mosquito, Bug Fighting Type, Level 25. Health Points, 96, 96. Weaknesses, Flying X4, Psychic X2, Fairy X2, Fire X2. Ability, Beast Boost, after defeating an opponent. One of its highest stats will increase. Held item, Assault Vest. Moves, Bounce, Close Combat, Drain Punch, Earthquake. So, do you intend to take me down now? Lin Shou stepped forward, scrutinizing the explosive Muscle Mosquito. Aren't you the gym leader of the normal type? Isn't it excessive to raise such a Pokémon? Jose was taken aback by Lin Shou's critique on this front, replying helplessly, who decreed that a normal type gym leader must exclusively utilize normal type Pokémon. Should the dragon-type gym leader only wield dragon types, then? Or else what? Would it be a flying type? Lin Shou rolled his eyes. And what's with your apparent fondness for assault vests? Are you the wholesaler for them? Jose was momentarily rendered speechless. A Pokémon equipped with an assault vest implies that all its moves can inflict damage. To Jose, Lin Shou, who relished close combat, should have been eager to don an assault vest himself. So, shall we engage in a battle? Jose pointed to the vacant arena. Lin Shou, tempted by the explosive muscle mosquito's attributes, considered that if he could replicate a useful one, his own capabilities would see a considerable enhancement. Let's give it a try then. I'll summon an elite-level Pokémon. I see you're looking for a challenge. With that, Lin Shou leaped onto the battlefield, waving at the explosive muscle mosquito. Whoosh! The explosive muscle mosquito emitted a low, buzzing sound, leaping high into the air, conjuring a fierce wind as it landed precisely in the center of the arena. Lin Shou leisurely retrieved a Pokeball, and after a flash of red light, Charcoal Butler appeared on the battlefield, acknowledging that this creature had double weaknesses to fire. It would be foolish to engage it in battle given the discrepancy of 10 levels. Come on, 2 flamethrowers should conclude this fight, Lin Shou encouraged Charcoal Butler. Master, what script do you require this time? A dramatic comeback or an overwhelming display of strength? Charcoal Butler's voice resonated in Lin Shou's mind, her aspirations of becoming an actress seemingly unquenched. Although Lin Shou found this amusing, he quietly replied, just fight normally, no script. Act freely. Understood. Whoosh. The explosive muscle mosquito flapped its wings and leaped once more, diving toward Lin Shou. Lin Shou hastily dodged to the side, but suddenly recalled that the explosive muscle mosquito possessed wings, allowing it to adjust its trajectory mid-air. Just as the explosive muscle mosquito prepared to unleash a devastating attack, a crisp sound rang out. Smack! Clap attack! Activated, successfully interrupting the explosive muscle mosquito's bounce. Chapter 36. Knowing too much is not always beneficial. Seizing the moment while the explosive muscle mosquito was intimidated, a wave of heat surged from behind. It was Charcoal Butler unleashing a flamethrower. Buzz. The intimidated explosive muscle mosquito had no means to evade, taking the brunt of the super effective move squarely on its back. Explosive muscle mosquito, use Drain Punch. Upon hearing Jose's command, the explosive muscle mosquito's eyes glimmered once more. It raised its powerful arm and delivered a punch to Lin Shou's chest. Bang! Thankfully, the effect of multiple scales activated, resulting in the explosive muscle mosquito inflicting only 42 points of damage to Lin Shou, which was about 60 of his total health. Had Lin Shou not been equipped with this ability, he might have been knocked out with a single blow. Simultaneously, a wave of green light enveloped the explosive muscle mosquito, restoring nearly 20 of its health points. Lin Shou did not retreat a step, opting instead to engage up close. The move, Close Combat, launched, his hands and feet striking the explosive muscle mosquito with the ferocity of a tempest, scattering fragments of its shell that sparkled like rainbows under the fluorescent lights. Quick dodge. Then use Drain Punch. Even if Lin Shou's Close Combat connected entirely, it would not inflict substantial damage on the explosive muscle mosquito. However, he was well prepared. Charcoal Butler's eyes emanated a pinkish glow, a mysterious force enveloping her and Lin Shou, as Terrain Swap was activated at that moment. Swish. The explosive muscle mosquito felt the scenery shift in a blur, and when it regained its senses, it was confronted with Charcoal Butler pouting at it. Its punch missed, penetrating the space where Lin Shou's chest had been, while the poised flamethrower once again engulfed it. Ding! Defeated explosive muscle mosquito. Acquired move, Drain Punch, attack the opponent with a punch, recovering half of the damage dealt as health. Jose withdrew the nearly defeated explosive muscle mosquito back into the ultimate ball, ultimately succumbing to curiosity. Brother, is your Charcoal Butler legal? How can it also use Terrain Swap? Lin Shou scratched the back of his head. I don't know. It was a gift from a friend. Upon hearing this response, Jose refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. This is what I came to discuss with you today, he declared, gesturing with the ultimate ball. No way. I'm really not interested in the Ultra Ruins, Lin Shou hastily declined. Jose's eyes lit up at this retort. Boss Lin, you claim to know nothing of the Ultra Ruins. I heard it from the host at the restaurant that day. What's the issue? Lin Shou continued to feign ignorance. Jose seemed to have found a crack in Lin Shou's facade, but I never mentioned that the explosive muscle mosquito is a Pokémon unique to the Ultra Ruins. Lin Shou finally grasped the situation. His extensive knowledge had led him to forget which details were appropriate to disclose and which were not. All right. Even if I know about the Ultra Ruins, so what? Will you give me a Ferroemeraptor to play with? Lin Shou retorted, flustered and indignant. Jose stood stunned, muttering, "Pharaoh Raptor? What is that? A Pokémon?" Lin Shou decided to fall silent. "Boss Lin, I never imagined you were aware of Pokémon that the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League has yet to discover." Jose's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, he had regarded Lin Shou as merely a fellow genius. Now he realized that genius was but the tip of Lin Shou's iceberg. "I don't know. I was just rambling. No, nothing at all. Abba abba abba." Lin Shou began to perform a silly act. "Boss Lin, the reason I sought you out was merely for a trivial matter." Lin Shou, ever vigilant, responded, "Pray tell, what is it?" After a brief interval, Odyssey University is preparing for a student internship, with the designated location being the undeniably secure Ultimate Cave. It serves as an opportunity for students on the cusp of entering society to gain some preliminary exposure to the world. Lin Shou remained silent. "It is imperative that all team leaders possess a pass for the Ultimate Cave. Coincidentally, one of the instructors has taken leave. Thus we hope you can fill in for him." Lin Shou smirked, waving his pass. Little did he anticipate that this burly fellow, Jose, had already ensnared him in a trap just days prior. "Rest assured, Boss Lin, I accompany the combat team every year, and this year will be no different. So there will be absolutely no issues," Jose boasted confidently. "If it were merely a leisurely excursion or picnic, why would you need to bring the muscle mosquito along to show me the ropes?" Lin Shou harbored not a shred of belief in Jose's words. Without further ado, Jose inquired, "Boss Lin, delineate the terms under which you would consent to accompany me. Shouldn't you first enlighten me on what lies there? What is the purpose of going through such trouble to summon me?" Just then, Jose received a text message, glancing at it before setting his phone aside. "All right, but what I am about to disclose is a state secret of Longhua. Boss Lin, you must keep this confidential." Jose leaned in closer to Lin Shou's ear. "We have discovered a mysterious space deep within the Ultimate Cave, a place where Pokémon cannot venture. We require your presence to ascertain what lies within." Lin Shou now comprehended Jose's intent. He was indeed treating him as if he were a Pokémon. "Of course, our primary interest is your identity as a wave guidance hero. Should we encounter any legendary beasts, communication would be far more convenient, wouldn't it?" Lin Shou still felt skeptical about the entire affair. "Let me think it over. No rush. There is still over a month until the student internships commence." Noticing Lin Shou's attitude softening, Jose felt confident that this exploration was nearly a certainty. What if he refused? He could always just sit outside the training facility every day. As Jose was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, "Boss Lin, I just heard you plan to elevate this training facility to a C rank? As the vice chairman of the Odyssey City Pokémon League, I believe this is a sure thing. Good luck." Lin Shou tilted his head, pondering Jose's ulterior motives. He had never submitted an application for the training facility's elevation. Just as he was about to relish a moment of respite after dispatching a troublesome matter to indulge in some gaming, a message from Starlight suddenly came through. "Boss, I found a talking Meowth. What is the next task?" Team Rocket Boss Lin. "Starlight, don't just send a question mark. Is your phone broken?" Team Rocket Boss Lin. Lin Shou had merely been teasing her to play. How could she have genuinely found one? Surely, she wasn't deceiving herself. Team Rocket Boss Lin. "Next, send it to university." Starlight. Team Rocket Boss Lin. "What else with all the question marks?" "A Meowth this clever should be enrolled in a mechanical automation program. It will serve a significant purpose in the future." Starlight. "Understood. I will ensure the task is completed." With that, Starlight logged off. Lin Shou suddenly contemplated whether he should just come clean. Playing house with her daily was rather exhausting. How could there possibly be a talking Meowth in this world? Ruby pointed at the Meowth before her, saying, "Although you have already undergone the first phase of transformation, don't get too complacent. The boss has just issued a new task. You are to be sent to Odyssey University for rigorous training tomorrow." The white Meowth, standing upright with a coin atop its head, snapped a salute and replied with lively eyes, "Understood, big sister. I will ensure the task is completed, meow." Chapter 37, The Faux Bond Evolution. Ding. The crisp electronic notification echoed throughout the spacious training facility. Lin Shou was reclining in a bamboo rocking chair beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, the dappled shadows dancing across his light gray sportswear. He lazily retrieved his phone, the blue light of the screen glaring in the shade. "Your D-rank training facility upgrade application has been approved. An investigator will arrive in 1 day for assessment. Please prepare accordingly." "Is this for real?" Lin Shou leaped from the rocking chair, the bamboo legs screeching against the floor. He suspected that Jose had clandestinely registered him as a form of retribution. Lin Shou rushed to the service desk, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic keyboard, revealing the pale blue upgrade assessment criteria on the screen. Fixed asset total, venue area, member count, social responsibility. After much deliberation, he realized these were merely the initial documents needed for review, after which the investigator would conduct an on-site evaluation. The problem was that he had no materials prepared. How had he jumped straight to the final step? Lin Shou quickly flipped to the last page regarding the investigator's section. To elevate from D to C, he needed to battle 3 ordinary-level Pokémon and provide reasonable suggestions to the investigator, so it simply required a fight? That posed no issue. Ordinary-level Pokémon were only about level 15. Lin Shou felt confident he could manage. As for the suggestions, wasn't there a system scanning feature? Surely he could navigate that without issue. Knowing there was nothing particularly requiring special preparation, Lin Shou relaxed. Glancing at the packed lunch beside him, he recalled he needed to deliver it to Latina. He also wanted to check the status of the electricity bill issue. In the basement, observing Latina as she operated the computer with a blur, Lin Shou refrained from making a sound. Once the clattering ceased, he hurriedly approached with the plastic bag. Have a bite to eat first. Do you have any leads? Latina opened the plastic bag and grabbed a piece of steak, mumbling. Boss, I have checked all the protective nets and found no suspicious traces. I am currently conducting further investigations. Lin Shou suddenly remembered that Latina had modified the training facility's power system. Logically, there should be no need for a bill. So he inquired. When you first created the virtual battle platform, didn't you say the training facility had power generation equipment? Unfortunately, the electric swallows have flown south, and I currently cannot find any affordable replacements. Latina responded matter-of-factly. This was far too outrageous. Lin Shou chose to ignore it. Well, you carry on. I'll check on the big milk tank. Latina continued to strike the keyboard with her greasy fingers. Boss, rest assured, give me a few more hours. And I have 9 methods to track down this little thief. 9 methods. All right, then keep at it. Lin Shou sometimes felt quite helpless. Catching electric swallows for power generation hardly seemed like the work of an upstanding individual. Was he truly being forced into forming Team Rocket? Before long, a plaque reading "I have a vendetta against Team Rocket" was hung prominently in the hall. Lin Shou attempted to use this as a reminder to himself, urging not to be swayed by those around him into straying down a dark path. The teaching progress of Charcoal Little Servant was quite satisfactory. The big milk tank was practicing the skill Psycho Cut under her guidance, and it appeared she would master it soon. Wait, what skill? Lin Shou's pupils focused on the system panel, confirming he had misread. The big milk tank's level had shown no change, yet it was learning a psychic-type skill. Psycho Cut, ahead of time. Was this even reasonable? Upon seeing Lin Shou approach, Charcoal Little Servant paused her teaching and came over. Master, is there something you need? Are you now able to seamlessly switch between the Red Lotus Knight and the Azure Flameblade Demon? Lin Shou inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon the 2 attributes he had bestowed. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Tan Xiaoshi and a purple humanoid Pokémon, roughly the same height as Lin Shou, materialized before him. The recent battle served as a reminder to Lin Shou that consistently utilizing skills that Tan Xiaoshi should not possess could indeed raise suspicions. Thus, he deemed it prudent to devise a strategy with Tan Xiaoshi, ensuring her skill usage appeared more logical. I require your cooperation for a prolonged performance. Lin Shou crouched down and broached the subject that piqued Tan Xiaoshi's interest most fervently. Her eyes brightened. What? Let us engage in a bond evolution, allowing you to evolve and devolve at will. Drawing inspiration from the animated series showcasing the relationship between Shizune and Greninja, Lin Shou elaborated on this concept to Tan Xiaoshi. The enchanting notion sparked excitement within her. How could she possibly resist such an alluring idea? Instantly, she reverted to her original form, and upon touching Lin Shou, transformed back into the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Lin Shou stroked his chin, sensing a disconnect between Tan Xiaoshi's comprehension and his intentions, feeling as though their connection was not quite evident. Why not envelop us both with your psychic abilities? He suggested. Tan Xiaoshi, feeling that her initial form was somewhat inadequate, promptly reverted to her diminutive stature. Consequently, 2 orbs of purple light encased both Lin Shou and Tan Xiaoshi. Observing the inquisitive gaze from Tan Xiaoshi, Lin Shou took a couple of steps before commenting. There's a bit of light pollution. Let us dim it down, ideally intertwining several beams of light between us. Tan Xiaoshi grew increasingly exhilarated, sensing that Lin Shou indeed had a satisfactory plan in mind. Dana, watching from the sidelines, was perplexed by the purpose of such a harmless, luminous skill. The 2 spent the entire afternoon refining their effects until they reached a dazzling and satisfying level. Let us conclude for today. One last detail remains. Upon your evolution, this effect must cease immediately, lest it distract from the battle. Lin Shou instructed, attempting to raise both hands as if unleashing a high-energy shockwave. The Red Lotus Knight, now transformed, raised its cannon-like arms and, in perfect synchrony, fired a shot towards the target Lin Shou had indicated. The pure energy projectile struck the protective net of the training hall, akin to a soundless, odorless release. In the underground monitoring room, Latina, already overwhelmed with stress, suddenly heard an alarm. Upon checking the corresponding surveillance feed, she discovered her boss experimenting with the protective net. "Can you hear me, Lin?" she urgently broadcasted. "I can hear you. What is the matter?" Lin Shou replied. Engaging the protective net's defense skill consumes considerable energy, Latina reminded him with concern. Lin Shou, hands instinctively thrust into his pockets, cast a guilty glance skyward. "All right, Tan Xiaoshu says she won't do it again next time." After a while, just as he was preparing for one last rehearsal with Tan Xiaoshu, he noticed Latina charging towards him in a fit of rage. Lin Shou hastily recalled every misdeed he had ever committed, then quietly asked Tan Xiaoshu, "We didn't attack the protective net again, did we?" Tan Xiaoshu promptly shook her head, indicating that the matter had nothing to do with her. Chapter 38. Latina and her divine beast minions. "Boss, I have finally caught the culprit stealing electricity," Latina exclaimed, slamming a chain onto the wooden floor with a resounding clap. "That is splendid." Lin Shou and Tan Xiaoshu both sighed in relief, glad that they were not implicated in the matter. For diminutive Flababy, entangled at the end of the chain, fluffed their feathers in disarray. The yellow one had charred tips on its wings. The pink one sported a crooked crown obscuring its right eye. The purple one had lost 2 tail feathers, while the red Flababy pecked at the leg of its companion. These Pokémon, how could they possibly steal electricity? Lin Shou queried, perplexed. Upon mentioning this, Latina's frustration escalated. She shook the chain vigorously, causing the 4 Flababy to tremble anew. Extracting her tablet, she scrolled through surveillance screenshots with fervor. The images revealed 4 indistinct shadows infiltrating the rooftop through the ventilation ducts, where they had constructed an unauthorized stage with old wiring, shattered glass, and advertising banners. Lin Shou leaned closer to the screen, noticing the flickering of strange electric arcs in the enlarged view. The yellow Flababy stood at the center of the stage, unleashing blue and purple sparks as the other 3 danced around it in a bizarre tap dance. A chill coursed down Lin Shou's spine. Thankfully, the area of their antics lacked flammable materials. Otherwise, the training hall would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Those rascals, Latina ground her teeth, identifying them as the culprits behind nightly concerts from 10 o'clock until 3 in the morning, their electromagnetic interference preventing the surveillance system from capturing the rooftop. "If it weren't for the power you just consumed causing the system to restart," she seethed, abruptly yanking on the chain, causing the 4 Flababy to stumble chaotically. The purple one colliding with the corner of a table with a dull thud. Lin Shou was intrigued by many details, but seeing Latina's grim expression, he refrained from further inquiry. "What comes next?" "Next, they shall work here to repay their debt for a lifetime," Latina declared, demanding 4 empty Poké Balls from Lin Shou. With a swift motion, she revealed 4 blank Poké Balls, their metallic shells gleaming in the sunlight. The 4 differently colored Flababy willingly agreed to become official employees of the training hall. They were identified as follows: the red Flababy, sizzling style, female, level 20, fire and flying type; the yellow Flababy, crackling style, female, level 20, electric and flying type; the pink Flababy, whooshing style, female, level 20, psychic and flying type; and the purple Flababy, airy style, female, level 20, ghost and flying type. Lin Shou found the haphazard names somewhat cumbersome and decided to unify them under new titles. "You shall be known as Flame Bird," he designated the sizzling style Flababy. "You shall be called Lightning Bird," he stated for the crackling style Flababy. Observing the 3rd psychic and flying combination, he pondered momentarily before declaring, "You will be known as Articuno." The utterance left everyone present momentarily speechless, prompting Latina to be the first to inquire, "Boss, the legendary Articuno is supposed to be an ice type, isn't it? You can't just rename it for the sake of consistency." Lin Shou instantly adopted a disdainful expression. "You haven't seen the world, have you? In certain regions, Articuno indeed possesses both psychic and flying attributes. Primarily, he was unaware of which country in the world of Galar corresponded to the blue star. Based on his memories from the previous life, he surmised it might be England. Latina and all the Pokémon present clearly disagreed with Lin Shou's assertion. After all, Articuno was a legendary Pokémon. How could it be reimagined as a psychic and flying variant in Lin Shou's narrative? Fearing Lin Shou's ire, they chose not to dwell on the matter. Ultimately, it was merely a name. Whatever he wished to call it would suffice. As for you, Lin Shou regarded the final ghost-type Flebaby, falling into contemplation. To his knowledge, the flying and ghost combination was relatively rare, apart from Flebaby. Only Drifloon and Driftbloom shared such traits. Observing the eager gaze of the Aries-style Flebaby, Lin Shou solemnly declared, "You shall retain the name Flebaby." Everyone present was left speechless. Before the Flebaby could voice any grievances, Latina promptly restrained them anew with the chains. The sound of dragging chains gradually faded away. With the faint echo of Latina's reprimand lingering in the air, "Get to work and pay off your debts. I have already assigned tasks for you." Observing the workaholic Latina depart, Lin Shou couldn't help but surmise the area where the Zapdos would be assigned to work. "At least I am the boss," he mused, before returning to his rocking chair to indulge in his game. The following morning, Lin Shou stood before the fitting mirror, adjusting his tie. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he appeared incongruent with the scene behind him. Moltres was using sparks to iron out the corners of his attire. Zapdos perched on a chandelier, adjusting the brightness. And Articuno was levitating a can of hairspray with telekinesis. The ghostly Pokémon, deprived of its naming rights, was attempting to style Lin Shou's shadow into a slicked-back look. "Line up." The sound of Latina's boots echoed down the corridor, and the four Articuno instantly materialized at either side of the entrance. "No trouble while I'm away." After threatening her four underlings with a clenched fist, Latina retreated to her basement to monitor the surveillance. Before long, a taxi pulled up outside the training hall, and a young girl clad in a gray suit stepped out. Before Lin Shou could issue any instructions, the Articuno had already begun their welcoming dance. The girl in the gray suit froze at the car door, her briefcase tumbling to the ground. As she bent down, her glasses slipped to the tip of her nose, revealing her wide, startled eyes akin to a doe. Caught between watching the four Articuno flit about and stepping forward, she hesitated. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Lin Shou stepped forward, extending his right hand. "Just call me Xiao Lin." "You're too polite, Boss Lin. I am Lu Wan, an employee of Casmo Corporation and the inspector for this training hall. You may call me Xiao Lu." The girl shook Lin Shou's hand gently. "I am here primarily to assist with the hall's promotion." "You're too kind. Please, come in." Lin Shou ushered her into the training hall, only to realize that there wasn't a single proper meeting room. "Let us sit here," eyeing the two rocking chairs before her. Xiao Lu sat down with a peculiar expression, feeling that the boss before her was rather too relaxed. Squirtle arrived with 2 cups of freshly purchased milk tea on a tray, transforming the atmosphere into one of a casual gathering among friends. "Boss Lin, the Alliance has reviewed the materials you submitted previously. I'm here for the final step of the process," Lu Wan stated as she skillfully punctured the milk tea packaging with her straw. "Is it a battle?" "Indeed. To assess whether your training hall can effectively cultivate Pokémon trainers in the vicinity, you will need to send out Pokémon to engage in 3 battles with me. Then allow me to show you around first, and we will commence shortly," Lin Shou replied, lifting his milk tea towards Xiao Lu. The overly comfortable rocking chair had made Lu Wan feel restless, and upon hearing this arrangement, she promptly picked up her milk tea and followed Lin Shou. "Boss Lin, may I inquire about the meaning of this plaque?" Lin Shou glanced at the plaque that had just been hung the day before, which read, "I will not coexist with Team Rocket." "Oh, this is a nefarious organization that has persecuted me. I keep it here as a constant reminder of my mission." "You truly are an ambitious individual, Boss Lin." "Too kind, too kind." Chapter 39, 3 slaps, and jesting after leisurely touring the hall. Lin Shou casually took Xiao Lu's empty milk tea cup and tossed it aside. "So, shall we begin, esteemed leader?" "Very well, let's commence. The rules dictate the use of standard-level Pokémon for the battle. Is that acceptable?" "Actually, there is a question. Can we use Pokémon above standard level?" Lin Shou voiced a concern that had lingered in his mind throughout the night. Xiao Lu formed and with her hands and replied, "No, that is not permissible, as the purpose of the training hall is to cultivate trainers, not to defeat them." "All right, I understand now." Lin Shou stepped onto the battle platform first. "Perhaps our training hall differs from others. Do you prefer a literary battle or a physical one?" Xiao Lu, halfway up the platform, paused and inquired from the railing. "I comprehend physical battles, but what is a literary battle?" "Physical battles only touch your body, but literary battles can reach your soul." "My apologies. I mean to say, a literary battle is our training hall's unique combat style, allowing you to battle any Pokémon within your imagination." Seeing that Xiao Lu still did not grasp the concept, Lin Shou leaped down from the battle platform to the control panel. "Thus, esteemed leader, please release a Pokémon for an experience, should you find it satisfactory. Kindly assist me in promoting it." Oh, all right." With a buzz, the girl, somewhat bewildered, released a Bulbasaur, only to find herself transported to a lush meadow. A gentle breeze wafted through, making the area feel exceptionally real. Had Lin Shou not mentioned it beforehand, she would never have guessed it was a simulated environment. Before her stood a rather vacant-looking Rattata. Outside, Lin Shou kindly remarked, "After all, this is merely an experience. Set Rattata's level to 5. Buzz." In a mere 3 minutes. The battle concluded, and Xiao Lu gazed in disbelief as she returned to the training hall. "Boss, what kind of equipment is this? Have you applied for a patent?" she exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. "Our district has initiated a technological innovation support program." I believe there is a patent," Lin Shou replied. "This was developed by our technical department. I seldom oversee that area." The technical department, which included Latina and Squirtle, now also featured the 4 Articuno. Reflecting on it, Lin Shou realized that a significant portion of the personnel in his training facility were involved in research and development, with him as the sole member of the management. As the conversation veered off course, and to avoid having to treat her to lunch later, Lin Shou hastily interjected, "Let us continue the battle. We must not disrupt your schedule." "Very well." Xiao Lu returned to the battle platform. "My first Pokémon is Bulbasaur. Please send out your Pokémon as well." Lin Shou surveyed the surroundings. Squirtle was napping in the pool area, and Latina's skirt had just vanished around the corner of the second floor. His gaze fell upon a decorative shelf in the corner, where a certain fiery figure was attempting to pry open a nut jar with its beak. He swiftly grabbed the bewildered Moltres and, still in its daze, led it onto the battle platform. "Articuno, I look to you for guidance." As he spoke, he activated the system identification feature. Bulbasaur, grass poison type, level 15. Health, 43-43. Weaknesses, Psychic X2, Flying X2, Ice X2, Fire X2. Ability, Overgrow, when health decreases. The power of grass type moves increases. Item none. Moves, Sleep Powder, Leaf Tornado, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb. Out of professional integrity. Xiao Lu offered a dry commentary. Using fire and flying types against grass types is quite astute, Boss Lin. "Too kind," Lin Shou replied, having merely grabbed a Pokémon for atmosphere. "Shall we begin?" "Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb." With a clap, Lin Shou swiftly struck Bulbasaur's face just half a second after Xiao Lu's command for Seed Bomb was issued. Checking the system, he noted Bulbasaur was left with only 10 health points. Just as Bulbasaur emerged from the flinch state, Lin Shou landed several more blows, incapacitating it. The Articuno began to dance in celebration. Noticing Xiao Lu still in a daze, Lin Shou prompted, "Shall we continue?" "Oh yes, of course." Xiao Lu recalled Bulbasaur and released a level 15 Charmander. "Charmander, use Dragon Breath." With a swift motion, Lin Shou delivered another slap, repeating his previous actions to send Charmander away. "Wait a moment, boss." The adorably bewildered girl finally reacted. "Your Pokémon hasn't even had a turn. How is it always you doing the attacking? The Alliance seems to have no regulations prohibiting trainers from intervening directly, right?" Lin Shou inquired tentatively. "Please wait a moment." Xiao Lu immediately pulled out her phone and squatted down to begin perusing the rules of the Alliance competition. After verifying each clause, she discovered that indeed, there was no stipulation forbidding trainers from inflicting damage on Pokémon. The crux of the matter was that ordinarily, an average person could not inflict harm on Pokémon. While the Alliance had no restrictions, what was the situation with you, boss? Xiao Lu asked, perplexed. It seemed that only a cybernetic madman who had undergone radical bodily modifications could possess Lin Shou's level of prowess. Yet, Lin Shou appeared entirely intact. Rest assured, the general-type gym under Jose guarantees its complete legality. Lin Shou tactfully showcased this superficial brotherhood. Upon hearing Jose's name, a look of admiration instantly graced Xiao Lu's face. With Vice President Zhou as a guarantor, there was no doubt. Shall we proceed? Saying this, she released today as third Pokémon, Pikachu. Slap. Another resounding smack. "Thank you for your hard work today," Lin Shou said politely. "Do we still need to conduct a Pokémon evaluation?" "Yes, I need to record this part for documentation, please understand." Xiao Lu hastily recalled Pikachu and activated the recording function on her phone. "Let me start with Bulbasaur. Its special attack is actually more crucial than its physical attack. I noticed you opted for the move Poison Powder, but Sleep Powder is the optimal choice." Lin Shou, drawing from his recent memory, articulated an abundance of insights. Xiao Lu nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. These recommendations were unheard of yet undeniably sound. "So, congratulations in advance to the Mighty Miracles Gym for advancing to C rank. Today has been immensely fruitful. Thanks to your guidance, Boss Lin." As Xiao Lu stored her phone, she added, "You're too kind. All 3 Pokémon are exceptionally trained, and I merely offered a smidgen of personal insight." Xiao Lu was acutely aware that Lin Shou was flattering her. The suggestions were plentiful, prompting her to contemplate retraining her Pokémon. The announcement for the gym's promotion must be publicly displayed on the district's website for a week. If all goes well, it will automatically advance to C rank next week. By the way, unlike D rank gyms, once promoted to C rank, a specific type must be designated. This was the first time Lin Shou had heard of such a requirement. Could it be any type? Certainly not. You must possess a Pokémon of the corresponding type. Xiao Lu clarified, not believing Lin Shou was genuinely unaware of these regulations. Then, how about dragon? Lin Shou suggested. Xiao Lu paused, her fingers hovering above the keyboard, and looked up at Lin Shou in bewilderment. Do you possess a dragon-type Pokémon? Not at all. Then you. Lin Shou retorted, I am a descendant of dragons. Selecting the dragon type is perfectly reasonable, no? The truth was, he chose dragon simply because he found it rather dashing. What if he had no dragon-type Pokémon? Did his plethora of flying types merely signify a lack of substance? Ha, Boss Lin, you're truly humorous, Xiao Lu laughed lightly, but then added, however, I would actually recommend you opt for steel type. Steel? Lin Shou was now utterly perplexed. Because I perceive you possess a will as unyielding as steel. Xiao Lu deftly tossed back Lin Shou's earlier jest. Ha. Laughter echoed throughout the training ground, filling the atmosphere with joy. Chapter 40. The Gym's second upgrade. After the jesting subsided, the only type Lin Shou could realistically opt for was flying. Fortunately, Latina had captured 4 new employees the previous night. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Xiao Lu raised her phone. Lastly, I need a photo with you for archival purposes. Would it be alright to take it here at the battle platform? Of course, no problem. Lin Shou gestured for the molters to take the phone. Just as he turned, the girl produced a pre-prepared alliance flag from her backpack, indicating Lin Shou to grasp the other end for the photo. Molters snapped a series of shots, and after Lin Shou retrieved the phone and returned it to Xiao Lu, he turned to reward it with an energy cube. That concludes today's activities. I won't intrude on your normal operations any longer. After gathering all her belongings, Xiao Lu hailed a cab and departed. At last, it was over. Lin Shou exhaled in relief. Ding. Detected that the gym is about to upgrade. Please select a new modification plan. A. Water-type battle area renovation. B. Expansion of the underground research facility, adding research equipment. C. Gym expansion, adding new training areas. The options that had appeared when he first took over the gym resurfaced. Lin Shou recognized this as a complimentary upgrade service from the system and knew he had to deliberate carefully. It was evident that increasing research equipment was not a cost-effective choice, yet Latina's scientific zeal instilled a sense of trepidation in Lin Shou. Now that she had begun capturing Pokémon for labor, who knew if she would soon be researching how to create Mutwo? He could almost envision her donning goggles, dripping a suspicious purple liquid into a test tube. After much contemplation, Lin Shou ultimately opted to expand the gym area. This choice was also the most perplexing for him. After all, the gym's footprint was fixed. What means could the system employ for expansion? A line of red text appeared in the lower right corner of the system. Under repair, countdown 6D23, 59, 32. Lin Shou glanced around, noticing no changes within the gym. Logically, there should have been an array of items emerging, akin to the last time the shower room was repaired. Well, no change is for the best. Lin Shou was wary that the system might whimsically eject everyone, every Pokémon, and every item from the gym for renovations. After all, tomorrow was the day for fan interactions. If no one could enter the gym, it would be quite the predicament. At the Casmo building, Xiao Lu, having organized the paperwork, was preparing to submit the final acceptance system to her office, lost in thought about Boss Lin's virtual battle apparatus for the gym. She failed to notice the scent of cherry blossoms wafting from around the corner until a psychic wave whipped through the air, scattering her entire stack of documents. The papers fluttered like doves in flight. Xiao Lu stumbled to steady herself against the wall, and through her sliding glasses, she beheld a pair of dainty feet clad in patent leather Mary Janes. Looking up along the lacy stockings, she saw pearls adorning the cobalt blue skirt gently quivering. And further up, the iridescent gown of the shiny Gardevoir shimmered with a lunar glow, as it tilted its head ever so slightly. The ruby adornments at its ears rippled with an ethereal wave. Blue. Xiao Lu's heart skipped a beat. The shiny Gardevoir was an exceedingly rare sight. Within the entire Casmo Corporation, only one trainer possessed such a Pokémon. Adjusting her large-frame glasses to peer beyond Gardevoir, she spotted Miss Ruby, the daughter of the company's chairman, engrossed in her phone as she walked forward. If Gardevoir did not intervene, she would collide with her directly. I'm terribly sorry. Xiao Lu quickly bowed her head in apology. As far as she knew, this Miss Ruby had a rather peculiar temperament and was known for her mercurial moods. Just last month, an employee spilled her berry juice, and the next day, he was dispatched to investigate the ecology of Gyarados at Meteor Falls. The week prior, a board member had questioned her project proposal, and the following day, her office was overflowing with metal filing cabinets twisted into spirals from her psychic influence. Thud. Ruby collided with her own Gardevoir's back, then snapped back to reality, realizing someone was apologizing to her. Looking down, she saw the papers scattered in disarray. "Watch where you're going, you clumsy bespectacled girl," Ruby scolded, putting away her phone and signaling Gardevoir to follow her. Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief. At least this young lady's disposition was easier to predict than that of her own department director. It appeared Ruby was in a good mood today, not holding her blunder against her. As she secretly rejoiced in the belief that today was her auspicious day, Ruby's voice suddenly echoed from above. "Wait a moment. Let Ruby take a look at that paper." Before little Lou could react, Sinead once again utilized her psychic abilities to retrieve and neatly arrange the documents on the ground. Ruby caught the paper from the air, her expression darkening as she scrutinized a color photo on one of the documents. "So it is the rocket team," she muttered. Upon noticing Ruby's inquisitive gaze directed at her, little Lou felt compelled to explain. "Yes, it is said to be an evil organization, and the owner of this training facility has been victimized by them." "Oh, I see." Humph. Ruby fell silent, her fingers nearly obliterating the picture of Lin Shou. As Ruby remained tight-lipped while holding her document, little Lou found herself at a loss for what to do next. She could only hope to publish the promotion information for the training facility on the official website before the end of the day, praying not to be stuck working overtime. Ruby, shaking the already creased paper in her hand, declared, "Ruby has requisitioned these documents. You, glasses girl, please print another copy." "Not a bother. I shall print another one right away." "Here, you can have this one," little Lou hastily replied, feigning urgency as she exited the floor. Humph, such a muddled creature. As she stepped into the private elevator, Ruby continued perusing the information on the Mighty Miracle training facility. Perhaps influenced by her initial impression from the photo, she held a rather poor opinion of Lin Shou. After closing the door to her exclusive room, Ruby seethed, "The rocket team is by no means an evil organization. This person is merely spouting nonsense." Arg, it infuriates Ruby. Sinead mimicked Ruby's furious demeanor, placing her hands on her hips and pretending to roar loudly. After venting her frustration, Ruby began tapping her fingers against the document. This was no ordinary citizen, and she had to strike hard. With that, she directly opened the company's internal website, conducting an exhaustive search for information on the Mighty Miracle training facility in Lin Shou. They have already successfully advanced to C today? How infuriating. If only Ruby had known earlier that this shabby training facility still harbored ambitions of advancement. After another bout of frustration, Ruby discovered a blind spot upon revisiting the documents. Wait, I had already instructed the consolidation of all D-level gyms. How could there be a missing link? Although puzzled, she could not afford to ponder how Lin Shou's training facility had slipped through the cracks. All she desired was for this shopkeeper to kneel beneath her sign and sincerely apologize, ultimately swallowing the entire plaque whole. At that moment, Sinead handed her exclusive phone to Ruby, signaling her to check the information displayed. "Oh, tomorrow? A civilian challenge match? A gathering of trash. Just the right opportunity for Ruby to publicly humiliate them," she mused. Ruby returned the phone to Sinead and reclined in her office chair, contemplating which ordinary-level Pokémon might be available. Pokémon of this caliber generally did not pique her interest. Acquiring one was often a hassle. Wait a moment. Why should I conform to his rules? Humph, that Lin fellow. Just you wait for tomorrow. Ruby cackled maliciously. She resolved to employ the most brutal methods to incapacitate Lin Shou for an entire month. Chapter 41. Lin Shou's ordinary slap in the open space before the training facility. 4 flower dance birds flitted gracefully in the morning light. Their feathers refracted shimmering specks under the rising sun, and the radiant glimmers cascading from their flapping wings elicited gasps of admiration from the gathered crowd. Fans, arriving punctually as per their agreement, eagerly snapped photos, causing those who had failed to reach the venue to lament their absence. Once the video was released, the training facility enjoyed another surge of popularity. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Please form an orderly queue in this open area for challenges. If your number has not been called or you have already challenged, you may join the immersive combat training experience led by Tan Xiaoshi. The crowd was reassured. Do not rush. We are offering a complimentary half-hour experience. If you do not wish for the 100 Alliance coins, you can enjoy an additional hour. Initially, Lin Shou had intended to summon Squirtle to assist in welcoming clients, but it was detained by Latina, reportedly due to a critical juncture in its training. At this point, Lin Shou had reached level 18. effortlessly dispatching Pokémon around level 15 with a mere slap. However, considering the fans' gaming experience, he feigned a back-and-forth exchange with the opposing Pokémon for a while before ultimately delivering a swift blow to finish the match. Fans had initially come for the real battle, but found themselves more enamored with the simulated training platform, reluctant to leave its confines. Fortunately, the battle platform had ample space to accommodate the crowd, resulting in minimal wait times. The event stretched throughout the morning, and surprisingly, not a single challenger opted for the 100 Alliance coins as a reward. Conversely, nearby fans had already spent 5,000 and even 10,000 Alliance coins to acquire memberships. Ultimately, a few fans chose to forfeit, declining the 1-hour experience reward, simply wishing for Lin Shou to refrain from interrupting their virtual battles. Though nearly 30 white entries were garnered, this deviated from Lin Shou's original plan. When did the project of battling himself become a secondary product? Under the fans' insistence, Lin Shou revised the battle platform's rules, transforming the simulated scenario into a grass-cutting game featuring 50 ordinary-level Pokémon and 300 Caterpies. Observing the 50 trainers and 50 Pokémon standing quietly on the platform, Lin Shou felt the training facility had taken on an absurd appearance. He helplessly turned to MK2 beside him and remarked, "This doesn't even enhance experience. I truly cannot fathom what these fans are thinking. Boss, according to the MBTI personality classification from many years ago, you must be part of the purple group." Latina's voice emanated from MK2. Lin Shou pondered for a moment, recalling that it seemed to be true, and curiously inquired, "Why do you say that?" As Latina browsed through online materials, she responded, "Avoiding meaningless tasks is a common trait of the purple group. The data suggests that once a purple person learns to slow down and savor life, they will achieve success." "Well then, I shall take your words to heart. It seems I need to take a break for a few days," Lin Shou remarked, simultaneously redeeming the blue entry, "Charming physique." Bang! The door was kicked open, and Ruby, wearing dark sunglasses, stormed in, followed by a Jigglypuff. "Lin Shou, get out here this instant." Ruby's sharp voice pierced through the entire facility, startling Lin Shou, who flinched and instinctively pressed the emergency stop button on the device. Fearing an accident, his hand remained suspended over the button. The battle equipment came to an abrupt halt. Fans, who had been engrossed in their exhilarating battles, were suddenly jolted back to reality. Some participants, already immersed in the virtual world, leaped off the battle platform, landing with bruises. Swish! All eyes converged on Lin Shou. Having been caught in a frenzy, they now awaited a reasonable explanation from him. Lin Shou, experienced in such matters, took a step back and pointed toward the door where Ruby had barged in. "She came in suddenly, so I had to stop everything." With someone to bear the brunt of the ire, Lin Shou felt confident that the flames of anger would not be directed at him. Where did Lin Shou go? "Get out here and face me," Ruby shouted even louder, hands on her hips, when no one responded. Swish! The 50 trainers and 50 Pokémon, eyes brimming with murderous intent, instantly fixed their gazes upon her. Huh. Ruby had never encountered so many people glaring at her with such malice and, in a panic, stumbled back 2 steps. Though Lin Shou found the pigtail girl rather rude, he discerned that it would be inappropriate to continue scaring her further. Rebooting the machine, the customers dismissed any concerns regarding the impudent little girl, instantly plunging back into the virtual realm to wreak havoc. "I am Lin Shou, the proprietor here." Ruby surveyed Lin Shou from head to toe, then burst into laughter. "Is it really you? Hand over the Alliance payment account." Lin Shou was perplexed. Why was this child so incensed over a mere membership? Ding! Alliance treasure payment, 100,000 Alliance coins. The payment amount catapulted him to the pinnacle of the training hall. Lin Shou's demeanor shifted to one of cordiality as he leaned down to meet Ruby's gaze. "Little sister, what are our requirements for training?" Upon hearing this, Ruby's cheeks visibly flushed crimson, her hands clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably. "How dare they insult me, this lady? Wigglytuff, unleash your fury." It appeared that the term little sister struck a nerve, as Ruby was particularly sensitive about her height. A surge of immense energy gathered within Wigglytuff's fists, and Lin Shou reacted a moment too late. He dove back 2 steps to evade the incoming attack. Boom! The ground where the energy ball struck was left with a massive crater, dust swirling in the air, indicating it was a full-force strike. Wigglytuff, normal fairy type, level 45. Health, 194, 194. Weaknesses, Poison X2, Steel X2. Ability, competitive. If the opponent lowers their stats, special attack increases significantly. Held item, Life Orb. Moves, Energy Ball, Magical Shine. Volt Tackle, Dig. Upon seeing the system data, Lin Shou gasped. Had he been hit by that energy ball, it could have decimated him 25 times over. What did that mean? Lin Shou's expression hardened. That previous attack was lethal. Ruby, however, dismissed any need for explanation, covering her mouth with a malicious grin. Hee hee. A fool who can't even release their Pokémon after being attacked has finally realized my intentions. I've already covered your medical expenses, so brace yourself for a beating. Wigglytuff puffed up its cheeks, shimmering with a golden aura. Very well then. Lin Shou inhaled deeply, activating the move, Sudden Clap. You are nothing but a waste. I graciously allowed you time to summon your Pokémon, and yet you remain dazed. Surely, you can't be so destitute as to lack a Pokémon. How pitiful. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap resonated throughout the training hall. Ruby froze in her haughty stance, a vivid red handprint swiftly appearing on her left cheek. Her meticulously styled twin tails were thrown into disarray by the force, a few strands clinging to her slightly parted lips. Wigglytuff's Volt Tackle halted half a meter from Lin Shou's back, its pink fur standing on end due to static electricity. Ruby knelt on the ground, trembling. Under the effects of the sudden clap's intimidation. Keep shouting, keep giggling, why is it so quiet now? Lin Shou preferred to deal with trainers before their Pokémon. A strategy he had not been able to employ in previous formal matches. However, today, since someone had paid to be beaten, Lin Shou was more than willing to fulfill her dream. After all, Ruby had initiated the confrontation. The training hall's cameras were recording the entire affair. You. How dare you? Ruby's voice came out as a strained whisper. The moment the intimidation wore off, the girl suddenly screamed hysterically, Wigglytuff, turn him to dust. Just as Wigglytuff turned, it felt an icy chill enveloping its body, as if some great terror was fixating on it. The ominous energy fluctuated around it. Merely a warning for now. Should it dare to take another step forward, Wigglytuff was certain it would be utterly obliterated. Chapter 42, The Deceptive Terminology. The fluorescent lights high above the training hall flickered violently, casting Ruby's flushed face in a mosaic of light and shadow. You dare strike me? Her sharp voice trembled with a whimper, her meticulously styled twin tails swaying with each labored breath. You dare to sully this lady's face with your filthy hands. Lin Shou tentatively opened his palm, the lingering heat from his strike still palpable, tilting his head to propose. How about I cover the medical expenses for that slap? Go to hell. Ruby suddenly rose on her toes, her bow-adorned high heels crashing down onto Lin Shou's foot. When she saw him remain unfazed, she vented her frustration by swinging her small purse at his chest. The metallic embellishments on her sportswear produced a harsh noise, yet left no mark. Lin Shou figured allowing her to strike him could be classified as mutual combat, so he simply did not evade. Glancing at his health, he noted that not even a single point had been deducted. Now it's my turn, he chuckled sinisterly. Hee hee. Wait. The girl suddenly cupped her face with both hands, her previously domineering expression melting into a pool of sweetness. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her cherry-pink lips uttered a shocking statement. Lin Shou, you look so handsome when you hit people. With her lipstick-stained canine teeth nibbling her lower lip. The lace of her skirt brushed against her slender legs, which fidgeted restlessly. Could you hit a little harder? What on earth? Lin Shou, who had not flinched even at the energy ball, now gasped, retreating as if facing a formidable foe. Brother Lin, Ruby's sweet voice trembled with excitement. Let's play something more thrilling, shall we? Unbeknownst to him, she had untied the satin ribbon at her collar, the lace slipping to reveal half of her delicate shoulder. Her manicured fingers glided over her collarbone, leaving ambiguous red marks on her pale skin. Lin Shou felt as though he had fallen victim to an enemy's hypnotic spell. Indeed, Wigglytuff possessed such a skill. Wigglytuff, drenched in cold sweat, was not worried about its master's strange behavior. It felt its body growing heavier, that inexplicable pressure threatening to twist its rotund form into a pretzel. Just as it was about to collapse, the mysterious force inexplicably vanished, just as abruptly as it had appeared. Wigglytuff cared little for such matters, transforming into a red light and diving into its Pokeball. As for what might become of its master, that was a concern for another day, provided it survived. Ding! Defeated Wigglytuff. Ruby, meanwhile, was oblivious to Wigglytuff. Her gaze fixated solely on Lin Shou's alluring figure. She caressed the warmth lingering on her face, utterly enraptured, lifting her skirt and sprinting toward him in her high heels. Brother Lin, wait. Where are you going? Lin Shou conceded her victory. He indeed could not counter that move. Is Latina around? Quickly, restrain her. Whoosh. The small, coal-like attendant dashed from afar, pink light glimmering in its eyes as it cast a mental cage around Ruby, suspending her in midair. Ruby let out a kitten-like whimper, her bound limbs striking even more alluring poses. Master, what is happening? The attendant inquired, puzzled. Lin Shou let out a sigh of relief, pointing at Ruby. who was still gazing at him longingly. How should I know? We were just having a fight, and she suddenly turned into this. Turning to look, he saw Ruby still drooling over him, her eyes brimming with affection. Brother Lin, so you enjoy bondage play, huh? Ruby can definitely cooperate. The well-versed Carbon Knight instantaneously discerned the situation, casting a peculiar gaze towards Lin Shou. Her current state was highly likely reminiscent of charm, and the source should indeed be her master. Charm? What a jest! Before he could finish his thought, Lin Shou abruptly realized that the newly synthesized blue attribute, charming physique, still lingered upon him. Could he be blamed for this? Had it not been for the sudden intrusion of this petite individual, he would have long since relegated such an eccentric trait to the attribute repository. As he noticed Carbon Knight preparing to approach, Lin Shou swiftly distanced himself, exclaiming, "Wait. Don't come near." Carbon Knight blinked in confusion, observing Lin Shou's rather theatrical performance before her. Once he confirmed that the attribute had been successfully discarded into the repository, he finally exhaled in relief, deeming it safe for her to approach. However, upon turning to see Ruby still suspended in her state, a frown returned to Lin Shou's face. By all accounts, a Pokemon's charm skill ought not to affect humans, yet who could have anticipated that its application by humans would yield such an effect? Meanwhile, Latina remotely controlled MK2, arriving belatedly. "Boss, I hope I haven't interrupted your flirtation?" "Flirtation? You dare call this flirtation?" Lin Shou retorted, gesturing towards Ruby. "Then what would you call it?" A holographic screen projected by the mechanical arm began cycling through the clauses of the Minor Protection Act. Latina then opted for a more perilous phrasing, invoking Article 137 of the Alliance Criminal Law, which pertains to offenses involving minors under 16. "Silence," Lin Shou interjected, directing MK2's mechanical arm towards Ruby. "It was this crazy girl who initiated the altercation. Boss, I have already placed a call to the authorities. Would you like me to cancel it?" Latina's voice echoed once more. "Cancel what?" "Upon reviewing the evidence, it seems she is more of a victim. Prepare the footage. Regardless, she is guilty of attempted murder. Such a malicious character, one wonders which establishment trained her." Though he spoke thus, Lin Shou could only hope for Uncle Hat's discerning analytical skills regarding the case. Before Uncle Hat could arrive, Lin Shou instructed Carbon Knight to seal Ruby's mouth. He simply could not endure the verbal harassment from this underage girl. MK2's floating screen transitioned to a playback of the surveillance. In slow motion, Ruby's ecstatic, distorted visage was perfectly captured at the moment the chi blast erupted upon the ground. The shrill wail of sirens grew nearer, and Lin Shou repeatedly inquired whether the surveillance footage had been preserved well, presenting it as soon as Uncle Hat entered. The processing of the case was swift. After both parties signed a letter of understanding on site, Ruby was taken back to the Alliance police station for further proceedings. Once the car doors locked, Lin Shou finally felt secure enough to allow Carbon Knight to release Ruby from her restraints. Watching the vehicle recede into the distance, he sighed in relief and waved goodbye. "Please, never return." Despite her payment of 100,000 for a slap, Lin Shou wished to avoid a repeat of such an encounter. MK2 approached Lin Shou, and Latina's voice chimed in again. "Boss, are you really letting her off the hook? What can I do? If we didn't reach an understanding, I would have had to get in the same car as that crazy woman to provide a statement." Lin Shou glared at the crater left in the training ground, growing increasingly agitated. The critical point was that there were still 50 fans lingering. Who knew what bizarre stories might emerge from this? Indeed, it was quite possible that he too would have to board their vehicle. Upon this realization, Latina too capitulated. Seizing the moment, Lin Shou tossed the charm attribute to the energy cube. The day's events had been thoroughly derailed by this troublesome blue attribute. It should have been a gratifying tale of triumph over an antagonist, yet it had unexpectedly devolved into a convoluted narrative. As the fans gradually exited the battle, Lin Shou had already filled in the crater on the ground, ensuring no trace remained. "Boss Lin, why not relocate? Open a training facility in my city." The fans who had flown in were embroiled in a discussion about Lin Shou's residency. I will consider this," Lin Shou replied earnestly. After all, he could not predict whether that girl would return to stir up further trouble. She commanded a level 40 or 50 Pokémon, which was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, given the situation, she certainly had backing. Thus, Lin Shou was genuinely contemplating a change of city for his life. Alternatively, should he hasten to level up? Chapter 43, Culinary Exploration. The fan meeting coincided with the testing day for 3 high school students. Upon learning they had missed such an event, they lamented and expressed their regret. Lin Shou perceived that these 3 devoted fans truly invigorated the training facility. "Given your demeanor, your test scores should be commendable, no?" "Boss Lin, you are incredible. Will you take us leveling up again sometime? Xiaqinsi clearly was not one to relish rigorous training. Such matters shall not be broached again. They serve no benefit to you. Lin Shou admonished solemnly. The school forbids you from directly purchasing a high-level Pokémon for a reason. At this, the trio promptly regained their senses. Sensing the atmosphere had sufficiently warmed, Lin Shou seized the opportunity to declare, coincidentally, for new gold-tier trainers have arrived at the training facility. 1 energy cube for 1 hour. Choose your opponents wisely. Their remuneration will be directly provided to them. He slightly stepped aside, revealing 4 Comfei lined up, utilizing all their charm to attract customers. The 3 high school students' eyes brightened instantly. That sounds fantastic. However, we don't possess any energy cubes. Do you sell them here, boss? Indeed, my friends, I do. With this prompt, Lin Shou swiftly unveiled a small cart, upon which lay delectable energy cubes developed by Latina. Thus, the Comfei earned their keep. Lin Shou profited from selling energy cubes, and the high school students paid to enhance their combat prowess. A splendid economic cycle indeed. The system chime interrupted Lin Shou's entrepreneurial ambitions, as a new task appeared on his retinal display. Task: Culinary Exploration. Description: Please collect fragments of the Ancient Guardian's tokens to unlock the Energy Cube Manufacturing Machine. Reward: 1 Energy Cube Manufacturing Machine, and the mall system activation. Before Lin Shou could delve into further details, the system sent another prompt. Destination confirmed. Please proceed according to the navigation. Upon opening the navigation, Lin Shou discovered the location was over 300 kilometers away, directly pointing to the neighboring province. Alas, the allure of the system's rewards was too enticing. It provided the perfect opportunity to escape for a couple of days, so off to the neighboring province he would go. The metallic door hinges emitted a faint creak as Lin Shou pushed open the heavy iron door to the basement, a beam of sunlight slicing through the dim corridor. Everyone, please set down what you are holding. His voice echoed beneath the ceiling lined with cables. I have an announcement. Silence fell. Lin Shou projected a map onto the adjacent wall. Boss Lin has decided to take you all on a provincial trip. Upon hearing the word trip, Squirtle's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Latina displayed evident disinterest. This team-building exercise is mandatory. Not a single breathing entity is permitted to remain at the training facility. Upon hearing this, Latina removed her hands from the keyboard and shrugged. Since the boss has made this decision, we might as well go along. What else can we do? The training facility would be closed during the team-building period. Lin Shou retrieved his phone, the screen displaying a loading high-speed train ticket purchasing page. As the countdown commenced, he deliberately elongated his tone, observing Squirtle frantically stuffing various tools into a waste bag emblazoned with sunglasses patterns. The train was set to depart in 90 minutes. Lin Shou, accompanied by Squirtle and Charcoal Squire, alongside Latina with her 4 baby and a Snorlax, hastily packed a few changes of clothes into their backpacks. They affixed a notice on the door announcing a 3-day closure and then dashed towards the airport in a frenzy. I've truly had enough of these sudden arrangements. Latina complained breathlessly as she ran. Lin Shou offered an awkward smile and remained silent. After all, travel was merely a means to an end. It soon proved that Lin Shou's strategy of leaving early was indeed astute. When Ruby, released from her enchantment the following day, sought trouble again, she discovered the training hall completely deserted. On the train, Lin Shou superimposed the system map with his phone's navigation, revealing a dense forest. This was not a tourist attraction, and the few residents in the vicinity made searching for anything akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Shou scratched his head in dismay. Latina, also searching for their destination, attempted to deduce Lin Shou's intentions from the scant clues available. Boss, it seems this area was previously sealed off and only reopened a month ago. There are apparently some rare tree fruits here. Are we meant to collect them to cultivate back home? Lin Shou received a notification on his phone from Latina, confirming her assertion that the area had indeed just been unsealed a month prior. The official lockdown could not have been for the sake of delectable tree fruits. Lin Shou found himself intrigued, but suddenly recalled a pressing concern. Surely, there was no space in the training hall for fruit trees? Latina appeared to have foreseen a solution. Whispering conspiratorially, Boss, have you heard of the seedling law? All right, that's enough. We are a proper training facility, Lin Shou interjected. To facilitate their journey, Lin Shou reluctantly rented an SUV upon disembarking from the train, continuing towards the hotel with Latina. The scenic route was delightful, and aside from the larger Snorlax, everyone was seated comfortably in the back. Latina slowly rolled down the window, allowing the gentle breeze to caress her face. Boss, it seems you've finally slowed down a bit. Lin Shou did not believe this workaholic had the right to comment on such matters, yet to maintain the atmosphere, he merely nodded in acquiescence. Due to not reviewing specific information during the hotel booking, they simply selected the nearest option on the map. When the reserved hotel came into view, they collectively held their breath. 7 glass-walled villas were scattered across the hillside, each accompanied by a wooden observation deck extending into the forest. Latina could no longer restrain herself and raised her hand to inquire. "Boss, I have a small question. The 2 rooms you mentioned a few hours ago, they aren't referring to 2 separate villas, are they?" Lin Shou turned his stiff neck to glance at Latina, confirming her guess with a look. "Let us not dwell on that. Isn't it better to have more space?" Lin Shou signaled with his eyes for her to cease further questions, deeming it impolite to press on. The front desk was attended by a casually dressed woman in her 30s or 40s, currently painting her nails. Upon noticing the vehicle's arrival, she promptly set aside her task and turned to Lin Shou, saying, "Hello, welcome to the Reverse Realm Starshine Resort. I'm the owner here. Do you have a reservation?" "We currently have no extra rooms available. I have a reservation under Lin Shou," he replied, showing her his booking confirmation on his phone. The owner initially displayed surprise, then deftly operated the front desk computer. "Ah, Mr. Lin, you've booked 2 rooms for 3 nights. Your accommodations are ready." Lin Shou casually picked up a vacation guide from the front desk, discovering that this area indeed boasted a variety of tree fruits. The only reason it had not developed into a grand forest resort was likely due to its remoteness and the low quality of the nearby wild Pokémon. The owner sent smart lock access to Lin Shou and Latina and patiently advised, "All meals are included in your room rate, so please try to remain within the hotel's operational boundaries." Lin Shou frowned at this peculiar request. The area marked in the promotional materials doesn't seem extensive, and it appears there aren't many high-level Pokémon around. Is it dangerous outside? Chapter 44. Midnight Task, Disturbing Peaceful Dreams. Leaning against the worn wooden counter, the owner paused her finger on the ashtray. "Guest, you really must heed my advice. There are indeed dangers beyond the designated area. 2 months ago, a traveler claimed to have seen a ghost, which even drew the attention of the Alliance forces." Lin Shou listened with furrowed brows, finding little connection to the system's tasks. To obtain more clues, he leaned in closer and asked, "I just browsed this matter, but since the authorities have withdrawn, the danger should have subsided, correct?" The owner sighed, deliberately lowering her voice to respond. "This was not a matter to be casually discussed, but I must also look out for my guests. The Alliance only claims that the danger has been resolved. They are still active around the hotel perimeter. Half of my rooms are rented out to them." "All right, I understand." Lin Shou nodded, casually picking up a flyer as he made his way to his room. Latina followed closely behind, scanning the area with her device. "Boss, there indeed exists a presence of ghost-type Pokémon nearby, but the energy fluctuations are minimal. It's as if someone has evenly coated the air with ghostly energy." What an apt metaphor, Lin Shou thought helplessly, covering his forehead. "Ghost-type Pokémon, let's not sleep too deeply tonight. If anything happens, let us notify each other promptly." Upon returning to his room, Lin Shou dashed to the window, swiftly drawing open the tightly shut curtains. Gazing through the pristine glass, he beheld rows of fruit trees standing orderly like gravestones. Squinting and observing for a while, he found the only oddity to be the absence of wild Pokémon. Shaking his head to dispel the strange notions, Lin Shou raised Charcoal Squire for reassurance. "What am I afraid of? It's just ghost-type Pokémon, after all." Charcoal Squire squinted in response, flexing non-existent muscles with its tiny arms. Ding! Around 11 o'clock at night, the system finally displayed a change. Target area reached. Please begin exploring the first objective point. Time remaining, 2:59:59. A time task lasting 3 hours, located a 30-minute walk away. Lin Shou immediately perked up, raising his phone to send a message to Latina. "Are you asleep?" Latina replied, "Not yet. What's up?" Lin Shou texted back, "I feel something is off. I'm heading out for a stroll. How about you?" Latina responded, "I'll join you. I'll be there shortly." 10 minutes later, Latina arrived at Lin Shou's door, fully equipped, and asked while shining a flashlight overhead, "Boss, are we off on an adventure?" Lin Shou adjusted the system's identification function to remain active, holding Charcoal Squire close while signaling for Latina to follow. "Pretty much. Let us see what lies in that area." Latina instantly perked up. After all, her only struggle was dealing with people. As she trailed behind Lin Shou, she pretended to be a secret agent infiltrating an enemy base. "Boss, which direction?" Lin Shou checked the system's navigation and pointed ahead. "That way. Let us walk a bit and see." About halfway through their journey, a conspicuous sign loomed before them. "Warning! Danger ahead. Please do not approach." Latina did not even glance at the sign, proceeding forward without hesitation. Lin Shou remained silent, closely following in her wake. As she scrutinized the device in her hands, Latina furrowed her brow, The surrounding ghostly energy was indeed quite dense. Yet there was something peculiar about it. Lin Shou leaned in to examine the screen, where a plethora of information appeared, akin to an encrypted message. Was there something amiss? The readings were fundamentally similar to those obtained during the day, prompting Latina to cast a puzzled glance around, though the overall concentration was significantly heightened compared to daylight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Shou proposed another possibility. Could it be that this area is home to a multitude of weak ghost-type Pokémon? Latina's frown deepened. That too presented a contradiction. We have not encountered any ghost-type Pokémon along our journey. Lin Shou suggested yet another theory. What if these ghost types were merely hiding from us? Latina dismissed his conjecture outright, turning to observe her surroundings. While Pokémon possess territorial instincts and would never allow us to traverse their domain unchallenged. I have no other speculations then, Lin Shou shrugged. Placing all his hopes on the system's navigation, let us move ahead and see what surprises await us. For safety, Lin Shou transformed his charcoal sprite into a flame blade ghost to accompany him, while Latina released her ghost-type Flababy for vigilance. As the ominous clouds gradually obscured the moon, the forest was engulfed in an inky darkness. The silence was so profound that it sent chills down their spines, devoid of even the cries of flying Pokémon. Only the branches swayed in the wind, creaking ominously. Lin Shou kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, maintaining the system identification panel in an open state. In such a deadened atmosphere, the 20-meter identification range failed to provide him with a sense of security. The duo had arrived at the system's navigation point. Yet no cutscene was triggered. Lin Shou could not fathom why they were stalled in this location, merely pacing around a confined area in circles. Boss, have you made any discoveries? Latina inquired, leaning closer. Crack. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed, as if Latina had stepped on something. Ding. Task Stage 1 has been completed. Please await further instructions. They pushed aside the wild grass, revealing a purple, trumpet-shaped fruit on the ground. No wonder they had not found anything after circling around. The task target was so minuscule. Lin Shou promptly illuminated it with his flashlight. Was this a fruit? Latina pulled out a handkerchief, gently wrapping it and cradling it in her palm. It was indeed a fruit, specifically a Buddha's hand fruit. But why would it appear in such a place? There were no fruit trees nearby. Lin Shou suspected that it wasn't this fruit that triggered the system. Perhaps he merely stood in the right spot by chance, or something had taken notice of him. Contemplating this, he activated the identification function to survey the area. Let us take this back for now, it's getting late. Beep beep beep. Just then, Latina's instrument emitted an alarm, indicating that a multitude of Pokémon were rapidly approaching. At that moment, the system panel finally exhibited a change, revealing over a dozen level 6 woodling Pokémon converging towards them. He halted Charcoal Sprite, who was poised to unleash wide area assault, urging it to refrain from acting and to observe their intentions. The woodlings surrounded Lin Shou and his companion, allowing him to finally discern their curious forms, with black bodies and wooden heads sprouting 2 small branches. Chapter 45, A New Incident. The woodlings displayed no other actions. They merely encircled Lin Shou as he took a step forward. When he retreated, they too withdrew to a distance. Lin Shou glanced at Charcoal Sprite. Can you attempt to communicate with them? Charcoal Sprite shook its head. They do not respond to me. Since their task was complete for the day, Lin Shou decided against complicating matters further. With the woodlings obstructing their path, they would return to investigate once daylight broke. Let us head back, he said. Latina meticulously wrapped the Buddha's hand fruit in her handkerchief and followed Lin Shou back to the hotel. The woodlings did not impede their exit. Once assured that Lin Shou and his companion had truly departed, they faded back into their domain. The following morning, Latina texted Lin Shou, confirming that it was indeed an ordinary Buddha's hand fruit. The fruit possesses the effect of reducing damage from ghost-type Pokémon's skills, being a rather rare fruit, and it ought not to have been carelessly discarded on the ground. The system's task remained stagnant, and Lin Shou estimated that updates would not come until the evening. However, idling indefinitely was not a viable strategy. So he informed Latina and set off with Charcoal Sprite and Squirtle to the location from the previous night in search of clues. Shortly after Latina received Lin Shou's text, she was startled by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found the hotel proprietress from the front desk. Hello. Do you need housekeeping? No. Thank you, Latina replied, intending to close the door. The proprietress gently placed her hand against the doorframe, asking, Did you sleep well last night? Just as Latina prepared to offer a vague response, she noticed the proprietress's other hand concealed behind her back, seemingly holding something that resembled a Pokeball. The path during the day was evidently easier to navigate, allowing Lin Shou to swiftly arrive at the spot where he had discovered the fruit the previous night. Cautiously, he took 2 steps forward, and his line of sight revealed no Pokémon obstructing his way. The surroundings were merely ordinary trees, with no sign of any fruit-bearing Buddha-esque hand trees, compelling him to press on further. Concerned about losing his way, Lin Shou released both Pokémon from their Poké Balls. As he ventured deeper, the trees thickened, severely obstructing his vision, indicating a lack of human activity. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Latina. "Hello? Boss, I've made some discoveries." Whoosh. Before he could grasp what Latina was saying, a whistling sound zipped past his ear. Instinctively, he tilted his head to evade it, as a wooden arrow grazed his ear and struck the ground beside him. Lin Shou quickly relayed to Latina on the other end. "I have some developments here as well. I'll call you back once I've dealt with this." "All right." Gazing towards the direction from which the arrow had come, he spotted 3 shadows perched atop thick branches above. 3 level 35, sniping hoot-hoots, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows flew toward him again, aimed squarely at his vital points. Squirtle sprang into action, utilizing water gun to deflect the incoming arrows. The 3 sniping hoot-hoots took flight, quickly seeking refuge once more. Yet, no matter how adept their concealment, Lin Shou could identify their locations through the system's identification feature. To avoid alarming them and allowing any to escape, Lin Shou hid behind a large tree and queried Charcoal Sprite. "Can you deal with these 3 gym-level sniping hoot-hoots in an instant?" Charcoal Sprite's voice echoed in Lin Shou's mind. "Their speed exceeds mine before evolution. If I run away, I won't be able to defeat all 3 simultaneously. It would take her 2 to 3 seconds to evolve, and if the sniping hoot-hoots sensed something amiss, they would undoubtedly flee," which did not align with Lin Shou's expectations. Squirtle peeked out, surveying the surroundings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another volley of arrows surged forth, sending Squirtle retracting into its shell in fright. Lin Shou was unwilling to relinquish the clues before him. "I dashed out to draw their attention, while you seized the opportunity to transform and unleash your area of effect power to eliminate the 3 of them in an instant." Before Tan Xiaoshi could voice her objections, Lin Shou charged forward, both hands shielding vital areas. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows were shot forth once more. Lin Shou had anticipated this, and with the assistance of the system to gauge the trajectory, he adeptly evaded 2 attacks, though 1 arrow struck his calf. He staggered slightly, witnessing a quarter of his health deplete. The term multi-layered scales proved to be immensely beneficial. Victory seemed just within reach. Lin Shou intentionally made a loud commotion as he continued to charge ahead. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaoshi had successfully evolved into Crimson Lotus Armored Rider, with a pink wave of psychic energy emanating around her, accurately striking the 3 sniping hoot-hoots. The 3 sniping hoot-hoots plummeted from their branches, clearly taken aback by the assault from psychic-based abilities. Unfortunately, this attack only succeeded in eliminating 2 of the sniping hoot-hoots, while the last one, regaining control of its body, trembled and prepared to flee. Not so fast. Lin Shou disregarded any hesitation and swiftly positioned himself behind the sniping hoot-hoot, activating the Clap Ambush skill. Snap. Clap Ambush was a skill of general attributes, inflicting 0 damage on ghost-type Pokémon. However, this was within Lin Shou's calculations as he tightly embraced the sniping hoot-hoot, pulling it downwards. Fortunately, it was only a height of over 5 meters, and the sniping hoot-hoot served as a cushion for his descent. Sustaining a loss of 5 health points, he successfully yanked the Pokémon from the sky, fearing that the sniping hoot-hoot might use ghost-type skills to escape. Lin Shou decisively unleashed the only skill capable of inflicting damage on ghost-type Pokémon, Ice Beam. The skill obtained from the Hotel's Dracozolt egg finally demonstrated its prowess in this moment. Lin Shou felt as if a fan had been installed in his throat. It was uncomfortable not to expel something. As he opened his mouth, a plume of white mist surged directly toward the sniping hoot-hoot. Whoosh. The visage of the sniping hoot-hoot was instantly encased in ice, perfectly supplementing the last bit of output that Tan Xiaoshi lacked. Ding. Defeated sniping hoot-hoot. Acquired skill, Phantom Strike. Disappear at one location, then reappear and attack the opponent, able to ignore defenses. Hearing the system notification, Lin Shou finally exhaled in relief. All 3 sniping hoot-hoots had been subdued, and there was no need to worry about leaving any loose ends. As the adrenaline receded, Lin Shou became acutely aware of the throbbing pain in his calf. Rolling up his pant leg, he discovered a deep bruise where he had been struck. Tan Xiaoshi and Squirtle were filled with concern, wishing they could obliterate the 3 sniping hoot-hoots on the spot. Lin Shou quickly interjected, "Do not engage. We have finally acquired a valuable lead." Saying this, he produced an empty Poké Ball and hurled it at the nearest sniping hoot-hoot. Chapter 46. Information Consolidation. The empty poke ball traced a graceful arc in the sunlight, but was repelled by an invisible force the moment it made contact with the sniping hoot hoot. The collision between the metal shell of the poke ball and the feathers indicated that this Pokémon already had an owner. Lin Shou experimented with the other two sniping hoot hoots in the same manner, encountering the same result. Observing events unfold as he had anticipated, Lin Shou chuckled softly. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Latina had just called him. She must have encountered something as well. Lin Shou decided to make a call to exchange intelligence. Hello? Boss. Yes. Have you resolved your issues on your end? While gesturing for Tan Xiaosher to keep a close watch on their captive, he briefly described the events that had transpired on his side. Yes, I was attacked by 3 gym leader-level sniping hoot hoots, but I have dealt with them. I will provide further details shortly. What is your situation? Mine is even more interesting. The so-called boss and her 3 attendants are all imposters. The real boss has been located, along with some guests who have been put under hypnosis and confined in their rooms. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou recalled the peculiarities from yesterday. The innkeeper had claimed that she had booked the last 2 rooms, yet he had not encountered a single guest from last night to today. Boss, should I call the league over now? Latina inquired. Lin Shou sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Let us wait until I return to discuss this. I'll be back shortly. Although he knew that this forest concealed secrets, advancing recklessly might lead to danger. He had already gathered plenty of information today. It would be wise to return and reflect on the situation. The Crimson Lotus armored rider levitated the 3 unconscious sniping hoot hoots, leading the way, while Squirtle remained vigilant at the rear. Upon returning to the hotel premises, Latina was directing the innkeeper and her accomplices, who were being scrutinized by Florges. Seeing Lin Shou limping, Latina rushed over to assist him. Injured? Yes, an arrow struck my calf, but it's nothing serious, Lin Shou replied, leaning against Latina. It doesn't hurt, just a formality. He grimaced as each step sent jolts of pain through him. Latina did not press for further details. Supporting Lin Shou as they walked, I just found some healing ointment on them. Applying it should expedite your recovery. Thud. The Crimson Lotus armored rider dropped the 3 sniping hoot hoots on the ground, and Lin Shou glared fiercely at the 4 individuals. Are these your Pokémon? The 4 shook their heads vigorously. Really not. Latina repeated in disbelief. The speed of their head shaking increased, seemingly frightened by Latina's tone. Latina added another clue. Boss. These Pokémon likely do not belong to them. I found no Poké Balls. At this moment, the progression of events diverged from Lin Shou's expectations. If these sniping hoot hoots did not belong to the 4, it indicated that there was an organization lurking in the shadows. Setting aside the question of other powerful individuals, what was the story with these 4? Alright, boss, I'll relay everything I know. In Latina's account, the innkeeper had attempted to deploy her Pokémon for a sneak attack, but was subdued by her prior preparations. Following a cordial exchange, the innkeeper had repented and willingly divulged the identities of her 3 accomplices. Then, she had instructed Florges to launch a surprise attack, which led to their capture. The guests remained confined in their respective rooms. What shall we do next? Lin Shou posed the crucial question. What were they here for? Latina opened her palm, revealing 4 metal plates engraved with skull emblems, which shimmered coldly in the light. They are international mercenaries, dispatched to investigate a secret base in this region, having arrived just a day earlier than us. A secret base? Lin Shou furrowed his brow. Is there no more precise information? Latina tentatively asked. Should I interrogate them further? Forget it. Let us call the authorities. Lin Shou rubbed his temples. There are other victims in the hotel. It's best to leave it to the officials. The plan to gather intelligence first had failed, leaving Lin Shou to await the system's next task. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly inquired. Are there any Fagan fruit trees around this hotel? Latina recalled and responded. There are fruit trees, but all the ripe fruits have been picked. I inquired with the real innkeeper, and she said the fruits were bought at a high price by the league. Wait a moment. Lin Shou suddenly recognized a blind spot. The real innkeeper has awakened? Why haven't I seen her? Latina nonchalantly replied. Didn't you say you wanted to wait until you returned, boss? I didn't unlock her room. Lin Shou felt a twinge of helplessness. Sometimes, it seemed that his little employee was far too suited for villainous roles. Approximately half an hour later, a sudden roar of engines pierced the air outside, heralding the arrival of the Alliance's specialized vehicles. Just as Lin Shou was about to speak, 5 armored cars emblazoned with the Alliance insignia crushed the cobblestone path and surged into the courtyard, their blinding searchlights illuminating the hotel's exterior in a stark white glow. As the crew-cut man leapt from the vehicle, the ember of his cigarette traced a crimson arc against the night sky. Latina's social anxiety flared up once more. leaving Lin Shou and the true owner, clad in a qipao, to respond throughout the encounter. Lin Shou discreetly observed the expression of the alliance leader, noticing his nonchalance regarding the situation, prompting him to approach the leader, who was puffing away on a cigarette, and inquire, "Commander, what on earth is happening here?" Coughing unexpectedly, the leader was taken aback by Lin Shou's peculiar form of address. A cloud of smoke caught in his throat, forcing him to cough for an extended moment before regaining his composure. "Just call me Captain Wang. Where did you even come up with that title?" "Very well, Captain Wang. It's quite unfortunate that on my first company trip, I encounter such a predicament," Lin Shou replied. Captain Wang extinguished his cigarette but underfoot, remarking, "This area was only just declared safe last month. Your experience is hardly exceptional." Eager to delve deeper, Lin Shou pressed on, "What exactly transpired last month?" "Logically, if the crisis has been averted, there shouldn't be any nefarious individuals lurking about." Captain Wang, evidently involved in last month's operations, fell into a reverie upon hearing Lin Shou's query. "Last month, ghost-type Pokémon swarmed that forest over there. Several gym leaders were dispatched to drive them away. The scene was quite reminiscent of a yokai parade. What was the cause?" Lin Shou continued, "I heard that we had collected all the fugen fruits. The exact reason remains unclear. To fend off that horde of ghostly creatures, we had even requisitioned a batch of fugen fruits from our province," Captain Wang elaborated, lighting a second cigarette as he spoke. It was truly bizarre. Suddenly, the ghost-type Pokémon vanished without a trace. "Isn't that peculiar?" After a prolonged silence, Lin Shou hastily posed another question. "Brother Wang, I overheard those 4 mercenaries mention they were tasked with investigating a secret base. Those bastards spoke of a secret base? Nonsense." Captain Wang ground out his 7th cigarette, the hoarse laughter startling the Zubat nesting under the eaves. "I've been cultivating this land. Not even a spoonful of treasure has been unearthed." At this declaration, Lin Shou couldn't help but stifle a laugh, as a story about a male prisoner tricking a guard into tilling his wife's land suddenly came to mind. Quickly suppressing his amusement, he attempted to redirect the conversation by analyzing the current situation. The system indicated that there must be something amiss here. What could have led the Alliance to come up empty-handed? Chapter 47. People are often unable to empathize with what they do not understand. After the Alliance personnel retreated, the hotel lobby fell eerily silent. Present, aside from Lin Shou and Latina, were only the unexpectedly awakened proprietress and a few staff members. As they awaited the system to dispatch a task, the proprietress approached, carrying a platter of fugen fruits. "Little brother, I am eternally grateful for your rescue." For some reason, Lin Shou found the proprietress's tone oddly unsettling, as if she were attempting to take advantage of the situation. Not one to be courteous. He seized a blue fugen fruit and took a bite. "You might as well transform this place into a haunted house adventure. It truly is fraught with calamity." The proprietress offered a wry smile as she placed the fruit platter on the table and sat down across from Lin Shou to brew tea. "Before my father passed, he grasped my hand so tightly that his nails dug into my flesh. He said, 'Guard it, you must guard it, until the day the mystery is unveiled.' Is that all?" Lin Shou inquired, raising his gaze. "Are you truly bound to remain here for a mere utterance?" Upon hearing this, the proprietress set the teacup before Lin Shou. "Originally, those ghost-type Pokémon were my friends. Suddenly, one day, they began to wander aimlessly, as though they had lost their senses, and no matter how I called out, there was no response." Lin Shou raised his hand. "May I interrupt for a moment? You claim those ghost-type Pokémon are your friends?" The proprietress took a delicate sip of tea. "Is there a problem?" "Indeed, there is a problem. Most ghost-type Pokémon do not favor fugen fruits. Why would you plant an entire grove of fugen fruit trees?" Lin Shou sat up straight, perplexed. The teacup in the proprietress's hand trembled, splattering a few drops of verdant tea onto her sleeve. She stared vacantly out the window at the undulating fruit trees shrouded in dusk, suddenly shivering. "Ghost-type Pokémon do not like fugen fruits? All the fruit trees were planted by my father during his lifetime. In recent years, I merely harvested them in a daze to sell. I had no clue what purpose fugen fruits served." All clues inexplicably circled back to the proprietress's deceased father, and Lin Shou felt certain that something was amiss with this individual. "Did your father mention anything else or leave you with any items?" "Items? None." The proprietress pondered before replying, but he was fond of exploring the surrounding areas and hand-drew many maps, claiming there was something he needed to enter. "A reversed world?" A reversed world?" Lin Shou sprang from his seat. "Are you certain you didn't miss here? He mentioned a reversed world?" The proprietress was taken aback by Lin Shou's intense reaction, yet she still offered an explanation. "Yes, we moved here and purchased this land 10 years ago, and my father has been searching for this so-called reversed world ever since. I have inquired with many individuals, yet no one seems to know what it is. With this response, Lin Shou felt increasingly restless. No one on this blue planet had ever heard of a reversed world, but he was acutely aware of its significance. It was the realm of Giratina, the renegade Pokémon. While Giratina had its comical moments in the animated series, it was undeniably a legitimate deity. Recalling that movie, Lin Shou began to mentally curse the system for putting him in this predicament. What a ridiculous culinary journey. If a passage to the reversed world truly opened here, what spoils would I reap? It was only natural for the proprietress to be curious about Lin Shou's reaction. She leaned forward, her half-figure resting on the table. Guest, you are the second person in this world to know of the reversed world. Could you enlighten me about it? Flustered, Lin Shou stumbled through a vague explanation. The reversed world is essentially a projection of this reality. It is fraught with peril. As he struggled to find the words to elaborate further, he began to pace back and forth. Turning, he noticed the proprietress still gazing at him with an inquisitive expression, prompting him to advise, "My recommendation is to relocate immediately. This is truly not a safe place." The proprietress, seemingly accustomed to countless individuals offering her such counsel, responded nonchalantly, "The reversed world is my father's dream. And now it has become my dream as well. If I could witness it with my own eyes, I would not regret it." Very well, everyone has their own dreams. Lin Shou could only wish her the best in her aspirations. After all, the wise Ji had gained Giratina's favor by aiding him in resolving the crisis of the reversed world. Try sending someone else to pursue that dream? It wouldn't even be enough to fill Giratina's gaps. Noticing Lin Shou's reluctance to assist her in fulfilling her dream, the proprietress hastily retrieved an old mobile phone from beneath the counter. "Please hold on a moment. My father once calculated the time, stating that a stable passage connecting this area to the reversed world would be established." A stable passage? That is quite alarming. Lin Shou did not believe that the neighboring province could evade this impending disaster. Who knew what strange entities could emerge from within? Why didn't TU inform the Alliance of such a significant matter sooner? As the proprietress powered on her phone, she replied, "I have spoken, yet no one believes me. They all perceive the reverse world as a figment conjured by a deranged old man." No sooner had I uttered these words than my phone powered on, revealing a string of vivid crimson digits against a black backdrop. Merely 3 days remain. It seems the system has a compelling reason to dispatch me at this juncture. I surmise that the final day's task will lead directly to the entrance of the reverse world. "Madam Boss, please carry on with your affairs. I have matters to attend to." Lin Shou casually fabricated a reason to vacate the premises. Such explosive news ought to be shared with Latina before anything else. Reverse world? Dialga? Upon hearing these two names, an unnatural expression crossed Latina's face. Lin Shou jested, "Indeed. Isn't it a coincidence that your name is but one character away from Dialga?" Latina and Dialga. At this teasing remark, Latina rolled her eyes and playfully punched Lin Shou in the chest. "Boss, is this really the time for jokes? If that were a divine beast, it would be an apocalyptic disaster." Immediately, Lin Shou exchanged her eye roll for a pained expression. "Ouch, so what are we to do? Should we find a cork to seal the entrance?" he retorted, rubbing his chest. After contemplating a few matters, he found himself less hurried, responding nonchalantly, "Fear not. There are surely multiple conduits to the reverse world scattered across the globe. Even the Requiem Dragon can emerge to take a look." Latina considered Lin Shou's words to possess a modicum of wisdom, and, while fiddling with her small device, inquired, "So, boss, what are your plans? Are you staying to observe?" Lin Shou's curiosity was not particularly intense. If he were to inadvertently become trapped in the reverse world, escaping would take years. Yet, the system had already issued its task. Who could predict the consequences of failure? He adopted a mindset of resignation, fully prepared to lay back and accept whatever came. "The system is akin to my own father. It wouldn't betray me, would it?" In stark contrast to Lin Shou's anxious demeanor, Latina's interest appeared far more genuine. Upon learning that Lin Shou planned to remain there for 3 days, she began preparing mechanical weaponry. Lin Shou recognized his own limitations and strength and sought a naive ally who would trust his words to take the lead. Fortunately, he had just the right candidate in mind. "Hello? Is that you, Lin Boss? Have you decided to join us in exploring the ultimate cave?" José's voice resonated from the other end of the line, and Lin Shou's lips curled into a smile. "Brother, I have some insider information. 3 days from now, there's a rare divine beast fan meeting. The ultimate cave is insignificant in comparison." "José? Lin Shou, hello? Can you hear me? If you're interested, I can reserve a spot for you, granting you the privilege of shaking hands with a divine beast." José. Chapter 48. The Free Labor Force Deceived. José listened to the crackling static emanating from his phone, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the tempered glass tabletop. Lin Shou's nonchalant tone always evoked memories of their high school days, when he would tease the class president. He tentatively probed, "Brother, I know you've been fervently pursued by the daughter of the Casmo group, but I never imagined this would weigh so heavily on you. You're not going mad, are you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shou's temper flared instantly. "Oh, so you've been enjoying my misfortune, have you? Let the divine beast bring about the world's end. We shall all perish together." "Brother, hold on." Jose's words were abruptly cut off by a busy signal. He stared at the call-ended notification on his phone, realizing his palms were slick with cold sweat. 3 seconds later, he pressed the redial button, loosening his tie as he awaited the connection, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Beep. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Shou's languid voice reached Jose, nearly causing him to crush the phone in his grip. "Father, my dear father, you're not jesting, are you? Is there truly a divine beast poised to annihilate the world?" Jose trembled as he asked. "Not quite," Lin Shou replied. "Oh, you scare me to death." Jose exhaled deeply, collapsing into his leather swivel chair, realizing his shirt had become plastered to his back. Lin Shou quickly added, "But if I were to charge at it with a mighty tackle, who knows if it would indeed obliterate the world?" "Jose, this is no father. This is a living ancestor. Is the information reliable?" Jose lowered his voice, his thumb unconsciously tracing the mahogany grain of the desk. Lin Shou's tone returned to normal. "Uncertain. It's merely something extrapolated by a deceased elder. I too am skeptical. However, it wouldn't hurt for you to come over. Consider it a deception on my part. All right, send me your location." Jose seized his camel-colored trench coat from the rack. "I'm on my way. Rest assured, it won't be in vain. I've also discovered a mysterious organization here, though I am unsure if it relates to the divine beast." Lin Shou added, "This organization is not a product of my speculation. It genuinely exists, and they certainly harbor some unspeakable secrets." Jose, seemingly more experienced in such matters, instinctively inquired, "What level are they?" "At least at the curator level. Whether there are more formidable Pokémon is still unclear." "All right, I'll make my way there as swiftly as possible." Following their exchange of information, Lin Shou ended the call. With powerful reinforcements en route to the battlefield, there was no need for Tan Xiaoshi to continue holding the front line. He then instructed Tan Xiaoshi, "When Jose arrives, don't forget the bond transformation effect we rehearsed." Upon hearing that they would be acting again, Tan Xiaoshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. As twilight deepened, the whirring of rotors tore through the valley's tranquility. How did Jose arrive? Just as he poked his head out the window, a silver helicopter was observed circling above the hotel. The moment the cabin door opened, Jose, clad in pilot sunglasses, leaned out and waved. The helicopter hovered momentarily, seemingly in search of a suitable landing zone, before Jose could no longer restrain himself and leapt out. A large bird Pokémon unfurled its 3-meter wings and safely caught its master, who had just been released from a Pokeball. "Wow, quite the spectacle." Lin Shou approached, teasingly commenting, "You say you're in a hurry. I even had to use the League's emergency protocols." Jose stowed his sunglasses in his pocket, his sharp gaze scanning the area. "Where's the divine beast?" Upon hearing Jose's question, Lin Shou pulled the dazed Latina closer. "Allow me to introduce. This is Latina. We've met before. Is another introduction necessary?" Jose nodded towards Latina in acknowledgement. "I'm asking where Dialga is." "What Dialga? You must have misheard. There's only Latina here." Lin Shou resurrected his earlier jest. Latina snorted disdainfully and retreated to her room, while Jose cracked his knuckles. "Lin boss, if you're truly trying to deceive me with a girl named Latina." The high-grade Pokeball at his waist shook violently, the Pokémon within emitting a low growl. "TCH, you have no sense of humor." Lin Shou called upon the hotel owner, instructing her to recount everything she knew. Upon hearing that the League had sent someone without any leads, Jose's brow furrowed deeper. "Lin boss, how are you so certain that organization is nearby?" "This all began with an encounter involving 3 primary Pokémon attacking me." Lin Shou resumed the hotel owner's narrative, recounting the events of the past few days. By this time, dinner had been prepared, and the owner stepped away to arrange the meal for everyone. Jose found himself inundated with an overwhelming influx of information, prompting him to close his eyes in contemplation. After a brief moment, he reopened them and inquired, "Boss Lin, what are your next steps?" "First, let's rest," Lin Shou replied, waving his hand. "We'll reconvene around 11 tonight to assess the situation. With a top-tier expert like you by my side, I feel considerably assured about my safety." When the danger subsides, he could take a step back, positioning Josue protectively in front of him. "All right then, let us dine and recuperate. Notify me when you are prepared to act tonight." As the hour approached, the once silent system finally emitted its melodious chime. Ding. Please proceed to explore the second target point. Remaining time, 2:59:59. Upon opening the system, Josie noted that the navigation point was even farther away than before. It appeared that their suspicions were indeed correct. Something peculiar lurked deep within that forest. Mr. Zhou, it's time to get to work. Perhaps out of an abundance of trust in Zhou, Latina opted not to join them this time, instead entrusting Lin Shou with 5 Poké Balls containing Pokémon. No need for so many. Just leave the Moltres and Zapdos for self-defense. Lin Shou accepted 3 of the Poké Balls. Upon hearing this, Josie's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? What did you say? Moltres and Zapdos. Aren't those legendary Pokémon? When he saw a fire-type and an electric-type Frosmoth emerge instead, he realized he had been deceived once more. With a bemused expression, Josie remarked, Boss Lin, your naming choices are rather ostentatious, are they not? Lin Shou chuckled. Out in the world, one must craft their own identity. Near the location where they discovered the Fogan fruit yesterday, a group of small trevenants gathered around them. Perhaps sensing the presence of a Pokémon of the champion level emanating from Josie, the trevenants refrained from approaching as they had the previous day. When they reached the spot previously attacked by the sniper owl, Josie lingered to investigate, but upon observing Lin Shou's shaking head, he discerned there was nothing to be found. The system's destination this time was a colossal tree, approximately 2 meters in diameter, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. Chapter 49. The Ambush on the Mysterious Laboratory. Noticing that Lin Shou had ceased to advance, Josie cautiously approached and asked, Have you discovered anything? As he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead under the moonlight, while his fingertips absently traced the contours of the Poké Balls at his waist. Unable to explain that this was the system's destination, Lin Shou opted to lift the charcoal butler high above his head. The little creature's metallic armor caught the moonlight, reflecting a chilling sheen, while its gem-like eyes blinked rapidly. It was the charcoal butler who informed me. She indicated that this tree is rather unusual. Upon hearing that Lin Shou intended to embellish the tale, the charcoal butler eagerly nodded, its short arms gesticulating in the air. Josie, clearly perplexed by the charcoal butler's intentions, turned to her master for assistance. Boss Lin, what has she discovered? Lin Shou cast Josie a patronizing glance. Do you think I can comprehend what Pokémon say? If the charcoal butler had truly made a discovery, she would have communicated it to me telepathically. Right now, she's merely acting. Josie, not questioning further, extended his palm and meticulously caressed the rough bark of the tree. The coarse texture left minuscule splinters on his fingertips, while the damp aroma of moss mingled with the coolness of the night dew permeated his nostrils. Lin Shou, feeling somewhat idle, mimicked Josie's actions, but suddenly froze at a particular moment. To his surprise, Lin Shou indeed felt a peculiar protrusion. Pressing down gently, a small keypad for inputting a password emerged from the tree's surface. Well, there truly is something here, Josie exclaimed, looking at the charcoal butler. You did well. That's impressive. Ding. Phase 2 of the task is complete. Please wait for subsequent instructions. This camouflage device is quite an expensive piece of equipment, Josie remarked, surveying the tree once more. It seems reasonable that the Alliance did not discover this entrance previously. Boss Lin, should we explore inside? Lin Shou, having completed the task, appeared rather relaxed. Leaning against the tree trunk, he yawned. What is the point of going in? Who knows how many Pokémon might be waiting for us inside? Josie circled the tree, snapping photographs before reapplying the camouflage. That makes sense. I will call for reinforcements now. Let's return tomorrow during the day, Lin Shou added. There are numerous ghost-type Pokémon here. An assault during the day would be less troublesome. That makes sense, Josie concurred, reapplying the camouflage as the metallic hinges emitted a soft click. After their exploration concluded, the two stealthily returned to the hotel. Upon seeing the electronic devices, Lin Shou immediately thought that Latina might possess the skills to silently unlock that door. After requesting a photograph from Josie, he promptly sent it to Latina. Latina replied, I can unlock it, but to do so without alarming anyone, I will require specialized equipment. Lin Shou responded, whatever you need, just let me know, and Josie will handle it. Understood, boss. Right away. Approximately 2 minutes later, Latina sent over the list of equipment. Lin Shou glanced at the dense array of technical jargon and promptly forwarded it to Josie. In less than a minute, Josie called, Boss Lin. Are you certain all of these are necessary for cracking the code? Yes, what's wrong? Could you clarify what high-concentration plasma is used for? Josie patiently inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou realized that Latina intended to take advantage of this opportunity for personal gain. However, since the message had originated from him, He needed to devise a flimsy excuse. That, of course, is to provide energy for the equipment. Oh, I see. And what about the stealth combat drones? Josue's voice echoed again. Lin Shou felt he was reaching the limits of his ability to explain. What peculiar items is Latina requesting? Taking a deep breath, Josue raised his voice. Boss Lin, do you think I'm some kind of turtle waiting for a wish in a wishing well? Hello? The signal in the mountains is poor. Just wait, and Latina will explain it to you, Lin Shou said decisively before hanging up the phone and messaging Latina. Lin Shou, the situation is exposed. I cannot adequately explain why you need those items. Latina, understood. Leave it to me. Indeed, specialized tasks require professionals. Josue did not attempt to contact Lin Shou again. When the main force quietly assembled in the hotel courtyard, Latina's tactical belt's mini reactor pulsed with a ghostly blue light. It seemed she was the one reaping the most rewards. Boss, these are all excellent items from the Alliance. We're going to make a fortune, Latina exclaimed, caressing the holographic keyboard that emerged from her gauntlet, purple arcs of electricity dancing at her fingertips. When we return, our training facility will undergo a grand renovation. Keep it low-key, Lin Shou cautioned, concerned that Josue might overhear her excitement. Who knew if this thrifty fellow would set his sights on these devices? As the sun began to rise, a battalion of fully armed Alliance soldiers surrounded the tree. Before Lin Shou could issue a warning, Latina swiftly revealed the camouflage cover. Her mechanical tendrils unfurled like a spider's legs, while data streams projected a jade-hued glow across her irises. Click. In a mere 10 seconds, the tree emitted a crisp sound. An elevator opened within the trunk, seemingly leading to an underground area. Look, Lin Shou nudged Josue with his elbow, who appeared lost in thought. My employees are no slouches. Josue was thoroughly convinced, his discontent over the extortion of supplies dissipating entirely. Boss Lin, what is her salary? Can she work with me? The Alliance requires talents such as hers. As he spoke, Lin Shou felt a twinge of guilt. Latina did not receive a salary. Her only demands were to be provided with food and shelter. Moreover, given that Josue likely possessed ancient instruments, one could not dismiss the possibility that she might truly be kidnapped. Feeling that descending in the elevator was unsafe, the main group produced special equipment and lightly scraped the metallic base. It was akin to a heated iron rod piercing through cheese, creating a large opening in the elevator's base. The training team affixed their equipment to the iron railing of the elevator, sliding down the cable much like agents from a movie in a past life. Are we going down this way too? Before Lin Shou could finish his inquiry, he discovered that Latina had securely bound herself in front of him. Boss, let us go? The sensation of weightlessness sent a thrill through Lin Shou's nerves, compelling him to cover his mouth to stifle any cries. He could feel the rivets of Latina's tactical vest pressing against his chest, the sound of the cable's friction echoing throughout the shaft. When the soles of his boots finally touched the ground, Jose's night vision device captured his posture of retching against the wall. It seemed that Zhou and the others were either waiting for him or surveying the structure of the underground laboratory. As soon as he stepped into the laboratory, a chilling and oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. Goodness, what a scale! The air was thick with the acrid scent of chemical agents and a faint electrical hum, while the walls were painted a dark gray, as if they could absorb all light. The surveillance has been disabled. We may proceed. One of the team members reported to Jose. Pushing open the grand doors, a portion of the laboratory's equipment came into view. Behind the first large door stood rows of enormous metallic experiment tables, upon which various intricate instruments flickered ominously. Scattered across the aisles between the tables lay remnants of discarded Pokémon specimens and damaged experimental tools, seemingly bearing witness to the countless inhumane experiments that had transpired here. It was Lin Shou's first encounter with such a scene, and the breakfast he had just consumed threatened to rise within him. A few lab-coated staff members were tied up and unconscious, having been subdued by the Alliance's professionals. Jose seized an employee's access card, skillfully swiping it to unlock the second door. Venturing deeper, they encountered a series of massive transparent incubation chambers lined up in neat rows. These chambers were filled with green nutrient liquid, housing Pokémon embryos that had yet to fully develop. Some were grotesquely deformed, while others bore missing limbs, presenting a truly horrifying sight. These people deserve to be condemned, Latina exclaimed in outrage. Chapter 50. Encountering an ambush. Within the murky liquid of the incubation chambers, curled Pokémon corpses resembled crumpled specimens, their scales reflecting an eerie bluish-gray under the fluorescent lights. Lin Shou's Adam's apple bobbed as cold sweat trickled down his neck, dampening his collar. Sensing that continuing forward would yield no benefit, Lin Shou voluntarily expressed his need to rest for a moment. Latina, not feeling well herself, waved her hand, indicating her desire to remain there too. Jose, acutely aware that first-time witnesses to such sights often feel unsettled, reassured her, Boss Lin. Take your time to rest. We'll handle things from here. Go ahead, and inform me immediately if anything arises. As the last beam of tactical flashlight vanished around a corner, Lin Shou suddenly grasped Latina's wrist. The girl's pulse raced beneath her skin, creating a disconcerting resonance with his own erratic breaths. Something is amiss, he murmured, staring intently at the condensation trickling down the chamber wall. Ghost type. But there are no ghost-type Pokémon here, despite the fact that these Pokémon were deceased and the system could not identify them. Lin Shou could still infer basic information from their external appearances. A base overflowing with ghost-type Pokémon, yet devoid of them within the laboratory. Wasn't he that peculiar? Latina considered a possible explanation. Perhaps the ghost-type laboratory is isolated? After all, they are adept at escaping. Lin Shou suspected the situation was far more complex. If the ghost types were indeed segregated, what could be the purpose of the experiments on these other types of Pokémon? Surely, they weren't merely placed here to disgust onlookers? Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Shou turned to Latina. Do you hear that noise? Above. As she spoke, Latina unleashed Forflababy. Both of them craned their necks upward, spotting hundreds of iron masked ninjas inverted at the ceiling vents, their compound eyes reflecting a metallic, cold red light, their sharp appendages creating ghostly afterimages as they trembled with their wings. The sound Lin Shou had heard was the move screech, capable of significantly lowering the opponent's defense. At that moment, the shortcomings of the system's identification capabilities became apparent. The overwhelming density of identification data obscured the specific details. It must be above ordinary level, otherwise these creatures wouldn't have evolved. Lin Shou expelled a breath of frost, freezing one or two iron masked ninjas into solid blocks of ice. In an instant, flames, lightning, and torrents of water erupted as the Pokémon unleashed their most powerful attacks upward. The iron masked ninjas, however, were no mere targets. They swiftly evaded the skills and dove downward, their sharp appendages glinting ominously, as if ready to carve through flesh. With a snap, Latina's metallic sphere erupted with blue light, forming a translucent barrier that arched like a dome. The first wave of diving insects collided with the energy shield, the sound of cracking shells mingling with splattering slime. The insect carcasses, enveloped in viscous residue, dripped slowly from the edges of the barrier. This isn't sustainable, Latina shouted, firing her small pistol while desperately urging Lin Shou. There are still many more. They're coming out of the vents. The cacophony of noise irritated Lin Shou's nerves. After incapacitating an iron-masked ninja attempting to sneak up on him with a well-timed clap, he retorted, "Then what do you suggest we do? Run." In perfect sync, the two recalled their Pokémon and sprinted in the direction Jose had taken. Behind them, a chilling sound of gnawing echoed, as the barrier was being torn apart by the repeated slash skill, creating jagged gaps. Latina threw out several disposable barriers, attempting to delay the iron-masked ninja's pursuit. Lin Shou retrieved his walkie-talkie, praying the surrounding signals hadn't been jammed. "We are encountering iron-masked ninjas. Over 100 of them. We need backup." The walkie-talkie crackled amidst the chaos, Jose's voice interspersed with electrical static. "Hold on for a minute." Just as Lin Shou began to feel a sense of relief, he sensed the sound of flapping wings intensifying behind him. Whipping around, he was shocked to see over a dozen iron-masked ninjas effortlessly breaching the barrier and heading straight for him. It was the iron-masked ninja's hidden ability, Pierce, allowing them to disregard the obstacles of barriers. Thud, thud, thud. As Lin Shou prepared to confront them, the ground suddenly trembled with a thunderous roar, and yellow dust swirled like erupting volcanic ash through the corridor. This attack was indiscriminate. Lin Shou felt his face stung by the gritty debris. Through the swirling dust, he glimpsed two crimson lanterns, a Tyranidar's rugged back smashed through concrete, and a tornado-like sandstorm pulverized the swarm of insects. "Are you alive?" Jose's voice emerged from the head of the Tyranitar. Lin Shou utilized the system's identification feature and beheld a level 75 Tyranitar with the ability Sandstream prominently displayed on the system panel. Sandstream changes the weather to a sandstorm upon entering. Glancing back, he saw the sandstorm sending the iron-masked ninjas careening in all directions. The rock-type skills inflict quadruple damage upon them, and the passive ability of the elite-class Tyranitar is more than sufficient to reap havoc on the battlefield. The once ordinary charcoal samurai, now transformed into a crimson armored knight, unleashed a vast array of combat prowess, as the radiant pink beams of its psychic abilities decimated the tenacious iron-faced ninjas. Jose recalled Tyranitar into its Poké Ball, and the sandstorm abruptly ceased, leaving behind walls and floors smeared with the remains of insects. You still dare to call yourself a normal-type gym leader? Lin Shou jested as he approached Zhou Zhe, his expression devoid of any relief from survival. For the divine weapon had already been drawn. Noticing Lin Shou's furrowed brow, Zhou Zhe followed his gaze toward the ventilation duct. Something was amiss. This is troublesome, Lin Shou remarked, rhythmically slapping his thigh, ever vigilant with the system's identification window open, lest one forget that it evolved from the burrowing ninja. Zhou Ze's pupils constricted instantaneously. The burrowing ninja is a remarkable Pokémon. Upon evolution, it splits into two entities. One emerges from its shell, inheriting the original's essence as the iron-faced ninja, bug-flying type. While the other, the shell-less ninja, ghost bug type, takes on the empty casing. According to this evolutionary bifurcation, for every iron-faced ninja defeated, an equivalent shell-less ninja lurks in the shadows. The most outrageous aspect is the shell-less ninja's unique ability, Magic Guard, which can only be successfully attacked by moves that counteract its type or through damaging weather conditions. With this singular trait, all who encounter this Pokémon, which perpetually possesses only 1 HP, would opt to evade. Zhou Ze evidently recognized this, swiftly retrieving his radio to summon back the frontline operatives. Ghost-type Pokémon are notoriously elusive, and a moment's carelessness could result in a successful ambush. Everyone gather around me. Zhou Ze clutched Tyranidar's Pokeball, seemingly poised to activate the Sandstream ability anew, ordering that any sighting of the shell-less ninja be promptly reported. Chapter 51, The Final Showdown. It was unclear why this cadre of iron-faced ninjas had been unleashed, but their incursion had undoubtedly been revealed. To avert further complications, everyone proceeded with utmost haste. The team deployed for Magnemites, unleashing electromagnetic waves to paralyze any adversaries encountered. Curiously, the ever-watchful shell-less ninjas did not make an appearance. One team member, cradling a device, reported, "Captain Zhou, the surrounding environment has been thoroughly scanned. A suspicious area has been detected directly beneath us." Directly beneath? Zhou Ze, now devoid of patience for the so-called secret passage, opted for the most brute force solution, dispatching Pokémon equipped with the dig ability. Yes, as the red light of the Pokeball flashed, 2 Dugtrios were released and immediately began to burrow downward. Within a mere minute, the reinforced concrete had been excavated into a sizable pit. Suddenly, a metallic clatter resonated from below. The group peered down to find a layer of black metal plating. Impressive fortification, fire-type Pokémon, unleash flamethrower. Zhou Ze commanded. A Houndoom was summoned, directing a torrent of flames toward the iron sheet. The metal melted under the intense heat, forming a large aperture, through which Zhou Ze released his Fearow, descending with the team into the newly revealed area. The 30-meter-high dome was adorned with honeycomb-shaped ventilation holes, beams of cold white light cascading like liquid mercury from the hexagonal openings, carving sawtooth patterns of light and shadow upon the alloy floor. 12 rows of server arrays loomed like iron tombstones, each cabinet surface embedded with frantically blinking red indicators, while cooling liquid pipes cast spiderweb-like shadows across the alloy flooring. At the very center of this space, a circular glass enclosure, over 2 meters in diameter, pulsed with an extraordinary luminescence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a fist-sized object suspended at the center of the glass barrier. Lin Shou found this object oddly familiar. The patterns shimmering upon it resembled the ancient guardian talisman nestled in his pocket. Doubting his own perception, he reasoned that the system should have triggered a quest at this juncture. As this thought crossed his mind, he unconsciously rubbed the ancient talisman in his pocket, a chill seeping into his skin. Illuminated by the pulsating light at the center, the group suddenly spotted a figure clad in a silver-gray mask standing before the central console, fingers dancing across the holographic keyboard, leaving behind afterimages. "Who are you?" Zhou Ze hurled a Pokeball downward, and Fearow soared forth, spiraling toward the enigmatic figure. Without even glancing up, the individual casually released their own Pokeball, summoning a blue Mr. Mime that effortlessly blocked Fearow's trajectory. With a forward thrust of its hands, the transparent yet sturdy reflect wall materialized, effortlessly halting Fearow's advance. Sparks erupted as its beak collided with the barrier, the recoil eliciting a pained cry from the Pokémon. Lin Shou initially believed this to be a shiny Mr. Mime, but then recalled that shinies typically manifest as green, thus the blue Mr. Mime could only be explained as a special variant. Zhou Ze evidently discerned the significance, hastening to declare, "Everyone, take heed. This is a special Mr. Mime from the British League, a dual-type ice and psychic Pokémon." As the words left his mouth, Mr. Mime suddenly opened its mouth toward the group, blue energy coalescing within. "All personnel, take precautions. Jose's command shattered the eerie silence. The poke ball in his hand flickered first with red light, as the beleaguered Fiero was instantly recalled. Almost simultaneously, Jose released Fiero once more, urging everyone onto its back to evade the impending assault. Linsho glanced back, witnessing the once scorching entrance instantly sealed by a frigid air. No wonder this skill seemed familiar. It was none other than Ice Beam, a technique he himself could wield. Mr. Mime, Ice Psychic Type, level 41. Health points, 104, 104. Weaknesses, Bug X2, Ghost X2, Dark X2, Fire X2, Rock X2, Steel X2. Ability, Inner Focus, cannot fall asleep. Held item, Light Clay. Moves, Light Screen, Reflect, Ice Beam, Aura Sphere, etc. Though no damage was inflicted, Mr. Mime had already afforded the mysterious figure sufficient time. He inserted the final key into the main console, and the space erupted with a piercing alarm. The sound of sizzling filled the air as files began to be purged. The progress at 5. An electronic voice echoed through the dome, as the nearest 5 servers suddenly belched forth a cloud of gray smoke. The hard disk arrays encased in blast-proof glass began to melt one by one, bright orange liquid metal seeping from the ventilation holes, solidifying into twisted metallic thorns upon contact with the air. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. One team member commanded their Pokémon, and the searing flames pierced through the reflect wall, engulfing Mr. Mime entirely. The reflect wall could only defend against physical damage, but how could Mr. Mime rely solely on a single move? As the smoke dissipated, Mr. Mime remained intact, now fortified by an additional glowing light screen. The Pokémon was on the brink of collapse, yet the silver-masked figure remained unperturbed at the central console, methodically performing operations. He withdrew a diamond-shaped chip from his belt and inserted it into the console slot, causing the lighting in the entire space to warp drastically. The maintenance drones, once traversing the steel framework, abruptly altered their course, employing laser cutters to etch 10-centimeter deep scorch marks upon the server surfaces. The Magnemites, having circumvented Mr. Mime, soared above the man, unleashing an electromagnetic wave directly below. A golden current flickered across the man's body, yet perhaps due to the peculiarities of his attire, his movements remained unimpeded. The document destruction process stood at 30. The masked figure, having finally completed all operations, turned to comment. I concede that finding this place required considerable skill, but this is where your journey ends. The voice, altered by the device, was eerily peculiar, leaving Lin Shou unable to discern whether the individual before him was male or female. You have nowhere left to escape, Jose declared, gripping the poke ball tightly and taking a few steps forward. Was that your last remark before being captured? Capture me? The masked individual scoffed as if hearing the grandest of jokes, mockingly asking, Can you guess why I am so leisurely conversing with you? The text on the large screen behind him scrolled rapidly, indicating that half of the data had already been deleted. Upon hearing this question, Jose chuckled. Then guess what we are waiting for? No sooner had he spoken than the small servant, secretly gathering energy of the psychic type, finally opened her eyes, enveloping herself and the masked figure in an extraordinary energy. With the successful execution of the exchange, the small servant instantly materialized beneath the control console's large screen, while the masked figure found himself surrounded by the group. The previously feigned attack of the Magneton trio had now begun to fulfill its true purpose, as electromagnetic waves surged towards the main control console. Perhaps due to specialized training, the Magneton precisely dismantled a specific area of the console, halting the data deletion process permanently at 60. Jose stood at the forefront of the encirclement, stating, Now you may consider where to begin your confession. Damn it. The masked figure exhibited his first emotional outburst, yelling towards the sky, Shinai Duo, take me away. Chapter 52, The Special Shedinja. The emergency lights in the dome flickered abruptly as the mysterious individual's words hung in the air, and amidst the ethereal glow that tore through space, the green Shinai Duo materialized. Its elongated fingers shimmered with faint purple psychic ripples, as it gently rested its hand upon its master's shoulder. The hem of the mysterious figure's black cloak fluttered in an unseen wind. In that moment, the crowd's pupils constricted as the Pokémon skills were unleashed upon the barren metallic floor. Whoosh! A moment of hesitation lingered as a person and a Shinai Duo instantaneously appeared in this area. It seemed this was the masked figure's ultimate trump card. His Shinai Duo had relocated him to safety using 2 instances of teleport. Lin Shou had kept the system identification window open throughout, yet he still could not locate where the Shinai Duo had concealed itself. Now, surveying the surroundings again, he found no valuable information. Damn it! Jose's knuckles turned white from the pressure of gripping the Pokeball. The crackling sound of electricity from the broadcast interrupted the group's shock and anger. This little gift. The laughter, altered by a voice modulator, resembled rusty gears grinding against one another, as the walls of the laboratory suddenly split open, revealing honeycomb-like dark compartments. In a dazzling eruption of red light, over 10,000 Poké Balls exploded simultaneously, releasing a swarm of Pokémon that took to the skies like locusts. Their undersides were a dull brown, while the rest of their bodies were a rich yellow, adorned with white halos atop their heads. These were the Shedinja. Long anticipated and prepared for. Lin Shou felt a pulse at his temples, the overlapping identification data on his retina nearly scorching his nerves. The Shedinja, evolved from the Ninjask, possessed a new soul. They usually appeared unnoticed within trainers' empty Poké Balls. As merely a soul inhabiting an empty shell, Shedinja required no breath. Their bodies were hollow, allowing them to fly without flapping wings. It was believed that peering into the void within their backs would result in one's soul being drawn away. Bangiris. José's roar was deafening. As the towering beast, standing at over 2 meters, burst forth from its ball, the reinforced ground cracked like a spider's web beneath its weight. Sand gushed forth from the crevices in its armor, instantly forming a swirling sandstorm that enveloped the entire area. Lin Shou hastily donned the goggles José had thrown him, and through the tinted lenses, he witnessed the gravel striking the insect swarm like pellets, causing the desiccated bodies to plummet like autumn leaves, only to eerily hover and flip upon contact with the ground. This is impossible. A startled cry from a Special Forces member was swallowed by the howling sandstorm. The sandstorm merely delayed their assault. It did not render them incapacitated. This bizarre scene caused the previously relieved crowd to feel their hearts leap into their throats once more. Since the mysterious figure had referred to it as a gift, how could the Pokémon he released be anything ordinary? Lin Shou activated the system identification function, the densely stacked text once again overwhelming his retina. Noticing that Lin Shou was unwell, Latinos gently supported him. "What's wrong?" she asked in a lowered voice. Glancing towards José, Lin Shou could not explain his system panel, so he shook his head helplessly. "Perhaps I am just a bit too focused today. It's not a major issue." Having said that, he fixed his gaze intently on the approaching Shedinja, praying for a solitary one to allow him to scrutinize the system's introduction. However, the abundance of Shedinja continued to converge toward the center, providing Lin Shou no opportunity for discernment. José observed for a while, but gleaned nothing of note. Casting a pleading glance towards Lin Shou, "Boss Lin, have you made any discoveries?" Lin Shou rubbed his eyes in anguish. "Not yet. If I could catch one, I might uncover something." Seeing the sandstorm's momentum diminish, José commanded the special forces behind him, "Everyone, attempt to attack using skills of varying attributes." In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colored skills soared towards the swarm of Shedinja. The crowd fixated on the area beneath them, hoping to witness a Shedinja being struck and tumbling down. Whoosh! The anticipated moment finally arrived as a single Shedinja wobbled and fell to the ground. This situation significantly bolstered the group's confidence. It seemed these Shedinja had not been altered to the point of being entirely invulnerable. José's eyes widened as he turned towards the crowd. "Who? Which skill inflicted damage?" With a thud, a lone Shedinja fell to the ground, and Lin Shou had already deduced the true state of this Pokémon through the system's analysis. Shedinja, level 52. Health, 1-1. Weakness, Fighting type X2. Ability, Wonder Guard, only exceptionally effective moves can strike. Held item, Dust-proof goggles, simple. Skills, Shadow Ball, Phantom Force, Will-O-Wisp, round. Lin Shou felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the skill round. The more allies that used this move, the greater the damage inflicted. With nearly 10,000 Shedinja present, who could fathom the immense harm an amplified round would wreak? Lin Shou shouted to José. "These Shedinja have been modified to the normal type, and they all carry dust-proof goggles." Upon hearing this, José's mind buzzed. As the gym leader of the normal type, he certainly knew that fighting-type skills were necessary for an effective attack. The problem was that fighting-type skills primarily focused on delivering heavy hits, with no area of effect skills capable of dealing minor damage in a wide range. Turning to survey the dense swarm of Shedinja in the air, it seemed that only a long-range fighting-type skill like Aura Sphere would be effective. But the question remained, who could use Aura Sphere? As he pondered, José's gaze slowly drifted back to Lin Shou, realizing, "How could I forget you, the Aura wielder?" Lin Shou, understanding that José intended to use him as a pawn, quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Don't even think about it. I can barely manage to throw that skill twice, and I wasn't the one who used the Aura Sphere earlier. Then who cast that skill just now?" Joseph swiftly scanned the surrounding Pokémon, noting with disappointment the absence of any fighting type among them. As the sandstorm gradually subsided, Lin Shou accessed the system to review his teammates' information once more. Upon noticing a blue Clawitzer at Jose's feet, a look of realization dawned on his face. How could he have overlooked this creature? Jose too was perplexed. Why did none of his subordinates acknowledge that their Pokémon possessed fighting-type skills? Was it possible that the recent move had originated from the turtle? Just as he was about to express his frustration, Lin Shou gently patted his shoulder, suggesting, "Isn't it plausible that your Clawitzer utilized Aura Sphere? How could that be?" "It's a water-type Pokémon," Jose retorted, but before he could finish his sentence, the Clawitzer unleashed a massive Aura Sphere with its formidable claws, corroborating Lin Shou's hypothesis. Perhaps even it felt a sense of injustice, as the prodigious Aura Sphere knocked down 100 or so Shellmet. Chapter 53, A New Form Emerges Before All. Lin Shou found the Pokémon trainers in this world to be rather peculiar. They had honed certain offensive skills of their Pokémon to perfection, yet displayed a novice-like ignorance in fundamental areas. This was an observation he had made after a month of mobile gaming battles. "Aren't you a tad lacking in your understanding of your own Pokémon?" Lin Shou asked, somewhat exasperated. Jose, preoccupied with directing Clawitzer to attack the approaching Shellmet, turned to Lin Shou with a resigned expression. The Clawitzer itself is a rather rare Pokémon, and research on it in the Dragon Kingdom is scant. It can't speak human language, so how am I to know its skills? Lin Shou found Jose's response absurd. "How do you command it in battle? Don't tell me you just throw it out and let it act on its own." Jose replied, "Once it evolves to champion level, I'll use a technical machine to teach it moves as needed." He too expressed curiosity over Lin Shou's question, noting that while there are institutions dedicated to Pokémon communication, he felt it sufficient that his Pokémon could understand him. Hearing this, Lin Shou abruptly glanced at his Chargebug. He had overlooked how vital it was to have a Pokémon capable of direct communication with its trainer due to his own system. No wonder all those who knew Chargebug could use telepathy, led by Latinos, found it so strange, especially when they realized how little he cared about it. In retrospect, their expressions seemed to scold him for squandering such potential. Jose's focus remained on the enemies before him, oblivious to the oddity in Lin Shou's question. Clawitzer's unique ability allowed its Aura Sphere to be more potent than the average one. By the time the sandstorm had completely dissipated, the number of Shellmet had been halved as they adjusted their flight posture. A deafening sound erupted around them, causing everyone to cover their ears in agony. It was round. Fearing Jose might not hear him, Lin Shou exaggeratedly mouthed the words, trying to make his intentions clear. There was little defense against sound-based moves. Although Jose understood Lin Shou's intent, he could only hope for Clawitzer's extraordinary performance. A series of light walls barely shielded them, temporarily muffling the cacophony of sound. However, the damage from round was cumulative, and there would inevitably come a moment when their defenses would be breached. Jose had attempted to recall Tyranitar into its Pokeball only to release it again, but the sandstorm had diminished in density, and the Shellmet seemed to have adapted to the environment, quickly returning to their singing. "It seems time to retreat," Lin Shou said, glancing up at the cave entrance, now firmly sealed by ice-type moves. The time required to melt the ice was comparable to that needed to deal with the remaining Shellmet. Jose shared this concern and turned to Lin Shou, hoping for Chargebug's assistance. "Don't think it can use teleport to escape. It can only swap places." Lin Shou quickly cut off Jose's unspoken thought. "Hold on for about a minute. There are still a few Shellmet left." Lin Shou cautiously lowered his hands from his ears, discovering the sound wave attacks were less potent than he had anticipated. Jose, noticing Lin Shou's relaxed posture, inquired, "Have they run out of moves?" Seeing the group of Shellmet cluster together, Lin Shou's brow furrowed deeper. It didn't seem right. Each Pokémon could use round multiple times. "Let us first melt the ice blocking the exit in preparation for our retreat." Aware of the gravity of their situation, everyone commanded their Pokémon to unleash fire-type attacks against the solid ice. Even Chargebug ceased its pretense, puffing its cheeks to exert all its effort in using Flamethrower. When they turned back to the Shellmet, their behavior had become increasingly bizarre. One by one, the Pokémon merged, emitting a blinding white light, rendering the system panel completely unable to display the current status. A thought flashed through Lin Shou's mind. This scene felt eerily familiar. Surely not all the Shellmet fused into a colossal sphere of light, continuously reshaping itself. The frantic flickering of the system panel finally settled into a new message, one Lin Shou had dreaded. Shellmet. Dynamax. Normal type level 75, health, 1. 1. Weakness, fighting type X2. Ability, Wonder Guard, only moves with exceptional effects can hit. Item, Dust Goggles, moves, Max Ghost, Max Flare, Max Strike. a towering shellmet, 10 meters high and shimmering with a red glow, loomed before them. Tyranitar, standing at 2 meters tall, had already exuded an imposing presence, but in comparison, the Dynamax shellmet was merely the size of its fingertip. What is this? José's voice trembled as fear stemmed from the unknown. None among them had ever heard of a Pokémon transforming in such a manner. Linsho was curious about another aspect. Was this Dynamaxing of shellmet an accidental trigger or the ultimate goal of the organization's research? It seemed he would indeed need to visit the British Alliance to ascertain the situation. The ceiling of this area was indeed low. The massive body of shellmet, crashing to the ground, was now within reach of an average person. With only a single adversary present, Linsho felt it was time to open the treasure chest. "I'll handle this. Cover me," he exclaimed as he sprinted forward. "Come back." José thought Linsho was sacrificing himself to buy time for the group and reached out to grab him. Latinas, too, was visibly anxious, her hands tightly clasped as if making a decision. Yet, Linsho had already darted several meters ahead. In mere seconds, he could land a punch on the Dynamax shellmet. Red energy began to gather around the shellmet's body, clearly signaling the initiation of Max Flare. What a fantasy! Linsho pushed his legs to accelerate. With his palm open, an aura sphere materialized. Die! Under the astonished gazes of his companions, the aura sphere struck the Dynamax shellmet with an unyielding force. For a fleeting moment, the world fell silent. Ding. Defeated shellmet, Dynamax. Obtained red item. Dynamax band. Holds Galar particles, can allow a Pokémon to transform into Dynamax form. Galar particles replenish every 24 hours. With a resounding explosion, the massive body of shellmet began to shrink with each detonation, ultimately reverting to its original form. Linsho was witnessing, for the first time, the profound shock of being defeated by a Dynamax Pokémon. A display that far surpassed the expressive capabilities seen within the confines of the game. Linsho, normal type, level 22. Health points, 73, 91. Attack, 64. Defense, 64. Special attack, 64. Special defense, 64. Speed, 64. Weakness, fighting type X2. Attributes, 4, for multiple scales, purple. Technical expert, gold. Exceptional wristband, red. Free spirit, purple. Skills, 6. 8 hand slap surprise, wave cannon, ice beam, close combat, absorb punch, phantom strike. Attribute library, white, 3, blue, 1, purple, 5, gold, 2, orange, none, red, 1. Boss Lin. Truly, witnessing Linsho standing there unscathed, José found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 54, The Aftermath of Battle. With all crises averted, amidst the dim glow of emergency blue lights, the group could finally catch their breath against the battered laboratory table. José's combat boots crunched over the shards of glass strewn about, as he lifted his foot to nudge the fallen shell ninja's position. The glass fragments emitted a delicate lament beneath the metallic tip of his boot, stirring a wisp of dust mingled with smoke. "Boss Lin, do you have any idea why that cursed thing suddenly expanded like that?" He tore off his tactical gloves, revealing blood seeping from a laceration on his palm. "I have no clue," Linsho replied, a mere gamer in his previous life, knowledgeable only about the exceptional wristband, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of Galar particles. However, judging by the Ice-type wall Pokémon they had just encountered, it seemed to be linked to the British Alliance. The British Alliance, huh? José's Adam's apple bobbed beneath his tactical vest, as the beam of his flashlight suddenly froze on a corner. The shell ninja, which should have been incapacitated, had vanished without a trace. "Alert!" José shouted, releasing all Pokémon except for the Bangilas. "The shell ninja has disappeared. Search the area." Linsho felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that this newly ascended Monarch-level Pokémon might leap from some shadowy corner to strike him. He activated the system scan. But once again, no information surfaced. Report. No targets detected in Zone C3. Zone C2 is secure. Amidst the chorus of reports, Linsho noticed José's knuckles whitening as he gripped the flashlight. When the last team member overturned a toppled filing cabinet, the brittle sound of a broken metal hinge made everyone's pupils dilate. "Fall back," José commanded through clenched teeth, his tactical dagger plunging forcefully into the laboratory table. The search for the shell ninja stretched on for over 10 minutes, as it seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Were it not for the solid hits they had landed on it earlier, the group might have suspected they were under some form of hypnosis. With the majority of the laboratory's data destroyed, the lead researcher and his Shineduo had fled, and even this nearly lifeless shell ninja had vanished, presenting an unprecedented challenge to his career. So far, They had only captured a few researchers and a comatose wall Pokémon. Yet all felt that those abandoned by the mysterious figure held little value. As the icy barrier melted away, Jose approached the unconscious wall Pokémon, issuing orders. One team to investigate the path we came from, another to secure the researchers, and two here to collect data. The team members scattered to fulfill their tasks, while Jose attempted to throw a great ball at the wall Pokémon. It bounced off, indicating that it still had an owner. Having discarded this Pokémon, they didn't even bother to destroy its Pokeball, Jose mused. A Pokémon that cannot be captured in a Pokeball signifies a risk of escape. I suspect the mysterious figure shared this mindset. Just as he turned, he caught sight of Lin Shou wiping a scorched mark on the control panel with his sleeve. The black and red splashes of the logo glistened under the tactical flashlight, resembling congealed blood. Old Joe, come take a look, Lin Shou beckoned. Jose rubbed the mark repeatedly, his mood darkening as he had never seen this organization's insignia before. Don't worry, at least now you know, Lin Shou reassured him. After Jose snapped a photo of the organization's emblem with his phone, he turned his gaze to the center of the research hall. Actually, I'm more curious about what's in the middle. Then let us take a look. They cautiously approached the glass enclosure. Despite the ferocity of the earlier battle, the cylindrical glass remained unscathed, indicating that the organization had invested significantly in whatever lay within. It is well known that curved glass is particularly prone to damage when purchasing aquariums. Yet, the mysterious figure had not even glanced at it during their retreat, leaving both men uncertain. After deliberating, they decided against shattering the glass to retrieve the crystal inside. It would be wiser to wait for a professional team dispatched by the Alliance to study it under proper protective measures. The sound of footsteps echoed, heightening their anxiety as Jose and Lin Shou simultaneously felt an ominous premonition. Report. The elevator shaft is completely blocked by boulders. Jose slammed his fist against the glass enclosure, his knuckles instantly turning crimson. With bloodshot eyes, he questioned his subordinates. Can we contact the Alliance for rescue? The signal is jammed. This underground research facility lay at least 50 meters beneath the surface, replete with various defenses and traps. The idea of using Dugtrio to tunnel upwards was utterly fanciful. The fact that the mysterious figure could easily block the entrance with boulders indicated that the combat team stationed above had been subdued and could no longer provide assistance. Employing high-damage skills like Destructive Beam raised concerns about the entire underground facility collapsing, potentially burying everyone alive. After a moment's contemplation, Jose forced a smile at Lin Shou, saying, Boss Lin, we're like mice caught in a trap, forced to chip away at the stones to climb up. Don't rush, Lin Shou replied, tearing open an energy bar. The overly sweet chocolate flavor stood out starkly amidst the smoke. Let us not forget our objective for coming here. Thus far, it has merely been an appetizer. Hearing this, Jose tilted his head in thought. Our objective, you mean? Exactly. We are here to find the portal to the Pokémon world to attend the fan meeting, and I have a feeling this is a fortuitous location. Lin Shou encouraged Jose with optimism. According to Lin Shou, there is more than one portal to the reverse world. If there was one about to open here, it would be far more advantageous to find an exit than to laboriously dig through the stones. Who knows how long it might take to dig upwards? If that nefarious organization returns and traps us all, it would be an even greater loss. Where's the portal? Jose surveyed the surroundings, finding no unusual fluctuations, as if no mysterious portal was set to open. Let us wait. Leave a few people to dig through the elevator shaft, and we'll prepare for both possibilities. Lin Shou silently hoped his guess was correct. All right. Jose deemed Lin Shou's suggestion sound, primarily because he could not think of a better plan at the moment. Unless the system arbitrarily directs the navigation to another location, we'd be at a complete loss. All captives had been concentrated in the lowest level of the laboratory, with several combat team members assigned to dig through the upper levels. Lin Shou also took a moment to observe the progress on a Fiero, realizing that the previously estimated 2-day time frame to break through was overly optimistic. Pokémon are not machines. They too experience fatigue and cannot maintain such precision and skills indefinitely. Latina, evidently unfazed, was currently searching for electronic scraps she could carry. The investment in this research laboratory is indeed substantial. Encountering individuals with discerning eyes could easily lead to untold wealth. Observing Latina and Squirtle scurrying about like mice, Jose finds himself at a loss for the most fitting words to describe them. Boss Lin, do your employees not receive salaries? They seem so elated rummaging through scraps. Ah, yes. The three of us are hungry. Let's dive into the trash bins for a meal, Lin Shou retorts, rolling his eyes in response to Jose's heart-wrenching inquiry. Once this mission concludes, he is determined to significantly raise Latina's salary, She cannot continue to suffer such indignity. Ding. Please begin exploring the third target point. Remaining time, 005959. Chapter 55. The portal to the reverse world opens. Upon hearing the melodious system notification, Lin Shou fervently prays as he gazes at the system's navigation route. The distance this time is quite brief, merely 10 meters. 10 meters. Lin Shou abruptly lifts his head, his expression peculiar as he looks at the glass dome before him. It stands at a precise distance of 10 meters, neither more nor less. He approaches, pressing his palm against the glass dome, pondering whether this counts as completing the task. Ding. Task 3 phase has been completed. All task chains have been fulfilled. Rewards are being dispensed. Acquired red item, Ultimate Bracelet, contains Galar particles, enabling Pokémon to transform into their ultimate forms. Galar particles replenish every 24 hours. Before Lin Shou can voice his irritation about the redundancy of the item, the system updates once more. Detected duplicate high-level item, merging items. Acquired red item, Ultimate Bracelet, contains Galar particles, enabling Pokémon to transform into their ultimate forms. Galar particles are now infinite. Does this mean I can utilize the ultimate form indefinitely? Lin Shou reflects on the image of unleashing 6 colossal beasts, and it seems quite impressive. Even the profanities he had previously harbored against the system are forgotten. The system is like a benevolent father. Crack. Under Zhou Zei's astonished gaze, the once impenetrable glass begins to fracture around Lin Shou's palm. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the entire area, as though it might explode at any moment. Lin Shou quickly retracts his right hand. I swear this has nothing to do with me. Do you believe me? Zhou Zei, unable to respond, steps forward and clamps his iron-like hand onto Lin Shou's shoulder, pulling him backward. The glass shatters like hail, scattering shards across the ground, which quickly becomes littered with glimmering fragments. Once the immediate danger has passed, Zhou Zei releases his grip on Lin Shou, asking, "What just happened?" Latina hastens over, and upon witnessing the object resembling an ancient guardian's token begin to shimmer, she observes the surrounding space visibly warp. I believe the exit is about to open. Lin Shou deduces. The trio takes a cautious step forward, finding no immediate threat, and thus approaches the object at a slow pace. Creak. Hearing a noise behind him, Lin Shou turns to find that Latina has assembled a fishing net over 3 meters long. Her eyes gleam with excitement as she brandishes the small net toward the stone. Stop. X2. At the moment of the overlapping shouts, the fishing net pierces through the crystal's illusion. Latina freezes in a forward-leaning position, the empty sensation in the net causing her neck to flush with embarrassment. The crystal remains suspended 2 meters above the ground, its surface shimmering with a rainbow glow that suddenly intensifies, as if mocking humanity's futility. Huh. Latina tilts her head at the object. What are you doing? Lin Shou exclaims in frustration, snatching the fishing net from her and tossing it aside. You nearly got us killed. Latina sheepishly sticks out her tongue and turns to dismantle her fishing net. Lin Shou and Zhou Zei exchange glances, cautiously positioning themselves before the stone. Lin Shou extends a finger, slowly moving it forward, and to his astonishment, it effortlessly penetrates the stone. Unyieldingly, he stretches out his entire palm to grasp the object, only to find that he cannot seize anything. No way, after all this, it's just a projection? Lin Shou struggles to accept this conclusion. Setting aside the fact that the nefarious organization went to such lengths to construct a glass barrier, the system would not issue such a task merely for amusement. Zhou Zei first looks up to survey the surroundings, confirming the absence of any projection devices before also reaching out to touch the stone. Like Lin Shou's experience, his palm is unable to grasp the object. What is going on? Latina, having tidied her fishing net, rushes over, only to see Lin Shou and Zhou Zei engaged in a peculiar game of reaching for something. Lin Shou squats down, glancing helplessly at the system's countdown. This must be a trick. We can't grab anything. As the tantalizing object remains just out of reach, Latina's composure begins to falter. It's all that hotel owner's father's fault. If only he could set up a countdown, we would know precisely when the portal opens. Countdown. Lin Shou stands frozen, as if struck by lightning. Latina's lamentation inadvertently reminds him of the most crucial information. The system's countdown has not concluded. Previously, upon completing tasks, the system would indicate completion and cease further time calculations. Yet this time is different. After fulfilling the task, the countdown persists. Glancing at the timer, there are still over 10 minutes remaining. It seems the system calculated the time based on his journey from the room, but in reality, he is already at the task's endpoint, evidently. The speed of completing the task was somewhat quicker than anticipated. Old Zhou, gather everyone for a brief rest. 20 minutes. I suspect the glass shattering is no coincidence. The team responsible for shattering the boulder is summoned back, and they sit on the cleared ground, consuming their compact biscuits. Some members are applying healing spray to their Pokémon, ensuring they are in optimal condition. 10 minutes swiftly pass, as Lin Shou's eyes remain fixated on the stone's location, prepared to react at the first sign of danger. 10, 9, 8. The system's countdown ticks away, heightening Lin Shou's anxiety. As the countdown reaches 00000, everyone hears a resonating hum as the space tears open, revealing a pitch-black portal 3 meters in diameter, expanding from the stone's center. Whoa! Jose leaps to his feet, incredulously alternating his gaze between the portal and Lin Shou. You weren't joking after all. With his suspicions confirmed, Lin Shou smirks. Play it cool. Let's first send the Mismagius doll through to scout the way, and ideally, toss a camera in as well. A sturdy rope securely binds the still unconscious Mismagius doll, and Latina affixes a camera to it. Lin Shou hands the other end of the rope to Latina, turning to Jose. Come on, old Joe, lend a hand. I'm on it. Jose quickly discards the wrapper of his biscuit and, together with Lin Shou, grasps the Mismagius doll's limbs, giving it a shake before tossing it into the portal. The black portal silently engulfs the Mismagius doll, and the group waits in quiet anticipation for the outcome. Latina opens the communication device only to discover that she cannot connect to the camera at all. Lin Shou tugs on the rope to gauge its weight. Concluding it should be fine, let's pull it back out and take a look. Several team members quickly step forward, pulling the rope and swiftly retrieving the Mismagius doll from the portal. As they rush to inspect its condition, they collectively exhale in relief upon finding it unscathed. Let me check the camera footage. Latina hastily rushes over to remove the storage card. Chapter 56. Latina's large, expressive eyes brimmed with confusion. The onlookers congregated behind her, holding their breath as she inserted the storage card into her portable computer. Fortunately, the card functioned properly, and the recorded video commenced playback. In the footage, Giratina was tilting its head curiously towards the camera, its wide eyes filled with perplexity. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It seemed that the world beyond the portal was fraught with greater peril. What kind of bizarre scenario was this, where a legendary Pokémon made its entrance right from the start? Jose took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and turned to Lin Shou, suggesting, perhaps you should go in and negotiate? Lin Shou quickly waved his hands in protest. No, it would be better if you went. Just tell it that you are a devoted fan of Giratina and ask for an autograph. The two fell into a contemplative silence. How about we investigate the stones blocking the elevator shaft instead? Jose proposed. That sounds good. Lin Shou nodded vigorously. Let's go right now. As they turned to leave, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Latina tugged at both of them, her voice trembling. Boss, why don't you take a look behind you? Don't scare me like that. Lin Shou retorted, cold sweat trickling down his back as he slowly turned his head to glance behind. Giratina's massive head had already emerged from the portal, its red eyes scanning the crowd with an intense glare. Its sharp horns protruded from its forehead like two menacing swords, exuding an aura of ferocity. Lin Shou could even discern the intricate scales of the dragon on its face. He elbowed Jose, whose legs were already trembling. Old Joe, why not go and ask for an autograph? You truly don't regard me as human, Jose replied, attempting to lighten the mood, especially since Giratina had yet to attack. You were the one who suggested throwing the doll at it. It probably thinks you're littering. Just then, Lin Shou recalled that they had a companion capable of communicating with Pokémon, the little servant, and quickly positioned her protectively in front of them. Go and ask it what it means. Despite the little servant's acting prowess, her expression of fear was genuine. Yet, as the only one able to translate Giratina's speech into human language, she had no choice but to bravely step forward. She took small steps towards Giratina, relieved that she had not been devoured. While the little servant communicated, Lin Shou discreetly opened the system window. Giratina, Dragon Ghost Type, Level 150 Health, 676. 676. Weaknesses: Ice X2, Dragon X2, Fairy X2, Ghost X2, Dark X2. Ability: Telepathy, Hidden ability, reads the opponent's attacks and evades damage. Item: Life Orb, reduces health with each attack, but enhances the power of skills. Skills: Shadow Force. Fly, Draco Meteor, Shadow Sneak, Level 150? Lin Shou muttered under his breath, inaudible to anyone else. The maximum level in the game was merely 100, suggesting that Pokémon in this world did not adhere to such limitations. It seemed that once a legendary Pokémon's information was visible, it was not as daunting as it appeared. A rebellious thought crept into Lin Shou's mind. After all, Giratina bore the Life Orb, as long as they could withstand its attacks without perishing. it would ultimately succumb to its own exhaustion. Of course, this was merely speculation. Reality was not a game. Weaker Pokémon could not endure without incurring some loss of health. As Lin Shou's rebellious thoughts swirled, the little servant concluded her conversation with Giratina. Master, this esteemed being wishes to invite us to visit the distortion world. Did it really say that? Lin Shou questioned, skepticism etched on his face. You're not trying to switch trainers on purpose, are you? You could just ask it directly. The little servant replied, her tone reflecting the relief of narrowly escaping danger. That feeling of survival was unmistakably genuine. Fine, fine. I can't fathom what it seeks from us. We aren't its devoted fans, Lin Shou murmured as he approached Jose. Jose was anxiously awaiting the outcome. As Lin Shou's demeanor relaxed, he quickly leaned in to inquire, Boss Lin, what is the situation? How should I put it? Lin Shou pondered his words before responding. It has invited us to its home. Who? Jose was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Shou. Lin Shou gestured toward the still waiting Giratina. Giratina, your chosen idol. Jose's face froze in shock. He tilted his head to glance at Giratina behind Lin Shou, then straightened up to scrutinize Lin Shou again, repeating this several times until he realized that Lin Shou was not jesting. Do you know why? Lin Shou shrugged. No idea, but do you have any other options? For some inexplicable reason, Jose chuckled, patting Lin Shou on the shoulder. Boss Lin, you've truly opened my eyes. Anyone who catches a glimpse of a legendary Pokémon can boast about it for a lifetime. Yet you tell me that a legendary Pokémon has actively invited us to visit? Just between us, you aren't some legendary Pokémon's illegitimate child, are you? Get lost. Lin Shou playfully punched Jose in the chest, then lowered his voice to say, stay alert, keep an eye on other exits in the distortion world, and if anything feels off, make a hasty retreat. Don't worry. At that moment, Giratina began to emit a sense of urgency, prompting Jose to suppress his fear as he directed the team to move forward. The researchers, still shackled, had regained their composure but dared not act out in the presence of the legendary Pokémon. As everyone stepped into the distortion world, the passage began to flicker. Crack. The once sturdy portal disintegrated, a peculiar stone transforming into a small orb of light, unnoticed by anyone, and flew into Lin Shou's pocket where he kept the ancient Guardian S token, ultimately merging with the token itself. If anyone were to be most exhilarated at that moment, it would undoubtedly be Latina, whose fascination with the mysterious was palpable. She darted her gaze around, attempting to poke a small bubble before her. Don't touch that, Lin Shou exclaimed sharply, swiftly pulling Latina back to ensure she wouldn't make contact with it. Seeing no immediate danger, Giratina continued to fly ahead. Having paused momentarily at Lin Shou's voice, Lin Shou, still shaken, warned Latina, the distortion world is connected to the real world. Don't touch anything. My apologies, boss. I was just too excited. Latina hurriedly apologized, though her eyes betrayed her thrill. Lin Shou's caution was not unfounded. He had seen Pokémon films and knew that tampering with objects could alter reality. The consequences could range from explosions to cataclysmic glacial shifts that could obliterate the world. If they wished to avoid becoming the architects of annihilation, it was best to refrain from touching anything. Chapter 57: The Legendary Pokémon Selecting Suitable Laborers. Upon hearing Lin Shou's explanation, Jose's expression grew increasingly peculiar. However, this was not the time for dialogue. Jose promptly relayed the information to everyone present. He particularly instructed the team members to keep a close watch on the researchers and the still unconscious doll, as they were the most likely to cause trouble. Boss, where's it taking us? Latina could not help but whisper to Lin Shou. How should I know? It was the little servant who communicated with it just now. Let us proceed and see what unfolds, Lin Shou replied, his gaze darting around incessantly. Latina's sneakers tread upon a vertical ice wall, or at least, that is what she perceives it to be, until she gazes upward and sees an inverted bell tower floating 100 meters above her, its rusted copper bell swaying silently. The lake's surface reflects a fragmented sky, with dark purple energy pulsating through the clouds like veins. Lin Shou is not as astonished. He has glimpsed the external reality through several portals and is currently contemplating the best exit strategy. After approximately half an hour of slow flight on Giratina, they finally halt before a waterfall cascading upwards towards the heavens. Suddenly, icy droplets strike the nape of Latina's neck, prompting her to look up. The water splashes crystallize mid-air into prism-like structures, refracting countless excited reflections of herself. Is this the truth of the distortion world? Jose gazes in awe at the scenery before him, where the external waterfall transforms into a magnificent fountain. Giratina vanishes momentarily before gracefully returning. dropping two shimmering oval objects into Lin Shou and Latina's hands. These items are light and delicate, yet they exude an indomitable strength. Could they possibly be dragon scales? While Lin Shou inspects them curiously, Latina excitedly stashes them deep into her pocket. Jose, having received no gift, can only watch with longing, hoping that Lin Shou will eventually reveal it for his admiration. Lin Shou cradles the little charcoal servant and inquires if it has any further matters to address before their return. The little servant, now devoid of its previous terror, waves its tiny hands, gesturing at Giratina. Master, that esteemed one mentioned that the distortion world is tainted by an unknown energy and hopes you can investigate the reality world. Lin Shou relays this to Jose, who thumps his chest, assuring that he will commence the investigation upon their return. Giratina casts a glance at Jose, and a slightly smaller, darkly glowing object materializes in his hand. The little servant further explains that esteemed one said this is a device for localization. Bring it near the source of the pollution, and it will open a passage to the reality world. Very well, we shall exert our utmost efforts in the investigation. Jose's demeanor is notably serious as he slowly retrieves his camera, asking, "May we take photographs?" Giratina appears to have no objections, and everyone, including Lin Shou, promptly pulls out their phones to capture the breathtaking scenery, even immortalizing Giratina's towering and majestic form. Seemingly a bit perturbed, Giratina opens a portal before them, signaling that they should hasten their departure. "We shall not intrude further." Lin Shou quickly ushers everyone out, adding, "I shall return with gifts for you." Giratina nods gently, and a voice unexpectedly resonates in Lin Shou's mind. "Human, I am curious how far you can go." Lin Shou's steps falter as he stares wide-eyed at Giratina. This statement seems directed solely at him, yet its meaning eludes him. "You can speak human language? What was that performance before?" To avoid arousing suspicion among others, Lin Shou lowers his head and steps into the teleportation array. As his shoes once again touch the ground of the reality world, Lin Shou finally exhales in relief. Being scrutinized by such a formidable entity is indeed discomforting. However, based on its current demeanor, it should be amicable towards him, right? Jose follows closely behind, still clutching the black scale in his palm. "Boss Lin, why do you all receive rewards while I have inexplicably been assigned a task?" Lin Shou, unaware of the reason, rolls his eyes and explains, "Perhaps it considers you reliable. Such an important matter entrusted to me must leave the esteemed one uneasy." Jose, upon hearing Lin Shou's explanation, feels a sudden surge of flattery, promptly stashing the item in the safest place he could find. Once everyone has exited the distortion world, the purple-black portal slowly closes behind them. Jose surveys his surroundings, perplexed as he poses a question. "Boss Lin, do you not find this place somewhat familiar?" Lin Shou, now taking notice, scans the vicinity indifferently. "The divine beasts undoubtedly teleported us to a familiar location. Wait, this isn't my home, is it?" The spot where they stand is indeed Lin Shou's training facility. With just a few more steps forward, one could see his rocking chair where he often sips tea and plays games. Latina, however, is not particularly surprised. She turns and leads Squirtle into the basement to sort through their spoils, leaving Lin Shou and Jose exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Shou feels the tension mounting and begins to wave his hands, urging everyone to leave. "It's not far from your home anyway. Hurry and take this group away. I need to rest." Jose turns and makes a phone call. Within 10 minutes, 2 black special vehicles pull up outside the miraculous strength training facility, and a contingent of 30 to 40 fully armed personnel rushes in to salute Jose. "Take this group of researchers away. Be cautious of the magic wall doll, and do not let it escape." Yes, special handcuffs capable of sealing superpowers are affixed to the magic wall doll's hands, while 5 or 6 individuals vigilantly carry it into the special vehicles. After all the personnel requiring detention have been removed, the training facility's open space is left bustling with medical staff, even Jose lying flat on a folding bed, awaiting the results of the scans. Lin Shou finds the place uncomfortably crowded, exclaiming, "What do you think this is, a sanatorium?" Jose cheerfully gestures at Lin Shou. "Boss Lin, come and check your health with us to prevent any potential issues." "No thanks, I am well aware of my condition." Lin Shou steps back, saying, "There is a fee for using my space, 50 Alliance coins per hour." Ding. Alliance Baoshu receives 100,000. Seeing Jose shake his phone at him, Lin Shou scoffs and turns to leave. "I'm out of here. I can't play with you privileged folks." Suddenly, the door is kicked open with a loud crash, causing Jose to spring up from the folding bed, the equipment strapped to him blaring alarming warnings. "Warning, abnormal blood pressure. Warning, abnormal heart rate." "Lin Shou, come out here. Where have you been hiding in that rubbish heap?" A sharp female voice calls from outside the door. Chapter 58. The fox borrows the tiger's might. Ruby, her right foot still poised to descend from her leather boot, witnesses Lin Shou swiftly lying down on the empty folding bed, seamlessly blending into the environment. Jose, with a dark expression, removes the monitoring patch and tosses out his noctowl pokeball. The noctowl emits a piercing cry, flapping its wings to whip up a gust of wind that blows Ruby, still bewildered by the unfolding events, out through the training facility's doors. Behind her, the round-bodied Jigglypuff rolls about, unable to regain its footing. You have a new Pokémon backing you up. How impressive. Ruby taunts, yet before she can finish, she sees the furious noctowl charging towards her, flapping its wings against their bodies. Huh. Ruby clumsily shields her face, seizing an opening to issue a command. Jigglypuff, you sing. Upon hearing Ruby's attempt to retaliate, Noctowl flaps its wings even more vigorously, disheveling Ruby's hair. Jigglypuff, shimmering with electrical energy, hesitates and ultimately cancels its move. It takes a few steps forward, trying to separate its owner from Noctowl. You sing. Useless Pokémon. You're infuriating me. Ruby scolds angrily. Noctowl, aware that Jigglypuff is concerned about the electric attack affecting its trainer, intensifies its wing flapping, seemingly intent on venting all its frustrations from the past days. Ultimately, it even perches on Ruby's shoulder, stamping its feet in a frenzy. Realizing the situation is getting out of hand, Ruby recalls Jigglypuff back into its Pokeball, fuming. I will return. Upon concluding her words, she forcefully shoved the large-mouthed sparrow aside, hastily departing with her attire and hair in disarray, resembling a frenzied woman. The large-mouthed sparrow did not pursue her further. Instead, it flapped its wings and ascended slowly, cawing loudly at Ruby's retreating figure. Ruby did not dare glance back, perpetually feeling the bird's voice lingering ominously close behind her, as if it could swoop down at any moment to deliver another humiliating slap. The mere thought of enduring such a non-injurious, yet profoundly insulting form of punishment made Ruby stomp her long leather boots against the ground with fervor. Cursed be Lin Shou and his detestable large-mouthed sparrow. Ruby resolved to seek a secure location for her revenge next time. After 2 bitter defeats, Ruby finally grasped the most crucial aspect of battling in the wild, though regrettably, her realization came too late. When silence enveloped the outside, Jose stored the returning large-mouthed sparrow in its Pokeball, giving Lin Shou's folding bed a kick with his combat boots. Quit playing dead. I've shielded you this time. Lin Shou exaggeratedly opened one eye to survey his surroundings, springing from the bed with a yawn. What just transpired? I'm a bit drowsy. I dozed off. Jose chuckled at Lin Shou's theatrical performance. Boss Lin, how did you manage to offend this young lady? I must warn you, she harbors a rather vengeful spirit. As he uttered the last few words, he instinctively lowered his voice, seemingly apprehensive of incurring the wrath of such relentless pursuit. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Shou immediately began to lament. How should I know what happened? Today marks my second encounter with her. She barged in last time as well, even more unreasonable than this occasion. Jose did not perceive any reason for Lin Shou to deceive him, yet he could not suppress his schadenfreude regarding Lin Shou's unfortunate plight. Be cautious, Boss Lin. I've heard she is nicknamed Mountain Peak, and she'll chase you over mountains to take a bite. Go away, stop reveling in my misfortune. The sorrows of one cannot be shared with another, Lin Shou retorted, feeling increasingly annoyed by their chatter. After dismissing them, the training hall fell into a profound silence. Lin Shou stared at the unfinished task from the system, doubting the malfunctioning of the device. Hey system, speak up, what is going on? Despite Lin Shou's calls, the system remained unresponsive, akin to a frozen screen. Just as he was about to give up, he heard a truck come to a halt outside, and a young delivery man clad in a courier uniform poked his head in. May I ask who is Boss Lin? Is Boss Lin present? I'm here. Lin Shou hurriedly rose from his rocking chair and walked toward the door. Behind the courier, 2 strong individuals were unloading a box the size of a refrigerator from the truck. Are you Boss Lin? This is your package. Please sign for it. The courier gestured towards the box. Hearing the commotion, Latina and Squirtle emerged to witness the spectacle. I don't recall ordering anything this large, Lin Shou remarked, glancing back at his 2 employees, their expressions mirroring his confusion. The courier was equally baffled, scanning the logistics information. Odyssey City's Mighty Miracles Training Hall, Boss Lin. It must be you. Lin Shou quickly inquired. Does it list the sender's information? Let me check. It seems to be from the Reverse Realm Starlight Resort. The courier read the details aloud, letter by letter. Upon hearing the name, Lin Shou scratched his head in puzzlement. Strange, it sounds somewhat familiar. Latina, standing nearby, remarked with exasperation, Boss, That's the Mountain View Villa we just visited. Oh right. Lin Shou slapped his forehead. At that moment, Lin Shou's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? He tentatively answered. Boss Lin, you fled rather swiftly. I didn't even get a chance to express my gratitude adequately. The voice of the resort's female owner came through the line. Special circumstances, Lin Shou hastily replied. By the way, the car I rented is still at your resort. Please have the rental company pick it up. The female owner chuckled lightly. Boss Lin, as a token of my appreciation, I've sent you a small gift via the fastest courier service. I hope you like it. With that revelation, the mystery of the refrigerator-sized package was unveiled. It was a gift from the female owner. Lin Shou casually accepted the courier's delivery slip and chose to sign for it, gesturing for Latina and Squirtle to handle the large box. Thank you so much. I haven't done anything to warrant such a grand gift. The female owner's laughter paused momentarily, and in a leisurely tone, she responded, You are far too modest. You have helped me resolve a troublesome neighbor entirely. I believe we will have opportunities for future collaboration. Not at all. Lin Shou's smile froze on his face. Realizing he had never disclosed to the female owner about the evil organization's base nearby. Initially, he thought she was referring to his abduction. Upon reflection, it seemed she implied something else. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shou slowly addressed the phone. It seems, boss, you've deceived us all. On the other end, the female owner's laughter returned to its original tone. A woman striving alone must seek out formidable allies. What else can one do? Wait for someone to come to my aid a century later? So, what other identities do you possess? Lin Shou inquired while signaling Latina to refrain from unwrapping the package just yet. Me? I'm just an ordinary female boss, who doesn't have a few little secrets. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou understood that further inquiries would yield no useful information, since she had concocted an elaborate tale to draw him into an underground research facility. Her understanding of the reversed world could not be as simplistic as Lin Shou initially surmised. Was your father's story also fabricated? Lin Shou casually asked. Of course. Seeing that you listened so intently, I inadvertently added many new inspirations, and the story evolved into what it is now. The sound of her silvery laughter followed, igniting Lin Shou's ire. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he sensed an undercurrent of hostility. Initially, he believed it stemmed from her imprisonment, but it now appeared to be something entirely different. Shall we continue our conversation? Lin Shou attempted to extract more information. Let us not. The woman's laughter abruptly ceased, as if the previous facade had vanished, rendering further communication futile. Lin Shou furrowed his brow, beginning to circle the large package. Can we clarify one thing? I haven't provoked you, have I? Why do I constantly feel an odd sensation from you? Do you wish to know? Yes, Lin Shou replied eagerly. The female boss's voice rose again, seemingly recalling something amusing. I want to tell you. You'll have to guess. Lin Shou contemplated all the misdeeds he had committed in his life, ultimately concluding that the issue likely did not originate from him. Since this woman had led him to the underground training hall, it indicated that she was likely acquainted with the masked man and found it inconvenient to deal with him directly. With this line of reasoning, a highly plausible hypothesis emerged in Lin Shou's mind. Could this individual also belong to that organization? Building upon this logic, new contradictions began to surface. For instance, what is she waiting for deep in the mountains? Is her motive for planting those trees merely to earn money? If I hadn't appeared, what would she have done when the portal to the reversed world opened? Having heard Lin Shou's prolonged silence, the female boss sighed. Boss Lin, the package has arrived at your home. Whether it be gratitude or compensation, I hope that when we meet next time, we can still be friends. A word of warning. However, I shall be presenting a different appearance during our next encounter. With that, she abruptly terminated the call. Lin Shou tucked his phone back into his pocket. Friends? That depends on what has been delivered. During the call, Latina had already brought over a scanning device the size of a mobile phone, conducting a thorough scan of the package. Boss, it's confirmed safe. Shall we open it now? Lin Shou squinted, circling the large box. Be cautious. I have a feeling this may not be anything good. Latina nodded in agreement, tossing out a Pokeball to unleash 4 Flebaby, directing them to dismantle the rather suspicious-looking box. Lin Shou hesitated, fearing the Pokémon Protection Association might come knocking. If Latina kept using them like this, those Flebaby would have repaid their electric bills long ago. It seemed they were destined to be at her beck and call for life. As they peeled away the layers of the box, they revealed a blender on the top and a colossal rice cooker beneath. Oh my! Latina exclaimed, rushing forward, her eyes gleaming as she caressed the device's exterior. Boss, this is an artifact from ancient civilization. Ding. Mission, culinary adventure, completed. Reward, Energy Cube Maker 1. System shop activated. The system finally provided an update, and Lin Shou surmised that the energy cube maker was indeed the object before him. Had the lady boss not sent this item, he would have had to make another trip back. It was rather peculiar, however, that the system would claim someone else's belongings as its rewards. If that day it had granted him 10,000 league coins, would it have deducted it directly from Ruby's account? Ruby? Latina was flipping through the accompanying user manual, which was nearly as thick as a dictionary, while Lin Shou sat back in his chair, contemplating the nature of the system shop. Aside from the Pokémon section, the system shop resembled the shopping apps of his previous life. He attempted to purchase something, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand, accompanied by a notification of the transaction. It seemed acceptable. Shopping would indeed be more convenient. With that thought, Lin Shou opened the Pokémon section of the system. Berries. Finished Pokémon food. Everything one could desire was available. Various held items and Poké Balls were for sale, and Lin Shou even spotted a Master Ball priced at 10 million. He wondered just how effective such a bug-level Master Ball could be in the real world. After all, there was an instance in the anime of an elderly man attempting to capture a Y-Lord with a Master Ball, only for it to be swallowed whole. Quite the loss. Noticing that Latina was still engrossed in the manual, Lin Shou feigned a casual stroll and returned with a bag full of relatively inexpensive berries. Come. Let us put theory into practice. Lin Shou felt quite confident in Latina's ability to create energy cubes. With the acquisition of the energy cube maker, it was as if they had gained wings. The machine appeared indistinguishable from the ones sold on the market, and she set the manual aside, perplexed. As she powered it on, the device emitted a melodious sound. After a series of operations that Lin Shou could not comprehend, energy cubes tailored for Squirtle fell from the machine's output. Latina intercepted Squirtle, who was ready to devour the cubes, and picked one up to examine. The purity was indeed superior to that of market machines. This setup would not be obtainable for less than 2 million league coins. Although Lin Shou had not understood much of what preceded, he was quick to catch the mention of 2 million. It seemed that the lady boss was quite generous, gifting such a valuable device. Eat up. Let us celebrate today. Everyone feast. Squirtle, Charcadet, the Flababy, and the milk tank all emitted joyful sounds. Latina appeared to relish the process of crafting energy cubes, as the freshly made cubes wafted a sweet aroma. Seeing Latina casually munch on an energy cube, Lin Shou too grew curious and sampled one. It tasted sweet, akin to candy. Just then, the empty Poké Ball affixed to Lin Shou's waist began to shake violently. The tremors intensified, as if something were eager to escape. What is happening? Lin Shou signaled for everyone to gather around, tossing the Poké Ball into the center. A flash of red light revealed a Pokémon both familiar and strange, appearing within their circle. Ninjask. Latina's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend the situation. Didn't it disappear before? When did you capture it, boss? Lin Shou, equally bewildered, noted that the empty Poké Ball had remained at his waist. He had no recollection of capturing Ninjask. Checking the system, he confirmed it was indeed the last Ninjask they had defeated, now impatiently bouncing forth. Likely drawn by the enticing aroma, Latina speculated, boss, could it be that this Ninjask is a composite of many Ninjasks, thus deemed wild? That makes sense, Lin Shou conceded. Noticing that Ninjask's affinity was quite high, and he no longer pondered how it had arrived. After all, upon reflection, he realized he had not captured any Pokémon in the conventional manner. All right, let us continue our feast. The Pokémon cheered once more. The following day, regular patrons of the training center discovered that Lin Shou had returned and promptly invited friends to engage in virtual battles. Seated at the front desk, Lin Shou turned to the MK2 robot beside him, which was serving as a surveillance camera, and remarked to Latina, I can't shake the feeling that our training center has transformed into an esports venue. The robot's surveillance swept over the battling customers, and Latina's voice resonated from the speakers. It's all about making money, no harm in that. Pleased to hear a sentiment akin to his own, Lin Shou nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. It's all about the money. Just then, an idea struck him. Latina, do you think we could modify the training center further to accommodate 10-person battles, where points are thrown to the opposing team to score, ultimately comparing which side accumulates more points? Latina replied, it seems technically feasible. All right, you put in the extra hours. Let us name the game Pokémon Grand Assembly. Chapter 60, New Area of the Training Center. Lin Shou felt incredibly fortunate lately, as the expansion of the training center was set to be unlocked today. Under maintenance, countdown 000001. As the system reached 0, nothing appeared to change around him. Just as Lin Shou began to wonder, a massive white cloud enveloped the area above his training center. Simultaneously, The protective measures installed by Latina activated, causing the entire facility to flicker with blinding red lights. Alert! Alert! Unknown flying object detected. As the mechanical voice echoed, Latina, fully armed, rushed over, wielding a large, "Baby boss, we are under attack above the training center. It seems the enemy has arrived." Click. As Latina uttered these words, she tossed a small blaster to Lin Shou. He gazed at the perilous little toy in his hands, unsure of how to wield it, feeling that such an item could hardly be distributed to every individual in today's society. He couldn't shake the notion that his training facility was becoming increasingly precarious. Coupled with the system's recent prompt, Lin Shou, even in his naivety, could discern what was looming above him. To his astonishment, the system had directly initiated an upward expansion, establishing a new base right above the training facility. Hastily, Lin Shou returned the toy to Latina's embrace, maintaining his composure, merely stating that a delivery from a friend had arrived and requested the cancellation of the training facility's alarm. Latina glanced upward at the immense clouds, pondering how her employer had amassed such a peculiar circle of acquaintances. The system promptly provided a map, indicating that Lin Shou should proceed towards the staff changing room, while Latina, bewildered, followed closely behind. Within the innermost iron cabinet of the staff changing room, a green portal shimmered quietly with light. Latina instantly perked up, pulling out her scanning device to examine it. "Boss, is this a passage constructed using superpowers?" Without further ado, she suggested they step inside. Lin Shou trusted that the system would not lead him astray and boldly stepped through the portal. With a clunk, his shoes struck the metallic floor, and Lin Shou's mouth agape. He surveyed his surroundings. The area expanded by the system was a small, flying luxury cruise ship, with the portal's entrance situated in the core control room. Peering through the glass, he observed a multitude of flying-type Pokémon engaged in activities below, seemingly oblivious to the ship's presence. Latina swiftly followed Lin Shou into the portal, nearly colliding with him as he stood entranced at the threshold. However, she set aside her irritation and in a trembling voice asked, "Boss, is this ours?" "Yes, it appears to be," Lin Shou replied, equally incredulous, feeling as though he were in a dream. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Latina pushed past the still-dazed Lin Shou, extracting a data cable from her wrist to connect to the control panel. "Strange, why are all the device readings freshly updated?" Lin Shou, noting that Latina was preoccupied with her inquiry, decided to explore other areas and stepped into the control room next door. Adjacent to the control room was the most conspicuous chamber, its dark golden doorplate emblazoned with the name Lin Shou, evidently prepared with meticulous care by the system. Upon entering his room, which spanned roughly 100 square meters, Lin Shou found it lavishly furnished like a luxury hotel suite, complete with small compartments for Pokémon. He caressed the dark red desk with his palm before settling into the executive chair in the office area. In stark contrast, the previous room on the ground felt woefully inadequate. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the entire ship, prompting Lin Shou to dash back to the control room. "Boss, I've activated the optical camouflage, so no one below will see this cloud." Latina demonstrated the newly discovered feature. Lin Shou finally breathed a sigh of relief, instructing her to continue her research while he ventured downwards. The lack of solid ground beneath his feet did little to instill a sense of security. He felt that this new area was merely a place to rest. The idea of allowing clients to battle here seemed utterly reckless. Who knew how much it would cost to maintain this ship? Just as he secured the iron cabinet outside the portal, familiar voices echoed from the entrance of the training facility. "Lin boss, long time no see. You finally opened the door." 3 high school students burst inside, immediately racing towards the battle platform. "It's all full. It seems we won't get a chance today." Fortunately, the clients had all entered the virtual world for their battles. Otherwise, Lin Shou would have struggled to explain the recent alarm, seeing that they had missed out on the simulated battle slots. The trio headed to the vending machine for drinks and settled down across from Lin Shou to chat and pass the time. Soft music wafted through the store's speakers when a Xian suddenly exclaimed, "Lin boss, are you also a fan of Su Xingli? She's coming here for a concert in a few days, and scalper tickets have already skyrocketed to 5,000 Alliance coins. Her name is Su Xingli. I usually listen to music without recognizing the artists," Lin Shou replied candidly. When he first crossed over, it was the voice of this singer that had soothed his restless heart. He had downloaded all her music, making him a reluctant yet loyal fan. However, 5,000 Alliance coins for a concert ticket was quite a strain on his finances. He preferred to wait and see if there were any fan-edited videos available instead. "If someone could provide me with a ticket, I'd be willing to pay 10,000 Alliance coins." Upon hearing Xian's remark, Lin Shou realized that the ticket was not something that money alone could procure. You should focus on enhancing your battle skills instead. Make sure to reunite with your big milk tank soon. Although he had been enjoying the Moo Moo milk lately, Lin Shou feared that the big milk tank would upgrade too rapidly. By the time Xian graduated, he might not be able to command it. Got it, Lin boss. Our school will soon organize advanced assessments. Students who pass will be able to obtain a second Pokémon early, Xian replied confidently. Then good luck with that, Lin Shou said, unconvinced about Xian's iron dumbbell, which he deemed too weak in the early stages with limited usable skills. After bidding farewell to the last batch of clients, Lin Shou searched for Latina but found no trace of her, including in her underground lair. Almost forgetting about her new stronghold, he slapped his forehead and opened the iron cabinet in the staff changing room. By now, the sun had set, yet the ship above was ablaze with lights. Latina remained seated at the control panel, appearing like a lifelike wax figure, observing the data cables connecting her to the machines. Lin Shou recalled a joke from his previous life. He quickly grabbed an insulated wooden stick and gently prodded Latina's shimmering earring. Latina jolted awake, turning back with a puzzled expression. Boss, is there something wrong? Upon confirming that Latina had not been electrocuted, Lin Shou tossed the stick aside, stating, I just thought you looked exhausted and came to check on you. Perhaps to lend credence to his assertion, Lin Shou produced 2 berries from his pocket, saying, Here, take a break and have something to eat. Latina, indeed hungry, devoured a berry in a few bites, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand as she said, Boss, I've discovered that this ship is constructed from peculiar materials. It can maintain flight using sunlight and moonlight without consuming additional energy. Lin Shou raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look so grim? Latina promptly shoved another berry into her mouth, explaining, as a trade-off, its flying speed is quite slow. It can only race alongside cars on the highway. Well, that doesn't seem too slow. Lin Shou accepted this arrangement wholeheartedly. Latina's eyes reignited with determination. Thus, I must modify it. This ship is devoid of any weapons, which leaves me feeling quite insecure. Stop right there. Lin Shou quickly retreated a couple of steps, raising his voice to halt her dangerous intentions. This is merely an ordinary battle venue. Let it be. If you truly arm it, I will feel just as insecure. Don't worry about it, boss. Latina politely pushed Lin Shou out of the control room, asserting that professional matters should be left to professionals, for now. This contraption could only serve as a cloaked sightseeing airship. A cloaked sightseeing airship? Lin Shou halted abruptly, a bold idea suddenly surfacing in his mind. As a highly renowned idol, surely she wouldn't oppose a true fan enjoying a free concert, right? Latina, first mate Squirtle, heed my command. Squirtle stood to attention, saluting Lin Shou. I only grant you a single day. This spaceship must be ready to embark on its arduous mission by tomorrow night. Lin Shou instructed solemnly, emphasizing the need for it to operate without unforeseen incidents. Squirtle, seemingly amused, Latina offered a perfunctory salute to Lin Shou amidst her busy schedule before returning to her tasks. Lin Shou strolled around the deck, eventually yawning his way back to his quarters, savoring the first splendid night aboard the ship. The following day, he picked up his phone to find a message from Jose. The dates for his university internship had been confirmed, set for 8 o'clock in the morning. 7 days hence. All right then, my good brother has stood by me through thick and thin. Consider this a return of the favor, Lin Shou mused, responding to Jose with an okay. Glancing at his phone again, he saw that Starlight had also messaged him, inquiring about ways to rapidly enhance her combat prowess, mentioning some troubles she was facing in reality. Without a second thought, Lin Shou suggested, engage in more battles, and if that fails, perhaps consider capturing a legendary Pokémon. Such an absurd response naturally elicited no reply from Starlight. Lin Shou felt she had become increasingly difficult to deceive lately, as if she had seen through his jest and learned not to respond. Surely, there could be no other explanation. She couldn't genuinely be thinking of capturing a legendary Pokémon. Could she? While Latina and Squirtle busied themselves, Lin Shou was not idle either. He contacted a vendor to remove the old vending machine, then replaced it with a refrigerator and freezer purchased from the system's marketplace, filled to the brim with beverages and fresh fruits. Whoever makes the money. It's all the same, he declared as he arranged a row of shelves laden with the trendiest snacks from his past life. At that moment, a researcher from the Alliance Training Center, Xiao Lu, entered. Boss Lin, are you busy? She queried, surprised to see him. Ah, a rare visitor. Lin Shou promptly handed her a bottle of green tea. One dozen teas simply enter the Three Treasures Hall without a reason, right? Well, if you put it that way. I suppose I wouldn't be welcomed here if I had nothing to say, Xiao Lu replied, quenching her thirst as she eagerly drank from the bottle. Where did you procure this beverage? It tastes delightful. With pride, Lin Shou responded, "Exclusive to my establishment. You won't find it elsewhere." "Then I must take a few bottles with me," she said, realizing she had digressed. "Actually, I came to congratulate you. The training center has officially upgraded to Class C." Only then did Lin Shou recall that the announcement period had long passed. It was likely due to his absence that Xiao Lu had delayed her visit. "Thank you. There should be a plaque or something, right?" Xiao Lu was momentarily at a loss, having never encountered a training center owner with such a request. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Well, there isn't a plaque yet, since we are merely a Class C training center for now. We are likely to upgrade again soon, so creating a plaque now would be rather wasteful. If you truly wish for one, I can see what I can do." Lin Shou was taken aback by Xiao Lu's willingness to assist, hastily waving his hand. No, that was just a casual inquiry. "So, you truly came just to congratulate me?" With Lin Shou's interjection, Xiao Lu took a moment to recollect her original purpose. "Yes, we have indeed upgraded to a Class C training center, which now requires us to assess young trainers and issue electronic badges. You will need to prepare for this in advance." Upon hearing this, Lin Shou understood why the previous owner had always resorted to using plastic badges. It turned out that the former Class D training center lacked the authority to issue badges. Noticing Lin Shou had no further questions, Xiao Lu continued, "As a newly upgraded training center, we are obligated to issue 10 badges within the next 6 months. After that, the requirement rises to 30 badges annually. By the way, the promotion rate must be maintained at 40. Exceeding 60 will trigger an investigation by the group." This measure was presumably to prevent unscrupulous training centers from selling badges, as the Alliance established training centers to nurture new talent, thus making it untenable for inadequately skilled trainers to breeze through evaluations. Additionally, there will be various official events throughout the year. You only need to complete one, and you will receive corresponding rewards at the end. Seemingly concerned that Lin Shou might forget, Xiao Lu sent him an electronic document via her phone before leaving with a large bag of snacks she had purchased. Watching her cheerful figure depart, Lin Shou scratched his head, pondering the complexities of it all. "By the way, what type of training center am I running?" After confirming he was operating a flying-type training center, the workload for the Hualing bird increased significantly. There was no choice. The entire training center was comprised of just these 4 flying creatures. "To be honest, I have an abundance of ghost-type Pokémon at my disposal. Perhaps I should apply for a type change?" The next day, Lin Shou indeed attempted to call Xiao Lu regarding this matter. On the other end of the line, Xiao Lu took a deep breath and said with a cold tone, "Boss Lin, don't make me slap you when I'm at my happiest." "Oh, okay." Chapter 62, Mooch Concert. Although Lin Shou had instructed that the functions of the spaceship be understood before tomorrow night, Latina, the workaholic, had already completed the task by dawn that same day. In a slightly euphoric state, she dashed into the staff shower room, exclaiming, "Boss, I'm off to sleep now. Wake me up tonight." "All right, you've worked hard," Lin Shou replied with a grin, retrieving several telescopes from the system's marketplace. Eagerly anticipating his first concert experience in 2 lifetimes. The concert commenced at 7 o'clock, and by 5, Lin Shou had ushered all guests out of the training center, urging Latina to start the spaceship. After searching online for the day's event schedule, Latina realized the destination of Lin Shou's venture and asked disdainfully, "Boss, don't tell me you intend to pilot the hidden spaceship to mooch off the concert." Lin Shou felt a twinge of guilt and defended himself. "How can this be considered mooching? The cost of this spaceship could serve as my admission ticket." Latina rolled her eyes but proceeded to launch the spaceship. Amidst the cheers of the passengers, they leisurely made their way to the open-air venue. A sudden thought struck Lin Shou. Such flying vehicles should be quite common. Why didn't he see them in the city? Latina, focused on piloting, answered his peculiar question, "Boss, it's due to air traffic regulations in urban areas. We can only fly freely outside the city. And what about us? Don't worry, I've equipped the spaceship with the latest anti-detection devices. As long as they can't trace us, we'll be fine." Latina continued her villainous monologue. For once, Lin Shou refrained from retorting. As this endeavor was about fulfilling his dream, what harm was there in indulging a little? As expected of a superstar. Looking down from the spaceship revealed that the area surrounding the venue was already in a state of traffic paralysis, with throngs of people streaming toward the concert. Lin Shou chose a spot directly facing the stage, noting that they had an hour to spare. "Let us settle here for now. I'll go prepare some snacks and drinks." In contrast to the concert, Latina was more intrigued by the construction work in the training center's basement. Unfortunately, her boss had dragged her along, so she resigned herself to wasting a night. About half an hour later, a large table was set up on the spaceship's deck, laden with chilled beer, refreshing drinks, spicy duck necks, specialty smoked meats, fresh fruits, and various energy bars. Latina picked up a piece of duck neck, savoring it with delight. Though it was her first encounter with such peculiar food, she felt she had fallen in love with this cuisine. Boss, I have a question. Latina suddenly realized. Are we really behaving like we're at a proper concert? At that moment, Lin Shou happened to pop open a can and replied, I'm not quite sure how one behaves at a proper concert, but I firmly believe that the crowd below certainly won't be enjoying any beer. The combined presence of everyone on the ship along with their Pokémon likely paled in comparison to the fervor of a single fan in the front row. Hence they were unconcerned with such trivialities. Suddenly, a thud echoed from the opposite side of the deck. Lin Shou's hand trembled as he held his chopsticks. What on earth was that noise? Rushing over with a group of Pokémon, they discovered a flurry of white cotton flailing within a net. Latina, hands on her hips, proudly exclaimed, What do you think? This is my protective device installed on the ship, capable of effortlessly capturing any intruding foes. Wait a moment. I need to ask you something. Lin Shou interrupted Latina's self-congratulatory moment, pointing at the net where a Xiaoxia Qingyao was trapped. Isn't this ship supposed to be cloaked? How did it breach our defenses? Seeing Lin Shou's accusatory demeanor, Latina trembled with indignation. The ship is cloaked. But it doesn't truly vanish into thin air. What can I do if such a foolish bird crashes in? What do we do in this situation then? Lin Shou's inquiry only served to further fuel Latina's frustration. Under normal flying conditions, this wouldn't happen. Why did the ship descend to this altitude today? Don't you have any inkling at all? Lin Shou's face flushed with realization. It seemed that attending a concert for free came with its fair share of risks, such as an unfortunate collision with a flying-type Pokémon. Just as Lin Shou fell silent, a girl's voice emerged from the net. Could you let me out first? Everyone instinctively took a step back. How could this Xiaoxia Qingyao talk? Latina quickly recognized the rarity of their catch and swiftly retrieved an empty Pokeball from her waist. Tossing it forward. Whoosh. The Pokeball spun through the air, striking the Xiaoxia Qingyao before bouncing off Squirtle's head. Oh, is this Pokemon owned? Latina displayed an expression of regret, feeling she had missed out on acquiring a highly valuable creature. At that moment, the same voice from the net chimed in again. Yes. Mian Mian is my Pokemon. Could you please let us out? Whoosh. Latina hurriedly shielded Lin Shou, whispering, Boss, it seems there's a trainer inside too. What should we do? Lin Shou was also feeling overwhelmed. Capturing a Pokemon with an owner wasn't particularly alarming, as Pokemon typically couldn't speak. However, ensnaring its trainer posed a significant problem, as she might contact Uncle Hat. Observing Lin Shou's hesitation, Latina leaned in closer, offering a suggestion. Boss, perhaps we should just As she spoke, she gestured towards her neck. Lin Shou promptly pushed her aside. No, we are decent people. The trainer in the net had evidently overheard Latina's suggestion and quickly interjected. I want to report you. I didn't even get a good look at what you look like. That's not wise. Boss, we must remain vigilant. I suggest we wait until the concert concludes before releasing them, Latina insisted, taking on the role of the villain to ensure Lin Shou wouldn't show mercy. Hearing this, the trainer within the net began to struggle violently. No, I want to go to the concert. Oh, are you also a fan who couldn't afford tickets and intended to sneak in? Lin Shou's eyes lit up, sensing a kindred spirit. After all, arriving at this location on a flying Pokemon at this hour could only imply such a scenario. The individual in the net fell silent for a moment before responding. Yes, I was hoping to sneak into the concert. Then let us quickly untie you. Lin Shou directed Squirtle to free the trainer from the net, assuring her. You won't be allowed to leave until the concert is over anyway. My viewing spot is exceptional. Let us share some snacks and consider it a friendship-building exercise. Shall we? All right. Hearing the promise, Lin Shou readily released the Xiaoxia Qingyao, discreetly instructing Charcoal and Shell Ninja to keep a close watch on her. Chapter 63. Jose encounters great trouble. With the net released, the Xiaoxia Qingyao scampered to one side, shivering and revealing the girl trainer it had been sheltering. She was adorned in a flowing gown that faded from pure white to a delicate lavender, her shoulder straps adorned with a constellation of sparkling diamonds. Beneath her chestnut hair lay a porcelain-like face, no larger than a palm, with features meticulously drawn. Her dark, willow-leaf eyebrows framed eyes as clear as a lake imbued with starlight, yet the corners of her eyes drooped slightly, imparting an air of innocent timidity. Upon witnessing the girl's appearance, Latina took 2 steps back, falling silent. However, her gaze frequently darted towards Lin Shou, her expression tinged with a mixture of peculiarity and mockery. Come, let us eat together. Lin Shou cast a cursory glance before averting his gaze. Pulling out a chair and placing it between Shell Ninja and Charcoal, gesturing for her to sit. Observing Lin Shou's demeanor, Latina's expression twisted further, as if she were stifling something. Lin Shou rummaged for a few energy cubes that the Xiaoxia Qingniao might enjoy to soothe the atmosphere, continuing to address the girl. The concert won't start for another half hour. Let us have a light snack first. What drink would you like? The girl's expression reflected a hint of surprise. Yet she couldn't help but respond. Can I have cola? I prefer it sugar-free. No, the regular one is best. Lin Shou produced a chilled can of cola. Placing it on the table. Here you go, don't be too tense. After all, we're somewhat of kindred spirits. Sensing the aura of powerful Pokémon surrounding her, the girl had no intention of fleeing. She gently opened the can, inserted a straw, and began sipping delicately. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a blissful smile blossoming on her face, and her initially rigid posture gradually relaxed. What is up with that? Lin Shou mused with a chuckle, finding it hard to comprehend how a girl could be so elated over a mere drink. After all, cola existed in this future world and wasn't prohibitively expensive. No one would be so destitute as to lack the means to purchase it. Moreover, her attire was of fine quality, and her companion, the Xiaoxia Qingniao, was well trained, clearly indicating she hailed from a privileged background. When confronted with situations he couldn't quite grasp, Lin Shou excelled at ignoring them. Come, enjoy some snacks. Pick whatever you fancy. The girl, not one to hold back, seized a fresh pair of chopsticks and directed them towards the meat dishes, hardly sparing a glance at the vegetarian options or fruits. Noticing her beginning to eat, the Xiaoxia Qingniao finally relaxed its guard and attempted to sample the energy cube Lin Shou had offered. Latina's energy cube indeed lived up to its reputation, and the Xiaoxia Qingniao displayed a delightfully human-like expression of happiness. As the ambience grew livelier, Lin Shou initiated conversation. Miss, you're a fan of Su Xingli as well, aren't you? Yes, the girl replied, glancing furtively towards Latina as she answered Lin Shou's question. Lin Shou remained focused on selecting his next morsel. How long have you been following her? After a moment's contemplation, the girl hesitated before responding. About 10 years, I suppose. 10 years, Lin Shou exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Has she been in the industry that long? She must be in her 30s. Latina could barely contain herself, covering her mouth to suppress laughter. Impossible. The girl's voice shot up several decibels, indignantly retorting. Su Xingli is 19 this year. She has only been in the industry for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou chuckled. My apologies. I'm a rather casual fan, having followed her for less than a year. Upon hearing his apology, the young girl's expression softened somewhat. However, the speed at which she picked up her food noticeably quickened, as if she intended to exact her revenge on Lin Shou through the act of consuming more. Wait a moment. Lin Shou suddenly realized something. She had debuted for 3 years, and you had known her for a decade? You were her friend in real life? Yes. Indeed. Lin Shou's expression grew perplexed. After all, if she were your friend, why would you need to buy tickets like me to attend her concert? The girl inhaled deeply, seemingly contemplating how to respond to this inquiry. At that moment, Lin Shou's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Jose. I'm sorry, please continue eating. I must take this call. Boss Lin, there has been a major incident, and I need your assistance. Jose's tone on the other end was grave and sincere. Lin Shou, still relatively relaxed, replied nonchalantly. Old Joe, take your time to explain. We have faced divine beasts together. We must maintain our composure even in the face of calamity. Seemingly convinced by Lin Shou's suggestion, Jose took a deep breath to calm himself before slowly continuing. I have an off-site assignment today, and I had originally planned to invite you along since the task isn't particularly difficult, yet the rewards are substantial. And then, did it go awry? Lin Shou asked, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his voice, as Jose had opted not to bring him along to earn money. Indeed it did, Jose lamented. My task today was to ensure the safety of Su Xingli, which should have been a rather secure job, after all. Who would be idle enough to kidnap a major star just before her concert? Who? Lin Shou's expression turned serious. Jose lowered his voice, as if worried about causing a panic among passers-by. Yes, that major star, not just someone with the same name. Lin Shou instantly felt displeased. I've already purchased tickets for the concert, and now she has gone missing? Refund. Jose, taken aback yet somewhat elated, exclaimed, What? Boss Lin, you're also at the venue? Quickly tell me which area you're in. I'll come find you right now. Ahem. It's better if you don't seek me out. Lin Shou dared not reveal to Jose that he was there to enjoy the concert for free. Just tell me her characteristics. If I have any intel, I'll contact you at once. On the other end of the line, Jose furrowed his brow. No way. Boss Lin, you're attending the concert and don't even know what Su Xingli looks like. Stop the nonsense. I only eat eggs. I have no interest in knowing what the hen looks like. Lin Shou's voice was rather loud, causing everyone at the table to turn and look at him. Jose chuckled. Well then, Boss Lin, you might as well search online, as I can't describe it to you. Wait a moment. Lin Shou inserted his headphones and began searching for images of Su Xingli on his phone. By the way, is there any other special information besides her appearance? Yes. Along with her, a Chishi bluebird has also gone missing. As Jose finished this sentence, Lin Shou's phone refreshed, revealing a familiar face on the screen. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. With that, Lin Shou hung up, drenched in sweat. Chapter 64. The true fans meet and greet. After ending the call, Lin Shou slowly turned his head, finally grasping the true meaning behind the mysterious smiles on Latina and the young girl's faces. You are Su Xingli? Lin Shou asked, bracing himself. Yes, I am the so-called hen in her 30s or 40s, Su Xingli replied, revealing her grudging nature. Lin Shou averted his gaze from her resentful expression and turned to question Latina. You knew from the beginning? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I noticed that you seemed to relish the process of entertaining friends, and this major star didn't disclose her identity voluntarily. So I thought it would be amusing to see what unfolded. Latina finally dropped her pretense, bursting into hearty laughter. Lin Shou hesitantly pointed a finger. Unsure of how to assess Latina's mischievous behavior that had ensnared him, I'd wager that if you sliced Latina in half, she'd be filled with darkness. Unable to argue with Latina, Lin Shou turned back to Su Xingli. Sister, what on earth were you doing flying around before your concert? Isn't that just overindulgence? The previously delicate Su Xingli now resembled a feisty little wildcat. I just sensed someone attending the concert without a ticket, specifically to capture you. Lin Shou abruptly interrupted her. Speak frankly. The entrance to the concert was me descending from the sky on a Chishi bluebird. I just crashed in after a final rehearsal, Su Xingli replied helplessly. Lin Shou felt a headache coming on. Although this response was better than being caught for sneaking in as a fake fan, it still caused him immense distress. He turned once more to Latina, who was laughing until tears streamed down her face. How about we follow your plan and find a secluded spot to deal with her? As he spoke, Lin Shou mimicked Latina's earlier gesture, gesturing to his neck. Su Xingli's smile froze on her face. The formidable aura of her legendary Pokémon on either side of her felt all too real. Give it up, we can't overpower her. Latina glanced at Su Xingli before turning back to Lin Shou. It's not that we can't beat her, it's just that we can't quietly resolve this. In despair, Lin Shou cradled his carbon little servant. Oh, carbon little servant, why can't you learn hypnosis or cause instant amnesia? Master, I will strive to learn. The sultry voice of carbon little servant echoed in Lin Shou's mind. Hearing their conversation, Su Xingli paused with her chopsticks suspended in midair. This ship of fools was indeed quite peculiar. Were they truly the protagonists? Earlier remarks had merely been jest, as Lin Shou could never truly do anything to Su Xingli. Even without Latina's comment about their inability to defeat her. Stand at attention when taking a hit, Lin Shou grimaced and asked, Today is merely a misunderstanding. What do you suggest we do? Su Xingli, noticing Lin Shou's inherently good nature, replied, I'm preparing for the concert. Please take me back. Also, don't let the ship linger here. Just as Lin Shou was internally grumbling about Su Xingli's stinginess in not allowing him to enjoy a free show, the girl slowly added, The ship's altitude is a bit dangerous. I have 5 front-row tickets, which I can give to you. His prior complaints were instantly forgotten as Lin Shou leaned forward with a flattering expression. Really? You're giving them all to me? Latina couldn't help but interject, Boss. We only need 2 tickets. Front-row seats are currently worth 3,000 alliance coins each. Su Xingli waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. These tickets are of no use to me. They're all yours. How you handle them is up to you. Lin Shou then pondered another issue. What about Jose? How do we explain this to him? You know Captain Zhou? Su Xingli's eyes widened in surprise. We're all buddies. We share a strong bond. Upon hearing this response, Su Xingli finally relaxed. Anyone who could befriend Jose was undoubtedly not a bad person. Resting her chin on her palm, she considered the proposal. Let us just say I got lost and happened to run into you? All right, that is settled. The Chishi bluebird cast a lingering glance at the energy cubes on the table before soaring out of the ship with Su Xingli. Before departing, Su Xingli transferred the 5 electronic tickets to Lin Shou. Don't leave right after the performance. I want to return for a celebratory feast. Concerned that Lin Shou might slip away unnoticed, Su Xingli borrowed the 4 flower dance birds from behind Latina, claiming that they were needed as backup dancers tonight. Latina had no objections, and as she handed over the Poké Balls, she informed Su Xingli that their appearance fee was 1,000 alliance coins each. After a person and their Pokémon took flight, Lin Shou immediately called Jose to boast, and cunningly secured a lavish meal from him. Latina, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Boss, what use do the remaining 3 tickets have? I could easily earn 4,000 alliance coins like this." "Foolish, they can be sold for money," Lin Shou replied while dialing Xian's number. Before Xian could utter a word, Lin Shou interjected, "I have 3 front-row tickets to Su Xingli's concert tonight. How much are you willing to pay?" "Really?" Xian's voice exploded like a bomb in Lin Shou's ears. "Boss Lin, how did you know we were lurking outside the venue for scalp tickets?" Lin Shou hastily removed his earphones and lowered the phone's volume, scratching his slightly itchy ear. "Enough chatter. How much will you offer?" 50,000 alliance coins. "I'll take all 3. Xian quickly replied. After hanging up, Xian promptly transferred the alliance coins into Lin Shou's account. "See, they sold." Lin Shou showcased the freshly received digits, casually transferring 20,000 to Latina. "You did well today. Here is a bonus. Keep up the good work." Latina's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bonus. With such a sum, she could upgrade several potent devices. Seemingly struck by an idea, she proposed, "Boss, why not kidnap a star preparing for a concert? It seems like a fast way to earn money." Thud. Lin Shou delivered a swift chop to Latina's head, reiterating, "We run a legitimate training center. Let us not inadvertently tread down the path of crime." "Oh," Latina crouched on the ground, cradling her head. Upon descending from the spaceship, Lin Shou encountered a trio of anxious high school students waiting at the entrance. "Boss Lin, you finally arrived." Xian bounded over, clasping Lin Shou's hands with an expression brimming with anticipation. Lin Shou felt slightly nauseated under their gaze and quickly freed himself, handing the 3 tickets to Xian. "Hurry, hurry. These are really front-row seats." After checking the details, Xian let out a piercing shriek. "Boss Lin, you are like our reborn parent. You sold them too cheaply." He then attempted to envelop Lin Shou in a massive hug. Lin Shou, thoroughly disgusted, pushed him away, realizing that earning this money wasn't as effortless as it seemed. Chapter 65. Su Xingli's Retaliation. It must be said that Su Xingli's voice is indeed melodious, and the atmosphere at the concert was delightful. Lin Shou reveled in a splendid evening. The 3 high school students pointed at the 4 flower dance birds behind Su Xingli, asking, "Boss Lin, why do these flower dance birds seem a bit familiar?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Shou responded with a mysterious smile. "Why don't you guess where I got my tickets for free?" The moment they heard such a suggestive question, the 3 high school students' eyes widened in astonishment. In their eyes, Lin Shou's image grew even more towering and grand. Around 10 o'clock, above the Great Strength Miracles Training Center, everyone, including Su Xingli, gathered in a circle, raising their glasses to celebrate the successful conclusion of the concert. Guess who didn't show up? That's right, it's Jose. Lin Shou was still reluctant to reveal his ability to become invisible. Su Xingli was the only one who had to know. As he pondered this, he began to seriously consider the idea of having Tan Xiaoshu learn the skill, instant amnesia. Su Xingli felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively touching the round pendant around her neck, the size of a longan, and raised her cola to Lin Shou, saying, "Boss Lin, I had a wonderful time today. I hope to visit your place again." Lin Shou raised his beer to clink with hers. "We'll see. You're not in this city. There will be opportunities," she replied, glancing back at Latina. "After all, we are friends." Latina naturally noticed the direction of Su Xingli's gaze, falling silent and lost in thought. The following day, paparazzi captured Su Xingli's silhouette returning to the hotel late at night. The public speculation began to escalate, with onlookers guessing whether she had begun dating someone. Upon seeing the news, Latina immediately forwarded it to Lin Shou. Lin Shou, upon reading it, swiftly warned the 3 foolish high school students to refrain from spreading rumors. Simultaneously, he grumbled to himself about Su Xingli. This person is so careless. She doesn't even pay attention to her surroundings when she steps out. Just as he finished silencing the trio, Lin Shou noticed that Su Xingli had posted a new message on social media. Su Xingli met new friends, feeling very happy. Accompanied by a picture, 4 flower dance birds dancing on stage. JPG. Latina erupted into laughter in the basement, directing the robot to pat Lin Shou's back. "Boss Lin, you've landed yourself in trouble." Lin Shou's head suddenly felt several sizes larger. He dared not open his eyes, hoping it was merely an illusion. No. Is this person insane? Then, he realized something. Wait, the flower dance birds are your Pokémon, so the new friend she mentioned must be you. Stop struggling, boss. Latina mercilessly punctured Lin Shou's bubble of self-comfort. I told you long ago, don't be soft-hearted. She's retaliating against your inappropriate comments from yesterday, haha. Lin Shou had yet to formulate a rebuttal when Jose's call came through. Jose's first words made Lin Shou's head throb. You brat. Not bad. Fake. I don't know her. With that, Lin Shou hung up the phone. However, it was evident that Jose was not about to let this juicy gossip slide. As everyone loves some drama. Merely a second after hanging up, Jose appeared at the training center's entrance. The 4 flower dance birds are hers. They have nothing to do with me. Lin Shou pointed at the MK2 robot beside him. Jose understood Lin Shou's implication. He was referring to his red-haired female employee. Yet, that didn't hinder the banter between friends. Are you really going to brush me off like this? I have more comprehensive information than the paparazzi. Lin Shou could hardly believe this scoundrel had any secret intel, retorting, you wouldn't know a thing. You only know that the arm cannon shrimp doesn't shoot missiles. This statement hit Jose like a direct blow to his lungs. He nearly crushed his phone. Gripping it tightly and gritting his teeth, a superstar vanishes half an hour before the performance. Who do you think she is dating? You don't even believe that yourself. We have no connection, Lin Shou explained with cold sweat trickling down his back. Jose's expression was a blend of cool detachment, mockery, and casual indifference. Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. What fans and paparazzi want to hear is what matters. Lin Shou felt himself falter. Jose had a point. So, state your terms. Jose immediately laid out conditions he had likely pondered long and hard. The meal you promised yesterday? You're buying. Additionally, during the exploration of the ultimate cave in a few days, you're not allowed to slack off. Fine. Lin Shou pondered for a long while, realizing he had no grounds for resistance. After all, words from Jose, the gym leader of the Odyssey Ordinary Gym, commander at the front lines of the Dragon Kingdom's ultimate cave, and the youngest champion-level trainer in history, were generally taken as truth by most. Lin Shou again felt that the 5 concert tickets from Su Xingli were not so easily acquired. Despite their appearances, both Jose and Latina harbored their own schemes. Could it be the effect of a superstar? The flower dance birds had suddenly become a hot commodity, with prices skyrocketing. Had it not been for the pressing shortage of staff at the training facility, Latina might have genuinely contemplated selling them off. Fortunately, the dazzling flower dance bird has transformed into a sought-after Pokémon. While many are swept away by the trend of training, the 4 Pokémon at the Lin Shou training facility remain relatively inconspicuous. Recently, Lin Shou has observed a significant uptick in the number of patrons at the training center. The once popular virtual battle arena seems less in demand, as the current clientele tends to congregate at the counter, selecting an array of snacks and beverages before heading straight to the dining area. A few guests spontaneously gather around a table, enthusiastically recommending and sharing their favorite treats. Watching a robot at the beverage bar shake up milk tea, Lin Shou buries his face in his hands and exclaims, "This is a training facility, not an internet cafe." Coincidentally, a new customer named Xiao Lu passes by with a drink and casually corrects Lin Shou's lament, saying, "Boss Lin, while many high-end training facilities are largely the same, and there are plenty of lackluster ones, your training facility, stands out remarkably." Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words of comfort, Lin Shou does not feel significantly uplifted. "All right. Thank you for your consolation. That will be 65 Alliance coins. How would you like to pay? Deduct it from my membership card." After sending Xiao Lu on his way, Jose finally calls, "Boss Lin, tomorrow morning at 7, at the bus outside Odyssey University. Don't be late." Ding. The system timely issued a task. Task: Dream Journey. Description: Proceed to the hidden area of the ultimate cave and seize the opportunity for a good rest. Reward: Keystone Random Megastone. Chapter 66. Entering the Ultimate Cave. A dream journey? As Lin Shou gazed at the sudden task from the system, he felt an unsettling premonition that this expedition would be fraught with peril. He had learned from experience that the system often assigns deceptively benign names to exceedingly dangerous missions. Better to prepare thoroughly. As for the MEGA set provided by the system, Lin Shou found himself rather uninterested. Among his Pokémon, only Squirtle could evolve into a Mega form. However, Squirtle's level was already sufficient to evolve into Wartortle, indicating it seemed reluctant to progress. After meticulously reviewing the system task word by word, Lin Shou unhesitatingly dialed Jose's number, sensing danger in this mission. "You all should prepare more weapons." Jose never underestimated Lin Shou's instincts and gritted his teeth, requesting additional personnel from the Alliance. As the taxi rolled over the 3rd speed bump in front of Odyssey University, Lin Shou nearly bit his tongue from the jolt. Before the vehicle had even approached, he could see the buses lined up neatly in the square. "Boss Lin, over here." Jose waved from the 3rd bus, leaning halfway out. As he bounded up the steps, the sound of his combat boots clanging against the metal platform echoed. "I hope I'm not late," Lin Shou said, hoisting his large bag aboard Jose's bus. Jose glanced at the clock inside the vehicle, noting that they still had half an hour before departure. With the students yet to arrive, The air inside was permeated with a peculiar scent of gun oil mingled with energy cubes. As over 50 Special Forces members inspected the energy charging slots of their rifles, the red dragon insignia on their shoulder pads flickering in the shadows. Although Jose carried no weapon, he was clad in a specially designed combat uniform. Lin Shou hefted his backpack onto a seat with a thud, the nylon and leather fabric producing a sharp sound. "No need for assistance. Thank you," he said, pressing down on the bag strap when a team member reached out to help. In truth, his bag contained little of substance. But he couldn't afford to expose the system's store. Thus, should any unforeseen circumstances arise upon entering the mysterious space, he could pull out anything from his bag with a plausible explanation. Lin Shou's large backpack occupied 2 seats, while Jose sat on the opposite side of the aisle. The engine's roar startled a flock of pidove. As the first bus turned onto the bridge, Lin Shou peered through the bulletproof glass, observing the long line of vehicles in the rearview mirror. The windows of the trailing buses swayed with vibrant heads. One boy in a baseball cap pressing his face against the glass, making a silly face. A wingle's blue tail feather swept across the sky, casting a fleeting shadow on the cobalt sea. He turned to Jose, exasperated, saying, "Since we have a mission, we should avoid mingling with the university interns. If any emergencies arise, we'll need to evacuate them in a hurry." Jose leaned back against his seat, closing his eyes, his left index finger tapping a rhythm on his knee. Among last year's interns, 7 are now in the Dark-type squad, and 3 have joined the Ghost-type special unit. The ultimate cave is a place of both risk and opportunity. The Dragon Kingdom requires fresh blood to enter the cave, and they need opportunities to grow. Listening to Jose's tone, Lin Shou suddenly felt that the world was not as idyllic as he had imagined. Indeed, in a world where Pokémon skills rivaled nuclear power, someone must bear the burden of progress. As the tires rolled over the last leaves, the bus gradually came to a halt at their destination. A 6-meter-high concrete wall extended to either side, the electrified wire atop glimmering coldly in the sunset. A patrolling herdier suddenly barked at the sky, where 3 Skarmory soared past the gradually brightening starry sky. In the center of the area stood a cubic structure resembling a massive piece of obsidian, its exterior covered in honeycomb-patterned reinforced glass. As the hydraulic door slowly rose, Lin Shou caught a whiff of a peculiar burnt scent in the ionized air. Inside was not the laboratory he had envisioned, but a circular plaza the size of a football field, the ground etched with concentric ancient runes glowing faintly blue. "Captain Zhou." A commander in camouflage jogged over to salute, the insignia of Wang Ming glinting subtly on his tactical uniform. Noticing the lead instructors organizing the students to disembark in an orderly fashion, Jose pulled Lin Shou closer, introducing him. "This is the expert I invited. The overall commander for this operation, Lin Shou." Hello. As Lin Shou shook hands with the calloused palm of the commander, he noticed the burn marks on the tactical gloves. Seemingly still haunted by Lin Shou's words from the previous night, Jose asked gravely, "What is the situation in this area?" "Report, Captain Zhou. The energy stabilizer has been operating for 72 hours, and the space-time fluctuations remain within safe thresholds. Then let us proceed as planned. Allow the students to commence their internships first. We will gather them at the exit before we begin our operation." "Understood." The heavy iron door slowly creaked open, revealing a 10-meter-high white entrance adorned with colorful patterns before the group. Jose patted Lin Shou on the shoulder, saying, "Let us go ahead. The students will follow behind the combat team." Entering the ultimate cave felt akin to traversing a portal to a different dimension, as if one blinked and found themselves in another realm. In that fleeting moment of passing through the light curtain, rainbow-like spots lingered on Lin Shou's retina. As his vision regained clarity, he discovered himself standing on a grassy slope adorned with wildflowers swaying gently in the warm breeze. 2 Butterfree danced in spirals, disappearing among the vines of a colossal tree. Yet, when he crouched to touch what appeared to be soft grass blades, his fingertips instead met a metallic, icy chill. "Every visit feels like Alice tumbling down the rabbit hole," Jose mused, picking up a rainbow-hued stone, its crystalline interior pulsing with liquid energy. Lin Shou activated the system's scanning function, and a dense stream of data materialized in his view. A level 15 oddish was feasting upon luminescent mushrooms, while a level 20 Ampharos leapt playfully among the spruces. All indicators suggested this was a safe, beginner-friendly zone. Yet, as he gazed at the distant mountain silhouettes, he couldn't shake the unsettling resemblance of those jagged peaks to the fangs of some colossal beast. Lin Shou felt a slight easing of his vigilance. It seemed this place bore little difference from the real world. Some experts theorized that Pokémon originally traversed from the ultra wormholes into reality, thus making this locale the most suitable for their existence. "I have a question," Lin Shou turned to Jose. What does Longhua hope to gain from these ultra wormholes? Chapter 67. When in doubt, take a nap. Jose, unsurprisingly prepared for such inquiries, explained with rehearsed precision, minerals, flora, rare Pokémon. There are countless resources within the ultra wormholes that are otherwise unattainable. Lin Shou understood. The ultra wormholes resembled a treasure-laden mine. However, regarding rare Pokémon, he had yet to encounter any particularly elusive species. Jose assessed their surroundings and gestured to the group. Let us head to the temporary camp for some rest. A fierce battle awaits us ahead. Lin Shou closely followed Jose. Have you never explored that mysterious passage? No, Jose shook his head. The opening of that passage lacks a discernible pattern. When it was first discovered last month, we only surveyed the periphery. It was not until the second opening, a fortnight later, that we confirmed the passage posed no harmful energy to humans. Today marks its third opening, hence this will be our inaugural exploration. Lin Shou detected a gap in their understanding. How did you ascertain that Pokémon cannot pass through while humans can enter with ease? As he posed this question, a colossal military tent came into view. Jose pointed to the tent that south the place. We cannot yet confirm human passage during the second opening. We only experimented with Pokémon. Without a systematic mission in place, Lin Shou found himself wondering if Jose was intentionally toying with him. Not even knowing if humans could pass through, wouldn't it be disheartening to end up empty-handed after all this effort? The Special Forces team entered the tent in an orderly fashion, while Jose led Lin Shou to their destination, a rock face adorned with intricate carvings. Jose caressed the markings on the rock. This is the spot. When the passage opens, the patterns above turn crimson. Lin Shou stepped closer to feel the surface, but found nothing particularly remarkable. The system remained eerily quiet, not even hinting at a side quest. He slowly stepped back, taking in the entire design. What could this be? Jose retreated a couple of paces to stand beside Lin Shou. It resembles a sort of magical circle. We've studied it before, but yielded little insight other than knowing it has suffered damage. As Jose explained, Lin Shou furrowed his brow. He felt as though the design before him were coming to life, with its ends swaying rhythmically. Yet upon closer inspection, the patterns remained unchanged. Strange. Upon hearing Lin Shou's remark, Jose leaned closer. Lin boss, have you made a discovery? Lin Shou scratched his head. It seems somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place it. Wasn't he merely being cryptic? This abstract pattern genuinely stirred memories of something. Perhaps a certain Pokémon? Jose, aware that prompting would not solve anything, reassured him. No rush. We have plenty of time. Take your time to think, Lin boss. Lin Shou, feeling at ease, retrieved a picnic blanket from his backpack and found a soft spot to lie down. Given the system's task was related to sleep, he decided to honor it. Wake me for meals, he said, donning his eye mask and resting his head on an inflatable pillow to catch up on sleep. Observing Lin Shou's relaxed demeanor, Jose was at a loss for how to comment. I'll send over 2 team members. What for? Lin Shou questioned, slightly lifting his mask in confusion. I'll check on the college students, Jose replied, calling over 4 Special Forces members to stand guard. Lin Shou feigned rummaging through his bag, but instead retrieved 2 more picnic mats from the System S shop. You 4, who has the best sleep quality? I need 2 who can fall asleep instantly. The team members exchanged glances, having never encountered such a request. Wasn't the upcoming mission supposed to be perilous? Why were they being urged to sleep instead? Sensing their hesitation, Lin Shou grew impatient. Come on, this is part of the task. Whether it was the exhausting 3-hour journey or some other factor. Lin Shou barely touched the pillow before he fell into a deep slumber. The 2 assigned to rest duty exchanged glances, reluctantly mimicking Lin Shou's posture and closing their eyes. When Lin Shou regained consciousness, he found himself still within the ultra wormhole. Yet, all constructed buildings had vanished, and no familiar faces were in sight. What is going on, system? Lin Shou tentatively called out, receiving no response. Judging by the absence of a system task, he surmised he might be dreaming. Pinching himself confirmed the absence of pain. He felt like a specter detached from this realm. That can't be right. Lin Shou frowned. Recalling that this was his first visit, he shouldn't be dreaming of this scene. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a violent explosion echoed from afar, as if a battle of Pokémon was underway. As he considered investigating, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed, and he found himself transported to the heart of the battlefield. Before he could comprehend the situation, a shadow ball hurtled toward him. Lin Shou barely dodged, only to discover that the shadow ball effortlessly passed through him without causing harm. Hold on. A woman's voice called from nearby. Looking closer, he saw a group of individuals clad in ancient attire directing Pokémon in battle. Lin Shou was not well versed in history, so he could not discern their era from their garb. What astonished him most were the Pokémon darting through the sky like lightning. There were at least 10 Togekiss. Such rare Pokémon were not something an ordinary family could boast of having one of each. The Togekiss relentlessly unleashed air/attacks at a dark figure at the center. Yet it was evident that their efforts were not yielding significant damage. What Pokémon is that? Without the system to assist him, Lin Sho squinted at the shadow in the sky, which was roughly the size of a fist. As the Togekiss suppressed the shadow to a lower altitude, Lin Sho gasped. It was Darkrai. His concern was not for Darkrai's ability to harm him within the dream. Instead, he was struck by a recollection of the mysterious patterns from the real world. That familiar feeling now revealed its significance. Within the blurred mural, he could indeed discern the outline of Darkrai. Considering the system's tasks, it seemed his dream was influenced by Darkrai. If Darkrai were still sealed within that stone wall, Lin Sho felt he would need to make a hasty exit from this area. As the battle between the legendary Pokémon escalated, the environment around him gradually morphed into a semblance of the real world. It appeared this dream was indeed a record of the past. In this ultra-wormhole, a confrontation between ordinary humans and divine beasts had once transpired. Chapter 68, The Crucial Shrine. As the battle descended to lower altitudes, Lin Sho began to sense something was amiss. Darkrai was not quite right. What was peculiar about it? Lin Sho could not immediately articulate. However, the appearance of Darkrai indeed seems somewhat peculiar, differing from the impression it has left upon me. As the battle draws closer to its conclusion, Darkrai's movements become increasingly sluggish. In contrast, the state of the Pokeflute wielders is far more dire, as if they are on the brink of collapsing en masse. The ancient figures before me have also discerned this, and the elder at the forefront clenches his fist, making a resolute decision. We can no longer wait. Summon the shrine. Upon hearing this, a strange glimmer passes through the eyes of the crowd. They part ways, allowing a woman cradling a shrine the size of a basketball to step forward to the front of the line. Presumably, she is a pivotal figure, and Lin Sho decides to observe her intently. The woman's face is etched with determination, pausing momentarily before opening the shrine. The surrounding crowd mirrors her stillness. Yet they encircle her, chanting fervently. Streams of luminous energy rise from the crowns of their heads, gradually converging upon the shrine. The once ancient shrine absorbs all these orbs of light, its surface radiating a golden hue. Thud. As I glance around once more, the circle of people appears as if their souls have been siphoned away. They collapse to the ground, never to stir again. The woman in the center scarcely casts a glance at her fallen kin. Instead, she raises the shrine above her head, aiming at Darkrai's position in the sky. After a moment of stillness that yields no response, she shouts to the elder, "We lack sufficient distance." The elder, acutely aware of the issue, clenches his fist and bellows, "Pokeflutes, bring it down." Realizing their master is absent, the Pokeflute wielders emit a final mournful cry, unleashing their skills upon Darkrai with reckless abandon. As a few of the Pokeflutes exhaust their abilities, they expend their remaining strength to strike Darkrai, even though Darkrai knows it cannot descend any further. The relentless attacks from the Pokeflutes gradually force it downward. At last, the altitude is sufficient. The woman again raises the shrine above her head, and golden hands emerge from within, reaching fiercely toward Darkrai in the heavens. The violent struggle proves futile, as Darkrai is dragged inexorably into the shrine. During the flight, its massive black form is gradually compressed by the golden hands, until only a thumb-sized black bean enters the shrine. Thud! The woman finally succumbs, collapsing to the ground like her kin, her face alight with a smile of relief. Darkrai continues to thrash within the shrine, manipulating the restraints to collide against the stone wall, leaving behind patterns identical to those in the real world. At this sight, Lin Sho's scalp prickles. His previous hypotheses are shattered in an instant. When his focus returns to the battlefield, the shrine finally falls silent, gently settling before the stone wall. A sigh escapes the elder's lips, echoing in Lin Sho's ears. Before he can take a closer look, the surrounding environment gradually shifts to shades of black and white. This dream is nearing its conclusion. Swish. Upon reopening his eyes, he finds himself back in the familiar confines of the tent. The two Special Forces soldiers, still asleep, are gritting their teeth in nightmares, while Jose gazes at him with curiosity. Without a moment to spare, Lin Sho springs up from the ground, grabbing Jose by the collar and demanding, "Where's the shrine?" Jose, bewildered, replies, "What shrine?" Lin Sho releases his grip, tumbling to the mural's front, meticulously searching the spot where the shrine should have been placed. It is evident that something once occupied this space, as the shrine has clearly been taken by later generations. With the immediate danger averted, Lin Sho lets out a sigh of relief. The sensation of adrenaline subsiding leaves him somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to plop down onto the ground. Jose hurries over, bewildered by Lin Shou's series of inexplicable actions. As he observes Lin Shou's relief, he can no longer contain his curiosity. Boss Lin, what on earth is going on? Currently, there is nothing amiss, Lin Shou replies, propping himself up with his arm and finally leaning against the stone wall. However, you all have your work cut out for you. Just then, the two Special Forces soldiers awaken, their faces still etched with terror. It seems we have all dreamt the same scene. Lin Shou indicates toward the picnic blanket on the ground, suggesting to Jose, if you're curious, you can give it a try as well. Seeing no immediate danger, Jose's curiosity is piqued. I want to see what kind of scene terrified you all so profoundly. With that, he lies down and closes his eyes. About 10 minutes later, Jose slowly opens his eyes, his expression mirroring that of the combat team members. Boss Lin, I find you rather peculiar. How is it that you encounter mythical creatures wherever you go? As he speaks, Jose employs various methods to calm himself. Lin Shou, taken aback, rolls his eyes and retorts. Hey, what does this have to do with me? This ultimate cave was clearly your idea. Jose contemplates for a moment, realizing that this time, it indeed doesn't seem to be directly related to Lin Shou. Even if he hadn't participated in the plan, he would still have led his team here for an investigation. Mimicking Lin Shou's earlier actions, Jose brushes his hand over the mural, returning to Lin Shou's side. The shrine that sealed Darkrai is missing. Do you have any leads, Boss Lin? Lin Shou shakes his head helplessly. Please don't treat me as an all-knowing sage. Focus on your investigation. This ultimate cave is under the control of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. How could such a substantial object have been taken away? The Dragon Kingdom has only managed this ultimate cave for just over a century, and the events in the dream clearly date back over 2 centuries. How could there be any records? Then let it be. Lin Shou resumes his exploration of the mural, pondering that perhaps it had long been treated as an artifact and transported abroad. As long as it doesn't cause trouble for our own people, it should be fine. Jose, well aware of the implausibility of such speculation, rubs his chin thoughtfully. There's still another approach. We could investigate the family that sealed Darkrai. A family that resided nearby 200 years ago and could nurture so many Pokeflutes should be quite rare. Indeed, they would certainly be aware of the shrine's existence. Our first step should be to locate this family and inquire about the specifics. At that moment, the mural's patterns suddenly shift. Lin Shou recoils as if shocked, pulling Jose back swiftly. Though he knows this stone wall is not the vessel sealing Darkrai, even a hint of its aura is beyond what they can withstand. Crucially, the system has yet to signal the completion of their task. Chapter 69, The Shrine's Disappearance. As the group hastily retreats, the shrine falls silent once more. Just as Jose is about to speak, he feels something in his shirt pocket radiating intense heat. Hot, like a startled monkey. Jose yelps and discards the object. To his astonishment, the source of the heat is the scale given to him by Giratina. Lin Shou is about to make a sarcastic remark, but the words are abruptly stifled. Buzz. The scale hovers in the air, emitting an ethereal sound. As if guided by a locator, the scale flies straight toward the mural. A mysterious black substance oozes from the mural, attaching itself firmly to the scale. Simultaneously, a voice resonates in the minds of Lin Shou and Jose. It seems you have found the clue to the pollution. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing Giratina's voice, Lin Shou and Jose exchange bewildered glances. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable ultimate cave would conceal so many secrets? Lin Shou nudges the still-dazed Jose with his elbow. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Jose let out a resigned sigh. Boss Lin, I am at my wit's end here. Could you please refrain from keeping us in suspense? Lin Shou shrugged and replied. Both the good news and the bad news are that the shrine is likely still within the borders of Longwa. Upon hearing this, Jose began to comprehend the implications. If the shrine that seals Darkrai had been relocated overseas, it was probable that Giratina would no longer seek his assistance. After Lin Shou's statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. Most of the individuals present had witnessed Darkrai's formidable power in their dreams, and the mere thought of this entity breaking free from its restraints sent a chill down their spines. At that moment, an idea sparked in Lin Shou's mind. Actually, I have a method. It is certainly more promising than searching for a needle in a haystack. Jose's eyes brightened, and he hastily gestured for Lin Shou to elaborate. Research on Darkrai within Longwa was scant, and naturally, individuals of their caliber knew even less. For instance, Jose, at his level, was only acquainted with the creature's name and had no knowledge of its attributes. As he observed the expectant faces around him, With a few special operation team members even pulling out notebooks to jot down notes, Lin Shou decided to dispense with the suspense and stated directly, Darkrai, also known as the Nightmare Pokémon, has the uncontrollable ability to induce nightmares in surrounding beings, which is why I mentioned some methods for locating it. By identifying regions where the populace is collectively experiencing nightmares, we can infer the approximate location of the shrine. The solution Lin Shou provided was evidently more exquisite than Jose had anticipated, rekindling a spark of hope in Joe's eyes. Boss Lin, just how many secrets do you harbor in that mind of yours? I truly wish I could delve into your thoughts. Lin Shou feigned a look of horror, as if he were on the brink of being placed on an operating table, and explained, I merely stumbled upon these intriguing tales in ancient texts. They pale in comparison to the knowledge possessed by certain experts in Longua. Jose was not swayed by his dismissive words. In his eyes, Lin Shou was an expert deeply versed in Pokémon lore, consistently able to unveil secrets unbeknownst to others. With this in mind, he quickly urged, Boss Lin, do you have any further information regarding Darkrai to share? Darkrai is a Dark-type Pokémon, Lin Shou advised. I recommend that you carry Pokémon capable of countering it during your search. Hearing this, Jose promptly inquired, the types that counter Dark should be Bug, Fighting, and Fairy, correct? Lin Shou nodded, his gaze resting on the scales still absorbing the dark substance. That is all I know, the rest is up to you. Noticing Lin Shou's attention shift elsewhere, Jose strode over to his side. Boss Lin, what has captured your interest? Lin Shou pondered aloud. I was just considering whether the mysterious passage you mentioned still exists. No sooner had he spoken than the scales completely absorbed the patterns from the mural, reverting to their unremarkable state. Beneath the mural's design, a new teleportation passage shimmered with vibrant colors. Without hesitation, Jose threw forth his Pokeball, summoning his old companion, Pidgeotto, amidst a flash of red light. Pidgeotto, see if you can enter this passage. As the words left his lips, Pidgeotto flapped its wings and soared towards the portal. Its substantial form seamlessly penetrated the opening, leaving no ripple in its wake. Pidgeotto effortlessly transitioned into another area, indicating that the previous rules preventing Pokémon from entering had been overturned. The cause of this transformation remained a mystery, yet the ability to accompany Pokémon brought a sense of security. Let us proceed. We must explore further, Lin Shou declared, taking the lead. After all, the system's task was not yet complete, and he felt compelled to scrutinize the surroundings. However, as Lin Shou entered the teleportation gate, the once dazzling patterns dimmed instantly. Jose sensed impending trouble and, in reflex, struck his fist against the solid stone wall. Thud! He discreetly shook his aching right hand, his expression darkening as he contemplated their next course of action. He had previously glimpsed Lin Shou's battle belt, which bore no Pokeballs. Stay behind with me. The 6 of you. The rest should find the substitute teacher and urge them to expedite the student's internship progress. Once the task concludes, you are to escort them away. Understood. As Lin Shou stepped into the teleportation passage, he observed Pidgeotto tilting its head towards him, seemingly watching something behind. Suddenly, Lin Shou whipped around, spotting a glaring red X that had appeared on the passage. Such an overt marker indicated his inability to return. Uncertain of the situation outside, he decided it was prudent to hasten his departure with Pidgeotto. Gently patting Pidgeotto's wing, he reassured, stay calm. Let us first investigate. There must be an exit somewhere here. No sooner had he spoken than a mass of darkness materialized before Lin Shou and Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto immediately positioned itself in front of Lin Shou, emitting a shrill cry towards the ominous entity. Fear not, I will handle this, Lin Shou soothed Pidgeotto's nerves. His assurance stemmed from the fact that the system's identification function had already clarified the situation. Darkrai substitute. Dark type, level 100. Health, 70-70. Weaknesses, Fighting X2. Bug X2, Fairy X2. Ability, Nightmare, inflicts damage on opponents in a sleep state. Held item, none. Skills, none. Before him stood the substitute of the legendary Pokémon, incapable of utilizing any skills, leaving Lin Shou unperturbed by its presence. As the black mist dissipated, Darkrai finally emerged before him. Its claws crossed over its chest as it spoke in a human voice. It is you who restored me, is it not? Restored? Lin Shou felt he had stumbled upon significant information. Chapter 70. The Substitute's Request. Restored? Lin Shou scratched his head. I suppose it could be considered a form of restoration on my part. Darkrai's tone was tinged with excitement as it glided towards Lin Shou, asking, was the original outside successfully restored as well? Instinctively, Lin Shou took 2 steps back. The situation is rather complicated. The shrine that seals you was taken away many years ago. I see. Darkrai fell silent. Lin Shou, eager to uncover the truth, quickly interjected. Why do you not share the specifics with me? I may be able to assist you. You? Darkrai scrutinized Lin Shou from head to toe before finally nodding. Very well. I shall recount what I know. Lin Shou produced some energy cubes from the system store, distributing them between Darkrai and Pidgeotto. He was uncertain if the substitute could taste the flavor, yet the atmosphere remained relatively pleasant. Darkrai accepted the energy cube and tossed it into its mouth, chewing slowly. After a considerable pause, it began to speak. My memories are rather limited. I was differentiated when the original was sealed. The purpose of my differentiation was, of course, to facilitate the eventual unsealing. However, it miscalculated. The shrine's energy also radiated onto the walls, and I have spent all these years attempting to unlock the seal. Excuse me. I have a question, Lin Shou interjected, raising his hand and interrupting Darkray's narrative. What was the reason for your initial sealing? Darkrai fell into contemplation, eventually shaking its head slowly. I do not possess much memory concerning that. I only recall being invaded by a mysterious energy, after which my actions became uncontrollable. Lin Shou shrugged in disappointment. It seemed his hopes of extracting information from the substitute were dashed. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, there remained a glimmer of hope for Darkray's original form. As time pressed on, Darkrai suddenly paused, stating, Adventurer, I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Lin Shou could surmise part of it, and cautiously inquired, You wish for me to find the original and purify it? You're half right. Darkrai extended a palm, conjuring a mass of black substance, which he slowly presented to Lin Shou. This will aid you in locating your true self. I hope you can vanquish it. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shou hesitated, his hand poised to accept the black sphere. Wait, did I hear that correctly? You are asking me to eliminate my own essence? Indeed, Darkrai affirmed, forcefully shoving the dark orb into Lin Shou's hand. He then turned his gaze toward the sealed spatial passage. Should your essence materialize before you, it would implore the same of you. Our thoughts are indistinguishable. The icy sphere gradually morphed into an ancient ring, which Lin Shou casually adorned on the adjacent finger to the memory hall ring gifted by Latina. After securing the item, Lin Shou lifted his gaze and inquired, Why? Because this encroachment is profoundly terrifying. You should not wager on the absolute purification of my essence. Rather than placing you, a newly acquainted friend, in a precarious position, it is more prudent to annihilate the essence entirely, Darkrai replied earnestly. This sentiment of distrust irked Lin Shou somewhat. You needn't concern yourself. I will make my own judgments. It's absurd to think that the one responsible for purification is none other than the mighty Giratina. Such a high-ranking entity cannot falter, can it? If it does, simply banish the unpurified Darkrai to the reverse world, and all problems would be perfectly resolved. Darkrai chose not to dwell further on the handling of the essence. Very well. Since you have agreed to assist me, I too can offer my limited help. Do you have any wishes? Lin Shou found himself momentarily stumped by this question. What wish could a substitute fulfill? After a lengthy contemplation, he lifted his gaze and proposed, How about you allow me to strike you once? Then, in your mind, believe you have been defeated by me. The aloof Darkrai struggled to maintain composure, utterly taken aback by the adventurer's peculiar request. Could you perhaps suggest an alternative? Is this too much of a dilemma for you? Darkrai hastily organized his thoughts to clarify. Not at all. I merely feel that this is quite unfair to you, as your condition seems to accommodate me. Seizing the opportunity to earn a system reward, Lin Shou was resolute. No. This truly would be of great assistance to me. I am not deceiving you. Very well, if this will indeed aid you. With that, Darkrai gestured for Lin Shou to proceed with his attack. Fearing that the substitute might shatter, Lin Shou threw a punch without employing any skills, striking Darkrai squarely in the chest. A soft sensation reverberated through his fist, akin to striking a cotton pillow. Clearly, he had underestimated the defensive prowess of a level 100 Pokémon. According to the system, Darkrai's substitute had only lost 1 point of health. Had it not voluntarily released its defense, even that minor damage would have been insurmountable. Beep. Defeated Darkrai's substitute, gained 1 slot for entries. Upon witnessing this reward, Lin Shou was elated. After all, skills could be acquired at any time, but the opportunity to accommodate 5 entries simultaneously was exceedingly rare. Observing the genuine excitement etched across Lin Shou's face, Darkrai felt a sense of relief. Time is of the essence. I shall pave the way, and you must hasten your departure. With that, Darkrai soared toward the passage. Lin Shou quickly reacted. Wait, are you not coming with me? Darkrai, channeling a terrifying power, turned back to explain, my mission is to open the passage. There is no need to preserve my substitute. I can now utilize all my strength to breach the seal without reservation. Is there truly no other way? Using the previous method would require over a century to unseal. Upon hearing this, Lin Shou fell silent. A century? He would likely be nothing but bones by then. The energy fluctuations emanating from Darkray's body diminished. Yet the power of the skill in its grasp intensified. Do not mourn for me, my friend. My life was always destined to conclude the moment I unshackled my essence. Encountering you in my final moments has been my greatest fortune. With those words, Darkray expended its last ounce of strength, striking the red X with its energy. As the once impenetrable seal shattered into glimmering fragments, a look of relief graced Darkray's face. Hurry outside. Do not look back. My friend. Farewells are but a prelude to better reunions. The forceful rupture of the passage rendered the space exceedingly unstable. Firo seized Lin Shou and placed him on its back, spreading its wings and charging toward the exit. Adventurer, be cautious outside. I sense the energy that corrupts me has not entirely dissipated. As Darkray's form emitted wisps of white smoke, it transformed into a green doll, devoid of all energy. Lin Shou instinctively opened his arms to embrace the doll, which landed in his hands, roughly the size of a basketball. Chapter 71. The God of Dreams and the Residual Energies Assault. The energy has not completely vanished. Lin Shou's expression shifted dramatically as he vigorously shook the green doll. Hey, big guy, could you be a bit clearer? Yet, despite Lin Shou's calls, the plush figure remained silent. Captain Zhou, look, a Special Forces member shouted, pointing toward the vanishing stone wall. Turning promptly, Lin Shou witnessed the once vanished pattern erupting with blinding light, as an identical passageway materialized, with Firo carrying Lin Shou back into the ultimate cave. Thankfully, Firo ascended vertically, preventing Zhou Zhe and the gathering team from being knocked off course. Slow down a bit, will you? Lin Shou exclaimed, still shaken, as he patted Firo's head and leapt to the ground, clutching the substitute doll. Firo flew directly to its trainer, affectionately nuzzling against him before returning to its pokeball, evidently shaken by the adventure. Finally out, was it dangerous inside? Zhou Zhe, reattaching the pokeball to his waist, immediately noticed the substitute doll in Lin Shou's embrace. Why did you come out with a toy? Understanding Zhou Zhe's curiosity, Lin Shou handed over the substitute doll. It contains Darkray's essence. Your scales restored its consciousness, and I thus gleaned some information. Zhou Zhe examined the doll closely for a moment, but found nothing particularly special and returned it to Lin Shou. A substitute? What is the situation? Lin Shou stowed the doll into his large backpack. I'll explain later. The situation is far more complex than we previously surmised. After quenching his thirst with a few sips of drink, Lin Shou calmed himself and recounted the harrowing experiences in the special space to Zhou Zhe. Upon hearing the tale, Zhou Zhe pressed his hands against his trigeminal nerve, seemingly to alleviate his mounting anxiety. This is a serious predicament. Indeed, Lin Shou sighed as he sat on the ground. He had initially believed Darkray to be the ultimate foe, only to discover that an even greater power lurked behind it. Let us first locate the shrine that seals Darkray. Zhou Zhe gazed blankly at the sky. Lin, what do you think is capable of controlling Darkray? A human? Or a Pokémon? Lin Shou shook his head in response. It's hard to say. There are many Pokémon that could control Darkray. For instance, Giratina doesn't seem to operate on the same level. Strangely, upon learning of the multitude of potential answers, Zhou Zhe felt less anxious. Lin Shou suddenly recalled Darkray's final words. He approached Zhou Zhe, patting him on the shoulder. Do you have a computer for transferring Pokémon? May I borrow it? Zhou Zhe, clearly on high alert due to Lin Shou's previous experiences, quickly turned with a frown. Is there still danger? As he dialed Latina's number, Lin Shou replied, the substitute mentioned that residual energy remains, so we will need to stay vigilant for a while longer. Fortunately, the communication signal had already been established within the ultimate cave, and Latina's voice soon resonated through the phone. Boss, are you in trouble? Yes. I need help storing the Pokémon in the computer. I want to extract them from here. There was a brief pause on the other end before Latina replied. All right. Do you need me to come over? No, it's too far. I should be able to manage things here. With her phone wedged between her shoulder and ear, Latina deftly operated the computer, stating, Boss, the Pokémon have been stored in the computer. You can extract them from your end. Thank you. Just as he was about to hang up, Latina's voice came through the receiver once more. Boss, please be cautious. Understood. Using a Special Forces member's computer, Lin Shou retrieved 6 Pokeballs, a charcoal ninja, a Shedinja, and 4 floral birds. Latina had dispatched the entirety of their gym's combat prowess. Lin Shou released the charcoal ninja and the 4 floral birds from their Pokeballs, while temporarily securing the Shedinja at his waist due to its difficult nature to explain. What is that? A combat team member suddenly shouted, pointing towards the sky. Everyone looked up to see a swirling mass of pink energy forcefully entering from the space of the ultimate cave. It seemed almost sentient, gracefully flying in circles before darting straight towards Lin Shou. "Boss Lin, be careful," Jose exclaimed, pushing Lin Shou aside just as the surrounding Special Forces members began to raise their weapons. However, this pink entity possessed tracking capabilities, rising swiftly just before it was about to reach the ground and once again headed towards Lin Shou. Lin Shou quietly activated the momentum cloak entry on his personal page, ensuring that no matter how bizarre this strange attack was, it wouldn't eliminate him instantly. Seeing that his skill could not intercept the aerial object, he summoned layers of wide defense to shield himself. Yet, this pink energy was evidently unique, effortlessly penetrating through the layers of protection. With a whoosh, the pink energy enveloped Lin Shou without causing any harm. As he examined his body, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Ding! The system unexpectedly emitted a prompt sound. Quest, Dream Journey, completed. Description: as the counterpart to Darkrai, Cresselia has decided to grant you a peaceful slumber. Reward, Random Keystone Superstone Pair. Upon receiving the notification that the system task was completed, Lin Shou finally relaxed. The scenario seemed to suggest that after being sealed for many years, Darkrai had finally revealed some information, and the dream Pokémon, Cresselia, had come to alter the victim's nightmares. Perhaps due to the obstruction of the ultimate cave, the dream arrived slightly late. Lin Shou's eyes grew heavy, and with his last ounce of strength, he reassured Jose, "Don't worry, I just want to sleep a bit more. There's no danger." Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lifting Lin Shou and placing him on a comfortable military cot, Jose, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Boss Lin really knows how to attract trouble. Any strange occurrence seems to find its way to him first. The team members nodded in agreement. "What is the progress on the students?" Jose inquired, and his subordinates quickly reported, "We're beginning to wrap things up. We expect to evacuate in about an hour." Jose frowned, replying, "Make it quick. My right eyelid has been twitching, and I have an ominous premonition." Unbeknownst to them, at the moment Cresselia's energy merged with Lin Shou's body, the previously dormant black energy suddenly began to stir. The sparse black energy struggled to coalesce, ultimately merging into a level 50 Ditto. The Ditto emitted strange sounds, its pink body gradually darkening until it transformed into a deep purple hue. "What is that?" Everyone in the ultimate cave witnessed a swirling black tornado. Within the black vortex, a jelly-like Pokémon was slowly morphing. Jose, now hypersensitive to the color black, immediately recalled Lin Shou's earlier mention of residual energy. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 72, Lin Shou's displeasing dream experience. Lin Shou felt that his sleep today had been excessively ample, as if he were destined to slumber for a full 24 hours. Thus, when he found himself in his training hall, he felt no alarm. "You're back." A familiar yet unfamiliar feminine voice echoed from his room, causing Lin Shou to feel a surge of panic. If memory served him correctly, this was the voice of that individual named Ruby. "Hey, is this your idea of a sweet dream? Are you out of your mind?" Lin Shou instinctively took a few steps back, the memories of his previous harassment vividly lingering in his mind. Given that she had been placed in his room, it could hardly be interpreted as a good omen. With a click, the door swung open, and Ruby shyly peeked her head out. She extended a lily-white hand from behind the door and beckoned Lin Shou with a delicate finger. "Come here, won't you?" Noticing Lin Shou's hesitance, Ruby fully revealed herself, clad in a pink, semi-transparent dress that hugged her petite figure closely, while a pair of diamond-studded silver high heels, though somewhat jarring, created an unusual aesthetic. Covering her mouth with a hand adorned with bear-patterned nail art, Ruby squinted playfully and asked, "Still not coming? You won't get a tummy ache, will you?" At her words, Lin Shou felt his blood pressure spike. The slight hint of flirtation that had been brewing dissipated instantaneously. He acknowledged Ruby's striking beauty but lamented that she was not mute. Sensing Lin Shou's discomfort, Cresselia's energy shifted slightly. Ruby's form morphed into a swirling mist, and Latina, clad in black leather, appeared in her stead. Lin Shou was compelled to admit that she had a remarkable figure. Her red hair paired with the black leather evoked memories of a prosecutor series he had watched in a past life. The zipper of her leather jacket was positioned rather low, revealing a glimpse of snowy white peaks. Latina, with a playful tone, inquired, "Boss, the air conditioning in the room is broken. Could you come and take a look?" "Get lost," Lin Shou snapped, unable to contain himself, and flung a beverage bottle from the table in her direction. Cresselia still could not access all his memories. When would Latina ever delegate repair work to someone else? After these two transformations, Lin Shou grew increasingly vigilant, as he had gleaned ample references from films and novels in his past life. There was no rule stating that a deity of dreams must always be on the side of righteousness. Lin Shou felt that it resembled a siren enticing sailors to leap into the sea. Seeing that Lin Shou remained unamused, Latina's figure vanished once more. It seemed that the energy had yet to learn from its previous mistakes, as it transformed into Su Xingli's likeness. After several frightening encounters, Lin Shou's heart had now become as tranquil as a still pond. He took a deep breath, lowering his eyelids to suggest, "Stop playing around. Why not hurry up and let me out?" This statement appeared to incite the authority of the dream deity, as the energy began to whirl violently around Lin Shou. He sensed that it wouldn't release him until it conjured an ideal fantasy figure that satisfied him. "No, are you insane? I have no need for your sweet dreams." Lin Shou's frustration reached a boiling point. The dream deity was particularly insistent in certain aspects. "Look at the characters you've conjured. At this rate, I'm about to develop a stomach ache." The energy continued to whirl around Lin Shou, seemingly intent on compelling him to select a satisfactory form. "Fine, since you insist." Lin Shou's anger flared. "I'm more interested in Pokémon. Transform into Cresselia." The energy gracefully soared back to its original position, gradually taking the form of a Pokémon with a light blue body, a yellow underside, and pink wings enveloping its sides and back. The yellow adornments on either side of its head gave it a crescent moon-like appearance, while two strands of purplish-red hair cascaded from its chest. The gossamer feathers on its back radiated a soft glow. Lin Shou gaped at the colossal creature before him, involuntarily muttering, "No way, have you really transformed?" As soon as the words left his lips, the energy regained its composure from a state of sulkiness. However, upon realizing that Lin Shou had identified it as the subject of his observation, its rationality was once again overtaken by a surge of rage. With a swift motion, Cresselia ascended into the sky, its slightly parted mouth brewing a blue energy. Lin Shou exclaimed in dismay, darting about to evade the sweeping aurora beam that rained down towards the ground. "You transformed yourself, yet you can't handle the consequences." As those words escaped him, the onslaught intensified. Lin Shou could scarcely believe this was a dream. It was even less pleasant than a nightmare conjured by the dark Pokémon, Darkrai. Meanwhile, within the ultimate cave, danger was also afoot. Jose watched in horror as a Ditto, tainted by malevolent forces, glanced in his direction before its form morphed to resemble Lin Shou. Were it not for the adorably vacant eyes on its face, he might have suspected that the owner had teleported to the opposite side. The students, alerted by the heightened vigilance of the combat team, had already prepared for this threat before Ditto had completed its transformation. However, upon witnessing Ditto take on a human guise, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! This is hilarious. It's my first time seeing Ditto transform into a human. Indeed, transforming into a Pokémon may lend you some combat potential. But what use is it to become a human?" Their laughter was jarring, yet those familiar with Lin Shou, such as Jose, couldn't find it amusing at all. This Ditto's aura had evidently reached the level of a quasi-elite, and who knew what combat prowess the quasi-elite Lin Shou possessed? It seemed this batch of students required special training. Jose glared at the accompanying teacher, realizing that Ditto would never voluntarily mimic a harmless being. The leading teacher was clearly aware of this as well. Just as he was about to defend his students, the Ditto had already made its move. It slowly raised its hands, and two wave bombs materialized effortlessly in its grasp. "Danger!" The students hastily erected a wide-area shield. But Ditto's impersonation of Lin Shou had already teleported outside the protective barrier. Boom! At that moment, the wave bombs burst forth like fireworks against the shield, the overwhelming energy intertwining and creating a tempest that sent the students reeling. Although the wide-area shield successfully mitigated the damage from the wave bombs, there was no time to raise a new barrier or retreat. "Lin Shou, I truly regret bringing you here." Jose lamented as he threw out a Pokeball containing his Noctowl, commanding it to dive towards the Ditto. Ditto's ears twitched, and it didn't even glance back at Jose. As it blindly hurled the wave bombs behind it, it began to conjure blue waves in its mouth. "Accelerate." Jose gently patted Noctowl's head, then grasped its feathers tightly. Noctowl let out a cry and spun twice in the air. After evading the directly approaching wave bombs, it continued its relentless dive toward the Ditto. However, Ditto's impending frozen dry attack was evidently swifter, seemingly ready to unleash its icy breath at any moment. Jose realized he couldn't interrupt in time, and with all his might, hurled a Pokeball. Chapter 73, The Quasi-Elite Lin Shou. The red light flickered, and Tyranitar appeared above the Ditto, crashing down as if executing the move, Stone Edge. Sensing the imminent threat, Ditto swiftly redirected its attack. tilting its head back to unleash a blast of frozen dry. Utilize Hyper Beam. Tyranitar opened its mouth wide, a stream of red energy shooting downwards. The clash of red and blue energies in midair created a shockwave that sent the students sprawling. To Jose's astonishment, Ditto's skill was evidently more potent. The blue frozen dry enveloped the destructive energy, ultimately striking Tyranitar squarely. Though Ditto had a slight edge in skill, it could not remain indifferent to the colossal creature descending from above. With 2 wave bombs propelling it backward at an astonishing speed, Ditto evaded to the opposite side of the battlefield. Boom! Tyranitar smashed into Ditto's original position, creating a large crater, while the ice shards from the frozen dry fell away in the aftermath. Seizing the opportunity, Jose positioned himself between the Ditto and the students. His eyes warily fixed on the actions of this imposter Lin Shou, while he instructed the students, "Your practical training is concluded early. Promptly implement the emergency protocol and vacate the ultimate cave." The students quickly regained their composure, obeying Jose's command as they slowly retreated, consistently commanding their Pokémon to maintain a protective barrier against any potential sudden attacks. Jose tossed out 2 more Poké Balls from his waist, summoning Dragonite and Clawitzer before the Ditto. Dragonite flapped its wings, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. As it approached the Ditto, its hands ignited with fierce flames, preparing to unleash its move, Flame Punch. Unfazed, Ditto responded with a seemingly innocuous punch of its own. Both combatants staggered back, with Dragonite evidently suffering more damage. When Jose vaguely perceived a green light merging into Ditto's body from the contact point of their punches, he even contemplated whether strangling the original Lin Shou could terminate Ditto's transformation. What on earth? Why can it absorb punches? Just how many secrets does Lin Shou possess? The students safely retreated to the exit of the ultimate cave, though some bolder individuals lingered near the cave's mouth to observe. They found it utterly perplexing how a mere human could overpower Director Zhou's Pokémon. Dragonite swiftly fell back, while Clawitzer launched wave bombs to provide cover. Just as Jose pondered the reasoning behind his ace Pokémon's choices, Dragonite swiftly extended its right hand, which had just collided with Ditto, revealing a purplish-black hue, a clear sign of poisoning. With no time to contemplate how Ditto had poisoned his Pokémon, Jose hurriedly retrieved an antidote from his tactical vest. Meanwhile, having familiarized itself with Clawitzer's attack patterns, Ditto swiftly approached it with its legs. The combat team members, seeing that Ditto had no allies nearby, raised their weapons in unison and fired. Lightning surged across the entire area, leaving Ditto with no avenues for escape. Portions of the special energy bullets struck the ground, and combined with Tyranitar's Sandstream ability, a storm of dust enveloped Ditto. Jose promptly donned his heat-sensing device, silently hoping that Ditto would be subdued. Yet, once again, an incomprehensible occurrence unfolded. Within the heat-sensing device, no living creature could be detected, and everyone shared the same bewilderment. Impossible. Jose repeatedly verified that his equipment was intact, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the area for any signs of movement. Realizing that prolonging the situation would be disadvantageous, Jose pulled out his walkie-talkie and commanded, "Employ Rain Dance." The Special Forces team received the order, and 5 waiting Blastoise unleashed a resounding roar towards the sky. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the ultimate cave, and torrential rain cascaded down, forcing the swirling dust back to the ground. Yet still, Ditto's presence remained elusive. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. Jose's alarm bells rang in his mind, his gaze darting around frantically, when he spotted a strange distortion in the space behind Clawitzer. He hurled its Pokeball while shouting, "The cannon-armed shrimp, quick, take cover." Already on high alert, the cannon-armed shrimp swiftly rolled to the side. But it was still a moment too late. From the sudden emergence of a dark portal behind it, the Ditto lunged forth, slapping its palm against the shrimp's sturdy pincers. A crisp crack echoed as the resilient shell of the cannon-armed shrimp was marred by this seemingly insubstantial assault. Fortunately, Jose's Pokeball finally arrived, and the cannon-armed shrimp was retrieved into it just as it succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Ditto was not inclined to relent. It extended its right hand and aimed a wave missile at the Pokeball lying on the ground. Dragonite executed its move, Quick Attack, narrowly brushing past the Pokeball and the wave missile while cradling the cannon-armed shrimp within. Had it been even a second later, the cannon-armed shrimp, along with its Pokeball, would have been obliterated into dust. In the rain-soaked atmosphere, the self-destruct Magneton finally seized an opportunity. They looked skyward as lightning flashed through the ominous clouds that enveloped the ultimate cave. Ditto, with its adorably bewildered eyes, gazed up, realizing that the thunder had locked its sights on it. Almost simultaneously, the black portal reopened, and Ditto vanished once again before the eyes of the onlookers. A deafening crack resounded as a powerful bolt of lightning struck the ground, charring it black, while thick smoke billowed from Ditto's previous location. What should have been a sure-hit move had been evaded once more, and Jose surmised that a specific ability must be responsible for such an evasion. Yet, this conjecture seemed far-fetched, and he muttered uncertainly, could it be Phantom Strike? The long-concealed skill of Lin Shou was now unveiled in this manner. Although he recognized the skill, Jose hesitated to associate it with Lin Shou. While it was comprehensible for a human to utilize fighting-type moves, the notion of employing ghost-type abilities was utterly implausible. Thus, he began to speculate. Of course, it must be a consequence of that malevolent energy. Once he deduced that Ditto was employing a skill, the solutions began to multiply. Coincidentally, the skill bind was standard issue for the Special Forces. Jose promptly issued his latest orders via radio. Wait for it to appear, and have Ninetales use bind directly. Upon receiving the command, 2 yellow Ninetales were released. Being fire-type Pokémon, they felt somewhat uncomfortable in the ring. At that moment, a portal opened behind Dragonite, and Ditto's silhouette materialized instantaneously behind it. Dragonite snorted in disdain, fully aware that this creature would attempt to thwart its efforts. With a powerful thrust of its wings, it executed a grand pirouette in the air, reappearing behind Ditto, raising its claws to strike fiercely at it. Chapter 74, The Tenacious Ditto. Above the Ultimate Cave, a swarm of meteors materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the direction Dragonite had swung its claws. This was the Dragon-type move, Meteor Shower. Ditto sensed the impending danger and conjured a dark portal once more, seemingly intending to evade this formidable attack using the same trick. However, Ninetales would not allow it to escape unscathed. Fueled by the resentment of being drenched in rain, 2 skills struck Ditto with precision. Swish! The black portal vanished in an instant, temporarily sealing Ditto's Phantom Strike ability. The meteors then crashed down upon Ditto's area, causing a cataclysmic upheaval. With mud and debris flying in every direction, Dragonite gradually retreated, keeping a vigilant eye on the bombarded zone. Although the spectacle of the meteor shower was awe-inspiring, it was insufficient to eliminate a Pokémon of near-elite caliber. Blastoise maintained a relentless barrage, its twin cannons directed at Ditto's location, unleashing torrents of water as if cost were no object. Just as everyone believed the enemy could be easily vanquished, Ditto had stealthily approached Jose under the cover of the mud. In its eyes, neutralizing the battlefield's linchpin was of utmost importance. Jose instinctively threw a punch, only to feel as though he were striking at empty air. Unbeknownst to him, Ditto had already transformed into a ghost type using the ability transform, rendering his physical attack ineffective. Ditto initiated close combat. Its fists rained down like a tempest upon Jose, who, trained as he was, could only barely evade some of the damage through sheer fighting skill. He shielded his vital areas with his arms and leaped onto the back of his Pidgeot. Soaring through the air, Jose felt a surge of adrenaline from the brush with death he had just experienced. There was no time to ponder anything, for Ditto had transformed into a Pidgeot and charged at him. The 2 Pidgeots became entangled in the sky, using their sharp beaks, claws, and powerful wings to attack one another. Due to their proximity, the combatants hesitated to command their Pokémon to unleash their skills. Seeing that Ditto's ire was no longer directed at Lin Shou, Tanshausher finally felt secure enough to position 4 floral birds to guard the area, while she transformed into a Cinderblade Ghost, instantly swapping places with Jose and landing on Pidgeot's back. Pidgeot sensed the change in weight on its back and turned to find its ally before continuing the fight. Ditto reverted to Lin Shou's form, also standing atop Pidgeot and initiating close combat. The Cinderblade Ghost showed no fear, vanishing in an instant as Ditto had moments before. When it reappeared, she was already behind Ditto, her dual blades ignited with blue flames, poised to strike downward. Ditto sensed the impending danger and swiftly transformed into Cinderblade Ghost, crossing its swords above its head to defend against the formidable assault. Clang! The tremendous force caused Pidgeot to emit a mournful cry as it lost control and plummeted toward the ground. Fortunately, Jose was keenly observing the battlefield and promptly tossed a Pokeball to recall Pidgeot. Thus, Jose's second Pokémon also fell incapacitated. The 2 Cinderblade Ghosts lightly tapped the ground with their feet before charging at each other with ferocity. Blue flames erupted as the metallic swords clashed, resulting in a stalemate in their confrontation. Lin Shou's Cinderblade Ghost had a slight level advantage, gaining the upper hand in output. However, Ditto utilized the momentum from a collision to retreat sharply, instantly transforming into a Crimson Lotus Knight, unleashing a cannon blast. The Cinderblade Ghost was unable to close the distance in time, narrowly evading this ordinary attack. A dazzling beam of psychic energy materialized, connecting her with Lin Shou, and the Cinder Blade Ghost instantly transformed into a Crimson Lotus Knight. Jose was witnessing for the first time the astonishing ability of Tan Xiaoshi to switch forms at will, his gaze involuntarily drifting back to the still slumbering Lin Shou. Boss Lin, what kind of monsters are you and your Pokémon? Seizing another opportunity to attack, the surrounding Pokémon unleashed their most powerful ranged assaults, directing their firepower at Ditto's location. At that moment, a pink energy radiated outward from Ditto, encompassing the area. This was the skill Area Control. Caught off guard, the Pokémon were swiftly affected, with some lower-level Pokémon losing their ability to battle and collapsing to the ground in confusion. The ominous clouds that had shrouded the sky above the ultimate cave finally dispersed, allowing light to once again illuminate the space. The Crimson Lotus Knight aimed its cannon barrels at Ditto, unleashing a torrential inferno. The combatant's Pokémon strained to use Sunny Day, casting an even more radiant light upon the Crimson Lotus Knight, thereby enhancing the power of her flamethrower skill. Ditto mimicked the action, extending its own cannon, and a searing blaze erupted forth. However, lacking the boost from sunny weather, the fire-type damage was comparatively diminished, and the Crimson Lotus Knight's attack overwhelmed Ditto. Flames enveloped Ditto, and its seemingly impenetrable armor began to show signs of liquefaction. However, just when everyone believed the battle could come to an end, the black energy entwined around the shape-shifting Pokémon suddenly surged forth. The armor encasing the creature swiftly transformed into a liquid, spontaneously merging into the cannon aimed forward for discharge. Boom! The mixture of liquid and shattered armor pierced through the flames, unleashing the armor cannon, a skill that only the 62nd level of the Scarlet Flame Armored Knight could wield. The Scarlet Flame Armored Knight was utterly unprepared for the shape-shifting Pokémon to unleash a technique even she had not mastered. As she noticed a projectile hurtling through the flames toward her, evasion was evidently no longer an option. Without hesitation, she transformed once more into the Azure Flame Blade Demon, activating her stealth attack just as the cannon made contact with her chest. The barrage once again enveloped the shape-shifting Pokémon, but the Ninetales binding technique had already concluded, allowing the creature to revert back to Lin Shou's form and utilize stealth to vanish from the area. Gasping for breath, the Azure Flame Blade Demon appeared beside the Special Operations team members, her chest visibly concaved. Fortunately, the shattered armor had activated in time. Had her reflexes been even a moment slower, the fire-type skill enhanced by clear skies would have incapacitated her. The Special Operations team members rushed forward, applying healing salves lavishly upon the Azure Flame Blade Demon. Faced with such a convoluted battlefield situation, Jose found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He longed to evacuate everyone from the ultimate cave and instruct the Garchomp to unleash an earthquake to conclude the battle. Cough, cough, cough. The slumbering Lin Shou's body radiated a brilliant light, from which a pink energy burst forth. It was Kyurem, unable to deliver a crushing blow to Lin Shou in his dreams, who had to emerge into the real world to seek retribution. Coincidentally, the shape-shifting Pokémon, now in Lin Shou's guise, emanated an aura of malevolence, instantly marking it as a prime target for attack. Lin Shou abruptly opened his eyes to witness a pink mushroom cloud blossoming within the ultimate cave, softly inquiring of the two Special Operations team members guarding him. What is happening? Chapter 75, Aftermath. The team members evidently shared the confusion regarding the battlefield state. Just moments ago, they were entrenched in combat. How had the world suddenly been laid to waste? Beneath Kyurem's power, the shape-shifting Pokémon was caught off guard and reduced to mere dust. The last remnants of its brilliance settled upon Lin Shou, only to vanish in an instant. The system then issued a notification. You have been marked by Kyurem. You can be tracked within a certain range. Wait, sister, are you unwell? Lin Shou extended his middle finger toward the sky. I never intended for you to invade my dreams. His protest proved futile, as the marking status remained unrevoked by his words. Following such a fierce battle, the environment of the ultimate cave had undergone a complete transformation, the ground resembling freshly tilled soil. Countless wild Pokémon suffered the repercussions, collapsing to the ground in ceaseless lamentation. Once the area was deemed safe, the combat team commenced cleanup efforts, while the students were reassigned to tend to the injured wild Pokémon. For them, this represented a rare opportunity for practice. Jose fixed his gaze upon Lin Shou and approached him. Lin Shou felt a twinge of fear under his scrutiny, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Hey, what are you doing? I do have some regrets. Jose ultimately refrained from striking, primarily concerned about not being able to best Lin Shou. Lin boss, in the future, when you encounter shape-shifting Pokémon like Ditto. It might be wise to steer clear, just a personal suggestion. Before entering the Dream Realm, Ditto had not appeared. Upon awakening, Lin Sho was greeted only by the mushroom cloud signaling the end of the match. He yearned to inquire about what had transpired. Yet the heavy atmosphere around him dissuaded him from voicing his thoughts. Everyone's furtive glances conveyed an unspoken strangeness, as if myriad questions awaited his response. The little charcoal Pokémon tiredly leapt into Lin Sho's embrace, nuzzling against his chest in silence. Although the system interface indicated that charcoal Pokémon's health was full, Lin Sho could feel her genuine fatigue. Jose surmised that Lin Sho had experienced something significant in his dreams, perhaps not much less taxing than the ordeal within the ultimate cave. Lin boss, you've had a tough time. Let me send someone to escort you back. He merely wished for Lin Sho to depart swiftly. One Ditto had already wreaked havoc at the scene. Should a second emerge unexpectedly, it would likely necessitate the evacuation of all present from the ultimate cave. Lin Sho, however, had not considered such matters. His visit was inherently to assist Jose. If he could leave early, that would be most fortuitous. Just as he approached the grand teleportation gate to exit the ultimate cave, a throng of wild Togepi suddenly materialized, blocking the passage and extending their tiny hands in search of a hug. As other university students attempted to inch closer, the Togepi bared their teeth, signaling them to keep their distance. Jose furrowed his brow, casting a slow glance toward Lin Sho, feeling that once again, it was Lin Boss who was at the center of the commotion. The Dragon Kingdom Alliance had thoroughly ransacked the ultimate cave, yet they had been unaware of the existence of over a dozen Togepi. What are you staring at me for? I'm just as bewildered. Lin Sho's defense fell flat, as he felt an inkling of guilt. The little charcoal Pokémon eagerly leapt from her Pokeball, approaching the Togepi to inquire about their blockade. Seizing the moment, Lin Sho elbowed Jose, asking, "These are Togepi. Have you forgotten what transpired in the previous scenario?" Jose's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting these are the descendants of that group of Togekiss from years ago? I wouldn't dismiss that possibility, Lin Sho replied, his voice diminishing as he felt something was amiss. Jose evidently recognized the flaw in Lin Sho's deduction. Are you implying that such a rare Pokémon family would allow their offspring to roam freely here, developing into a tribe? Upon hearing this question, Lin Sho furrowed his brow, as this was precisely what he found peculiar. Why would such a rare species of Pokémon be allowed to thrive in this place? At that moment, the little charcoal Pokémon returned with an odd expression. Master, they say you are the one prophesied 200 years ago to defeat the darkness, and they have come to lend you their support. Huh. Jose hadn't caught the little charcoal Pokémon's words, but upon noticing Lin Sho's equally perplexed expression, he scratched his head in curiosity. Lin Sho stared wide-eyed at the little charcoal Pokémon, pointing at the group of rolling babies on the ground. Are you certain you didn't team us here? They said they want to assist me? If they were a group of Togekiss, Lin Sho believed their battle prowess would indeed be formidable. However, Togepi required a bond to evolve, and Lin Sho lacked the means to provide each of them with a shiny stone for evolution. Lin Boss, what exactly do these little creatures intend to do? Jose finally could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin Sho remained silent for a moment before tentatively asking, what if I said they want to come home with me? Would you believe it? Jose naturally believed him, but immediately replied, impossible. The ultimate cave is property of the Dragon Kingdom. It is inconceivable that anyone could take such a multitude of rare Pokémon at once. The Togepi, having heard Jose's words, instantly lost their charming smiles. One by one, they pointed their fingers at Jose, the energy they were gathering resembling a final warning. Lin Sho silently took 2 steps back, sensing that whatever transpired next was no longer his concern. What are you doing? The pressure of being scrutinized by so many Pokémon was immense, causing Jose to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Rules are rules. No one can break them. No sooner had he spoken than the Togepi raised their fingers, unleashing a myriad of skills upon Jose. It was the skill, Finger Wave, capable of randomly executing one of several techniques. Should fortune smile upon them, they might even vanquish a legendary Pokémon in a single blow. Evidently, the Pokébi had no intention of taking Jose's life, as most of their skills merely landed at his feet. Yet, this alone left him in a rather precarious situation. Had Jose summoned the guards outside the ultimate cave at that moment, he could have easily subdued the group of Pokébi. However, considering that their ancestors had contributed to the world centuries ago, and given their lack of malice, Jose found himself reluctant to take action. Nevertheless, the Pokébi were firmly blocking the entrance, refusing to allow anyone to leave without a definitive answer. Frankly, Lin Sho sincerely hoped that Jose would succeed in keeping the Pokébi here. This group of creatures offered him no assistance whatsoever, save for diminishing his quality of life. Overwhelmed by their barrage, Jose, while scrambling for cover, shouted, "Boss Lin, why don't you take one with you? Just one, and the league will approve." "I won't take even one," Lin Shou quickly refused, lamenting that their training facility was already financially strained and had no means to support their sustenance. Upon hearing this, the Pokébee froze momentarily before bursting into tears. Chapter 76, returning to the training facility early. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jose felt an ominous premonition upon witnessing the Pokébees weeping. Just as he suspected, the Pokébee accelerated their usage of the move, Finger Wave, bombarding themselves with an array of bizarre skills. "Boss Lin, you really must take one." Jose began to sweat, especially when he realized that the Pokébee were approaching the threshold of quasi-champion level strength. Seeing Lin Shou still adamantly shaking his head, Jose finally unveiled his trump card. "Boss Lin, your training facility specializes in flying types. You should only have 4 Flabébee left, right? With the evolution of Pokébee into Togekiss, you would have more options when faced with challenges." This statement struck a chord with Lin Shou. The absence of flying-type Pokemon in a flying-type gym was indeed a contentious issue. If a Pokébee could evolve into a Togekiss, it would be a welcome addition for his trainers. Lin Shou approached the Pokébee, stating solemnly, "Let me be clear, my financial capacity only allows for one of you to accompany me. You may deliberate amongst yourselves to decide who shall come." The Pokébee paused for a moment, then began to converse amongst themselves in their own language. Before long, a level 20 Pokébee stepped forward to stand before Lin Shou. Fearing further delays, Jose generously offered a great ball. With a flash of red light, Lin Shou successfully captured the Pokébee. Just as Jose intended to inquire whether the remaining Pokébee were interested in finding a partner, he suddenly noticed that they had vanished without a trace. Tan Xiaoxia had been eavesdropping on the Pokébee's conversation, and when she turned to Lin Shou, she seemed poised to share something significant. However, a glint in her lively eyes suggested she had conceived a better idea. Ultimately, she cast a knowing glance at Lin Shou, eagerly awaiting his reaction upon discovering the truth. After capturing the Pokébee, nothing peculiar occurred, and when Lin Shou finally escorted him onto the bus, both Jose and the person in charge of the ultimate cave breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shou, clutching a large bag, sat in the empty bus, feeling somewhat absurd and humorous about being preemptively ousted from the mission. With ample space on the bus, Tan Xiaoxia released the Flabébee and Pokébee, who spontaneously formed small groups to chatter in a language Lin Shou could not comprehend. Leaning against the window, he gazed out at the passing scenery, finding it impossible to pass the time by sleeping. The sun at 2 or 3 in the afternoon was glaring, and as the vehicle crossed the ocean bridge once more, Lin Shou felt his mood lighten slightly. Before dinner, the bus finally halted at the entrance of the miraculous strength training facility. As everyone disembarked, the bus driver accelerated away from the area as if Lin Shou were an exceedingly dangerous creature. This action reminded Lin Shou to find an opportunity later to question Tan Xiaoxia about what transpired during his unconsciousness. The Pokémon darted into the training facility, disappearing from sight, while Lin Shou casually discarded the now useless large bag in the corner of the staff changing room. He navigated through the passage of the metal box to the spacecraft, opening the delivery app to contemplate what he would dine on that evening. Latina had thoroughly explored the functionalities of this spacecraft, which was currently devoid of personnel. Was the construction of the underground base truly that extensive? Lin Shou reclined in a newly added rocking chair on the deck, a pot of fragrant hot tea at his side, pondering why it felt as if Latina had been laboring for an extended period. No one responded to his musings. Rhythmically tapping his thigh, Lin Shou ultimately resolved to investigate the matter personally when the time was right. He decided to let it rest for today. He was simply too drained. The moonlight enveloped the glass dome of the training facility like gossamer, while the alarm's crimson glow cast irregular diamond-shaped spots upon the walls. Upon hearing the alarm blaring from the training facility, Lin Shou instinctively leaped from his bed, hastily donning his clothes and slipping on his slippers as he rushed towards the source of the commotion. If this alarm continues daily, the neighbors will certainly complain. Under the moonlight, Latina's expression fluctuated between joy and dismay, a massive fishing net suspended from her mechanical arm, swaying incessantly before her. A dozen Pokébee huddled together, their shells clashing in a cacophony reminiscent of a basket of jostled Easter eggs. If you were to guess correctly, it seemed that the group of Pokémon from the Ultimate Cave had somehow infiltrated the training facility. What is happening? Lin Shou turned to Tan Xiaoxia, who had been observing the spectacle. After all, she had initially communicated with the Pokébee. If Lin Shou failed to grasp who was concealing information at that moment, it would be a grave insult to his intellect. Tan Xiaoxia playfully stuck out her tongue, and the sultry voice of the older girl echoed in Lin Shou's mind. You've caught me. Lin Shou grasped Tin Xiaoshi under her armpits, effortlessly lifting her before him. Stop stalling, what is going on? With a rustle, Latina loosened the net, and the Pokéball cascaded to the ground, scampering towards Lin Shou. Lin Shou widened his eyes at Latina, who was not typically so agreeable, leading to only one conclusion. Was it possible that he was the only one in the entire training facility kept in the dark? Lin Shou scanned the faces of everyone present, both human and Pokémon, and when he saw Squirtle bearing a similarly bewildered expression, his mood did not improve significantly. As Latina puzzled over the fishing net, she turned to Lin Shou, her brow furrowed, and asked, Boss, didn't you send Tin Xiaoshi to inform me that a group of Pokéball would be joining the training facility tonight? Lin Shou slowly turned his gaze back to Tin Xiaoshi. Master, they didn't want to part ways, so they agreed to find an opportunity to escape the ultimate cave, Tin Xiaoshi replied candidly. Where are we supposed to find the funds to care for so many Pokémon? Lin Shou shook Tin Xiaoshi, hoping to rouse her from her daze. They said they could take care of themselves. Just as the words left her mouth, the Pokéball opened their little backpacks, revealing neatly arranged pieces of gold on the ground. The metallic sheen reflecting the light, momentarily blinding him. Seizing the moment while everyone was in shock, Tin Xiaoshi stealthily slipped from Lin Shou's grasp, scampering away from the scene. Ahem. Lin Shou was the first to regain his composure, stating earnestly, since you sincerely wish to join the training facility, I cannot act as the villain. Upon hearing this response, the Pokéball erupted in jubilant leaps around Lin Shou, chattering excitedly in a flurry. Noticing their enthusiasm, Latina's expression sharpened as she grasped the two most vociferous Pokéball nearby. Lin Shou curiously leaned in to inquire, what are they saying? Though lacking in concrete evidence, Lin Shou harbored a persistent belief that Latina possessed some wondrous device enabling her to communicate with Pokémon. They claimed that the gym's equipment was in dire need of an upgrade, and that the allocated funds should be primarily directed towards this endeavor. Lin Shou rolled his eyes, completely convinced that this was merely a fabrication of Latina's imagination. What did this group of Togepi know about machinery? Chapter 77, the gym's first challenger. To clarify, he had no objections to utilizing the funds for equipment renewal, provided that the gym's daily operational expenses were prioritized. Having stated this, Lin Shou yawned and departed, leaving the aftermath to the night owl, Latina. Once Lin Shou's figure had vanished entirely, Latina revealed her menacing demeanor, cracking her knuckles ominously. Since you can sense certain things, do refrain from gossiping. Should I find out who has leaked this information, I shall bury you all alive. The Togepi huddled together, trembling, evidently intimidated by Latina's threats. Observing their compliance, Latina released 4 floral Pokémon from their Poké Balls, assigning them the task of managing the Togepi's affairs. From a distance, the curious charcoal assistant watched with keen interest. Although she could not discern the specifics of the Togepi's conversation, she was intrigued by the secrets Latina sought to conceal. The sudden influx of Togepi into the gym, combined with Lin Shou's apparent lack of subterfuge, led Jose to trace the scent back to the gym the following morning. Despite being mentally prepared, he instinctively took 2 steps back upon witnessing a familiar horde of egg-shaped creatures. Boss Lin, you, Jose stammered, grappling with how to articulate his bewilderment at the situation. Lin Shou set his teacup aside, smirking as he replied, I too am a victim. You were the one who escorted me out of the ultimate cave yesterday. Did I take this many Togepi with me? Jose was well aware of the circumstances, yet he could not possibly handle this swarm of Togepi himself. The wounds inflicted during yesterday's incident still throbbed painfully. He shook his head, urging Lin Shou to swiftly document the situation and to avoid implicating the guardians of the ultimate cave. The extraction of numerous Pokémon from the ultimate cave was a grave matter in the eyes of any national league. However, Lin Shou's case was unique. The Pokémon had willingly followed him out, thus it could not be classified as poaching. Upon further reflection, this scenario should be categorized as an invasion of wild Pokémon from the ultimate cave into the tangible world, necessitating the intervention of a special operations team for apprehension. Yet, considering that these Togepi's ancestors had once participated in sealing the nightmarish god, Jose felt a pang of sympathy. With so many Togepi, Boss Lin, you could establish a Togepi research institute, Jose suggested earnestly, noting that research on such rare Pokémon was scarce in Long Country, and having some findings would provide him with a solid account. Lin Shou, upon hearing this, felt overwhelmed and hastily declined. No, that sounds far too troublesome. Becoming a municipal laboratory comes with official support policies, covering 50 of the construction funds, Jose added. Lin Shou straightened up at this revelation, contemplating, if that's the case, I might consider it. It seems I wouldn't even need to conduct any genuine research. With the memories from my previous Life game, I could easily confound the people of this world. Before departing, Jose turned back and mentioned, regarding the construction of the research institute. You can consult the person coordinating with you. I believe it's Xiao Lu. Who was calling my name? A voice piped up as Xiao Lu poked her head out from the customer dining area. Jose gaped, utterly perplexed as to why Xiao Lu was present at this hour. Realizing her superior was the one who had spoken, Xiao Lu instinctively vanished into the throng of customers. Jose furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Shou. Let us just say you might not fully grasp the specifics of my gym. Lin Shou shrugged, gesturing towards the crowd of patrons raiding the shelves, exclaiming, many customers come here for their daily meals. It's becoming more of an entertainment venue. When Jose finally grasped the reason behind Xiao Lu's presence, as he held a steaming cup of milk tea, he took a moment to survey the gym's offerings. Latina had already left a message for Lin Shou that the gym would soon welcome its first challenger. Given the significance of this inaugural challenge in establishing the gym's reputation, Lin Shou decisively opted to participate himself. The battle would naturally require the use of the fighting platform, and all other virtual battle customers were promptly dismissed, gathering in a circle with snacks in hand, eagerly awaiting the challenger's arrival. They made no demands of Lin Shou, merely hoping for a swift conclusion to the battle so as not to impede their subsequent enjoyment of games. While waiting in boredom, Lin Shou perused the gym flyers that Latina had printed without his knowledge. Successful challengers will receive a 100 Alliance coin voucher. Whose idea was this? The robot, busy shaking milk tea, slowly turned the camera towards Lin Shou, and Latina's voice resonated through the speaker. Boss, this is the result of discussions among our store members. Their challenge applications are already scheduled for next month. Lin Shou realized then what schemes those individuals had concocted. However, these were affluent patrons who would spend thousands without a second thought, while a 100-coin reward appeared substantial. It scarcely covered the cost of what they could take from the shelves. They primarily relished the sensation of gaining an advantage over him. Just be careful not to have your defenses shattered. Lin Shou grinned mischievously at the floral Pokémon, sensing it was time to devise some psychological tactics. So today, as challenger, is also a customer of the store? He inquired. But something felt off. Familiar faces seemed absent as he surveyed the gym. The robot shook its head in response. No, the first challenger to make a reservation is not a member. The other patrons expressed curiosity about the identity of this challenger. Just as the words left the robot's mouth, the gym's doors swung open, and Ruby sauntered in with an air of confidence. She lightly raised her index finger, pushing her oversized sunglasses up, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the crowd. Where's the owner of this gym? I'm here to challenge. Some of the regular customers recognized Ruby, recalling how her first visit had resulted in several players tumbling off the battle platform. While they contemplated seeking revenge, Lin Shou had already dealt with her. Although the previous incident had been swept under the rug, it did not preclude the regulars from causing her trouble today. Ruby had long since forgotten her past grievances with them, frowning at the motley crew before her. As the onlookers began retrieving their Poké Balls, she mistakenly assumed they were rallying to defend Lin Shou. Humph. A Poké Ball arced gracefully through the air, revealing a Sylveon radiating an aura of near-champion caliber. Standing protectively in front of Ruby. Defeat me first, and then you may challenge. Ruby declared, ready for any challengers. The crowd, with their Pokémon averaging around level 30, instinctively recoiled, as some only now recognized Ruby's true identity. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu had already darted into the restroom at the moment Ruby entered. Chapter 78. The Peculiar Use of Floral Pokémon. Lin Shou, at that moment, finally emerged from his state of shock, his demeanor considerably more composed. Ruby's decision to be the first challenger was entirely expected, though surprising in its execution. It was anticipated that she would seize this opportunity to stir trouble. Yet unexpected that her Pokémon had reached near-champion status, making a challenge against a C-grade gym seemed somewhat beneath her. As Lin Shou lifted his gaze once more, he found Ruby ascending the battle platform. With her hands on her hips, she looked down at Lin Shou with a hint of derision, asking in a taunting tone, "Aren't you coming up? Surely you aren't afraid?" Upon hearing such a question, Lin Shou indeed felt a twinge of fear. It was primarily due to his recollection of the embarrassing scenes from Clysalia's dream, where the color of Ruby's attire bore a striking resemblance to that moment. Before Lin Shou could articulate his thoughts, the audience below was the first to erupt in fury. They raised their hands, cheering for Lin Shou as if in a raucous rally. "Boss Lin, defeat him! Boss Lin, defeat him! Boss Lin, defeat him!" Lin Shou, accompanied by Zapdos and Articuno, slowly ascended the battle platform, and the surrounding patrons finally quieted down. "We are to engage in a total of 2 Pokémon, a 2 versus 2 match. Is that acceptable?" Ruby scoffed, releasing her old companion Jigglypuff and her new ally Maril from 2 luxurious Poké Balls. I have no objections. You can only attempt to defeat me in such a manner, can't you? Lin Shou never truly harbored the notion of winning against Ruby. After all, he was the leader of a flying-type gym and could currently deploy only 4 eligible Flabébé, a Pokémon whose base stats offered little strength and even fewer useful skills. Seizing the warm-up opportunity, Lin Shou opened the system to examine Maril's attributes. Maril, Water Fairy type, level 40. Health points, 142, 142. Weakness, Poison X2, Grass X2, Electric X2. Ability, Thick Fat. Damage from fire and ice type moves is halved due to thick fat protection. Item, Life Orb. Moves, Water Gun, Tackle, Play Rough, Aqua Jet. With a level 46 Jigglypuff and a level 40 Maril, the situation indeed seemed challenging. He turned to his own Flabébé, which, despite gaining some experience from recent battles, was merely at level 35. Let the battle commence. The voice of Latina echoed from MK2, serving as the referee for this contest. Although Ruby verbally derided Lin Shou, she immediately adopted a serious demeanor as the match began. Jigglypuff, use Sing. Maril, employ Play Rough. Upon witnessing her 2 Pokémon charging towards a Flabébé, Ruby quickly deduced Lin Shou's strategy. How despicable, employing such tactics. But it won't work against me. At that moment, Lin Shou recognized the predicament as well. He had not anticipated that deploying 2 Flabébé would yield unexpected results. With a swift motion, he commanded the about-to-be-attacked Flabébé, Articuno, use Protect. Zapdos, soar high and use Teeter Dance. The transparent barrier enveloped Articuno, while Zapdos ascended to execute the Teeter Dance move. Teeter Dance, a whimsical dance that induces a state of confusion among nearby Pokémon. With no other Pokémon in proximity, Zapdos' Teeter Dance appeared to be a wasted effort. Yet one must not forget Flabébé's unique ability. Most may be unaware that when another Pokémon performs a dance move, other Flabébé can also execute a move in response. Thus, behind the protective barrier, Articuno, besieged by 2 Pokémon, began to sway and dance as well. Although Ruby was unaware of the specific effects of this move, she sensed the impending disaster and urgently shouted to her Pokémon, "Quick, dodge." Her commands were indeed swift, but the Pokémon struck by Protect could not retract their moves quickly. At that moment, Articuno's ability took effect, causing both Jigglypuff and Maril to fall into a state of confusion. Confusion merely posed a chance of self-attack. Yet Ruby decided to take the risk. Jigglypuff, use Pound. Maril, unleash Water Gun, each targeting a different opponent. Lin Shou, however, was unperturbed, realizing that Ruby's Pokémon could not eliminate his Flabébé in one hit. Ascend to the skies and simultaneously use Feather Dance. Ruby's bond with her Pokémon was lacking, and both Maril and Jigglypuff struck themselves in their confusion. Damn it, Ruby exclaimed, tearing off her sunglasses and throwing them to the ground in frustration. She had expected to eliminate Lin Shou's gym-level Pokémon in one fell swoop, only to find that this infuriating Lin Shou had turned the situation around with just a few commands. Articuno and Zapdos flapped their wings rapidly, ascending into the sky as white feathers began to flutter down, gradually blanketing the entire battlefield. Feather Dance, a move that scatters feathers, significantly lowering the opponent's attack. At this moment, the Dancer ability activated again, reducing Ruby's Pokémon's attack power to a remarkably low level. Simultaneously, they executed Awakening Dance against Jigglypuff. Both Flabébé danced in unison, delivering a 4-hit combo directly to Jigglypuff. Still reeling from confusion, Jigglypuff was sent flying, collapsing onto the ground, utterly unconscious. Meanwhile, Maril, despite its confusion, unleashed a water gun that struck Articuno midair, inflicting substantial damage. Lin Shou opened the system to check Articuno's status, relieved to find it still had half its health remaining. His 2 Flabébé were capable of using rest to recover health, making them exceptionally well suited for facing the still confused Maril. The onlookers could not discern the underlying strategy. They merely recognized that Lin Shou had triumphed over a quasi-elite Jigglypuff with gym-level Pokémon. In the face of such divine maneuvering, applause resonated throughout the training hall. The pressure now shifted to Ruby, who, having lost a Pokémon despite the level disparity, realized her defeat. Yet her pride would not permit her to concede so easily. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "Maril, use Tackle." Suddenly snapping out of its confusion, Maril's massive tail coiled like a spring. With a swift release of its stored energy, it soared into the sky, seizing Zapdos and unleashing a barrage of blows. The cries of Zapdos echoed, and Lin Shou was momentarily startled. After all, Feather Dance had reduced Maril's attack power to a pitiful level, So how could it inflict such damage? Checking the system panel, he noted that Zapdos had lost only 1/6 of its health. Lin Shou suddenly appreciated Zapdos' performance, suspecting that its acting skills had been honed by the drama lessons from the theater instructor. The two Flababy, feeling slighted, charged at Marill, flapping their wings in a frenzied display. This was not a move, it was merely an emotional outlet. Noticing Ruby's increasingly grim expression, Lin Shou hurriedly intervened, separating the Flababy from Marill and adopting the authoritative tone reminiscent of other gym leaders he had observed. Ahem, the battle is over. Your performance was commendable and has earned the recognition of this gym. Here is your badge. Before Ruby could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Shou had already thrust the badge into her hand. Chapter 79, The Survival Skills of a Working-Class Individual. Under the cold white glow of the overhead lights, the metallic battlefield shimmered as Ruby clutched the badge, her hand trembling slightly, her knuckles paling from exertion. In a sudden burst of frustration, she hurled the badge towards Lin Shou, the silver emblem tracing a parabolic arc through the air. I do not require your pity. I demand a rematch. Her voice cracked with emotion, the ponytail whipping sharply with her vigorous movement. After waiting patiently, Latina deftly maneuvered a robotic arm to retrieve Ruby's Poké Balls, returning them to their rightful place. The mechanical arm extended from the MK2 armor, lifting Ruby effortlessly as the hydraulic system emitted a soft hum. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated from MK2. You have received the gym badge. Rematches are not permitted. Ruby, straining against the robot's grasp, desperately protested. I did not accept this badge. I am still eligible to challenge. The walking robot paused for 2 seconds. You make a valid point. But rescheduling will require you to queue up again. Huh, how long will that take? The girl's voice suddenly escalated. After a moment's contemplation, Latina replied, approximately 6 months. Let go of me. Ruby seeks vengeance. I want revenge now. Upon hearing this response, Ruby began to struggle against the mechanical arm once more. Dear guest, you jest. Allow me to present the prizes for successfully completing this challenge. Mediocre, mediocre, mediocre. Ruby's voice receded into the distance, and Lin Shou believed Latina was managing the situation quite adeptly. Her screams startled the patrons in the waiting area, causing several trainers, who were adjusting their Poké Balls, to fumble, sending the balls clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Ruby's outcry was evidently disrupting the experience of the surrounding guests, and Latina suddenly threatened, Dear guest, please maintain your silence. Otherwise, next time, it will be Lin Boss who handles your case. Him? Ruby seemed to have overheard an amusing jest, baring her teeth as she inquired, What can he possibly do? Latina fell silent for 2 seconds before replying with utmost seriousness. Our boss has a penchant for slapping the faces of beautiful girls. He insists on slapping 10 individuals before every meal. If you provoke Lin Boss, it would merely serve to fulfill his task for today. Ruby instantly quieted down, obediently lying in the embrace of the robot. After all, Lin Shou had a notorious reputation, and this robot would not dare fabricate tales about its own boss. The girl curled up tightly, her hands pressed firmly against her flushed cheeks. Through her fingers, she could see Lin Shou in the distance, organizing the shelves. The sight of his long fingers brushing over snack packaging suddenly appeared horrifying, like instruments of torture. In her eyes, Lin Shou seemed to sense something and turned his gaze, locking eyes with the terrified girl. The subtle expression made Ruby gasp, burying her entire face in the shadow of the mechanical arm. Lin Shou had also heard Latina's remarks and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Indeed, Latina was audacious, even daring to slander her own boss. Just as he was about to turn and clarify something to the other customers, they had already rushed to the battle platform, offering perfunctory congratulations. Before Lin Shou could respond, he was abruptly pushed aside, and the customers expertly initiated the simulated battle game themselves. Xiaolu, who had hidden in the restroom, emerged at an opportune moment, contemplating saying something as he observed Lin Shou's despondent retreat. However, with a vacant spot on the battle platform, he immediately cast aside his thoughts. Forget it, Lin Boss has no time for games. Lin Shou was unaware of what Ruby had purchased with the gifted 100 Alliance coins. He only recognized that the following day, he encountered a familiar face, the man in black who had previously come to discuss the acquisition of the training hall, accompanied by his underlings. On the morning of the next day, as the automatic doors of the training hall opened, Lin Shou caught a whiff of a familiar cologne scent. The man in black strode into the morning light, his polished shoes making a crisp sound as they struck the energy floor. Following him were 3 young men clad in identical suits, each adorned with the silver-winged emblem of the Casmo Company on their left chests. The leading man stepped forward to shake Lin Shou's hand. Lin Boss, it has been a few days. The changes here are simply astounding. Lin Shou took 2 steps forward, firmly grasping the man's right hand and shaking it vigorously. A rare visitor. Have you come to apply for a membership card today? The man discreetly withdrew his reddened hand. I am not here to apply for a membership card today. Lin Shou, unfazed, jokingly inquired. It cannot be that you are here to acquire the training hall again, can it? The man forced a couple of awkward laughs and retrieved a paper contract from his crocodile skin briefcase. Lin boss, I am here today to propose a long-term partnership, hoping you can become our supplier. Lin Shou, puzzled, accepted the document, which indeed contained the man's request to purchase snacks and beverages from him. I'm afraid that won't be possible. After a cursory glance, Lin Shou returned the contract. Upon receiving this response, the once confident man was left utterly dumbfounded. Grasping the paper, he quickly asked, is it the price that is unsuitable? We can negotiate. Not at all. The quantities you require are simply too large. I cannot provide that much. Lin Shou replied with a hint of difficulty. Although the system's marketplace did not impose restrictions on purchase quantities, the contract specified thousands of units for procurement. Should he agree to their terms, regardless of the potential profit, his training hall would merely transform into a snack wholesale warehouse. Lin boss, please help me out. This matter is critical for me. Any price can be negotiated. The man leaned in closer, his tone bordering on pleading. You played a part in elevating this training hall to a C rank. Could you not make an exception in light of that? It's quite difficult, Lin Shou sighed. The prices listed in the contract are the same as my retail prices in the training hall. How about I sell you everything on the shelves today? Then, it will have to be that way. Lin Shou could not comprehend. Purchasing these snacks at the original price from Casmo would yield little profit. Was this merely a blatant advertisement for themselves? The man, too, was baffled. Why did Lin boss reject what appeared to be a lucrative contract for him so decisively? Lin Shou instructed them to wait momentarily while he entered the staff lounge to purchase products. Before long, everyone witnessed Lin Shou dragging out several large boxes from the room. This should suffice, cash on delivery, Lin Shou declared as he opened the boxes. The onlookers peered inside, discovering that the large cardboard boxes were filled with snacks. Roughly a quarter of the monthly supply stipulated in the contract. The man hoisted one of the large boxes and turned to Lin Shou. Lin boss, I hope you can grant me one last request. Speak. I hope you can assure me that no one will take away more goods in one go. Lin Shou tilted his head, contemplating. It should be improbable for anyone to engage in such outrageous behavior again. All right, I promise you. Upon hearing this assurance, the man finally revealed a satisfied smile. After departing the training hall, his underlings set down the cardboard box. Boss, this still doesn't fulfill the task. Why do you look so pleased? The man leisurely stuffed the large box into the trunk of the car, leaned against the door, and savored a cigarette. That Lin boss has no intention of collaborating. It's futile for anyone to try. His underling grew anxious, quickly asking, then how do we explain this when we return? The man calmly flicked away the ash and took another deep drag. As long as no one else can sign a contract with Lin boss, we remain the strongest. Of course, we can account for it. The underling pondered for a moment, beginning to grasp the meaning behind his boss's words. Nevertheless, he still felt uncertain about the ultimate outcome of this mission. Noticing his underling's diligent work ethic, the man offered additional advice. Remember, we only need to do a little better than everyone else. That's all that matters. With that, the black business car drove away from the training hall with several large boxes of snacks. The underling's delayed realization echoed in the air. What if this Lin boss signs a contract with someone else later? His commitment to us is merely verbal. The window of the car slowly rolled down, and the man exhaled a puff of secondhand smoke into the air. We buy at the original price. How could anyone possibly offer a better deal than us? What if, today, there is a high probability of achieving our goal and receiving a reward? In a couple of days, there might be a slight chance of being reprimanded and then having the reward rescinded. Did you incur a loss? The underling began counting on his fingers. The man seemed genuinely intent on ensuring his underling understood, solemnly stating one last time. Moreover, if anyone brings up past projects you've completed, it indicates that the core issue did not lie within the projects themselves. Chapter 80, a new task from the system. The battle with Ruby was recorded by guests and posted online. Perhaps fearing trouble from the young lady, Ruby's appearances were notably scarce, with her visible segments obscured by pixelation. However, the online community seemed indifferent to Ruby's true identity. They were more captivated by the unexpected reemergence of Lin, who had not been live streaming for quite some time. Their attention quickly shifted to the Pokémon, Fletchling. Did I see that correctly? Is that Fletchling? Fletchling? The Pokémon that accompanied Su Xingli in her performance? Goodness. Is that little creature so formidable? The opponent is clearly a quasi-legendary Pokémon, isn't it? before Lin could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. His social media accounts were inundated with messages from netizens. Aside from inquiries about where he had procured fletchling, the most prevalent requests were from longtime fans urging him to commence a livestream promptly. Ding. Mission: Pokemon Gym Creature Cultivation, Prerequisite. Description: select one high-rated egg with flying attributes. The rating must reach S. Reward: Pokemon Egg Incubator. What a trivial task this is. Lin gazed upward at the sky, acutely aware that protesting to the system would yield no results. Yet, truth be told, it would be far more prudent to wait for his batch of Togepi to evolve rather than starting from an egg. Nurturing from infancy would require, at the very least, 6 months to a year. A rare Pokemon egg? I would have to purchase that myself. Lin tousled his hair in frustration, genuinely regretting the funds he had painstakingly accumulated for the gym. Concerned that the system might cease issuing new tasks, Lin reluctantly dialed Jose. The background noise on Joe's end was considerable. After connecting, he seemed to find a quieter spot before inquiring. Boss Lin, what can I do for you? Are you busy? Would you prefer I call back later? No need. I'm just wrapping up some work regarding the Ultimate Cave, searching for clues about Darkrai. Joe replied in a hushed tone. So soon? Lin instinctively raised his voice. It had only been 2 days, and their efficiency was commendable. Joe appeared to be in high spirits as well, sharing that there was indeed a village where residents frequently experienced nightmares. The Alliance had previously sent investigators with little success, but now, with the clues provided by Boss Lin, they were dispatching a team to investigate immediately. Lin wedged his phone between his shoulder as he twisted open a bottle of beverage and responded, then good luck. A sealed Darkrai should pose no significant threat. Joe, caught off guard, instinctively questioned, how can you be so sure that Darkrai is in a sealed state? If it had broken free, it would likely be wreaking havoc by now. Joe smacked his forehead, realizing, oh right, I almost forgot about that. Lin felt it prudent to steer the conversation away from Darkrai, lest Joe suddenly recall and insist on teaming up to tackle the troublesome matter. Coincidentally, Joe had not yet pieced it together and proactively shifted the topic. Boss Lin, what brings you to call today? My flying-type gym Pokemon are rather scarce. Could you assist in procuring some Pokemon eggs? You've come to the right person. The Alliance has specialized channels for acquiring Pokemon eggs, which are subsequently incubated and entrusted to novice trainers. At this, Joe suddenly looked puzzled, asking, but Boss Lin, are you really planning to start from Pokemon eggs? That could be quite time-consuming. Lin, aware that he could not explain the concept of novice missions to Joe, affected an air of wisdom and replied, haste makes waste. Some matters must be approached step by step. Joe nodded quietly, accepting Lin's words without doubt. However, the Alliance's own breeding facilities do not cater to external requests, so I have no viable alternatives. But I do know of a local Alliance breeding facility that collaborates with the Kasumo Group. Perhaps you could try your luck there? That sounds good. Please send me the address. Joe paused, seemingly searching through his phone contacts. After about half a minute, he awkwardly admitted, I can't seem to find the contact information, but Xiao Lu will definitely know. Just reach out to her directly. No problem. I'll go find her now. I noticed she seemed to be at the shop today. All right, Boss Lin, you carry on. I have a meeting to attend. After ending the call, Lin headed straight to the dining area of the gym. At that moment, Xiao Lu was holding a cup of milk tea in her left hand while taking a selfie with her phone alongside some snacks on the table. Upon seeing Boss Lin approach, Xiao Lu curiously asked, Boss Lin, do you need something from me? Lin nodded and replied, yes. I wish to purchase some Pokemon eggs and inquire about the breeding facility established by Kasumo Group in collaboration with the local alliance. You've come to the right person. My friend is in charge of that area. As she spoke, Xiao Lu lifted her phone to search for the phone number, directly calling her friend. After hanging up, Xiao Lu looked up and said, Boss Lin, I've made the connection. Coincidentally, a large batch of Pokemon eggs has just arrived. When would you like to go take a look? The sooner, the better. As Xiao Lu checked her phone for information, she suggested, how about this afternoon? I happen to be free. Lin inhaled sharply. You mean, you don't have time today? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. Actually, I didn't expect it to be so soon. Lin quickly clarified, realizing he had not anticipated the Alliance currency departing from him so swiftly. I'll send you the specific location and contact information. As Xiao Lu spoke, the information was transmitted to Lin's phone, but she cautioned, just a heads up. The Pokemon eggs available for sale are not inexpensive. Yes, I am mentally prepared. After lunch, Lin briefly explained matters to Latina before heading to the Kasumo Breeding Center with Charmander in tow. You must be Boss Lin. A girl of similar age to Xiao Lu approached in the business negotiation area. What type of Pokemon eggs are you looking to see? Lin accepted the promotional materials she offered, leafing through them as he responded. As long as they are final forms with flying attributes, I'm interested. But I need to select them myself. No problem. We have a plethora of flying-type Pokémon eggs. The girl sifted through a stack of documents and handed them to Lynn, adding, I particularly recommend bug-type Pokémon, as they are a popular choice among novice trainers. Both the purchase of the eggs and subsequent cultivation offer great value. Alright, let us take a look at the bug types first. This statement resonated deeply with Lynn, as he merely sought to fulfill the task assigned by the system, naturally aiming to save as much as possible. Please follow me. It seemed that bug-type Pokémon were in high demand. The first room they entered was indeed the destination for many. Donning the coat handed to him by the girl, Lynn entered the room that resembled a refrigerator's cold storage, cradling Charmander in his arms.